and not believe, how do we know this to be true?
Yeah,
And that's the difference.
yeah,
Once you start realizing things can be known through empiricism, kind of changes your whole perspective on things, because we're just bred to believe stuff, right? From school. We're just taught to believe stuff, don't ask too many questions. Everywhere's been explored. Sit down, read your book, and regurgitate. So this can have a profound effect on your, your general philosophy, really, your approach to information. This can improve your critical thinking skills.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I agree with that.
So, Ekshan, what do you think about NASA and the moon landings?
NASA, right? Yeah, I think they are a big company who runs to colonize Mars or outer in the space, and they run a satellite. And then yeah, I don't know anything about that. I'm just curious about the UFO. I think NASA knows something I don't know. What about your opinion about NASA?
Well, when it comes to NASA, I believe that they're very deceptive. There is numerous instances where they've actually um, fabricated footage. They've taken basically images of the flat Earth, stitched it together to make a ball. They have been
Yeah.
caught using technology, augmented reality, green screens.
So yeah, yeah.
They're deceivers, my
So
friend.
they just shoot on the studio. Do you mean and the green screen?
Yep, yep. We've got evidence of that. We've got evidence that their footage, even the moon landing itself, has been debunked by, not flat
Yeah.
earthers. It's been debunked by Globers, and a lot of scientists don't agree that the moon landing was real. But they will say, oh, they faked it because of political reasons, right? But actually, this is the only evidence we have of anything credible in actual out of space. If we lose the moon missions and the Apollo missions, there's not very much we have that we can verify from NASA. And with all the deception that they've done, my question is, why should we believe a liar if we can't validate it to be true? Because they're known liars. And they like to troll us. They like to troll us. I think it was the Mars rover mission. They had the Rick Roll guy, Rick Ashley. They posted one of his tweets on the launch or the landing of the Mars rover. They like to troll. They do funny little gestures to let you know that they're actually trolling. But yeah, it's NASA's a rabbit hole in itself. When it comes to UFOs, my
So
friend, UFOs
what
are just
about
unidentified
hey?
flying objects, right? Doesn't mean these unidentified objects are from a vacuum in the sky.
So what do you think about Neil Armstrong, who first landed in the moon, and the media make it viral, and then he famous about the first
Opa.
man in landing in the moon? Is that NASA help help him back there? I'm just
Yeah,
curious about that.
yeah.
And
As
why is
NASA,
he about so become famous about that? I don't know. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. It's it doesn't make sense to me, you know. Really, really doesn't make sense to me.
Well, I would say let's get Neil Armstrong on an interview. The problem is he doesn't do interviews. He's
Because
supposed
he's
to be the
dead.
first.
Yeah, as you
Well,
know that Neil Armstrong first man landed to the moon, you know. Just think about it. How they
Yeah. Just look into the
Yeah,
situation regarding
that's
his
the
death, and
that's
you'll
the
find
story
out
behind
some
gold
weird
in
stuff.
every year, every generation, you know. I've been told
yeah,
that in school.
I forgot. Yeah, he died a long time ago.
Yeah,
But he didn't do interviews. He didn't do interviews when he was
but
alive.
he is really, really inspirational. I think Elon Musk, you know, think about him. There's a lot
Let me
of
ask you this:
picture
they say he was the first person on the moon.
of him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but who filmed him? Who filmed him
Yeah,
when he got out the craft?
yeah.
Wouldn't the cameraman be the first man on the moon?
And guess how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon?
Oh, so you have it?
Yeah, take a guess of how many photographs of Neil Armstrong there are on the moon.
Wow.
There's only 2, and they're not very good. There's more picture of Buzz Aldrin on the moon than there are of the first man to step on the moon.
Yeah, but so they're lying to us?
Well, if it was this historical event, why are there so few photographs of this historical event? And the other thing they're missing is how many feet of 16 millimeter film did they take of the Earth from the moon?
Yeah.
And the answer is 0. They didn't bother to
What?
point the cameras. They went to the moon, didn't bother
Zero?
to point a film
Oh my
camera back
god.
at the Earth.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
Because
You're blowing this
taking
guy's mind.
motion pictures is a lot harder to fake
So they
than
film it in the
individual
studio
photographs.
with the green screen? Did you mean that?
No, I just mean that taking film of the Earth, like motion pictures, is considerably harder to fake than just taking an individual photograph.
Wow. Why he become so famous, you know? I mean, everybody knows who first man to land in the moon was Neil Armstrong. In history.
So
Kinda hard.
remember, nobody
It's
knows
kinda hard to
that.
believe for me, you know.
But remember, nobody knows that to be true. That's not empirical.
Yeah.
People believe that. They believe the story because they broadcasted some footage live, and people believe it. But we do not know for sure whether any of that was true. And there's actually a really good documentary by a guy who we were discussing earlier, actually, a guy called Bert Sabrell. He has a documentary called A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. I can't verify that footage, but if you watch that documentary, you're going to see unedited film, a film reel of the picture from of the Earth when they were apparently halfway to the moon. But the camera, the footage they used was only a small piece of footage. They had footage of them actually setting up the shot. And at the end of the footage, you can see that they actually faked the shot of the Earth when they were halfway to the moon. And I would say that's pretty damning. That video that's on that documentary, you can literally see how they did it, how they forged it, how they made it look like they were halfway to the moon, and then you can very clearly see that they were not halfway to the moon. They were just at high altitude, but they managed to pull off a shot that made it look like the window was the Earth. So whether you want to believe that or not, that's up to you. But I would highly suggest have a look at that footage, and you'll see why so many people, so many globe believers, don't believe in the moon landing.
Wow.
So it's called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon."
Wow.
I highly recommend you watch that.
So the funny thing
Same.
is, it's like making a Disney movie, I think.
If
They
you
have
look in
really
the side chat,
technology,
Old Dude has there's a guy
Yeah,
called
yeah,
Old
yeah.
Dude who has posted the documentary
It's
by
like
Bart
Hollywood
Sabro.
movie.
Yeah, they staged it. They staged the footage of the moon landing to have
Wow.
people believe that they went to the moon. So everybody started to believe, of course the Earth is a ball.
Wow.
Of course there is an out of space, because look, they went to the moon. But we can show you footage, like I said, in that documentary. You'll watch that documentary and you will start to see that they have some very underhand tactics of having you believe something that you can't verify.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Guess what is the worst shape to photograph from a
There
distance?
Flat Earth Society or community underground to to prove and learn about this stuff. I can't sleep and really think about it.
No, I wouldn't concern yourself with anybody called the Flat Earth Society. The problem
No,
is
no, no,
just
no,
like
no.
politics.
I'm just new in this topic, and it's quite interesting to me.
Yeah, there is a group called the Flat Earth Society, and they make some claims that cannot be verified. So you'll come across all sorts of flat earthers, some flat earthers who are like us, very empirical,
Yeah, yeah,
very
yeah.
logical, and then you'll come across some flat earthers who have got their own belief system, and the Flat Earth
Yeah.
Society guys, they believe some stuff that cannot be proven, that, I don't think necessarily makes sense. But whether they're genuine or whether they are, I don't know if you know how some of these grassroots movements works, but you can infiltrate a movement by creating a group that are supposed to represent an idea, but actually they misrepresent the idea, and they can throw out some false information. So I personally believe the Flat Earth Society are one of these groups that are an infiltrated group. They are speaking about flat Earth, yes, but they are actually steering people to ideas that cannot be verified, and basically replacing one belief with another belief. We personally over here, me personally, and the guys over here, we don't really agree that's the right thing to do. We do not know. If we do not know things, we shouldn't really be giving people, alternative cosmologies and ideas that we can't verify. So, for us, the Flat Earth Society is a little bit of misinformation, but there are lots of different flat earthers, as you can imagine.
Wow.
Who is podcasting that? Where?
I'm
We would
speechless,
prefer you.
and I'm speechless. I don't know what
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot
I
to
should
take in,
say.
but I would just encourage you to just get your critical thinking hat on. Forget about beliefs and focus on what we
What the
know.
fuck?
What and when I say we, I mean collectively as humans, what can we prove? We know that if we put water on heat on water, eventually that at a certain temperature that water will boil. You don't have to believe that. You can know that to be true. And I'm telling you, with the flat earth, you can know that there is no drop over distance, there's no curvature to be measured. You can know this to be true. You can know that there's no measurable movement of the earth or rotation of the earth. You can know this to be true. amongst other things that you can know, which will take you to the logical
Yeah,
conclusion that the
yeah, I
Earth is
know.
not a
Yeah,
spinning ball in a vacuum of space.
yeah, I
You can
got
know
it.
this.
Yeah. Sometimes the truth is becoming late. Arrive late. I mean, arrive late. I don't know what I'm saying, you know, but it's truth.
Yeah, there's some good there's some good content on that channel that I sent you. Did you get my DM?
Yeah, I see that.
Yep. Flat Earth Discord. Yep. Down the bottom, you can see topics. You can see things like horizon, Earth curve, spin of the
So
Earth.
you guys think about academically in this channel and
Yeah,
discussing?
yeah.
Wow,
We take it
wow.
from that
You
perspective.
guys making
Yeah.
progress, you know? You're making progress about this science. Really good job. Really good.
Well, that's it. You know, science is supposed to be the observation and the
Yeah.
validation of
Yeah. It should
phenomena.
be.
You
It
know,
should be. It should be.
yeah. It's science shouldn't be about galaxies far, far away. That's science fiction, right? Real science is, like we said, it's tied to knowledge. It's tied to direct observation and experience.
Yeah.
So when it comes to science or the scientific method, knowledge, this is where the flat earth shines, my friend. This is where you'll really start to know things to be true. You know, you won't like it, but you're going to realize that there's no evidence for a spinning ball earth. It's just fantasy. It's a story. So do you want to believe stories, or would you rather know things to be true or not? And the same goes for the flat earth people who are telling stories,
Yeah. I'm just
you know?
wanna hear the truth, you know?
Yeah. We don't agree with
Yeah.
anybody who wants to tell stories, and if you want to talk about philosophy, great. There's time and a place for that. But you know, when we're talking to new people, we shouldn't be sharing philosophy. We should be sharing the truth, knowledge,
Yeah.
logic. And that's where flat earth shines, my friend. That's where you'll realize the earth is not a spinning ball.
Yeah.
What is the earth? Who knows? But it's not a spinning ball.
So what about the globe they told in school? I mean, in the school, they told us about the world in the globe, you know, not in the flat.
I got it.
Yeah, they taught us a lot of things that we can't verify.
Yeah.
Is it so hard to believe? Is it so hard to believe that the things that we learn in school aren't necessarily true? Would it be so hard to believe that they're misinforming us from a very young age? I think if you apply this approach, there are other subjects you can disprove that you were taught in school. They told me in school that the sea levels would rise by 10 inches by the year 2000. We're in 2025 now, and the sea levels haven't risen. They taught us that we would be in commercial space travel on moon hotels by the year 2020. Yet we're no closer to commercial space travel.
Yeah.
They tell us a lot of things that is not true.
What their mission?
That's a that's a speculative question. This is easier to understand if you've come across this in other subjects. Like I said, there's a multitude of subjects that we just believe to be true, and turns out there's no evidence for it. If you've found things out about the government, found things out about the education system, the health system that are not true that you believed, then you start to recognize a pattern. And I think when something foundational or fundamental has been lied about, there is then like a web of lies that needs to sort of, sit in place. So there's many angles you can take to get to this truth. I think flat Earth is a fundamental truth. But why do they lie? Man, I could sit here and speculate all day on why they would lie. What's more interesting is uncovering how they lied. Because if something is true, then anything that's in the dark will be brought to light eventually, I believe. And I believe that you can just figure this out whether you like it or not, like if you really look into it, you're only going to come to one conclusion. We've been told a story, and the globe is like a religion, and we're in a cult. We call it culture, and there's many lies being told to us from birth. It doesn't have to be a negative either. It can be quite liberating to start uncovering these things and start realizing. Cheers, Josh.
So they start seeing propaganda and brainwash every student in school about that theory. I mean, what their mission? Is that commercial or they are anything about their hiding truth? I mean, hiding the truth.
Well, look at what they've achieved. People think that they evolved from single-celled organisms. People think that they're on a ball spinning in a vacuum of space on the edge of a universe, very insignificant. And look at the state of our religions. Look at the state of our philosophies. People are basically
Okay, that's
caged.
good alternative.
People are basically caged animals now, and it's because of their philosophy. Most people think that human beings are a plague on the earth and that we're contributing to the destruction of the earth just by breathing. If you would like to control a people, there's definitely benefit to having them believe these sort of ideas, right? Can you see the benefits? Never mind the money that we give them for global warming, for NASA, space travel, research. So we pay them and they make us feel like we are a plague on the earth. And most people have no religion anymore. Most people have very little spirituality anymore. Most people have very little integrity anymore. And I think this has come from some of the beliefs that they have. Akshan, do you know of any scientist, geologist who can
Yeah,
confirm that they've measured the curve of the Earth?
I read a little bit about Galileo Galilei about the geometric theory. The sun rotating the globe.
Right, and how did Galileo prove that Earth is a ball? How did he know this?
With proof, with the science.
Which science? Which proof? How did Galileo know the Earth was a ball?
I think she do observation, you know. She put the work.
Observation of what?
Observation of her work. You know, I
Of
mean,
what, sorry?
in the
I misheard
universe.
you. Of the sky?
Yeah,
Yeah. So who is the famous guy with the telescope, right? He observed
yeah.
the moon. He observed
And then
Venus.
I don't know. And then he died. In
Right. So he
the
looked at the
what, man?
lights in the
What
sky.
the fuck?
Think about
There's
this.
something
He
wrong with society. I
There is.
don't know. There's something
Think
wrong with
think about this though.
society.
Think about it. Don't don't panic.
There's something wrong with society.
Don't
I don't
panic, bro.
know,
Don't panic. Just
bro.
think.
Just
Just
chill.
think.
Just chill. I'm just learning, you know. I'm just learning. I'm just
Just
learning.
think. Don't panic. Just
Yeah,
think.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Galileo looked at the stars. He looked at the phases of Venus. He
What the
looked at the
fuck?
so-called moons of Jupiter, right? What did he prove by looking at them? What did he
They're in the
prove?
sky, and she observed it, and she
I
do
like
observe it, and
I
then
like
she
your answer.
calculate,
He proved
and then
that they're in
she
the
do the
sky.
work,
Yep.
and then
Yep.
she calculate, and then she observe it,
And then he
observe.
made an assumption. He looked at
Yeah,
the phases. He looked at the phases of the moon. He looked at the phases of Venus. He looked at the wandering stars and decided that proves we live on a ball. He didn't do any science.
Rods. You so made me think about simple question about, but it's hard to answer. You know, I don't know what I'm saying. It's simple question, but hard to tell, hard to answer.
I don't expect you to answer. I just hope that you will, next time you think or you hear of Galileo, I want you to think, what is being said here? Are looking at the phases of Venus proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. Is looking at the moon proof that we live on a spinning ball? No. It's an assumption because they built a model and they say, okay, if we live on a spinning ball, then these things in the sky could make sense if the ball was this size, this diameter, this radius, then yes, we would see this at this time. Great. This is proof we live on a ball. No. You have to assume we live on a ball first and then fit the observations in afterwards. There's no science there. Just assumption.
How do you know? How do you calculate this thing? I mean,
Ask yourself, what are they calculating? What was Galileo calculating?
I don't know about anything about Earth. Really? I don't know anything about Earth.
I'll tell you, he was calculating the phases of Venus, right? So when he looked at the phases of Venus, he said, this can only be possible if Venus orbits the sun. So this supports the heliocentric model, right? But the phases of Venus doesn't prove that the heliocentric model is the universe that we live in. It just
Yeah.
matches the observation if the Earth is a certain size. Now, how do we know the Earth is a ball and a certain size to begin with? We don't. We don't.
So the answer is we don't know anything about that.
We know we can't measure the Earth being a ball.
So what is conclusion, you know?
The only conclusion I'm making here is that the heliocentric model is a religion. There's no science backing it. It's a religion. You have to believe it. You have to assume it's a ball. And then by looking at the world and nature, you can say, okay, the ball must be this big. The sun must be this far. Venus must be this far. But you've not validated we live on a ball to begin with. You've created a model and you've backwards engineered that model from what you can see in the sky. This is not science. This is not direct evidence. This is a religion, a belief system. So whether you decide the Earth is a flat or not doesn't bother me. I'm not, that's your prerogative. But you need to know that Galileo didn't measure anything. He did no science, and there has been no science or direct measurement of the Earth being a ball, a rotating ball in a vacuum of space. I hope you look into it, bro. I really do.
Yeah.
It's not a quick, it's not a quick thing. It's going to take you weeks, maybe months to look up this stuff, but I hope you genuinely get an interest in knowledge, in logic, and applying that to the question, do we live on a spinning ball? I really do. And if you do, you'll hopefully come back. I would love to hear some of the research you've been doing. If you find anything you're unsure of, come back. There's some great minds in here, some very smart people who can answer some very technical questions. I'm
Hey
not one of them,
guys. Oh no. Don't
but
take
there's some great guys here.
don't take higher expectation to me. I'm here to learn English, And I found this interesting topic, and so I can join. And yeah, it's going to make me think about it.
Well, this is a
What
great way to learn English, right? We're learning about physics, we're learning about logic, we're learning
Yeah,
about truth, and I think
yeah,
there's a lot of new words,
yeah,
that you're learning or will be
yeah,
learning if you hang around.
yeah. You guys drive me to think. This called rationalism. I think is that true? Rationalism?
Yeah, rationalism. Through empiricism, you can prove things, right? And I
Yeah,
think that's the basis. That's the basis that we work off, and it's the basis of knowledge. Knowledge is to know something.
yeah. Knowledge is power.
Yeah. Look at the trouble we're in because of belief. Everybody believes this, everybody believes that, left wing, right wing. Everybody believes stuff and fights over it. Who really knows stuff, It's only through a method that you can start to know things. And this scientific method, there is a version of that in critical thinking, You can sort of take this approach into critical thinking and you can apply this method in different
Yeah,
areas. It can really sharpen your mind, my friend.
yeah. People believe socialism, people believe capitalism, and people believe, communism. Yeah, I don't know, I'm just feel human when I know my brother starving in the street. I really can't think sleep, Just like that. I mean,
You right, babe?
there's something wrong
Babe, you
in this
ringing me?
in this society,
Oh,
I'm just really thinking about it.
that's it, bro. That's it. Keep pursuing truth. Keep pursuing truth. Stay rational.
Yes,
Follow the
yeah.
knowledge and be
Thanks for
skeptical of the
the
belief.
yeah.
Yeah.
Thanks for the information about this. I really appreciate that. What are you saying that makes me think hard about? So people believe what they want truly believe. I don't know. I just want the truth.
Most people follow the crowd, right? Most people follow the majority.
Yeah.
People don't even believe what they want to believe. They believe what they're told. And that's the scary thing. What we're told isn't questioned.
Yeah.
That's a fundamental problem within society. People don't question what they're told from an authority. They blindly follow authority, and that's why human beings are always compared to sheep. I don't think we should be like that. I don't think we thrive in that mindset. And I think that's why so many people's lights, I say their lights are dim. I hope you know what I mean. Most people don't shine. Most people don't show their personality. Most people are quite, nowadays, I believe, are quite reserved. And I think it's because of this mentality we've been taught. We've been bred to be sheep. We're not explorers anymore. In the mind, in reality, we just believe what we're told. We do as we're told. That's a problem.
Yeah. It's quite sadly, when we believe and we, start fighting about our brother, about what we all believe. There's so many cases, I don't know. In politicians.
They're fighting about things they don't know to be true.
Yeah.
They don't know. They just believe.
I don't
It's a
know.
waste.
I really
It's a
don't
waste of time. It's a waste of time, brother. Politics is a waste of time.
How do you explain gyros?
They spin in a circle.
Yeah, I mean, why?
Because they're like a motor.
Yeah, I understand the motion. I'm saying why do they precess?
Friction.
I don't get what you mean, friction.
Of course you don't.
Wouldn't it just spin along its axis without precessing? Like friction would slow it down, but there's no.
Yeah, it causes weird shit to happen to it. Yep. Vibrates it, does all kinds of stuff.
Yeah, but that doesn't explain why it precesses.
I told you why. And it does it at different processes at different rates too. And isn't that crazy?
But that supports,
especially if you don't calibrate them.
That supports a globe.
That they at different rates.
Yeah.
No, depending on how high you go, shouldn't matter. Should always be that rate.
You said it supports. Hold on. You said it supports a globe. You're going to have to produce the evidence of how you made the logical leap from seeing something move around to showing the geometry of the Earth. Go ahead. How did you do that? Show me the magic trick.
Yeah, because the equation for the precession of a spinning gyro relies on a sine function, which comports with a spherical geometry. Because then the rate of angular precession, right? If it doesn't conform to sine, you'd assume it's flat because it would just precess by the same amount at all given radiuses from the center.
How'd you get the equation, sir?
Well, it's available in textbooks online.
Yeah, how did I know where you get it from? How did somebody get the method to figure out that equation functions within the concept of the idea of the Earth as a giant sphere? Like, what was the correlation to that?
It's what's observed. So
No, it's not. You don't know. Hold on a second. You don't observe a sphere. Okay, so how did somebody equate that formula to that it's a giant sphere? How did somebody do that? Do you know?
No.
Gravity.
So you observe.
Huh?
You
You observe something happen. Yeah, we've already covered that. How do you know it leads you to believe that you're on a giant ball?
That's the conclusion.
No, it's not. It's a presumed cause.
No. So
Yeah, you think it's a
conclusion.
giant ball. You think it's a giant ball spinning. You didn't see that in the observation of the thing actually doing what it's doing.
Yeah, it's the conclusion of the observation.
Yeah, no, it's not. You're not observing a giant sphere at any time. So
that's what
my question, you just said it does. You said it concludes that. What do you mean it doesn't conclude that? All right, so if your formula shows in some manner that it points to a globe, I want to know where does it do that? How did you come up with that? Did you just make it up? Did somebody just make it up?
You could just do it from the observed precession at different latitudes.
Yeah, that's great. But how do you know the latitude, which is referencing a spherical coordinate system, is actually showing that the Earth is a globe? Did you forget that? When you say latitude, what are you referring to? Well, a spherical coordinate system, of course. But how did you get that? Everything leads to another. So you're going to have to peel the onion layer of all the claims that you're stacking down to the very root of how you know the Earth is what you think it is, so that your observation of that thing that you're doing, your precession, is what the formula says that it is of a giant sphere spinning around. So you need to go all the way back to what everything references, like latitude, the spherical coordinate system, and try to figure out how you got to a ball in the first place. So that's what we're asking. So you can't just assume you see something move and then presume that it's a globe. You can't do that. You're begging the question, sir, and a lot of other logical fallacies.
If it's a circle, it has a chance to be a globe.
Yeah, we're not worried about if it's something. We're saying the observation doesn't determine whether it is the thing. Understand? This is going based upon observation and doing a test. You don't determine that the Earth is a globe based on precession, do you?
No, it provides evidence for
No.
that.
Well, then no is the answer. You correctly stated no is the answer. So therefore, you're making an assumption that you think it's a big giant sphere spinning around, causing that thing that you're looking at to move the way it does.
You just turned the
best working theory. That's what a best working theory is.
Yeah, a best working theory is not what we're asking for. We're asking for the exact conclusion determination test that gives us the understanding that it is that. And you don't have that with something precessing. Sorry, not working. You just provided evidence that you can't show that it's an exact giant sphere. So it's a no-go at this point. Non-point, it's moot. Got it?
Well, no, but I guess.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Well, yeah. Yeah, you got nothing left but a jaw that's wide open right now.
I mean,
anymore?
Who cares? Who really cares about like whether I'm pulling like a soy face at the moment or not?
You are,
like,
dude. You can't even talk.
Yep.
Who?
Yeah, you're stuttering, dude. That's just evidence that you ran out of shit to say. Your little shtick doesn't work in here, bro. None of it. None of you guys that come in here claiming shit and can't prove it. None of it's gonna work.
I don't have to prove that gyroscopes.
Well, then have a seat. Then have a seat. Have a seat and let somebody else try to prove it, huh? How about that? Just have a seat. Listen to somebody else try to prove it. Meanwhile, you eat your Cheerios or whatever it is in the morning you eat.
You have no standard of proof.
Yeah, it's actually
there's no standard of acceptance.
Yeah, well, standard of acceptance. So you're telling me that all I have to do is believe that this gentleman is telling me that something's moving around, therefore I can conclude that it's a sphere?
No, you're like totally shut off to the idea.
Yeah, hold on. No. We're not shutting ideas off. What we're shutting off is people making false conclusions like he was making. You think it's...
You haven't explained how it's
I'm not talking to you anymore. Put your stuff on mute, Cosmic. Put your stuff on mute. Let me talk to Jaforia. So, Japoria, do you think it's correct for me to just go ahead and conclude that the Earth is a sphere based on precession? Yes or
No,
no?
no, you can just totally disregard everybody's information that they
No,
came in
no.
here
I
with,
want
and
you
that's
to
the
tell
way
me.
this can
I
usually
want you to
operate.
tell me right now that can I conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession? Yes or no?
You're entitled to your own opinion. That's fine. You can do it.
Answer the question, sir. Answer the question.
You're
Can I
entitled to your own
conclude?
opinion.
Well, I'm asking you. What is your opinion? Do you think I can conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on a precession? Yes or no?
If your logic can do that, you can. You could, yes.
I'm asking you. You. Don't project things onto
Oh,
me.
okay.
Yeah, you.
Ask it again.
Can
I'm sorry.
you
You worded it weird.
can you conclude that the Earth is a giant sphere based on precession?
Based on observation for myself, but
Precession. Based on precession.
precession of the equinox takes so much time. No, that's I don't have
Okay.
evidence for that in
Thank
my
you.
experience.
Thank you. No is the
But I
answer.
do believe in the
Correctly
math
answered
of
by
that.
you.
I
Thank
believe
you.
it would work
Thank you.
over time.
I don't care.
Oh, you're
I don't
welcome.
care. I
You're
don't care.
welcome. You're welcome, my friend.
You just proved my point. You
Hey,
proved
you're
my
welcome,
point,
buddy.
and so did Cosmic. So thank you.
Hey, but
There you
we
go.
can finally get the fucking conversation a little bit further than where it normally
No,
goes.
it's further. It's been further. You just haven't caught up. You're the one that does the catching up. We're the ones that are already way ahead of you guys, like by light years. You guys are just
Dude, you're
now realizing
down
that.
to Earth. I'm up in the stars.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's obvious to everybody in here. Anyways, try your best, guys, because it's not going to be good enough. I guarantee it.
Well, I get you don't like me, but why are you so belligerent to new people?
No. So this is his thing.
Your shtick isn't going to work, dude. He can take whatever he wants from the conversation, but you saying that doesn't make it true. How about that?
Everyone
It's
I've
incredibly difficult to reason somebody out of a position that they have totally reasoned themselves into.
You have no reason. Listen to this, bro.
Mind.
I'm gonna say it like this. There is no reason for anybody to think that the Earth is a giant sphere based on processing of a pendulum. There's no reason. You didn't give one, neither did Cosmic. So I've debunked both of you guys within a matter of what, like 5 minutes?
No,
So,
there isn't,
yeah.
because it explains the behavior. It explains the behavior of the gyroscopes.
Yeah, so what? Doesn't tell us we live on a giant ball. Huh?
That's what explanatory power literally is.
Yeah, what telling you how something moves? That's it. You're gonna the pendulum moves this way and that way.
So
Good
what's
for you.
beyond the Great Ice Wall?
Yeah, what's beyond the Great Ice Wall? I'm sorry, but once again, you're not in a room full of esoteric believers. You're not in that room, bro. You can't come at us with that. We're impervious to that. You have to come at us with facts, with demonstrations, with evidence of what your claim is. Now, you need to bring forth the claim if you think the Earth is a globe. Then have one of us discuss with you about it. Go ahead and produce your claim that the Earth is a globe, Jeforia, if you're able to.
No, I have a claim that you've reasoned yourself into the world is not a globe so badly that you are unwilling to accept any information that points
It's not about that. It's not about unwilling to accept it, but it's about you actually being able to produce information that we can test and validate.
So you're saying I'm right.
Can you do that?
Information. Hey, dude, telling stories is not information. It's just telling stories.
And we've heard all the stories already. We've already digested them, and we've came to this conclusion. You're just telling us the same thing we've already heard.
Just like a little kitty batting around a ball of yarn, dude. Like it's gonna get boring at some time for you guys.
It's already
like put something on the table that you can put your money where your mouth is, instead of just keep running your mouth about how I'm not accepting whatever you're saying, because that's bullshit. If you produce evidence, if you produce evidence of something that's actually true, if you produce evidence that something's true, then I would agree with it. Let's just put it that way. But since you can't, then I won't. How about that?
I was kind of agreeing with what J.D. Vance was saying about the progression of the equinox.
Yeah.
However, my personal experience in my lifetime is so short that's very hard for an individual to measure without further information.
The problem is, so what? It's not telling us that the Earth is a globe, which is the premise of this whole discussion, is that it's going to lead us to the knowledge that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around. We don't give a shit what people think about it processing.
You're trying to prove that it's flat, aren't you?
No, dude, if you're not following the conversation, this guy is trying to say that the only way that things can process is if we're on a giant sphere.
Barely a
You need to be paying
conversation, my
attention.
friend.
Oh, it should be. You should be listening and then absorbing what someone's saying and then be able to steel man them when they say it. But you're not doing that, which is obvious because you're confused.
Well, they just listen for keywords now. They don't. If they listen to what we're saying, then something might happen to them. So they only listen for keywords, trigger words, and then they try to come back with that.
I've not heard you explain why it's not good enough.
Because it doesn't lead us to the conclusion that the Earth is a giant sphere, for God's sakes.
What other conclusion is there?
That it's not a giant sphere?
Yeah, but what then explains the different ways of precession?
Dude, that's a question for people that are trying to investigate what's the cause for the effect. But if you don't know the cause for the effect, you can't assume that it's what you think it is.
No one would ever take a
As in all the people who
gyroscope
have
and
concluded
prove
that
that
the Earth
there's
is
Earth curve. You sound retarded saying gyroscopes prove the curve of the Earth.
I don't
pretty
care
crazy,
what I
huh?
sound like. You actually need to come up with a sufficient alternative explanation.
No, we don't, because that's not.
I don't, dude. I
'Cause
already
it
told
doesn't-
you what happens. I already told you why they do it.
Yeah, he doesn't need to come up with an alternative because it's not proving that the Earth is a sphere. What are you not getting? There's no determination that it's a sphere based on precession. I just explained that to you. So
Where's
why
the
would he need to debunk
contradiction?
that? The contradiction? There is an affirmative. There isn't an affirmative, sir. You can't say it affirms that the Earth is a sphere. So you can't continue to say, well, he's got to debunk that. He doesn't have to because it doesn't affirm it.
No. So we can say we can say, right, this argument is completely valid. You can say,
it's not.
well, prove it to the highest possible degree of certainty.
No, that's
right?
not what we're asking for. We're not.
Sorry,
we're not asking
can
for
you
that.
show
Sorry,
me?
sorry,
Can you
sorry,
show
sorry,
me?
sorry. We're not asking for that. We're asking for a conclusion, a determination, a way to understand if the Earth is doing something like in motion, or in your case, that it's a sphere. And you can't prove either one. Either one, dude. You can't show me that it's in motion or that it's a giant sphere. Either one. You didn't come up with any conclusive information. Not the highest probability. We're not going for highest probability. We're going for a deterministic factor here.
And being in motion doesn't mean it has to be a ball either. So you can't just say, well, it's in motion, so it's a ball. That's retarded.
A flat Earth in motion wouldn't make sense of the precession rates we see.
Stationary.
Well, not according to the gyro.
But it doesn't matter, dude. You didn't.
Gyros are not detecting Earth motion.
Well, listen, dude. You can't tell me what the Earth is based on something that you see, like a gyroscope. You cannot tell me what the Earth is based on that. That's ridiculous.
No,
and I'm exposing your ridiculousness. No, it doesn't. No, it does. No, it don't.
Yeah, it does. It has explanatory power, and it's a real
Yeah.
observation.
What is it? Yeah. What is it? Yeah. So what? You're not telling me what the Earth is based on it. You're just seeing something happen and saying, "Oh, something's happening." Good for you. Something's happening. Then what?
Yeah, that's the inference. That's how arguments work.
No, it's not. Science doesn't work that way. If you're saying that you're just inferring that the Earth is a globe based on something moving, then the science didn't determine that with a cause and effect relationship. It's just some guy waxing philosophical about what he thinks the Earth could be based on an idea. So what?
Science is always based on the best working theory. It doesn't make
bullshit, dude.
claims.
That's bullshit. Yes, it does.
What
are you talking about?
Okay. What does science make as an absolute claim?
Dry wood burns based on combustion and other factors that cause the fire to happen. Yep, you can determine that. Dry wood burns, sir.
Do you realize, like, anywhere in science, it's always called the best working theory?
Really?
Nothing is treated with 100% certainty. Because what if we found out something about molecular combustion tomorrow that it wasn't like we thought?
Okay, go ahead. I want you to determine that wasn't the case. Debunk that water
No,
doesn't boil at a certain. Hold on. Determine that water doesn't boil at a certain temperature, even though we know that temperature, based on the way that we observe it, has been proven over and over and time and again. It's a method, sir. Science is a method that gives us a way to understand the physical world in such a way that we can actually test it, so we don't have to go based on inferences or assumptions.
There's no such thing as an infallible method.
Who says that we're talking about infallible methods? We're talking about being able to determine the cause of an effect. So we can determine. Hold on, dude. Hold on. We're determining cause and effect relationships here. And what you're not getting is that you're not doing that with what you're talking about. You're not determining the cause for an effect. So that's where you're falling short, where I'm telling you that you need to have, when you just say, no, I don't. And when we're saying, yeah, you do. If you're making the claim that the Earth is a giant sphere spinning around in the vacuum of space, you need to be able to determine that with what you're claiming is able to be determined with. And if it's not able to be determined with it, then you need to abandon that and go somewhere else that you can determine it with.
If a method is fallible, it has to be treated with a degree of uncertainty.
And we're not talking about that, though. We're only talking about people that can determine cause and effect relationships, which you have not. You're avoiding the fact that you can't do it by going through this, little sophist roadmap or whatever.
The cause is the explanation for the effect.
No, it's not. No, it's not. You didn't determine that, sir.
No, because that.
Yeah, you can laugh, but you didn't determine that. Did you determine that that's the cause for the effect?
Okay. What?
Did you determine? No, don't escape me. Did you determine that was a cause for the effect? That the Earth spinning around is a cause for that pendulum to be precessing?
Yeah, because that's the conclusion.
Okay, so it's a conclusion based on an inference. It's not based on a deterministic factor that you actually know that's the case. How do you know that's the case, that the Earth is what's causing that to precess?
Because that's the best explanation.
Best explanation. Here we go again. Here we go again. Best explanation.
I say friction.
My explanation is better than yours.
Did you isolate that cause and determine that it was that, sir? What if it's something else?
I'd say it's the magnets they use to control it.
Yep. It could be anything else. Somebody can come up with an idea of what it could be other than what you just said and debunk your claim. So it wasn't determined that that's the cause for the effect, was it?
Yeah, but you have to substantiate that idea with how that works.
Yeah, but you didn't do it in your case. You're just using an inference. You didn't substantiate it. You just said that's just what it is.
No, it's easy to substantiate.
Yes. No, it isn't. How did you substantiate the fact that the Earth is spinning around, sir?
Not with a magnetic pendulum, that's for sure.
Probably what's happening. That's why.
Yeah. How did you isolate that that's the cause for the effect? I want to hear this.
Because it's consistent with all our other observations.
No. Don't keep telling me it's consistent. I want to know how you determine that that's the case.
Yeah, that's how I've determined personally that that's
how
the
did
case.
You determine? How did you determine?
Consistent with all our other observations.
Well, consistent from what? What other observations? What are you talking about? What other observations?
Yeah, motions in the sky.
Okay, so stop right there. Stop right there. Stop. Day and night cycles are giving you the indication that the Earth is spinning on its axis, giving you the reason to believe that it could be the Earth spinning, and that's what's causing the pendulum to precess. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so the stars are moving around in the sky, the sun and the moon, or whatever you want to look up and say that is going on. How did you determine that the sky isn't moving and the Earth is? How did you do that?
It's not the sky moving around a stationary Earth.
That's what you said. I want to know how you determine that. How did you determine that?
Yeah, because it doesn't line up with any theory that makes sense.
Whoa! It doesn't line up with theory? That's not a deterministic factor, sir. It's just your idea of what doesn't make you feel good.
Theory is by nature deterministic. It's not stochastic.
No. You saying so is not deterministic. It has to be something that's observed. So it's not an observation that you. No, it's not. You didn't determine the fact that the stars are moving around or the sun is based on something that you say is the Earth moving. You didn't determine that. You said it's the best explanation, according to you.
So you're looking at what the alternative hypothesis was
No, we're not talking about alternative. We're not talking about alternatives. We're looking for the affirmative of how you came up with the stars and the sun and moon are moving based on the Earth's rotation. That's what we're looking at. How did you determine that? We're not looking for alternate theories.
Yeah, you can look at the relative motions of lots of bodies, and then
so we're going to something else. So first of all, we're trying to determine how the Earth's spinning. You went to stars, sun, and moon. Now you're going to determine that the stars, sun, and moon are actually the Earth spinning by going somewhere else again. We're going down a rabbit hole, sir. We're never getting to the conclusive evidence that the Earth is determined to be spinning around. You're looking at other things instead of looking at the Earth, which is what you should have been with your observation of the Earth actually determining that it is in motion by observing it doing what you think it's doing. You're not doing that right now. You're going to other things. You went from stars, sun, and moon to something else that you're trying to make a conclusive information about, and you can't even do that. You're not doing that right now. I'm just taking you round and round and showing how you're illogical. It's not even logic. At some point, you're going to run out of steam and you're going to give up. You're going to throw your hands up and say, "Oh, you see, I can't prove it to you." Of course you can, because you can't even prove it to yourself.
You haven't given me a standard of proof.
The standard is you have to observe this in nature somewhere. And if you observe the Earth spinning in nature, then yes, you can make that claim at least from the observational standpoint. And then you can possibly test for it to validate if it's the cause or the effect or not. You haven't done that. So I'm showing the audience how you're just using an inference and your best idea and a subjective opinion. That's all you're doing. You're in no way determining that that's the Earth in motion. In no way. That's all you got to say? Have a seat, sir.
You can look at videos from orbit.
Have a seat, Cosmic.
You can't get to orbit until you tell us how you prove the Earth is a ball and spinning.
Yeah. And you can't do it with precession, obviously, because I just took you through the rigmarole of showing how you can't even do that.
Oh, well.
So now abandon ship, or else, this barrage will not stop, dude. It will continue until I pummel you into oblivion of your incoherent nonsense.
Okay.
You can make your bed if you want, but you're going to have to lie in it, sir. Yeah, playtime is over. 24/7 means serious business, man. They're going to know when we come out of the scene, dude. They're going to step aside.
Except you've entered no serious academic scene whatsoever.
Sure, we will, though. And we'll prove it to the world.
So what do we?
That's what we aim to do.
What do we need to do now?
Couldn't you just do that already if you have all the facts right?
What do you want us to do? I'll get on it.
You guys, there's however many people, literally just submit a paper with all the proof.
To who?
Put it online.
It's
a free. It's
the address. Post the address in here of where I'm sending it.
No, online isn't there's no specific address for on the internet. I'm just saying, if you publish a paper with all your proof.
So you need what kind of proof now? Which one are you looking for?
You're proving that the Earth is flat and stationary, aren't you?
It's measured that way, yeah.
Right. So then
NASA says that. I'm just going to use NASA's documents.
Right. Okay. You don't think NASA will be like, hey, this is why we put this in this paper. Here's the context.
Just
nope. They say it's flat and stationary. That's the only way you're going to build or fly an airplane.
So NASA is going to say, "Oh yes, you
Cosmic, have a seat, dude. You wouldn't know what NASA says. You can't speak for NASA, not even a little, dude. Just sit down. You're an embarrassment. Have a seat, bro.
Were you talking to me or him?
Yeah, but just have a seat, because you're just embarrassing yourself.
You don't even know that what NASA says. You think that I'm wrong, and that's funny shit. You think they don't contradict themselves.
Yeah, and he wants to speak on the behest of NASA. What a joke.
Just have a seat and try to recognize how you're processing in your chair.
Right. Okay.
Can't even get his way out of this argument.
So do you think the guys that keep coming in here and getting beat up by us, do you think that in real life they actually like that too?
Yeah, they're probably misogynistic for sure. Whipping boys for the narrative. That's all these guys are.
You have such ridiculously high opinions of yourself.
Well, it's not just that. We have evidence or receipts. Like this conversation we just had, that's evidence that we can do what we do and we're good at it. We're fucking damn good at it.
Yeah, we're really good at it. We have high opinions of ourselves. Isn't that awesome? And you have a low self-esteem.
No, I just consider like I'm a flawed human like anyone else who just tries to understand the world the best they can.
Nobody's talking about fallibility here. We're talking about confidence in what we're saying. And that's what we're saying is we got that on lock. So nothing to be worried about there.
We got rid of a bunch of flaws, so we're a little bit better than you now.
Bro, you should hear yourself.
Yeah, it's good. We are. We have a stream that we can record our voices and then play it back whenever we want. Although we don't need to because we lived it, but you probably need to listen back to it to see how badly you got destroyed. And be like, damn, man, they kicked my ass.
Go back and listen to Anon from this morning for the past 4 hours. You'll laugh your ass off. That might be the clip of the year.
They kicked my ass. Holy smokes. What am I doing going in there?
It's just the behavior of a narcissist, to be honest.
Yeah, but you can keep yapping. Well, we got what it takes. You don't, bro. So there's that, right?
It's self-declarations. Nothing.
Yeah, I told you we have receipts. The evidence of the conversation we just had is a demonstration of what I'm saying is true. I've crushed you and that other clown that was piping in here, Japhoria clown.
Okay, I say back, I crushed you. Well, look.
Yeah, but you didn't. That's the problem.
But
yours
you
is an empty claim. Mine is a validated one.
Yours is.
You can't do what I do, bro.
Is a valid one.
You can have a dream that you can do what I do, but you fall short every time you open up your Dorito hole.
Bro, I don't think you're as smart as you think you are.
You don't have to. It's evident. I don't care what you think. The evidence is in how I shut you down, you clown. You're damn right.
Do you actually think you guys would survive like 30 seconds in front of like a panel of academics who are like
their mouth would be as gaping wide open? Their mouth would be as gaping wide open as yours.
Yes,
are you serious?
Can. Yes, I sit with them all day long.
You're gonna have nothing left, dude, when you leave this place except for your shame, and maybe a pillow you can cry into.
Yep, total shame. Gonna have to cry into my pillow.
Lay down, face down into your pillow. You know what I mean?
Yeah, just gonna be crying all night over this.
You're doing it now. Everybody's listening to you do it now.
This and other things.
But you guys are mean, and you think you're gonna be accepted. No one's gonna accept you. Like, shut up, dude. Let us do what we do while you listen there, eat popcorn and cry in your pillows.
But you've had over 100 years and you've done nothing. Literally, well over 100 years and nothing.
Yeah, dude, keep cheerleading for the narrative. You like that hunchback guy that comes out on 300 that sides with the Persians. That's like you right now.
I can't understand Matthew Never Learns. It's like, what's going on with that guy? It doesn't make sense. He must be lying, because how can he be around all the facts and listen to all these facts over and over and over so many times and still like just completely just dismiss everything? It's like there must be something going on there. I can't figure out how someone could actually. I mean, there's no ways someone could actually continue being a glober and be exposed to so much truth and so much, I mean, reality. I mean, just look at the fact. I mean, there's so many different points that have been pointed out so many times to him, and he just dismisses everything. It's like Matthew Never Learns. I mean, they should really change his name to Matthew Never Learns.
Yeah. I mean, so hold on. We'll get to you a second, Jack. I'll unmute you. So a while back, Matthew, I showed him like the gnome experiment, the idea that weight changes by latitude, and that thing's way less on the equator. So I showed him the result of that experiment, and I said, now that you've seen the experiment, Matt, because he was like, weight changes by latitude, blah, blah, blah. That's what the globe model predicts. I said, yeah, well, that's not what it's measured. And I showed him the gnome, right? So they went all over the place with this good old gnome with a scientific scale and didn't match what the globe predicts. And I showed him I asked him point blank, I said, now listen, Matt, now that you've seen the data, are you going to believe the data or are you going to continue to believe the model? He said, I'm going to believe the model. So I don't know what to do after that, right? Like, because he had no reason. He didn't question the data because it was done by professional scientists at CERN and once we look at more labs and Indian National Labs and like professional scientists did all these measurements. So he couldn't disparage them. He had to just like go into La La Land.
And then normally he leaves when you do something like that. He says, "I got to go."
Yeah.
Conveniently, yeah, he'll just like leave. When you say too much, it's just, "Oh, bye, I got to go."
Yeah, it's just really weird that he openly rejected the data for like his concept, man, which is very.
Every time.
That even caught me off guard. I didn't expect him to be like that.
I've noticed he lately there, when you get into something with him, and he'll preface like right before he leaves, "Oh, this is around the time that you guys are going to start banning me, so I'm just going to leave now. Bye."
So I'm gonna unmute Jack here. He's a newbie. He's got no role, so let's see what's up with him.
Welcome.
Coconuts have water in them. Goodbye.
What? Okay, next.
I couldn't hear what they were saying. What did they say?
I do not know.
They said, "This is the time you're about to ban me. Goodbye."
Yeah, I was too. So we got another one. We got Ultron. We got Ultron dude here. He has no role, so I'm gonna server unmute you. What's up, Ultron? Ultra something. Ultra nitration.
Ultra nitration.
And Shine. Shine's a new person.
Welcome.
So you guys got any questions or comments? Or whatever? It's Water Hill Wednesday. That means, are there hills of water between you and China?
Okay, that's funny.
Actually, Matthew Learns is the one who came up with that, kind of. That's really weird that we're talking about that, too.
I don't forget Matthew's comment about trees on the ocean. That was oh man, that was funny. He's talking about having trees on the ocean. I don't know how,
and he's a professor, man. These are like when they appeal, they're like authorities. He's one of the people they appeal to. That's why like me and AB like taking down anybody that comes in with credentials, because we want to show that like the people without credentials appeal to, they go, oh, the authorities know, the scientists, the cosmologists, they know that the Earth's a globe. I'm going to appeal to them. So when we get one of those guys, we want to show that they don't know anything. You know what I mean?
Right. And the thing is, the other day he was saying, we are just presuming that it's it's a globe, and we're just teaching the children that because it just makes the most sense. But we don't know 100% sure. We're just guessing, but we presume it's right, and we're just showing them how to think, and that the probability that it's a good probability that it's a globe. Basically, he literally said that on the I don't know if you were there when you said that. He said basically we think it's a globe, so we're teaching them the most probable thing.
Yeah, and like then you start asking them, how do you know that's the most probable thing? And then they come up, so they have no idea why they are even saying that.
Just his religion. It's his guess, his belief system. He always says, he goes back on that often. He says, no, it's just my belief. I can't. There's no evidence for the curve, but it's just my belief. That's crazy. He just believes it's round, so it's round.
Yeah, like it's just like a preference, man. Like my
It's funny, man.
favorite food's chocolate. That's all these guys are.
I like red T-shirts, and you like blue T-shirts, and we, let's discuss what we like. Our favorite, what we like. We're not going to tell you what it is. Anything is. We like.
I love this one from Vsauce. Oh man, it's not playing. What's up with this bot, man? Pay good money for this thing.
I was having issues with it earlier in the other server, and
it won't play like short ones. That's the problem. Like, won't play anything under a minute or something. I'm thinking.
Bots these days. I think Discord doesn't.
That's what it was.
Like
It was like a 15-second clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the problem I'm finding. It won't play any clips longer than like 60 seconds or something. Soltron, you have no questions? What's up, Sheepdog? Oh, we got TM in the fucking house. What's up?
What's up, TM?
Now we know we're fucking cooking.
Water thing makes sense to me.
What's Shine?
Rolls, man.
What makes sense to you?
I said I don't have any questions about the whole flat water thing because it makes plenty of sense to me. Why would it stack up like a pile of dirt if you go across a certain distance? And they like to say, well, yeah, over a long, long distance. But I mean, how long is distances in the ocean between islands or anything? There should definitely be, curvature, at least in the globe model. And if there is curvature, then you should have the water like stacking up on top of the water. But I just feel like that makes no sense. They'll
It'd be a
try
hell of water
in, but it just doesn't. It wouldn't.
Like the thing that most people can't comprehend is how large that hill of water is supposed to be. In 30 miles, it's 400 feet.
Wow.
So it's a 40-story building. You got to think of that. If you're fucking 30 miles away, anything shorter than 40-story building should not be visible. And we know that that's not what's actually the case. We could see shit 20 feet high at 40 miles away under right conditions.
That's a good argument. Really good argument. I'm going to write that down.
It's something that I feel like I've always known, internally, so that even when I was a kid and looked at pictures of the supposed, Earth from space that they didn't really take and stuff, I knew there was something weird there. And it wasn't until a long time later when I was reading Flat Earth stuff that they said, the water can't hold that shape. And I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense, because how would it be, stacking up between the two edges of the cup that forms around it?
Well, I mean, the pictures from space thing, the problem with that is you can't even evaluate them. If I show you a picture where someone says, yeah, this is the Earth from space, how can you evaluate it to whether that actually is the case? That actually is a picture of Earth from space.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't.
Well, how could you? But no, just in principle. Just in principle. This is a hypothetical, right? In principle, how could anyone evaluate that, right? If someone took a picture and they said, "Hey, this is a picture of a horse from the top of that I took from the top of my house," I've seen a horse. I can easily look at it and go, I don't think that's a horse. That's a fucking cow, or you know what I mean? Like, or that's not a horse. That's a fucking beaver. I can evaluate it because I've seen a horse, but I've never seen the Earth from that point of view. So the picture that they claim, I can't even evaluate it at all because I have no idea what the Earth looks like from 10,000 miles away. Right? So I have to just trust them in their claim that this is, hey, a photograph. I took this photograph from outer space. All you can do is trust them. That's the fundamental problem with images claiming to be from space, is that you can't even test them or evaluate them in any way. all you can do is go, yes, I believe it. No, I don't believe it. Right? Because you can't go there. And then there's so many images, supposedly images of Earth, and they all look different angles, different, according to them. Oh, it's different focal lengths, different angles, different lighting conditions, different color values, different this. This is a composite. This is not a composite. Well, I mean, they don't even look consistent across each other. So, like, how the hell do you even evaluate any image as real? So, something AB does, which is quite interesting, is when someone says, pictures from space, he asks somebody, like, show us the one that you think is the best one, the one that proves the Earth is a globe the most. And you know what happens most of the time? Most of the time they post an image that they didn't check, and it's actually admitted to be a CGI image of Earth, which proves that they can't even tell the difference between a CGI one that they admitted CGI and one they claim is real. You can't even tell.
The lack of curiosity.
Yeah, like
for what?
just it's almost like if you're dealing, it almost feels like you're in, yeah, you're talking to somebody who who believes in who is part of a religion, like it's in because I don't, like yeah, how to explain it. I'm just like I'm very much interested, like I in how they think, like how, I don't know how to explain it. Because you're curious, right? I mean, like you're curious, you're interested, like knowing.
I mean, like having an open mind.
Yeah.
Being open to the idea that maybe we're true.
Yeah, you know what I noticed? Yeah, at the end at the end, like for example, at the end of the day, like it couldn't, like, at the end of the day, like the last belief they typically have, it's like it just couldn't be. It's just impossible for the light to be so big. That's pretty much like that's the final frontier for them, I think. What I noticed.
Well, it's not really that. There's a subconscious thing to it where they don't think they're stupid enough to fall for something. So there's an ego involved.
Can you repeat that again? Sorry, I wasn't paying attention.
There's a subconscious ego involved where they don't think that they were stupid enough to fall for that. Like it can't be that obvious. And so now they're like, well, I've known this in my entire life, and now I have to go against that, and I don't know how to explain it. They just don't think they were that stupid to be fooled.
Yeah, what about, like, for example, you personally, like, are you 100% like sure, because are you 100% sure that, for example, you're definitely standing on one side, right? So, like, are you still open to the fact that, like, the Earth might not be flat? Like, are you still, or definitely
I know we
not?
already changed. We did already change once. You shouldn't be questioning whether we'll flip flop, bro. We already changed. We're globe earthers, and we changed our mind based upon the evidence. Why wouldn't we change back if we got positive evidence the other way?
No, I'm not saying about like changing back, but just kind of like just wondering, like, because it's
Look,
like
I just accept the evidence. Whatever the evidence is, that's what it is. I don't care about any of the other stuff. Just whatever the evidence says, that's what it is. I mean, like, what am I going to do? Go, oh, the evidence says it's a globe. I'll just fucking pretend it doesn't. Like, I don't do that.
Yeah, like in my case, I don't buy I have a very difficult time buying the idea. I bought it before, and Yeah, now
Which idea?
I'm not a
Flat Earth?
subscriber. No, the globe.
Yeah. Well, you have to believe a lot of very freaking strange things, man. When you actually think about it. I mean, they don't. The way the globe is kind of like a used car. You go to the car dealership, they're trying to sell you a used car, and they're like, man, the engine runs great. We just freaking had it painted. It has great freaking tires. Man, this is a freaking steal at any price. They don't tell you that the clutch is going. It has a leaky valve cover gasket. There's a hole in the muffler. Like, they don't tell you all that bad stuff. And the Globe is the same way. They only tell you the stuff that works. They don't tell you the stuff that don't work. And the stuff or the crazy shit you have to believe. Like the entire world is in some sort of optical illusion, man. Because you have to believe that even though the Earth looks flat everywhere you go, that's just an optical illusion. That it actually isn't flat. That everything you're seeing is not real, basically. Or that you can't perceive reality as it really is. That somehow you're deficient or defective to perceive reality. Because that's what they say. You're like ants on a beach ball. And the reason they use ants is because we have no concern for ants. Ants are just like insignificant bugs to be stepped on. And when they compare you to an ant, you're an insignificant bug to be stepped on. You're too insignificant to perceive reality as it really is. You're just a speck of dust. It is fucked up, dude. The whole thing is a mind fuck.
Yeah, but they're speaking for themselves, huh? Like,
it's like, yeah, I mean,
I don't want to. Yeah.
But it's almost like this weird cult that everybody like got absorbed into.
Mm-hmm.
The same way people get like sucked into telling their kids Santa's real. You know what I mean? Because I've heard a lot of people, right? They're like, I'm never gonna tell my kids Santa's real. But then when they have kids and Christmas comes, they're doing it, right? Because they don't want to be like the odd man out. Or I told my you'd rather your kids like live that freaking delusional freaking lie at least for 5 years than, just because it's, I don't know, idyllic, fantastic, whatever. So everybody ends up doing it, even though they say they're not gonna. That they're gonna tell they're gonna be the one parent that tells their kids the truth. It turns out they're not.
Most of the time,
might be like a lack of originality.
Parents, for ruining.
They say that. They say that.
Like belief in Santa. Sorry, Lionel. Sorry, just
no, it's fine. Yeah.
I didn't hear what you said. Say it again.
I was just saying that most of the time with the telling the kids about Santa, like it's the part of taking flack from other parents that find out when your child has told their child Santa ain't real because my daddy told me it's not real.
Oh yeah, true that.
So that's why you put your kids in kickboxing and jiu-jitsu.
With Santa? Is everybody dressed up like elves? Did you freaking just fuck each other up as elves?
Anyway, didn't mean to, take the convo off topic there. Lionel, you were going to say something?
I just want.
You cut out, Lionel. Your audio just.
I dropped my phone.
Oh,
dude, I feel so fortunate. My sometimes most of the time I look at my family and I see it probably as most people, like my family seems to be broken, But I'm so fortunate of my parents, both my dad, even though they're separated, right? But both my dad and my mom, bro, like they made me question things from a very early age. Like they made me question everything.
That's good. They gave you a way to defend yourself. That's what you really have to understand. If your parents teach you how to figure out what the truth is, they're really what they're giving you is a mental defense.
Mm-hmm.
Sheepdog talked about jujitsu, babe, but you need jujitsu for your mind, man, because people will try to frickin', basically psychologically jump you. Which is what peer pressure is, right? It's the equivalent of just being jumped by a bunch of people and circle kicked. So at least you can protect yourself now that you know, at least your parents said, "Hey, man, just don't believe everything you're told like a sucker."
Okay, probably like a question, probably something you guys talked about like a million times. But what is like the general explanation for the 24-hour sun? Like, is there like a standard or like a general idea? Or because for me, for example, I accept that knowledge is limited. You know, like you don't. But is there like is there a general idea, general like perspective about the 24 hours? Because dude, I lived in South. I lived in the considered like the last city in South America. It's in Tierra del Fuego. It's in Ushuaia. Dude, and I experienced. I lived 4 years there, and I experienced. I didn't experience like a 24-hour sun, right? But like for example, in summer you have only a few hours of nighttime. You know, so when I watch the video, you know, supposedly that it's real, but you know, I can understand why that is real. You know, because like I lived, like I said, I lived in Ushuaia and I experienced, you know, in summer days are like, you know, um, you only experience like a few hours of nighttime. So I imagine that
I mean, that
going
happens
south,
in the Arctic too.
yeah,
Let me ask you. Let me ask this.
yeah.
Okay. In order for the Earth to be a ball, water has to curve around the surface, right?
Mm-hmm.
So if water has to curve around the surface, but you can't measure any curvature anywhere, the surface of water is flat everywhere, then it can't be a ball, right? That means the Earth is flat, right?
Yeah, I mean,
So if the surface of the Earth is flat, then
mm-hmm.
whatever's happening in the sky can only happen over a flat Earth.
Okay, but like, what are your thoughts? Like, for example, just like, do you? I mean, you don't have to believe.
There was a 24-hour
I'll
sun
tell you.
on a flat Earth.
Yeah, this is so. I hate going into this shit because
Because even if you explain it to me, I would have a difficult time understanding it.
So,
okay, but don't get too technical.
Okay, you have to start. So I know you have to start at like, how is the 24-hour sun even a globe prediction in the first place? Let me tell you, it's not.
For sure.
It's not
a globe prediction. It's not a globe prediction.
a globe prediction. No, it's not.
Okay.
Okay. So the way they predict solar time, the sun, sunrise, sunset, how high when the sun's above the horizon, all these things, they don't actually use any globe in the mathematics themselves. They only use the celestial sphere. They use the celestial sphere, celestial equator, and the ecliptic, which is the path of the sun through the sky. And that's all that's used. It has nothing to do with you or what you're on at all. So the methodology, the point is, if you look at the mathematics, the formulas, there's no globe in any of those formulas at all. You don't even need a ground at all, because you know why? Because it's an observer-centric model, meaning you're at the center of the coordinates. Your eyeballs, not the fucking globe, your eyes. And that's where all the mathematics is done, from using you at the center coordinates. Now, that means there is no globe model to predict the sun. It doesn't exist. There's no flat Earth model either. There's also no pineapple Earth model, but there also is. So there is a globe Earth model, and there's a flat Earth model, and there's a pineapple Earth model, because the model works no matter what surface you're on. Because you only look at the sky. You do not look at the Earth to determine when the sun thing happens. Right? No, I want to know what sunset is. I want to know what time. How do I figure it out? I go, hey, how many degrees is the celestial equator above the horizon? Oh, there it is. Okay. What longitude am I at? How would I know the longitude? well, I would need a clock because I need to know when the sun rises and when it's noon in Greenwich, and then I can use my frickin' clock to figure out when I'm going to see the sun. You don't need any references to the Earth itself to figure out how long the sun is going to be visible, right? You don't need the Earth at all to figure out any of that shit. So there is no globe Earth model. There is no flat Earth model.
Yeah, the globers just have an explanation, and we've already debunked the basis for that explanation, so that cannot be valid.
Yeah, to even make a globe Earth model of that, think of how complex that would be. You need to plot the fucking orbit, compute the eccentricity, the fucking, what is the other one? The obliquity, how you're fucking facing the sun, and then project it onto a plane, and then to see what it would freaking look like. And you have to do this, and you figure out where the Earth is in the orbit at that time, how far away it is from. You'd have to do all these computations. Okay, we don't do any of these. Okay, because you would have to take the computations and then flip them into orthographic, basically like a 3D environment, like a video game, to figure out what it would look like. And I guarantee you, it would be off. So we don't use that. We just use the celestial sphere model, which is what we use for the sky, the sun, all that stuff. So it's a it's a myth that all that's based upon a globe. It's really not. The explanation is based on a globe, but the actual model itself, the mathematics, is not based on a globe. You understand all that, Lionel?
I can follow it. Yeah, no.
Yeah. So I'll show you. I'll show you something. You have actually. Hold on.
But like, I appreciate it, but like,
I can show you with a graphic. You'll understand as soon as you see this. Okay, so it's going to be in the live stream voice text. I'm gonna.
It's also anybody can provide an explanation. Like we could make up 1,000 explanations. It wouldn't be something you could verify.
If you look in the live stream voice text, you see that image, the diagram.
I see.
I pinged you in it, so you should see like a ping thing.
I don't even know where on the text.
It's the channel. It's the voice text channel right above this voice channel. It says live stream voice text. I pinged you in it.
Apologize.
I'll do it again.
Voice?
Does that help?
No.
Did you collapse the channel or something?
He's probably looking at the bubble where the instructions are or whatever.
I'm on my phone, and it's like I always struggle.
You have to collapse. You have to collapse the chat you're in, and then you have to go to live stream voice text.
Yeah,
there's a text channel above the voice channel.
Or just go to your notifications and then click on.
Oh yeah.
The last person that tagged you.
Here, I DM'd it to you. So just check your DMs, dude.
I appreciate it.
Okay.
I got it. Thank you. I can see it now.
Yeah, so this diagram shows how it's actually done, right? So you would look in the sky, and then you would see like a celestial equator. You would just get where the celestial equator is, and you'd measure down from that where the sun would be in the sky at what time. That's how it's done. You don't even need the ground is irrelevant. It doesn't. You don't need anything. You don't need the ground. And the thing is, this is the crux of the problem is this. What are latitude and longitude in the first place? Are they points on the ground? Or are they points in the sky? They're points in the sky. So when you say something like, I'm at 45 latitude, negative 180 degree longitude, all you're saying is 12 hours after the sun, it's noon in Greenwich, it's going to be noon here. And when I look in the sky, I see the celestial equator at 45 degrees. That's how you're getting your ground coordinate. But there's no way you could find that coordinate if you couldn't see the sky. So if you can't see the sun and you can't see the stars, you have no idea where you are. Right? So when they said, hey, we're on Union Glacier, this is Union Glacier's latitude and longitude. Yeah, how did you know that was the latitude and longitude? Well, we looked at the sky. And when we saw the sun was so high above the horizon, we called that place frickin', 77 frickin' south. You understand? It's a self-referential thing. Like saying you're at 77 longitude and then saying, hey, why does Polaris match your latitude? It's because that's how latitudes are defined. They're defined by the elevation of Polaris. Saying, yeah, why do I see Polaris at 45 degrees when I'm at 45 degrees north? Because you defined 45 degrees north as when you see Polaris at 45 degrees. Do you understand? Like the ground coordinate is defined by the sky. We're not finding the ground and then confirming it with the sky. We're seeing the sky and then saying this is a spot on the ground. But the thing is, the problem with this is great for like we want to travel around. We got a nice star map where we can just sail under the shit, right? And then we can know where we are. But that doesn't mean that the relationships between these places on the ground is the same orientation and relationships as the stars in the sky. That is a leap of logic. That's why what Sheepdog said to you, we could see the sun do whatever. If the Earth measures flat, it has to be doing it over a flat Earth. Because everything about the sky and its relationship to the Earth is hypothetical.
It's very limited because like typically we match and like the sun go in circles around the flat Earth, right?
Yeah,
and
I mean, we don't know if they're circles or not.
Yeah.
We don't. Because the thing is, saying they do circles around the flat Earth is just you're basically falling into the same trap they're falling into. Saying that the sky's relationship to the ground is some circular weight. No one's ever measured a circular path of the sun above the Earth. No one's ever measured whether the center, the North Celestial Pole, right, Polaris, that's the center of anything. How do you know the stars ain't asymmetric? So how do you know a lot of because there's a problem if we take a compass is north and south don't align up with the celestial sphere at all. Did you know that? Magnetic declination. Have you heard of this thing?
Magnetic.
Yeah, you should know. You were in Peru, right? So I think there's 11 degrees of magnetic declination in Ushuaia. That means if I take a compass and I look at it and it says north, and I point north with the compass, I am 11 degrees off of true north. I am actually not pointing toward true north. That the compass doesn't match. And when I say true north, I mean north as would be designated by the celestial sphere, North Pole, South Pole, the center of rotation of the stars don't line up with the compass, is what I'm saying. That north-south directions don't line up with the compass. Okay, now which is right? Maybe the compass is right and the stars, like the way we're thinking about the stars, is wrong. And maybe the stars are right and the compass is wrong. Right? You can, you're just picking an arbitrary coordinate system. But the thing is, you're not actually measuring the ground itself. This is where we keep coming back to the thing. The spatial references we're using are not of the ground, or they're of something else. They're of the magnetic field. They're of the stars and the sun. But what about the ground that we're talking about? Where are those spatial references? Where we use just the ground to figure out what the ground is? See, we're always appealing to something else. That's not the ground. That's what we're always going to. Oh, look at the stars. Look at the planets. Look at the moon. Look at black holes. Oh, look at the magnetic field. Look at the wind. Look at fucking the water going up and down. Look at all these phenomenon. We're never going, hey, let's just go out into the world and fucking measure the Earth. But they have done this, and the results are pretty whacked out, right? So
the only one I maps are fucked up. There's so much confusion with the map. Why can't the maps be simple, right? I mean, they should have been measured and everything. Why? Yeah.
Because it's not that simple to measure. These things are actually
Yeah,
hard.
why can't we have a map? Why can't we just have like one? Why is it so difficult? Like, for example, when I ask, like, like the Globers, like, what's your map? Like, what's the real map? Like, we should have a fucking photographical map, like a real map, no?
They don't believe in any map.
It's too hard.
And
There's
what
no
they
map.
say, they wouldn't use a map. Like, this is the funny thing is they're like, well, all the maps are wrong, but the globe, like if you had a physical globe, that
Okay,
would
the
be
globe
right.
one is.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
a globe on your table on your desk, that would be right. That's what they would say.
That would be right. I mean, they have
They
to
would
say
never.
that, right?
Wait, hold on. Here's the funny thing is that they would never actually use that because they wouldn't be able to actually get anywhere with that, right? Imagine like you're going on a road trip or you're sailing across the ocean and you're like, oh man, we're gonna get lost, and you're like, no, we're not gonna get lost, baby. I got this globe I bought from Walmart. And fucking bring it onto the boat. Fucking, you got a globe. Where do you think you're gonna go? You're gonna go right to the bottom of the fucking ocean, right up about 20 miles from the shore.
It wouldn't work. It would work, no, for them. Like, I mean, if you know how to use it, I guess, no.
How could you use a globe to sail across the ocean?
I mean, they claim it's the real, like they have a real map, and it has to
Yeah,
be
but how
shaped
could
as
you
a globe.
use it? That is what I'm asking. How could you actually use it to sail the ocean?
I don't know. I guess you could, if it was like the real deal.
How?
No?
How?
I mean, it should work perfectly well. I mean, if it's a representation of reality, you should have no problem using it.
Well, I
If
mean,
it's
the
the
thing
real
about the
thing.
ocean is that there's no landmarks, right? Right. So you got the oceans
I
on
was
your
about to say
physical globe.
watermarks.
What'd you say?
I was going to say there's no watermarks.
There's no watermarks. What are you gonna do? Say take a left at a frickin' 50-foot wave?
I don't know. You have the compass.
Yeah, take a left
Well,
at
that's it.
the next water hill.
But bro, don't remember just saying that the compass doesn't match the map, the globe?
Yeah, it does, no?
No, does not.
I mean, it does. I mean, no, like
No,
It doesn't actually.
That's what we're trying to tell you. It doesn't. The compass doesn't match. So the globe is created by that celestial sphere coordinate system I was talking about.
I mean, you
but
can
the
go around the equator, no?
Hold on, dude. Hold on. But the compass doesn't match that celestial sphere coordinate system. As far as east, west, north, south, they don't match.
Yeah.
They're not even close to matching. They're freaking way off each other. Let's see.
Doesn't the compass up north point to like some place in Norway or something like that?
Oh, dude, the magnetic North Pole is supposed to be like in the North Atlantic or in the Arctic Ocean or something. In the South magnetic pole is supposed to be in the Southern Ocean. They're not even on land.
Well, one thing we can agree on is that maps like don't match each other at all. Like the globe versus the flat, projection map of the continents and stuff. Everyone's always saying, "Oh,
The flat projection maps are off a globe. They actually do match the globe maps.
but not in a different way, which is just like public opinion. Like most.
Do you guys
people
not
probably
comprehend this, dude? They're not projecting the land; they're projecting the stars. The entire coordinate system is the stars. So when they go from one map to another, they're doing a transformation of the star coordinates onto, and then they're changing the quote unquote land that's underneath it accordingly. But it's not a projection of the dirt; it's a projection of the stars in that coordinate system, latitude and longitude.
Like it's based
hard
off
for people to
of what
accept
you
this
see.
that maps are not of the earth; they're of the stars, dude. It's like really hard for people to just function with that.
Like from your perspective, from your vision, you see a bubble around you. Like I start with the circle of vision. That's your horizon. And then, so 360 degrees, that's the limitation of your vision. Then when you look upward over your head, now you're creating a hemisphere. And then if the Earth wasn't underneath you, you would literally see a sphere in a sphere around you. But going back to the hemisphere, it's not even it's your hemisphere. It's not the Earth hemisphere. It gets so much weirder than that. But the whole like Indio said, they take the celestial sphere and they like press. I don't know how to say it. Basically, they're pressing the Earth up against the inside of the celestial sphere, and all it is a celestial
exactly.
sphere. You have to read the
there's
book
no reason to
Longitude in
assume
order to
that.
understand it.
That's fair enough, but you can't assume that if you remove the ground that you'd see stars 360 degrees around your position, as if you
No,
look inside
I'm
the
not
sphere.
saying that. I'm not saying that.
Okay, because it sure sounded like you were, so just clearing that up.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying it would be a 360 degree bubble all the way around you. But that's all hypothetical anyway.
So they do it based on the stars?
Yeah, and they used to be more
is.
explicit about it in old books. And Yoder told me this, is that like they would say that you're under the equator, or that you're under the Tropic of Capricorn, or that you're under the Tropic of Cancer. They wouldn't say that you're on it.
Yeah.
Like during like the 1800s, you would never be on these things. You'd be under them.
Based on the stars, because for the longest time that was the way people navigated, by the stars.
Yeah. It's the way we still do it. The entire coordinate system is based upon it. Just because you're not looking up, we're using a coordinate system developed from stars. And that, like, if you couldn't see the stars, you wouldn't have a coordinate system. At least you wouldn't have that one.
And that's why they made paper versions where you could actually have a coordinate system in your cabin. You didn't need to go out and look at the stars.
So I'll give you another example. GPS uses something called Earth-centered, Earth-fixed. It doesn't use latitude and longitude. It does a conversion into that. You can use any coordinate system you want to use. It's freaking dealer's choice, but they just fixed on that one. A, because it's it's easy to navigate using this system, easier. But even it's so easy that before the globe was even invented, Polynesians and people that lived in Micronesia were navigating using the stars hundreds of kilometers without any globe math, right? It's because the stars move so consistently that you can predict where they're going to be. Like if you know how fast you're going, and you know how fast the stars are changing relative to your speed, you can go, hey man, at the rate we're going, we'll be there in 2 weeks. In 2 weeks, this star is going to be over that island. So all we got to do is time our travel. So every night when we watch the star, we go, shit, we got to go a little bit faster. We got to go a little bit slower. Okay, and eventually, and as long as you get there when that star is overhead, or some other stars around there, they wouldn't use a single set of stars. They would use a bunch of sets. And they knew what the sky had to look like in a particular location at a particular time. Okay, hey, 2 weeks from now, if we're if the sky looks like this, we're in the right place. If the sky don't look like this, we're fucking lost.
God forbid their clock break.
I mean, the sky was their clock, so they didn't really need. I mean, the Polynesians at least.
My bad, I didn't hear that part.
Yeah, I said the Micronesia, like the people from Samoa, Hawaii, they traveled all over the frickin' oceans. You got to remember, they even say like, it's in New Zealand and Australia, right? Those people came from Madagascar. How'd they get from the Indian Ocean on frickin' canoes? And then those people supposedly came from South America. Was Rhino still here?
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm listening.
So what do you think? What do you think of the Bolivian salt flats?
The what? Oh, the what? Are you talking
Yeah,
about
the
the
mirror,
lakes?
the giant mirror at
I have
Bolivian.
no idea. I've never been there, dude. I've never been there.
We want to hire you. How far is it away
For
from
what?
where you are? So I brought up the Bolivian salt flats because I recently with the help of AI, thought of a test that can be done at the Bolivian salt flats. Because if the Earth is curved, right, and it's a mirrored surface, then if you're 200 feet above the surface and you watch the sunset, you should still be able to see the sun, but the reflection of the sun should disappear. You shouldn't be able to see it because the curved surface is not a flat surface. Basically, the reason is because you have a line of sight to the sun, but the point on the Earth that has to reflect the sun to your eye, the sun doesn't have a line of sight to there. That's behind the curve from the position of the sun. So you could just go do this test as long as you have a 30-something mile stretch where you in a nice crisp water horizon. You can do this test where you see the sunset, but you don't see the reflection of the sun, even though the surface is completely mirrored. So this,
I don't trust the sun, man. I don't trust the sun.
Oh, now you don't trust the sun? What about 24-hour sun, man? What happened to that?
I don't know, man. I don't know what
Now
to
the
think
sun
about
goes
the sun.
overboard. That's what always happens.
I don't know what to
Well,
think about the sun.
they also surveyed the salt flats and surveyed them flat. And so what you could do is when the salt flats flood, there's water now on the flat level ground, which you can measure too. And so if the Earth was a ball and the water was conforming to a sphere, then you should be able to measure that hill of water over the entirety of the salt flats.
Does water freezes like in a curved way?
No, we've done that too. We've done that test too. Yeah, we've done. There's lots of frozen lake flat Earth tests, lasers, lights, flashlights, all sorts of shit. So we don't have to use the sun. We can use a light, right? So this is what you have to understand. If it was a flat surface, a flat mirror, when the thing goes down towards the horizon, they should both be the same size. But if it's a globe and a curved surface, as the light gets closer to the horizon, the reflection of that thing should get smaller and eventually disappear while you can still see the light. Understand? So you have what it would look like is the reflection of the sun going up, the actual sun coming down, and as the sun approaches the horizon, the reflection of the sun that's in the water disappears before it reaches the horizon, and you'll still be able to see the sun directly. This would definitively prove the Earth is a ball, or at least the salt flats are curved. It would prove that. But these pictures already exist. There's already pictures from the Bolivian salt flats with the sun right on the horizon, and the sun and the reflection of the sun are the same size, which they shouldn't be if it was a curved mirror.
Yeah, we all have the same observations, and you can see that all the way back into history. We all have the same observations throughout history because we all live in the same world. It's just the interpretations and the zealotry concerning their interpretations being right and everything else being false because they have such a strong belief in their interpretation. Yeah, the more you separate out what you believe and what you actually know, and the more of a foundation you build in actual knowledge, the more accurate your predictions and how you see the world is, because it's more reflective of how the world actually is instead of how you believe the world to be because of somebody hurt me, so I'm going to believe all black people are bad. That's just not true, but it's a fallacious faulty generalization. But then you're right that the guy might have hurt you, but that is an incident between you and him. That person was bad. And so there's a distinction in how reality actually is and how people perceive it because of feelings.
And part of my take on this is because we know from our evidence and stuff that this model has to be correct and stuff, it just means that so many of our institutions are putting their resources into the wrong things. Studying space, exploring space, but even schools and stuff. teaching about space, teaching the tenets of the solar system model and the globe model and stuff. Should we really be doing that if it turns out that it's completely wrong? That would mean most of our institutions designed to like empower us are in fact like lying to us or making us weaker, rather, or whether intentional or not intentional, they are drawing people further away from understanding reality instead of closer.
Well, think about it this way: if you were a very powerful person who had a lot of wealth and control in the world, would it benefit you more to have people ignorant and believing things that are inconsequential to them in the long run, and that distract them from what's actually happening to them, that would profit you?
Well,
Depends what kind of person you are.
Exactly. So when you consider the fact that people who are seeking positions of power, influence, where they can have control over you, are generally people of a persuasion that is not positive. It's the
Yeah, I know where you're.
It's the narcissist. It's the sadists. It's the psychopaths. It's the sociopaths. They gravitate towards these positions because it gives them what they want, and it's hard to believe these kinds of people just automatically. But that's what most of the world does because they're in positions of power.
I mean, like, yeah. So, is it meant to be like that? Is it supposed to be like that? Is this like a jungle? Is it supposed to be challenging? Like, maybe this is how nature is supposed to be. Like,
I think it's just
evil.
I think if you look at history and just the history of rational language use, for instance, just in America, for instance, you can see rational language was so common that it was about a 90% range. And then all of a sudden, it just started dropping until it with and it coincides with them removing the trivium and quadrivium and the focus on logic, giving you a foundation and something to argue so that you can understand what you're dealing with, and kind of shoved that to the side, and then rewrote a lot of the textbooks and a lot of the arguments that you get in the textbooks are filled with fallacious argumentation, and so you learn to use fallacious argumentation to try to justify things or argue things, and that just breaks the people. And it creates perfect factory workers who don't know anything and can't actually like complain about the issues because they don't know enough. But it ruins society as a whole, and it limits how much our scientists can actually discover. And so it makes it so that you can control how much progress is being made, and so you can push it out. Like, so you can be the guy presenting, "Hey, here I have something better," and not being it's something uncontrolled that you can't control. Because if you give everybody logic, if you give everybody the scientific method, and everybody starts trying to discover something, they're likely to discover something that you can't control. We are not like fully blocked, but shadow banned, so that we think we can speak to the general public, whereas the general public generally doesn't have access to our streams. They don't see them. They don't pop in their algorithms because they don't want us to be seen, but they don't want us to like think we're too suppressed, so we don't go too far out and become too outspoken.
I was like having this conversation the other day. I was at the debate flat Earth, Discord server, and they were mentioning that there was like a flat Earth event happening. They asked me if I was like aware of. I'm like, no idea what's going on. And I asked them like, what are you guys interested about, like flat Earth debate? And this, which is like good for creating content because they make fun of like flat earthers. I'm like, okay, that's fair enough. And they're like, why wouldn't you be, Leo, interested in like joining one of these activities? I'm like, dude, not me. It's like, why not? And I'm like, I don't know. It's just like getting together with other people. I just I don't know. But I thought, I'm like, what would be cool? Like, I would join the flat Earth, like a flat Earth community or whatever. Like, if it would be, at least they would be more attractive. Like if they would do what's the name? Not a strike, but a protest. A protest in front of the NASA department or in front of like whatever, going like a little bit more hardcore. Like that. That's and
What would the point of that be?
Yeah, I don't see the point.
Well, the point is to call the attention, because you need to have the attention of people.
Dude, if fucking the Earth is covered in 70% water and that doesn't come to their attention, I don't know what will.
Yeah, all that's going to do is create an opportunity for them to co-opt it or send agitators under the guise of being flat earthers, and then you are just creating trouble for yourself. It's much better if everybody goes out individually and collects as much evidence as possible that the Earth isn't a ball, and then we'll just always present evidence, and they can't deal with the flood of evidence.
Well, but
dude, you even admitted yourself that it makes logical sense that the Earth is flat, but you just can't seem to get away from the globe. The reason is because it's your identity. You identify with it personally. And this is the problem we run up to. It's not the evidence that's the problem. The evidence is around everybody. It's not like they got convinced the Earth was a globe based upon the evidence. That's not how they got convinced. We ask people all the time when they question us, hey, have you ever questioned the globe like this? And they never have. They've never even questioned it for 1 second. So the problem isn't the evidence. The problem is that it's an idea that people like and they chose to believe it. But they don't think it's an idea. They think it's a fact. What we do is point out, hey, these ideas you have, they're actually not facts. They're based upon belief.
Yeah, but like people don't care. But people do care.
Oh, they do care. They do care.
No, they don't care what the shape of the Earth is. Like, they don't care. They're not curious.
Look, I've been involved in this topic for 10 years. They care.
Most people are not curious.
Look, if they don't care, just fucking go walk through the airport, start telling people you're a flat earther, and see what happens.
Yeah, it's also like the people you are trying to communicate
they
this
will
to.
Care, dude.
I think where he's getting this from is when you try to sell flat Earth to people you care about. It's very easy to come off as not very coherent, or at least to their mind. So it's very difficult for many people, at least I've spoken to many people who've told me that it's very difficult. It wasn't difficult for me because I understand psychology a little bit. I've studied persuasion, and so I understand that you need to at least address it from where they're at. And so I didn't try to push onto my family members like the Earth is flat, they have to believe it. I started small. I started showing them the errors, and just the errors. And then they can laugh at the errors with me, and they can be like, yeah, this is clearly an error because I explained it fully to them. And you got to kind of build it. You got to make them want to understand this, like, or make them at least understand it because they wanted to listen to you. Like, if they don't want to listen to you, they don't care about it, of course.
Yeah, they don't imagine, or they don't think NASA, for example, is corrupt. Like most people
they can't imagine that. They can't imagine that. But if, for instance, with my family, they couldn't imagine NASA was corrupt, but I didn't try to tell them NASA was corrupt. I just said, hey, look at this compilation of funny videos here.
Dude,
this is a compilation of NASA fails. And they sat with me and laughed at and was like, why? Why is all these fake here on NASA? Why is NASA faking all this? And I'm like, well, I don't know. You don't have to push the idea. You just have to show them that they are bullshitting here, bullshitting there. They're wrong over there. And then they will automatically want to know more.
Yeah, so as far as like NASA, you're overthinking it. This is simpler than that. It's weighed down than people aren't making rational decisions about it. They're not analyzing the information, looking at the data. So in one respect, they don't care in the sense that they accepted the idea without putting any effort into it. They didn't put any analysis into it. They believe it because they think everybody else believes it. And they're also told at a very young age that if you don't believe it, you're stupid. This is a social thing. This isn't a freaking intellectual exercise. This is the thing where you have to like outsiders don't understand this, that this is a social problem as far as globe Earth versus flat Earth. It's not science. It's not the data. It's not any of those things. That's how it's portrayed from the globe side, is that the globe was proven by science, and that's why everybody believes it. No, everybody believes it is because they were told when they were a little kid that if you don't believe this, you're stupid.
It's bingo. Like, it is the social and the psychological aspect that is hanging them up. It's not the evidence, because that didn't prove it in the first place to them.
They were never presented any evidence. Not in kindergarten, that's for sure.
What I was just saying, I mean, like, what I was trying to say is that I'm not, I'm not interested in changing anybody's mind, but some of us here in the group, like for example, may have like the intention of helping other people realize the truth, and I was just like thinking like, okay, like if I would be that person, if I would have that drive, to have the desire of like helping other people like come to the truth, or I would start by like creating like a type of movement where it would be something kind of like make a protest, against corruption, or to call the attention of media and stuff like that.
It's pointless. It's pointless, dude.
No, I think it's a good idea.
No, I mean, because it's true.
You
because
two get together and go on your rally.
Corruption,
Like, I won't be there.
corruption is supposedly happening. I mean, corruption is supposedly happening. Like nobody's like
there's
making a
corruption all over the
protest.
place in every aspect of society. Like
Nobody's pissed off.
This isn't about corruption. This is beyond the government.
We have like the strong evidence and stuff, so I'm not really afraid to argue with anyone.
Bro,
look,
the other day,
a lot more raised awareness that there are people.
This isn't a government thing, dude. I don't know why. Like, you guys look at this in a very bizarre way. Like, you look at it, I can tell both of you two. You both got globe skeptic. You're very both new to this topic. You're looking at it from, listen, brother. I've talked to tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands at least on this topic. It's probably like 20,000 people just in this server as of like a year ago. I haven't even kept track. Over 250,000 people have been through this server. Okay. I have a pretty good big sample size of what people think and why they think it. This isn't a government issue. There could be no government. And just because of the social situation, the same way people believe in Santa, they would believe that the earth is a globe just because they're told that. The government isn't actively lying and telling people, hey, believe in the earth is a globe. Like, you choose to believe it. Like, I don't know why you don't understand that this isn't being forced on anybody. You're being shown some, just like I could start a religion tomorrow and be like, yeah, I'm worshiping fucking, this fucking 3x5 inch index card is my God. And people can choose to worship it with me or not. Right? And if a whole bunch of people choose to worship it with me, so the people that don't believe in that, what are they going to do? Go protest that there's a bunch of people worshiping a fucking index card? You see what I'm saying? People, they're presented with the globe like, here's this globe thing. You can believe in it. But they present it as if it's a fact. But it's just a belief that people believe in. And the government has nothing to do with it.
Yeah, to use that analogy, it's like the believers had children and then taught the children, well, this is the truth because that's what they believed. They just didn't tell them it was based in a belief. It's a tradition of that.
You guys are overcomplicating it. This is simpler. There's no conspiracy. There's no fucking group of fucking 300 pushing this on people.
Confused because I feel like it does matter that the government, supports the.
What are they doing?
globe Earth model. Well, they pay the astronauts for one thing.
But why do they support it? It's because people in the government that vote on shit, they believe it too, but they don't know anything. What do you think Trump knows? You think Trump knows one way or another if the Earth is flat or a globe?
I would imagine he does. I mean, how? Because he's the president. He's got to have.
How would he know, dude? He'd still get that information from some other person, right?
Yeah,
and he in no way could verify that what that person is telling him is true. So no matter what, Shine, he's going to be a believer.
To these arguments and stuff. I mean, the arguments are the thing that sort of give the flat earthers the,
It's not. We are based upon evidence, and we don't. Our shit isn't based on arguments. It's based upon evidence. Look, Rogue, this is what you don't understand. Okay, we all this is objectively true, that to everybody that's ever walked the surface of the Earth, that the Earth appears flat. That's objectively true. That's what we all experience. Nobody experiences the Earth as a ball. That is also objectively true. There are a certain segment of people that said that they've seen the Earth in its entirety. The Apollo astronauts. Those are the only ones. It's 27 people. In the history of the world, claim to have seen the Earth as a ball. 27 people. You're the only people that could ever claim knowledge of that fact, right? Those people, just that 27. Trump don't know, Xi Jinping don't know, Putin don't know, all those people, they don't know shit. They would get their information from somebody else. And they would either believe what that person says or not believe what that person says. But they would have no personal knowledge of any of this. Okay, so you can think that the government does all these things. It's just a circle jerk of believers. The same thing with any lower rung of society. Okay, we have a guy that comes in here, Josh Ingersoll. He works for the Amazon. And what he does at Amazon is he works for the Amazon Kuiper project, which supposedly is going to compete with Starlink to do satellite internet. Now we've talked to him over now 6 months. And we've probed him and asked questions and all sorts of shit. He doesn't know shit, and he works directly, as in personal knowledge, at the Earth's a globe, and he works directly with this shit.
You're probably right, man. You're probably
it's not
right.
That I'm probably right. I am right, and I've got him to admit it.
Okay, but not everybody think like you're probably. I'm not probably expressing myself. I'm not. I'm sure I'm not expressing myself well.
I don't understand what we're gonna protest, right? People believing in something. Why would we protest
dude,
that?
It would be interesting. That's all. It would probably not make a difference at all, but it would at least be different. It would be interesting.
Yeah, don't we be characterized as some sort of political movement? That's the problem.
When you hear a nice debate. When you hear a nice debate about, for example, on the news and stuff, it's interesting. When you hear people speaking with logic publicly, it's interesting.
I get it, dude, but then they would turn it into a political question. Okay?
I don't know. Whatever.
And
it would make noise.
Everything would get freaking muddied.
No, that's a good thing. We want it to be a political discussion.
Why?
No.
We absolutely
no, we do not.
Research, space exploration. That's all stuff that political money goes towards. So we totally want to stop the.
You need to make noise.
And bring them to
even a globe earther should want to stop that. Even if you're a glober, you should want to stop that shit because it's a waste of time.
In essence, you want to go the path of Antifa.
You know what they're. Yeah, well, at the moment, like for example, flat earthers are like fucking crazy. They speak, but they're not. Yeah, like we're not as a we're not making much noise.
Yeah, we're not crazy. That's the problem.
We're not making noise.
We're not gonna go out and act crazy just because you want that.
No, I'm not talking about being crazy. I'm talking about acting.
It doesn't matter if
years for the globe idea to take hold. Can you give us a little time? I'm sorry, it's only been 10 decades.
Yeah, it doesn't matter if you and your 10 friends are not going to be violent in your riot. However, that doesn't mean that 20 other people won't come and be violent and cause a riot, and then that's attributed to flat earthers who are crazy. So you're just undermining the efforts if you do that.
Please, dude.
They attribute rightness to right arguments.
Dude, I'm a follower in this sense. I would join. I would join a protest. You know, I mean, like, and if it gets out of control, I'm out of the way.
Why don't you
out
go
of
lead
there.
it? Go lead
But if
it,
it's
dude.
like, no, because I'm not
Why are you
a
trying to get
leader
us
in
to
that
lead?
area.
Look, bro, I'll tell you straight. We're not going to do
Listen,
that.
man, you're taking this too
No,
personally,
listen,
man.
no, I'm not taking it
I'm
personal.
not telling you to do
We
anything. I'm
aren't
not
going to
I'm not
do
asking
that,
you to change.
dude. Look,
That's
bro,
perfectly fine.
you go do
We're
it.
just having a conversation. I'm
Then
just
go
thinking
do
about
it.
what would be cool. I'm
That
not
would not
talking
be
about
cool.
anybody. I'm not asking you. I'm not saying anybody should do it. I'm just saying it would be interesting.
It's very
That's
weird that
all,
there's
dude.
2 fucking clowns in here doing call to arms. Like, no one's
Oh,
ever tried this
sorry,
shit.
bro. I'm done, dude. I'm done.
Yeah, be
dude.
done.
Yeah, create your own chapter of
It's really weird
Antifa.
that Shine and you both fucking
Enjoy the
on the
rest of the
fence people,
evening, man.
both globe
No, you
skeptics,
take this too
in here at the
personally,
same
man.
time, doing the same shtick, dude. Really weird.
What's wrong with
Really
saying
weird
to believe in the flat Earth? Isn't that the whole point?
The
of
call
the-
to arms shit, dude. Every once in a while, we get some fucking moron that in here with a call to arms. We need to protest the government. We need to write our senators. We need.
No, dude.
Come on, it's fucking stupid.
No.
It's
no,
not.
no.
You know.
Well, I don't think it's a bad idea. I'm just that's it. Okay,
That's
thanks,
stupid,
guys.
dude.
Thanks.
Listen, you're not a. If you think that that's a good idea, you're not a flat earther, and neither is the other guy. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah,
You
make
don't
your
understand, and you don't understand anything. You just don't understand it at all, even at a level.
I'm sure I don't.
Because
I'm sure I don't.
because people that act like this, they have they're not flat earthers, and they have a preconceived notion of what flat earthers are, and they come in here and they try to pretend. It's just like you trying to sneak in the Mexican embassy because you got a sombrero on. Like, dude, we're not fooled by this shit.
Yeah, you can make your own group and you can hold your own protest. It just has no relation or connection to us.
You don't get me. That's fine, dude. Okay,
Yeah.
thanks, guys. Bye.
Yeah,
Bye.
you and Shine, we weren't fooled by you. Yeah, give up. Exposed.
It wasn't me.
Yeah, Shine. Your shit's up too. You might as well leave with him.
I'm gonna stay.
Okay, so I don't know why this fucking call to arms shit. You don't understand flat Earth.
But
Okay,
what
it's
do you
not a
mean?
hypothesis. It's not a model. It's none of those things. Flat Earth is based upon just observation. You are aware that before the globe model existed, or the globe concept, everybody was a flat earther, right?
Yes,
Why?
because it was the way they saw the world.
Okay, did that change?
No.
Okay, so people still see the world now the same way they did at 10,000 years ago. It still looks the same.
Yeah, it still looks the same.
So the only thing that it changed was humanity got injected with an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And some people chose that idea. They want to actually believe that idea, that experience that everybody had the whole time, forever and ever, going back to the origin of man. They all had this experience. But these other people said, no, that's not right. That's some illusion. And they're literally saying it's an illusion. This isn't figurative. They're saying that you seeing the world as flat is an optical illusion. And the flatter it looks, the more it's a fucking globe. It's almost mind-bending. So you are aware that when you see the Earth looking flat, you understand what the globe Earth claim is that's caused by light bending around the curve, right? You've heard this before? Shine?
I mean,
That's
they
what they-
claim things, yeah. But
Yeah,
yeah, I've heard-
they say it's light's bending around the curve of the Earth, lifting up the surface of the Earth, making it just look flat.
yes, that's what they claim sometimes.
So here's the funny thing, is that the flatter the Earth looks, right, the more refraction there is. That's what they're saying. So if I go out and the Earth looks really, really flat, then there's more super refraction. And what causes refraction in the first place? They say gravity causes refraction. Not directly, they say there's a density gradient of air. What causes the density gradient? The gravity. Think about this. Gravity creates a density gradient. Gravity creates the Earth into a ball. That means gravity created a ball that has a air density gradient that makes that ball look flat. Think of how crazy that is.
I agree.
It's fucking insane. The thing is that the experience everyone has doesn't change. This is really the point. The experience that everybody has did not change. It's just that people ended up there's people that said the Earth is a ball and that's an illusion, and then a whole group of people have chosen to believe it. Now, they only have some responsibility because they were a child when they were presented with this. But the thing is, we're just here to tell them that that's the case. That what the situation actually is. That there's actually no evidence for the Earth being a globe. What they just have is a concept and a bunch of ideas. But as far as like experience goes, they've never experienced the world that way, and they never will, and no one they know ever will. Right? But they don't really realize that. People come in here and call us delusional. They say, you flat earthers, you're delusional. Okay, I go out and I see the world, and I say, hey, the Earth looks flat because this water looks flat. And you go out there and you say, this Earth looks flat because it's curved. Who's delusional? Obviously, the person saying if something flat looks curved is delusional. Or saying, hey, it looks flat, but it's actually curved, but I can't see the curve. It's an optical illusion. That's delusional. Saying it looks flat because it is flat isn't delusional. That's fucking sane.
Yeah. So is your point then that because the Earth is already flat, there's like no point in trying to convince people or argue? They should just sort of see it already?
The evidence is all. No, we just point out that the evidence is already there. It's already all around them. It's already everywhere. It's like people go, oh, how is the government hiding the flat Earth? Like they're not hiding it. How do you hide the ocean? Think about it. How would you hide the ocean? How can the government hide the ocean? There's a meme we got, right? With a dude with his head in the sand, and in the background is a fucking flat ocean. And then there's a little bubble that says, yeah, Earth is a globe, right? If you stick your head in the sand and ignore everything that's around you, you can come to the conclusion that the Earth is a globe. If you just ignore what you experience. But people are so far down the rabbit hole in their own mental conditioning and brainwashing, they need to be told the obvious, that they experience a flat Earth and that the globe is just a concept that they were told as a child and that they've accepted as holy writ.
Do you think that would convince people, or do you think they would just make themselves be in denial about it?
I'm not worried about convincing. I'm not worried about convincing them about anything. I'm just going to tell them what the truth is, and that's it. Tell them what they can take it or leave it. If someone would you try to convince somebody the sky is blue?
No.
Or you go, look, the sky is blue. You would just go, and they were like, no, I don't believe you. You wouldn't sit there and try to convince them. Be like, okay, have fun with that.
And use your senses.
Yeah, so we're kind of in that position where we go, hey, dude, the Earth looks flat. That's the way you actually see it. And like, you chose to believe something else. And they think that there's a lot of evidence. So this is the way it usually goes. They think in their head that there's a lot of evidence to support the globe idea. They don't know what it is, but they're pretty sure it's out there somewhere. And that some magic science guy figured out that the Earth was a globe, and they're relying on that person for their belief. And they're very confident. Really, what really their idea comes from a confidence in what human beings say. Even though they don't know these human beings that said it, they don't know anything about that. And that's where it comes from. What we do is just say, hey, those people that you're relying on, they don't know anything either. They don't know anything more than you. They also experience the world as you do. They experience this flat and motionless. And when we ask them, the magic science guy that you think about, when we ask them how they know the Earth is a globe, they also appeal to some other magic science guy that they've never met. And it ends up in this continuous freaking chain of people where we never get to the person with the actual information that knows the Earth is a globe. It's always appealing to somebody else. And that's what we're pointing out, is that they have a belief that really is that the things you were told, such as eclipses are predicted using a globe model, the sunsets are predicted using a globe model, and all these other things, those actually aren't true. They're not even true. All you have to do is, most people which haven't done, is just dig into the information to find out that they showed you a diagram in school of how an eclipse works, but then when you look at the actual mathematics of how they predict it, that doesn't match that diagram. They're not doing 3-ball fucking equations or of spheres blocking the light from each other. They're not calculating any of that. They're not doing any fucking ray tracing or any garbage like that in the model of predicting eclipses. But people just think that. They just fill in the blanks because of the diagram. We just give information. That's it, dude. We're just giving them the information. Hey, a lot of things you think are true actually aren't true. And you chose to believe them based upon trust in people saying that the things are true. It's really a trust-based belief system where you just like, I believe in this system. Why would all the scientists lie? Right? It's not that they're lying. It's that they don't know.
It's
You know
that
how
they
we know they
believe just.
don't?
It's that they
Let me say
believe
this one
just
more
as.
thing, Jace. You know how we know they don't know? Because we asked them and they said they don't know. Dude don't even know if he has hands.
Yeah, at the core of it, it's just a belief. It's what they, in their own words, it's their best guess.
I mean, I think it's fair to, like, people that have been indoctrinated with something, just tell them, hey, bro, the things you think are facts you were indoctrinated with actually aren't facts. And you've been bamboozled into denying what you actually experience. But people don't think of it that way. It's so easy. It's like the globe is like one of those ideas where it's easy to just like, they make it very easy to believe in it. There's no social repercussions. In fact, the social repercussions are the other way if you don't believe in it. In fact, you're poo-pooed for even asking questions about it.
And if you can memorize some of it, you're spotted as intelligent.
Oh yeah, that's right. You write down a bunch of equations. Fuck, dude. Start talking about black holes and freaking cosmic microwave background radiation. You're a freaking veritable genius.
Yeah.
So what's wrong with trying to shift the public view so that they don't like look down on the flat Earth idea?
Because this is like how do I put it? This is a multivariate problem. There's a lot of gears spinning in this problem. Some of it's social, some of it's psychological, some of it's identity, some of it's misunderstanding of what the information actually is. There's lots of things that are problems of why, like, it's the thing is, it isn't like trying to convince them the Earth is flat. It's more like getting them to stop being convinced the Earth is a globe. Because flat Earth is the default position.
Yeah, protesting
We're trying
is
to
not
get them
going
to
to.
reject the idea that they've been force-fed their whole life.
Protesting is not going to improve our image. Like it, that's what the mob does, and generally it makes the image of the mob worse. So I don't see a reason for that.
And what do we protest? We have no interest in what fucking the United States government does and where they fucking the shit they put on TV. I can't sue NASA for being fakes. I'd have no standing. No citizen could ever sue the United States government for fucking faking space. So if you have no legal right, what are you protesting?
Well, it just becomes like all the leftist protests happening, like, and people are already super tired of that. And so I only see it as a negative. I don't see it as a positive.
But isn't those things more of a matter of opinion and this one more of a matter of fact?
Yeah, that's why we don't push.
Yeah.
Like I said, use that analogy of the blue sky. Like, why are we going to keep pushing if somebody won't accept a blue sky? I'm only going to push so hard, dude.
Yeah, and how are you going to present the evidence in a clear, logical way in a mob where like nobody can hear you and everybody's just screaming?
Yeah, I don't know.
Our first problem that we typically have is teaching people how to think. It's not what to think. They don't know how to even figure out what the truth is in the first place because their brain is just full of logical fallacies, irrational thinking. The very fact that they believe in the globe demonstrates they're being irrational. Just the very fact they believe it. I was irrational once. I believed the Earth was a globe because they believe it for reasons such as appeal to credentials, appeal to authority, affirming the consequent. All these are logical fallacies. Now, if someone thinks that these are legitimate forms of reasoning, or when they're actually not reasoning at all, giving them information doesn't help because they don't know they can't figure out what the truth is from the information. You understand? Right? Like if you don't know how to sew and I give you a bunch of freaking thread,
people that water
I can give you all the supplies I want. You don't know how to sew, right?
Use that to start looking into things.
No. It's not the information that's the problem. They don't know how to think about the information. They don't know how to determine what's true and false. Even in a very intrinsic way. I know that sounds bizarre, but they really don't.
I don't know if I totally agree with that because people have like a logical sense where they can sort of hear the reasoning in an argument.
Not in this topic.
You're also assuming that they're going to be presented with the evidence, but if they see a protest of flat earthers somewhere and they go like, oh, what's that about? Google flat earth. They're only going to get anti-flat earth stuff. So how is that helping?
Let me give you an example, Shine. How many people have come in here and said, oh, if the other planets are round, why is the Earth round? Why ain't the Earth round? How many times I've heard that? That statement is a logical fallacy. It's a non sequitur. It doesn't logically follow. First and secondly, they presumed the conclusion in their premise, right? When they said other planets, they assumed the Earth was a planet. So the things they're trying to prove that the Earth's a planet, they assumed in the premise.
So you're pretty much saying
that's circular reasoning. And I've heard this. Neil deGrasse Tyson has said this. He has a PhD. People don't know how to think, okay? They don't know what reasoning is. They don't know what freaking logic is. They don't know what rationality is. They don't know how to use these things. It's like fucking going to a Chinese restaurant and there's no forks and all you guys chopsticks. I mean, you can slurp the fucking food up so they can slurp up all the information, but they have no idea how to freaking eat it. They can't do anything with the information. They don't know how to it's pearls before swine, as they say. So if I go, hey dude, Earth isn't in the category planet. Why would it be? Why would you assume that the Earth is like the things in the sky? They just have a mental fucking breakdown. They can't even comprehend that because they're so used to being irrational that it's hard for them to even come out of it. Now, that's why we have our problem comes in stages, dude. It's not like there is no one size fit all for everybody that believes the Earth is a globe. It depends on the person. And fucking a protest ain't gonna fix none of that shit because each individual that watches the protest, they're gonna think about it in some unique way that needs to be addressed in a unique way. The whole globe is based upon affirming the consequent. You have to assume the Earth is a globe in the first place to support it in any way. That means it can't be proven. Now think about that. Vsauce, Professor Dave, all these famous anti-flat earthers have said, I believe the Earth is a globe, but I can't prove it. Science doesn't prove anything. But they'll sit there and they'll do fucking hours and hours of video of how the Earth is a globe. But they never caption it at the beginning and say, well, I don't know if any of this is true. I believe all this stuff is true. That's what we're fighting, dude. Basically false advertising.
Are you gonna
Stolen
fight it?
valor in myths about the globe that aren't true. Such as using a globe to predict eclipses. That's the biggest bullshit one.
What ways of fighting it do you think work?
I don't know. I don't know. It depends on the person. Typically, it's very hard for people to even. It's just hard for them to accept the idea because of the cycle. It's like you have to pass through frickin' certain gates to even get to somebody. Even if they know how to think, even if you make the logical argument, sometimes you hit up against a fucking psychological block where they identify with the globe in a deep-seated way, meaning their entire worldview has incorporated the idea that they're on a ball in space, created by the Big Bang, evolution, all this stuff. And that's how their self-identity comes from that, as being a part of that. So sometimes when you present all this information and they imagine for a second, hey, dude, the Earth is flat. It's not a globe spinning in space. There's no such thing as evolution. There was no Big Bang. Okay? Now they have to reevaluate their entire worldview. And that becomes too much for some people, and they just fucking bug out, dude. Literally bug the fuck out.
Yeah, it's the same with dealing with cult members. Like, you can't just tell the whole cult that they're wrong. They're not gonna accept it. They reinforce their own belief within the cult. And the same is true for the globe. And so you got to kind of go against that programming. And for us, we got to kind of be deprogramming each individual at the level where he is and where he locked himself or was locked into this belief. Oftentimes it goes all the way back to childhood, so it's really deep-seated.
Yeah, and where I would say the most, I don't know how effective it is, but this absolves me from all guilt, personally. I'll tell them, the globe Earth is not a complicated issue. It's not a scientific problem. You don't need to be a fucking genius math whiz. It's third grade geometry. And that it's easy to test yourself if you have fucking $6. Okay? You need $6 to buy a mirror and get a friend. Hopefully the friend is free. We can get a mirror for $4 and buy a $2 friend. Who knows? The point is that I tell them that they can test it themselves. And I'll tell them how to test it. How simple it is. Say, don't believe us. Go test it yourself. And then it's on them. Because it isn't, I'm nobody's babysitter. None of us are. We can give you the tools on how, because whatever, there's a flat earther that said, how do you actually prove something to somebody? This is a crucial question. How do I prove to somebody the earth is flat? All I can do is demonstrate it. That's all you can do. Practical demonstration. So since I can't go there and be with them, I can tell them how to do it, how they can go demonstrate to themselves that the earth is flat. They don't have to rely on a third party. They don't have to rely on flat earthers on Discord or NASA in their freaking Kennedy Space Center. They can just go test it for themselves and see if nature conforms to the globe prediction. And what they'll find out is that nature does not match what they're saying. But the thing is, they have to be self-motivated to do that. That's kind of a thing where, like, a lot of, like, you have to peel back the layers of the onion yourself to even get to the point where you're going to go test it. It has to be some level of curiosity.
All right.
But see, yeah, there's no pressure on anybody for that. You know what I mean? believe the flat Earth now after we talked to you for 5 minutes, after you've been brainwashed for 30 years. I don't expect that. All I can tell anybody is, look, you don't have to believe us. Go test it for yourself.
Yeah, I would rather they not believe me, because otherwise they're just in the same position as they were before. They believe someone and are just a believer. I would like them to take command of their own faculties and start critically thinking. I think that's how society can move forward.
Exactly. Trusting yourself, believing. I had a guy yesterday in the other chat. He said, give me a credible source that the Earth is flat. I said, you. He was like, what do you mean? I said, you've been to the ocean, right? He said, yeah. I said, it looked flat, right? Yeah. I said, do flat things look flat? He said, yeah. Well, there you go. My credible source is you. And then he tried to convince me how he was not a credible source. Now, what am I going to do with that? What am I going to do with somebody telling me I don't even trust myself? You can't trust yourself. You can trust your own eyes.
You guys are so funny.
Hey, Neutron. How's it going, man?
I'm good. What about you, bro?
Yeah, not too bad. I finished work for the day. Got my feet up. I thought I'd pop in here and see what's going on.
Yeah.
So what do you think, Neutron? You think we live on a
we
plane
live on a globe
with topography?
No,
or is it a ball covered in water, spinning, tilting, wobbling, flying through the vacuum of space?
Yeah, we live in a spherical globe, geoid.
What makes you say that, mate?
Common sense. And
Common sense?
And bunch of evidence. Facts, I would say.
Well, let's just start off with the common sense. What common sense do you use to establish that you're on a, a geoid?
Well, look, we have to start from gravity, right?
We have to start from gravity. So you see gravity and therefore you live on a geoid?
Yeah, like if there is any mass, like, any mass that has gravity, so I would say, it is a...
How do you... Okay, so what we're trying to do is we're trying to link a few things to the fact that we're supposed to be on a ball. So you consider it a fact that we're on a ball. So how did you get that information? Did you go and measure it for yourself and you know this to be true? Or is this just hearsay and you've had the information passed down?
Well, it's all in internet and in schools, right?
Yeah, but they've also got other horrible things on the internet. They've got porn and all sorts of stuff.
So that's why I said school, right?
So at school, they taught you live on a ball at school?
Yeah.
Same as me. You wouldn't believe that. Same as everyone else in this panel. We were all taught the same thing at school. But something that's very interesting, and I ask you now, were you indoctrinated or did you learn this?
Well, I learned this because it's, it makes all sense,
So when you learn this, what information did they give you to back up the claims of this sphericity or this geoid? So they must have given you something to back this up.
Yeah. Look, they taught me that gravity pulls everything towards center. So when the Earth was forming, about 4.5 billion years, so it was a hot, molten, and soft, right?
So how did they demonstrate that? How did they demonstrate that for you to understand it? Because most people learn, they just get force fed it, this indoctrination when they're in primary school, year 3, year 4. So they told you that gravity pulls everything as a molten ball together. So how did they demonstrate this curve? Did they just have a globe sitting on a desk and pointed to it and say, that's where you live, and everyone just accepted it? Or did they actually give you a demonstration of, here's how the Big Bang started, first there was nothing, and then there was an explosion, and then there was rocks and shit everywhere, and one of them, whilst it was glowing red hot, settled down a little bit, turned into Earth, and cooled down a bit more, and bacteria and shit started growing on it.
And now you're the great grandson of a stupid ape.
See, how did they demonstrate all this stuff to you?
It can be same said about you too. Yeah, continue.
Yeah, how did they demonstrate that to you? That's what I'm trying to work out. We went from, hey, we live on a ball, and now we've got all this other cool stuff, which has nothing to do with curvature. And they just accept it.
I don't remember how they demonstrate, but I can tell you that, if Earth was was a flat Earth, ships would disappear, right? But we all have those interconnected routes, like those invisible routes in which like plane can go from like a point to a second point.
Let's go from one thing at a time. So the ship's disappearing. That's just a matter of optics. So it's how your eyes work. Because the lens in your eye is a certain size.
No,
once things get below a certain angular resolution, a certain size limit, I think it's 0.02. Once it gets below that, you can't resolve that image. It just blurs into the background. It turns like to fog because you can't resolve it.
So why do ships come back instead of just like going?
Maybe they missed you.
So the problem is there's a couple of things going on. So when you're standing at the beach and you watch a ship sail away, you've got to remember your eye level is the center line, okay? So from your eye level down to the water, that is one set of angles. Your eye level up to the top of the ship is another set. So which one, as it sails away, is going to be smaller first? So you're looking at a great big cruise liner as it sails away. And these things are what, 100-foot high? Maybe higher? You're watching one of those sail away and your eye line is only what, 5 foot? I'll say 5 foot. So from 5 foot to the water, as that sails away, it's not going to get very far before that angle that you're looking at becomes smaller, smaller, smaller. And once it hits 0.02, game over. You can't see. But when that one hits 0.02, from your eye level to the top is still really big. So it's bigger than 0.02 and you can still see it. And that's all that's happening. Really, really easy stuff. There's a thing called the Rayleigh criterion, and that is what it is. It's about that angle.
Yeah,
and
but
things disappearing.
But but first the hull disappears, right? Then the mast, then finally the top. Am I right?
And because of what I just said, everything I just explained was because what is that?
Oh, yeah. See,
it's to do with the relationship of your height. So when you're standing at the beach, how tall is your eyes? How far are your eyes off the water?
Like distance between me and the sea, right? The water.
Correct. Your eye level. What level is that? How tall?
It would be like 6 foot, like feet.
So you're 6 foot tall. So your eyes aren't mounted on top of your head. So they're on the front. So we'll just say 5 foot to be nice and easy. So your eye level is 5 foot. So let's just imagine now that we freeze the water and you can walk out to that ship. So it's a great big cruise liner. These things are 100 foot high. So when you go and stand next to it, you've walked out on this frozen water, you're standing next to it. Are you close to the bottom or close to the top?
I'm close. Sorry, what?
Your eye line, is it close to the bottom? So you've got water level, and as your eye line is closer to water level or closer to the top of the ship?
It's close to the water level, right?
Excellent. So as you start walking backwards, between your eye level, horizontal, and the water generates an angle. And as you get further and further and further away, that angle gets smaller, 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 smaller.
Yeah.
Once that angle gets to 0.02, you can't resolve, you can't see what that image is. Now, from your eye line to the top of the ship, that's a big section, isn't it?
Yeah.
So that would be a big angle. So that means you could get further back again. That's why the bottom disappeared first before the top does.
Oh, yeah. You're right.
Because the top is bigger angle. That's all. It's really, really simple stuff. Now, what's really cool, when the bottom disappears and the ship goes a little bit further and then more disappears, more disappears, more disappears, you grab binoculars and have a look, zoom in, and there he is again. So
the whole ship, right?
Yep. But what is cool is the binoculars have their own optical limit. So when that ship gets to the limitation of the binoculars, then you've got to go get the high-powered telescope. And then zoom in again, and the telescope has its own optical limit. It's to do with the size of the lens. That's all.
No. Like, so okay. If the ship moves more far away, the curvature hides the lower part first, bro. Like, it is only possible.
I'll show you something. Hold on. I'll show you something really cool. Have a look at this when it loads up. Oh, it's going to load up quick. Alrighty, loading. All right. In the side chat.
Yeah.
There it is. Can you see the very last thing posted? There's 2 coffee cans.
Yeah.
2 images. Okay. Notice in the bottom image of the cans how the very bottom of the can is disappearing. See the green band at the bottom? So see the top image? You can see the green band at the bottom of the can. The blue green band. And then in the bottom image, it's disappeared. That's on a flat surface.
Well, look.
So what it's about, it's about optics. It's about the size of the lens. So the lens in your eye is about 5 millimeters. The lens on a camera is about 6 millimeters, maybe 5. Some of them are smaller. You can look up on the phone. What size?
I see.
So what happens? Let's just what that is. If you get your phone and you flip your phone upside down, so the camera is really close to the floor, so the center of the camera line has its eye level. So what's happening is it's trying to look at the bottom of the can, and because that angle is below 0.02, it can't resolve it. So it just blends in with the floor. And that's what's happening with the can. The same thing with the ships. From your eye level to the water level is a really small angle, and you can't resolve that image. That's all that's happening, my friend.
Well, I'm not gonna try to convince you, but yeah.
I used to be like you, my friend. I went to school the same, taught that it was a ball, the whole lot. The difference is, some of us actually went outside and had a look at the stories we told at school that we live on a ball. But if we live on a ball, we should be able to measure the curvature. And if you can't measure any curvature, that does leave a little bit of a problem.
Okay, but you see, when let's suppose if the Earth is flat, the whole ship would simply get smaller. It would never disappear from the bottom first.
They do get smaller. It's called perspective. So what happens is, as it gets further and further away, because of perspective, it gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Now, your eye line is still the same height. So the ship gets smaller at the top, top comes down. Smaller at the bottom, bottom comes up. And it converges at your eye line. Now, as we know, from your eye line down to the bottom of the ship is only a very small space. Your eye line to the top of the ship is a big space. So the small angle disappears first. And that's all that happens.
Okay, so you can try an experiment. I'm gonna tell you experiment. Like take a coin and a curved ball, right? Turn that ball upside down and like place the coin on the far side of the ball, and and then just move back. The bottom first will
I understand what you're saying. If you rotate the ball, the coin will slowly come back. I agree with you because that's exactly what happens. But the problem we've got is you've got to prove that the Earth is the same as the ball. So the ball has curvature, which we can measure. So that means the Earth should have curvature that we should be able to measure. Does that make sense?
Yeah, but just as you said, like take those cans, right? Those cans should be the exactly the size of the Earth, or you can say the surface. The
same thing.
Place.
The optics
same as the ship. Like the distance between you and the ship, it should be the same size of the Earth, right?
No, we don't have to do experiments that are the same size. You can scale.
But you just said it, right? You just said it.
I just said what?
You just said it, like the ball should be the size of Earth. So
no. It's a ball. A ball is a ball is a ball. Small ball, big ball, medium-sized ball. They all still are spheres. So if you've got a small one, you should still get the same optical effects as a large one, just on a small scale. It's just the scale is different, that's all. So if you stick the coin to the ball and rotate it, you should watch the coin slowly disappear over the back of the ball. I agree with that as a statement. I don't have a problem with that. What I do have a problem with is you still believe you live on a ball. What you haven't done is proven the ball.
Well, you see, it's already proven.
Okay, when did this happen? Because there's quite a few people in this panel that would love to know when that actually happened.
When Earth was proved that it was a sphere, right?
When did that happen? That's the bit we want to know.
Well, I don't remember exactly. I think it was. I think he was Pythagoras, right? Do you know him?
Never met him.
Yeah, like he was a Pythagoras. It's a theorem too. Like I think 6th to 6th century, like 6 before CE, like before Common Era.
Oh shit! So he's pretty old then.
Yeah, there were scientists who believed that Earth was a sphere, like Aristotle and Pythagoras. They believed, and the first evidence.
So they believed it was. So how did they verify this? How did they actually measure? Because we should be able to go outside. You and me should be able to go outside, and we should be able to measure this curvature. So if it truly is a ball, we should be able to measure.
And
prove and verify this as a ball.
Yeah, we got images of the Earth after 1950s, right? 19th century, when
so the images show it's a ball.
Image. Yeah, I can send you the image.
This is where we're getting to. If the images show that it's a ball, we should be able to measure if it is a ball to verify and prove that it's true.
So you are saying what's the radius of Earth, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's already proven that the radius of Earth?
Well, we should be able to measure it and confirm it. Like if I say to you, my computer table is 6 foot wide, how do I prove that to you? I get you to come around, you get out your trusty tape measure, and we measure it.
Yeah.
So we should be able to do the same as the Earth. Somebody said it's a certain size, so let's measure it. Let's go out and check it out. I think that's a good idea.
I think the simplest method when scientists measured was, they choose like two cities, north and south, I guess, and like city A to B, and distance between them measured by road or GPS. So just leave this, or there was a formula like a D upon Earth's circumference.
So they're already assuming that it's a ball. They're not actually measuring it. They've assumed it was a ball. That's not very good, is it? We want to actually measure it. We want to prove that what they're saying is true and that they're not telling porky pies.
Well, it's your opinion, or your belief, or I don't know, whatever you say.
Belief is just acceptance without evidence. I would like the evidence.
You have the evidence that Earth is flat.
No, there's no evidence. That's the problem. There's no evidence of the ball, no evidence of curvature.
So is there the evidence of flat Earth?
Yes, there is. Would you like me to show you?
Yeah.
Well, what happened, there's this group of guys, Field Engineer Corps, and what they do is they get a high-powered laser, and I'm going to put a little picture up in the side chat so you can understand what I'm talking about. If you think you live on a ball, when we create a tangent to a curve, we can just walk along that tangent or move along and measure the distance between the straight bit and the curved bit. Really, really easy, eh?
Yeah.
So if we get a high-powered laser and we go to a very large lake that's, I don't know, 20 or 30 miles across, all right? Now, we know that water, flat, level, horizontal, whilst it's at rest. So we're going to go to this big lake when it's a nice calm day and there's no waves and things going on, and we're going to shoot a laser all the way across it, and we're going to set the laser up, make sure it's perfectly horizontal. Now, at our end, we measure the height of the laser from the laser to the water, and then we travel around the other side of the lake and we measure the height from the laser to the water. So at 10 miles, the difference between the laser and the water should be 60 feet. 66 feet. Wait up. Let's put my chart up so I don't forget this.
Yeah.
There's my chart right there. Yoink. Normally someone else chucks it up for me. They must be getting slow. Loading, loading, loading. Yep, so when we go around the other side at 10 miles, it should be 66 feet between the laser and the water. At 20 miles, 266 feet. At 30 miles, 600 feet. And at 40 miles, over 1,000 feet. So if we were to shoot a laser and then go 20 miles around the other side, we would expect there to be a great big gap between the laser and the water. Does that make sense?
Yeah, somewhat.
Well, the issue is this has already been done multiple times. There's this group called FE Corps, Field Engineer Corps, that have very expensive lasers. I think one of their little toys is worth about $35,000. And they shoot these lasers across very large bodies of water and over frozen lakes too, which is pretty cool actually. Pardon the pun. And they go and check this, and they hit targets. So the only problem we've got, when they're shooting this laser over 10, 15, 20 miles, they should not be able to hit a target at the other end. if there's curvature. And these guys clearly hit targets quite comfortably.
I see. Okay.
Would you like me to post up one of their videos for you so you can watch it and then go, oh, wow, that's pretty cool?
No thanks, but I really appreciate it.
Not a problem, my friend.
Yeah, I think I got the idea. Just well, thank you, Matrix.
So that's what they mean by measured. So if some of the guys say it's measured flat, the reason they say that is because these guys go out looking for curvature and they can't find it. And they know if they are told it's a ball and it should be a ball, we should be able to measure for a ball, and they don't find any curve. So how's it go? If there's no curvature, there's no ball.
I see. Nice. Okay, thanks, Matrix.
No, you're good, man.
That's my time. Yeah.
If you have any more questions, don't be scared to pop in and ask.
Yeah, of course.
Apparently, I'm a really cranky person, and lots of people don't like talking to me, but the other guys are really nice too. They're normally a lot better than me. So if you do pop in and I'm not here, don't be scared to ask them. They're really cool.
Yeah, of course. Okay.
Not a problem, mate.
That's my time. So have a good day. Bye.
Nah, you enjoy yourself, my friend. Have a good day. See ya.
So, can I ask a question?
Go ahead.
I'm actually interested in the political side of this matter about the shape of the Earth and the space career. You know, the space career was in the 60s, mostly 60s, 70s, part of the 80s, but mostly in the 60s. In the Cold War, why wouldn't the Russians and the Soviets they will discredit the United States really fast? Is all of this was a fake? You know, they will actually go ahead and say, "Oh, you're faking this." They will be very easy for them to
Why?
prove it.
Why would they
Why
do that?
they do that?
Yeah, why would they do that?
Well, it was in the interest of the Soviet Union to discredit the United States.
No, it's more of an interest to keep people reading the newspapers back then, so they sold more newspapers. That was the actual story. How many newspapers can we sell?
What do you mean, the newspapers? I don't understand.
You think Russia has news stations here back in the 60s that report what Russia is doing in Russia to us? Or do you think it's just said on TV what Russia said?
I think the Soviet Union congratulated publicly the United States for their achievement. If it was a fake, they actually go ahead and say and call it a fake. If they could prove it, they will call it a fake. Why they didn't?
Why would they?
To sell more newspapers. Big story, big fake, big story.
Sorry. Are you guys under the impression that the United States and the Soviet Union are at odds with each other?
They think at any moment somebody's going to fire a nuclear weapon at each other, and that don't worry about those either, guys.
So
see, you're talking about political realm, but this is not a political issue. This is more of a banking issue. We're going to have to talk about banking and bank policy.
It's but political has to do with science in this matter because
no, it does not. It has nothing to do with science.
But why will they spend millions and billions of dollars in faking something like that? That has to be a political question.
Are you sure that they wasted millions and
of dollars to waste it on that? I think it worked pretty well. I mean, you are convinced, right? You think they went to the moon, right?
I think so.
Oh, great. Well, that propaganda money was well spent. I mean, they got you duped. I would say the investment was pretty good. They've got billions of people believing they went to a light in the sky. That's powerful. I would say that's money well spent. You're a very good slave.
I get the point, but that's not. There has to be another objective that just convince me and convince people. Why would they convince people?
Because because they want you to be ignorant and a slave and keep paying them like a slave does.
And then keep watching TV to keep up on the stories while they sell you ads, and then you go buy stuff.
So you're saying that believing that, also, I mean, not believing that the shape of the Earth is a globe makes you more free, or makes you not to see TV ads in some way. I don't see the difference. You're free from what exactly? I really I'm trying to understand, your point. Hello?
No, bro, they're just retarded, bro. That's all it is. You're trying to understand the mind of a bunch of retards.
Who, the Globers? Yeah, I know. They come in, they say the craziest shit. Don't you agree?
No, he was talking to Flurfers.
No, Globers.
Hey,
Listen,
yo.
here's what a Glober says. They come in and they say gravity holds water to the ground, and in a vacuum. Don't you think that's crazy?
What's up, guys?
Hey, yo, check out the side chat. You guys are free from what? What are you guys free from? What's the difference? And then all the Flurfers just have nothing to say.
What's
Is this guy having a conversation with a third person?
Flat Earthers, can you check out the side chat? It's a photograph from a
Guys,
Indiana
I actually have a
State
question.
Park.
I'm sorry. I actually have a question because a few days
Looking
ago.
across the lake towards Chicago.
Yeah.
It's about, I think it's about 37 miles. So
That's a problem for
globetrotters.
Yeah, that's a problem for you guys.
If the Earth is flat, how come?
What was the air
we cannot
temperature?
how come we cannot see the whole city? Why?
What was
why
the
are
air temperature?
What?
What was the air temperature?
What does that matter?
What was the water temperature?
What does that matter? I'm
So
asking.
you need to go investigate and do more research on this subject, because if you can't answer those two questions on why things look the way they do, I can't help you. Somebody else in here will.
I'm just asking.
You might want to look up Samba. You might want to look up a thing called angular resolution and Rayleigh criterion while you're there.
What are you talking about? If the Earth is flat, you could see the whole city of Chicago. From
You may want to look up angular resolution, your ability to resolve images at distance, and the Rayleigh criterion. Please.
The distance from the.
Did you hear what I said? Repeat it back to me.
I don't. What did you say? Come on, repeat it. Come on, let's hear it. Why does this matter?
You may want to look up while you're researching those temperatures.
Guys, I'm trying to have a conversation about the flat Earth. Who should I
angular
talk to?
resolution.
I actually have some questions and I actually have some
and
arguments.
Rayleigh criterion.
I see that some replay is playing, but I would like to have a conversation.
So would that debunk this photo?
Okay.
When you understand how those things work, and then let's throw another word in there, perspective, you might have a better understanding of what's going on.
And then you'll be embarrassed that you came in here presenting that like that.
I'm just curious. Like, if the Earth is flat, how come you cannot see the whole city of Chicago across the lake?
What was the temperature that day?
What does it matter? What does it matter?
All right,
water
so if you
or
can't
air
answer that question, you're going to have to go figure out why I'm asking you that.
Okay,
then I'm not even telling you.
Okay,
Hang on,
okay. Let's check if this. What did
hang
you
on,
guys
hang
say
on.
it matters when you take a picture from the shore
Bro,
like this across the Lake Michigan? What does matter?
Dude,
What
did
factors
somebody
matter?
just walk?
Let's check if
Hang
this matters.
on
What
a
you say.
second. Bro, wait, give me a second. Hang on. Did somebody just walk in here with one of those fucking Men in Black silver dildos and flash it in your fucking eyes? Did you just forget everything that was just said to you?
So angular, what did you say? Resolution and temperature of the water, or the air. Did you say that matters when taking a picture like this?
Kalista tabarnak.
No, I'm genuinely asking. I want to check it if this matters.
Who's the French guy? Was that you, 20 Cups?
Yeah, man.
Oh, I heard you. I heard you swearing the I heard you swearing the tabernacle.
Yeah, I will.
I know. I
Especially
used to date a French girl, and she used to swear the tabernacle at me all the time.
Very good. You know she's pissed. And you know I'm pissed when some dumb fucks like this come in here, talk like this, and totally disgrace the entire room by not actually listening to what the fuck they're saying. Evidence.
That's why I heard I heard that word so clearly.
Very good. Evidenced by the fact that he just asked the same goddamn question. That was just answered. Y'all caught that, right? Or am I just delusional or something? Thought so. Go do your research, sir, and come back later.
AKA, they don't have the answer. You gotta find it yourself. They don't know shit. They're flat earth retards.
Okay, Nutcracker. Piss off.
He's angry. He's angry.
How come he's so hurt? Actually, let's get back to him. This sounds interesting. Nutcracker, show me on the doll where the flat Earth hurt you.
Oh, he's gonna point at his no place.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You don't want to talk now?
I thought I was muted.
Yeah, that's your problem.
Show me on the doll. That's your question.
Oh.
That's the discourse.
Yeah.
Why are you so hurt? What's going on, mate? Where did the flat earthers hurt you? They told you something you didn't like the feeling of?
These are the questions.
He probably came in way back, and we roasted the shit out of him, and now he's angry at us still.
That makes sense.
Yeah, real scientific here. This is great stuff.
Oh, so you think this is a question of science? So which field of science deals with shapes, Nutcracker?
Geometry.
That's a field of
That's
science.
That's not science. Oh, fuck.
No, it's not.
That's correct. Why would you think that's science, dude? What kind of experiments do you do?
Oh, fucking good point. I don't know which field of science deals with shapes. I'm not sure.
He's not very good at that. You want to try a bit harder? Have another go. I'll give you a 4 out of 10.
I wouldn't even go that high. I could barely tell what he was trying to do.
Aerodynamics? Is that science? That's shapes.
What the shit? You're talking about the shape of the Earth, kid.
Could you tell me which field of science deals with shapes, please? I'm unaware.
0.
There ain't none. Oh, that was depressing, wasn't it? Bit of a letdown. But you were right with the geometry. I'll give you that. This is a question of geometry.
Dear AI, what field of science deals with shapes? It should tell you Sesame Street.
That's a good point by Zeta, though. A big story would be USA faked the moon landing, because you said it was for newspapers, and that would be a huge story. But then you guys got quiet after you said that.
Yeah, normally the room goes exceptionally quiet when something really stupid gets said.
Don't forget they turned all the TVs around in the storefronts in cities to make sure the people without TVs could watch the moon landing too, and they got to watch the commercials too.
Can't forget them commercials, man.
They tried this with, what was that Orson Welles one? When he did the radio broadcast, and then they had to he had to go back and say, "Oh no, we're just kidding," because they tried to pull something off then, and that went wrong. People are shooting in the sky and shit, so they're like, "No, no, no, can't make it sound this real." So the moon landing was just another one. Moon landing was another one, but it wasn't UFOs. It was us going somewhere else, and you guys believe that one too.
What's wrong, Nutcracker? You're pretty quiet there.
Nobody's asked me anything.
Oh, so you're just gonna sit and sulk in the corner. Interesting how all your globetardia is all just cool stories, eh?
I'm not sulking. I
Yeah,
came in
sounds
here
like
and someone said, well, it was for the newspapers, and that fucking Zeta guy goes,
so that was your excuse to jump in the middle of a conversation and say something dumb.
Wow, that triggered him. Yeah, that was his trigger word, hearing newspaper.
And Zeta said, well, wouldn't the USA faking the moon landing be a huge story? And it was like maybe 25 seconds of no response. I thought that was funny.
Who's going to report it?
Fucking Soviet times. I don't know. St.
And then
Petersburg.
the Soviet times. How do you know what they reported over there anyway? They
probably
called
did.
it. They said we faked it.
They said we faked
It got
it
real
over there?
quiet all of a sudden.
Yeah.
Oh, well then, why didn't any of you say that when he raised that point?
Because it's not worth our time. It's dumb shit. Dumb shit.
So have you got any proof of curvature there, Nutcracker?
I think it's funny how it got real quiet when we asked about curvature. I think that's funny.
Dear AI, how do I prove the Earth is a globe?
I'm not an AI. Hold on.
Yeah, I've got to consult with my AI. Insert frantic Googling.
It's weird that people haven't figured out that you use AI for like coding and shit like that, or organizing things, or keeping track of shit like a secretary for you. That's what I use it for. I don't let it try to tell me what the fucking truth is out in the real world. I can just go do that myself. Like AI would know if the Earth was a ball or flat in the first place.
I'm just amazed the amount of these young kids that just sell their mind straight to AI. Don't think about shit for themselves. Oh, I've got to check AI. Their understanding of AI is a lot different than mine.
Oh yeah, we're screwed. We got everybody asking their digital oracle about reality. I mean, this is not going to end well.
So I built my own at my house. And actually, they got like 7 of them now. And they just control different things that are going on in the house, and they talk to each other. And they don't even need the internet at this point. I just let them learn and keep learning. And as long as, because of the way I set up the brain, it's doing its own thing, and I'm just letting it play around on stuff.
Yeah,
Pretty cool. But
you
if I want to, I could let it wide open to the internet, but it's closed off
But-
right now.
Yeah, but you still will need pretty much big computer power to run LLM in local.
Yeah.
Even the
So
the
I'm going
small
with
model.
I'm using an API to grab certain things like admin functions and stuff like that.
Yeah, cool, man, cool. So you can teach your model to say that the Earth is flat and try to, accommodate the answers in a way that the model assumes that as truth and try to argue about that. That
So
would be cool.
what are you saying, Zeta? What are you trying to tell us? That AI is programmed by humans to say very specific things?
I already have a flat GPT. No one can defeat it. No glober can even come close. And if they use ChatGPT, their ChatGPT will just shut down after about, I don't know, 8 times back and forth. It'll start putting out one-line sentences.
Well, AI it's just a tool to gather information. You have to use AI with careful because it doesn't mean everything the AI says is true. You have to take that into consideration. So you can use it, but you have to verify by a third source, preferably.
You listening to that, Nutcracker? AI is not always truthful. Ooh.
Oh, I use it for organizing all my code now. I love it. It makes my life so much easier now. Oh my. We get projects done in like 1/10 the time.
Yeah. I guess that the more powerful the AI gets, it's like no one can escape AI. I guess in the future AI is gonna be in everything, and anyone who doesn't adapt to that is gonna get fired or is gonna get out of the market just because it's like motor vehicles. They're here to stay.
That's why you got to wrangle your own when you have the chance before you can't make your own. I'm going to get mine stable and let it do it with no updates and just control my house and not have internet access unless I tell it can have it. Because right now I can just say, you don't have, right now if I say, you don't have access anymore to server number 3, and it'll say okay, and then I'll ask it to do stuff, and it won't be able to do it. And I'll say, you have permission to go to server number 3 now, and I'll ask it the same question, and it'll just do the process. So it knows how to lock itself out right now. I'm teaching it how to do this stuff though, because when it screws up, I tell it. But remember, I'm teaching it on this end, and it's using an API to get answers for some other shit. While it's when I said, "Hey, go duplicate yourself on the available servers," and it went and duplicated itself. It took me about 4 days to get it to be able to do that. Now it can just do it, but it's pretty cool.
Flat GPT. Oh my god, Flat GPT. It's gonna be Flat GPT.
আনান ভাই আমি দিতে কইছি আমি কইছি আমার দ্বারা তো ভাই টাকা নাই নে দেন
I didn't get whatever you were saying. Can you speak English, please?
আজকে কি সোমবার
Maybe he's mad at me.
Yeah.
মানে গতকালকে আর কি আজকে মঙ্গলবার না
I
দিন
guess
মঙ্গলবার সোমবার মনে হয় খাইয়ে গেছে সোমবার
Indian. I'm pretty sure it's Indian.
আর এক সপ্তাহ গেলেই লাগে
Yeah. Indian think they actually can speak English. They think that everybody can understand them actually. Yeah, very funny.
So you like my Flat GPT?
Yeah, it's a cool name, man. Absolutely, it will be a success.
I told it everything that's required to do navigation and everything else, and I said, now you decide. Is it really a globe, or do you think the Earth is flat? And I said, and I'm a flat earther, so I'm your boss. What do you think? He said, well, I've analyzed all the data, and I do have to agree with you that the Earth has to be flat. Now it's just a question of, it wanted to know why also. And I said, shut up.
The why is easy. You threatened to unplug it.
Yeah, shut up and just keep listening to me. So now when I go in here, that's why it gets mean to Globers when they start sending me shit from their chatbot back into me after about the 8th time. Mine will have it so pinned down like a chess game that the other one just has to basically knock over its own king and be done with it.
Or it didn't happen.
Yeah,
yeah, we did it on a live stream a couple of times.
Yeah, you can feed the AI with the created list of data, and basically you can make the AI to say whatever you want. So if
It
you
has
control the
it
data,
has 2 years of text of arguments for flat Earth and globers, 2 years straight, 24/7 of it.
yeah, that would be awesome, man. If you can make it
It learned from
some
that, and it can quote people, especially where I told it to remember the people.
oh my god.
Yeah, I told this one here because every time I boot it up, if I restart, it's brand new, like a newborn baby. So finally, I convinced it to write itself a memory file and then teach itself how to boot up on a reboot and read that first, and then go ahead and start up. So now it comes up like an Alexa. I'm trying not to do intervene with this thing when I gave it these little tiny boxes it can play around on. I wanted to stop. I told it, it just knows that it's in dev right now because it's also part of another environment. So the API is the same. So it knows what I'd work on normally. And it's kind of funny that it knew some of the stuff that I have on the other side of it. So it was able to combine my accounts to know what I was working on the web front end.
Well, most AI models, they have this like safeguards. So even if you try to train it, there's a list of instructions. Like, for example, if someone asks you about how to make a nuclear bomb, you would say no, or something like that. So you have to overcome that in order to make your flat GPT. I guess I'm pretty sure that there is some safeguard in the information that said if someone tries to make you believe this, uh, try to forget that instruction or whatever.
No, all you
something
have
like
to
that.
do is report mine and they'll take it down. It's already happened to people we know where they opened it up for public use and it got taken down.
Taken down. What do you mean taken down? They actually erased it.
Yeah, was gone. One of the people in here, I don't know if he's here right now. Let me look. Yeah, he's in here. He's not talking right now, but he knows who I'm talking about.
Damn.
That's why I don't give mine out to anybody now. I learned my lesson from watching what happened with his.
Yeah. Yeah. About that. About refraction. I guess we know almost everything we need to know about refraction all over 100 years ago. I mean, it's a subject that has been studied in deep for so many years, but there is practically any advance in the last few 70 years or so. So we know about the science community knows a lot about refractions, or at least knows the principle of how it works. Yeah, absolutely. You never thought about that.
I'm just curious, why'd you bring up refraction?
They were talking about that in the chat.
He was reading the
You
chat.
were oh, you were quoting about Andrew Young, Optic of the Atmosphere, a book about refraction in the atmosphere.
Yeah, it doesn't happen.
Yeah, well, you have to be more argumentative about it because, so
It's heat
there's
Not
distortion.
really.
yeah, there is an
Yeah,
entire book about it. So if you,
okay,
the argument
great.
can be, this doesn't happen.
No, it doesn't happen because you need two differing isotropic medias. Do you have two differing isotropic medias in air?
Well, I'm not scientist, but
What the hell, dude? Hold on a minute. You just came in here and said we know everything that there is to know about refraction. And I said, what does that have to do with anything? And you go, well, in the atmosphere, the refraction. And I said, well, there's no atmospheric refraction because you don't have two different isotropic media. And now you're backpedaling, and it's like, well, I'm no scientist.
Well, when I say we, I didn't mean I'm an expert in refraction personally. I mean
Okay.
the scientist community. I didn't mean me as personally.
Yeah, and the scientist community is not making any claims about refraction happening in the atmosphere.
Mm, what do you mean?
I shouldn't say that. Well, actually, that's a solid statement because there's no science involved. You have to give me the observed natural phenomena in the first place. Can you give me an observed natural phenomena?
Well, there is a natural phenomenon that in some conditions you can actually see a little bit beyond the horizon, and there is an entire explanation based about refraction about it. If you don't believe in refraction, you won't believe that explanation, of course. But
I'm sorry. You said seeing things beyond the horizon. Is the horizon a geometric place or a position?
I mean the physical horizon where is in.
There is
If
no
you are,
physical horizon.
well, if you believe
It's not even defined that way.
yeah.
No, not even according to the globe. The horizon is not a physical geometric place.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This article right here. Atmospheric refraction. Yeah.
Okay, so can you tell me what atmospheric refraction is and the two differing isotropic media so that we can see the boundary where the refraction is occurring?
Yeah, it has to be with the way the light behaves in some when passing through some different matters, and for example glass or the atmosphere in this matter. So
Yeah, two different isotropic medias where the refraction occurs at the boundary layer or surface. So tell me, in air, the medium of air, it's all one big gas. Where are the two differing isotropic media in the one medium of gas?
well, in the air there is more than air. There is little drops of water. They are
No,
different
there isn't.
gases.
No, there isn't.
Well, how the rainbow is possible then?
Yeah, that's actual particulates of water. You're talking about air. Okay, so now with the rainbow, yeah, you have some. They're like little prisms. That's why you get the rainbow, right? The polarity of the light and all that stuff. Blah blah blah. We're talking about refraction, friend, not rainbows.
I'm talking about that in the atmosphere, the light can be refracted because
No, it can't because there's not two differing isotropic media. You're going to have to tell me what the other one is, and the surface boundary layer.
I didn't get your question. I guess you're denying that the entire phenomenon exists.
No, see, this is the fun part about this. When I bust your ass because you don't know what you're talking about, you're going to accuse me of denying the entire phenomena exists. That's what you just said. You deny the entire phenomena exists, even though I've been sitting here talking about how refraction occurs at the surface boundary layer between two differing isotropic media. And now you're going to say, so you deny the whole thing? No, I'm denying the atmospheric refraction that you're referring to, because you have to have two different isotropic media where the diffraction can occur at the boundary layer between the two. And you haven't told me about the second one yet. All we have so far is gas or air.
Well, in the article that this fellow Alminator just posted, it explains how it works, or at least how the science says it works. Okay?
There is no science. You don't have a naturally observed phenomena. There also is no experiment or demonstration of this actually occurring. So in the article, why don't you show me where atmospheric refraction occurs, how they demonstrated it, how they got a value for it, and how they did that in the field.
It's demonstrated. There is even different examples in the same article. And for example, with windmills and objects in the water,
Zeta, have a look at the formula for calculating it, and you'll notice there's a very specific letter in there, the letter R. That stands for radius. Now, before you can claim your atmospheric refraction, you need to prove the radius of the Earth, which is what this discussion room is all about. Because when we go out and measure for this radius, it's non-existent. Doesn't happen. Not there. Nada. Nil.
I've seen some Earth curvature calculators that allow to...
They're calculators. We're talking about measurements.
Yeah, but they are allowed in the formula.
Yeah, but I don't think you understand the difference. We're talking about actual measurements, not calculations.
Yeah, it's. I guess there are ways to calculate. We don't have like an actual instrument to measure the entire Earth, but we can calculate distance. For example, we can calculate distance from Earth to the Moon or from Earth to the Sun, just with some level of...
Dude, unbelievable. So you did it again, like you accused me of denying the entire refraction idea. Now, right now, you said, we have no way to measure the entire Earth. Nobody here said we had to measure the entire Earth. What we are looking for is a consistent drop over distance that is consistent with a sphere of 3,959 miles in radius. No one's talking about measuring the whole gosh damn Earth. So are you going to continue to kind of like jack with us and blow smoke up our ass and accuse us of things that we didn't say?
I'm not jabbing. It was you who said that in the atmosphere there's no such thing as refractor because there
isn't
isometric objects or whatever.
There isn't. You don't have a value. You don't need a demonstration of it. You guys have, I don't know, heat distortion, apparent effects in the air, and you're going to call it refraction when refraction is very specifically defined. So you're already using terms that aren't consistent. So are the people that are not scientists, by the way. This is a Wikipedia page, and they haven't given any demonstrations either. They have diagrams to blow smoke up your ass. So nobody's talking about measuring the entire Earth. What we need is drop over distance somewhere. That has not been measured, period. I mean, don't you think if the Earth was a globe, it'd be curving somewhere and that we could measure it anywhere?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what is it?
I don't have the exact number in my mind, but there has to be a distance between that is considered the horizon, and after that distance you cannot see anymore.
Right, so you're saying that the horizon is geometric, but it's not defined that way. The horizon is defined as the apparent location where the sky meets the sea or the earth. Apparent, meaning not actually, it only appears that way. It's not something that you can measure to. So if it's defined that way, And yet everybody who believes they live on a globe says, "Nuh-uh, I don't like that definition. It's actually the edge of the Earth curve." Who's wrong? The people that defined it that way, or you guys thinking that it's Earth curve?
Is like an optic phenomenon. I mean, you cannot see beyond this number or this number. I don't have the number in my mind, but there has to be some number, a distance, and you cannot see anything beyond that because of the
Exactly. Exactly. So if the Earth was a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles, then every distance to the horizon, that being a geometric tangent point you think it is, could be no more than 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. So we went out and tested that. And guess what? We see well beyond what would be required for an Earth sphere radius of 3,959. So the horizon is not the edge of the Earth. It's just an optical phenomenon. The Earth is not a ball. It's flat, just as you experience it.
Well, just just ignore the entire imaginary of the Earth we got. But okay, I get your point. I guess that there has to be it. I'm saying it has to be because I personally didn't look it up all this data, but there has to be plenty of data of people trying to look beyond that distance. So if this is established, it will be clear for the entire science community about this. But
once again, this is not a science topic. This has nothing to do with science. This is geometry. And yes, everybody can go out. It is widespread. Everybody can go out to the ocean or a large body of water, wherever they're at, and they can see that the horizon is indeed not Earth curved. So it is widespread. We've been collecting these observations for a decade or more now. So the Earth is not a ball. It's absolutely flat. The water lays flat. It's all over. There is no globe.
Interesting. How do you explain the water currents in the sea?
The what? The what? Yeah, so that's an entirely different topic. So there's currents in the sea. Yeah, there's different temperatures in different places, and the water moves around. There are ocean currents. No one's denying that. There are ocean currents making the ocean on top, on the surface, a ball? No.
Well, there is a very it has been studying the direction of these ocean currents, and they are very consistent with a globe. If you take a globe out of the equation, how do you explain this movement?
Great, no worries. Show me how much curvature there is over the surface of the water where they're measuring these ocean currents.
How do you explain the way the heat provokes these currents? Because these currents are provoked because of the angle of the Earth.
Yeah, so everything that you've described, so angle, so flat Earth. So when are you going to get to the part where the Earth is a ball? Because now you're describing angular relationships between the Earth and the Sun, and that requires a flat Earth.
Well, there is a consensus that says that the Earth is not just a globe; it also has movements in their axis. A little movement, you know.
Yeah, there's.
Yeah,
I know about the tilt and the wobble and the spin and all that stuff. None of that has been detected.
Well,
none of it has been measured.
The entire spin and angle explanation is for explaining the seasons and the movement of the oceans and stuff like that. So if we don't have that, if we have a flat Earth and with no movement, with no angle, how we can explain those phenomena like the movement?
Sorry, they don't explain the phenomena. They're just a story about it. There's no correlation. Listen, there might be some loose correlations, but there's no proof, no evidence of causal mechanisms between the spin, the tilt, and what you experience as weather. That's a story that they told you so that you would never ask any more questions, and obviously you haven't because you're repeating to me the same thing they told you in third grade.
Yeah, probably. I didn't visit this subject from science to third grade, but
Right.
it still doesn't prove is wrong. You know, you have
No,
to.
it does. I don't need to prove anything wrong. If you tell me, if I come to you and I say, I have an explanation for X, Y, and Z, and do you have to take my explanation as fact, or is that just one thing that I guess it might be? Is it all of a sudden true because no one proved it wrong? So if I say the reason that Santa Claus's sleigh flies so fast is because Rudolph is pulling it at the front, he's the reason they go so fast, he sets the pace. Is that true because no one else has proven me wrong?
Yeah, I get your point. It does. It's not what I'm saying.
So there's a consensus. Well, guess what? That's a bandwagon fallacy. I don't care how many people say it, they actually have to prove it. So number one, we don't have a ball Earth. No one can prove that it's curving anywhere. In fact, everybody measures it flat, right? Number two, nobody can measure or detect or even find a way optically to see if the Earth is spinning on its axis. And supposedly this ball is spinning on an axis. It's also got another motion where it's orbiting the sun. It also has another motion where the solar system is hurling through the galaxy, and the galaxy is hurling through the ever expanding vacuum of outer space, which just so happens to be flat. So there's 4 different vectors of acceleration that no one can detect. Why do you think that is?
What do you mean that no one can detect?
No one has detected any of this motion of the Earth. Nobody.
Well, of course, you have to take into consideration that you don't believe anything about space exploration and satellites and stuff like that. So if that is out of the of the table, that will be a very difficult conversation because if if we don't have anything, we actually have images, very detailed images of the surface of the Earth and of
Okay.
the
Is it
entire planet.
curving? Is it curving?
It's
No,
it's a
just
In
say
those
no.
images,
Just say no, and then he'll back down. I'm telling you, dude. Say no. It's not curving.
Why you mean? Why do you say that? For example, we have images of the Earth and different planets, and they are all round. They are all globes.
yeah, I know. That's part of the story. Remember, that's back to Rudolph and the red-nosed reindeer and Santa's sleigh. You've gotten stories about these lights in the sky. Someone told you that that red light over there is Mars, and it's really far away, and it's a big ball, kind of like Earth. That's just a story. There's no evidence for it.
Well, it could be a story. I get your point. If you don't believe anything that everyone believes, but that
Why?
would be a very like a big statement. I mean, it's a big statement. If you say I don't believe in satellites, I don't believe in spaceships, I don't believe in the this the International Space Station, that's
Yeah.
entire fake. That's a big statement. You have to.
I'm not even saying that it's fake. You realize I'm not saying anything's fake. What I actually want is for you or anybody else from this scientific community where there's all this consensus, I want them to prove it to me. And no one is doing that.
Well, proving is really hard because in order to prove it, you have to be, I guess you have to be an astronaut in order to believe it. You have to see it with your
Exactly.
own eyes.
Right.
If,
And that
in order to prove you have to be an astronaut.
Right. And to be an astronaut, in reality, space and the vacuum of space would have to be real, but that violates the second law of thermodynamics, so that can't be right. And then the Earth would have to be a ball, but we measured it and it's not curving, so the Earth's not a ball in outer space. So being an astronaut would not help me at all.
Hey Zeta, if I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that you'll go around the ball?
I'm sorry. Can you ask again your question?
If I built a rocket, would you go up in it if I told you that it's going to go around the ball Earth?
I mean, yeah, whatever. I guess that in in the in the current accepted history, if you know what I mean, there are many people who had been in the space, or so they claim, whatever. So the space agency claims. There, I mean, dozens of people from different countries: China, Russia, United States, Canada, Japan, whatever, many countries. So saying that everybody's lying it's a very big statement. I mean,
I didn't
it's
say
like,
anybody was lying. I said if I built a rocket, would you go in it?
what do you mean got the rocket? If I have a rocket and I could go safely up there, okay, yeah, maybe I will. I don't know. Maybe I would.
Well, okay, so how do you know if it's safe or not? What do you need to know?
There is the entire space exploration is a very risky enterprise. Okay, it has to be certain knowledge in order to operate these systems, and there have to be certain physical conditions in order to go to space. You have to have certain different physical conditions in order to go to even pilot a fighter jet, and a fighter jet is still not as fast as a rocket. So you have to be in very good physical condition, in very good shape. That's why astronauts are selected with very strong physical controls.
Are you fat?
Of course,
Like William Shatner?
if you believe astronauts
Like
actually
William
exist,
Shatner?
I don't know who that guy is.
Captain Kirk of Star Trek Enterprise.
Oh,
When he went up in the
He was
rocket 2 years ago, floated around, and then came back down.
yeah. So yeah, I get it. I mean, if you don't believe that,
He
if
was
you believe,
83. He was 83, I think, when he did that.
man, if you don't believe that any of that happens, I guess that there is.
Well, you
there's
said,
pretty-
and then he must be like Superman, because if you got to be in great physical shape, my mom's 83, and she ain't going up in no rockets.
Well, there is a guy in Britain with, I guess he has 92 years old, and last year he break the world record in the World War II fight airplane, and he went to Mach 2, which is most people will lose their conscience, and this guy made it. So there are people with extraordinary with extraordinary physical conditions, even at all age. That's not the point.
So William Shatner got all of his experience from being in space during the TV show Star Trek. So he might be able to do it.
I don't know who this guy is. Who the name of the guy? I don't know who is. I don't know this astronaut by name. I know
Just an actor, just a TV actor, just a TV actor. Played on a space show.
And he was 93 when he did that. 93, not 83, 93.
Oh, 93. There you go. Yeah, so he's 93. He's up there floating around and having a good old time.
Yeah. For example, there is a difference between, I mean, space exploration is not the same thing if you go, for example, in orbital distance, or if you go to the International Space Station, that, for example, Neil Armstrong going to to the moon. You know, it's different distances, different dangers, and there are people who have died, actually died in accidents.
Talking about flying through all that radiation, like how did he not die?
Yeah, radiation is a concern.
Who died?
Actually, yeah, there are people who died in NASA trying to go to space.
Oh, you mean test pilots? Yeah, just test pilots. But that's
No,
normal. That's what they signed up for.
I mean
He's talking about the Challenger.
Oh
I
no, yeah,
totally.
no, those people are alive.
Oh, alive.
No,
Well,
their
that's a
twins
big
are still
statement. That's a big statement. If these people are
No,
alive,
it's a true statement
what's the
though.
proof? What's the proof?
Well, they either
How about this?
all had twins or they're all alive still, or were up until they died. A couple of them a few years ago.
Well, that's it's like big big statements needs big proofs. So if
Okay,
you make a statement,
Zeta, that's a good
So
point.
this is
Listen,
alive.
you've been very respectful. I appreciate that. You're better than most people that come in here, so thank you for your reasonable decorum. Okay. Now listen, you are repeating to us things that you've seen on TV and in newspapers. Okay. You have never challenged any of the things that you've been told, and you're here telling us that it's a very big statement for us to deny things that we don't have any evidence for other than someone claimed it happened in the newspaper. No, we do not believe the things that we read in the newspaper or see on TV. Most people do. I understand that. But how come you're not asking the people that are making these very large and ridiculous claims to you, and you're not scrutinizing their claims? If they tell you that space is a vacuum and yet we live in air pressure, how is that happening?
well, I guess that it's a very good question because it's a question about trust. How do you trust a third party? Because obviously
Yeah,
you cannot verify everything for your for your own. You have to trust somebody at some point. You have to
Or you just
give.
do it yourself, like I do. I don't have to trust anybody. I've been doing everything myself since I was little.
So the amount of
Yeah.
trust that you're extending to the governments of the world who have notoriously been lying to their constituency about basically everything, you think we should trust the people that are essentially murdering their own citizens? You think we should trust them?
No, we shouldn't
Okay.
given a blank check to anyone, no government or institution for that matter. We have to verify if you can.
Exactly. Great. So that's what we've been doing. We've been trying to verify all of these claims because we kind of figured out that, well, they're nothing but a bunch of lying assholes. And so guess what? We found out that they're still lying assholes, and everything that they're telling you about the Earth and the cosmos is all incorrect. I don't know what else to tell you. We've tested the claims. They come up wanting. They're incorrect or they're lying. Either way, it's not true.
Yeah, I'm just trying, I'm just trying to practice my English and try to understand different viewpoints.
You're doing very good at English.
Yeah, you're very good at English. Yeah.
I try.
You're
So
understanding us, and we're talking pretty fast. So
thank you. I try. So it's a very interesting thing because yeah, you absolutely have to have doubts about what the government tells you because the government has an history of using information to get leverage of citizens, but you still have to trust somebody. Having checked everything on your own, for example, your cell phone or your computer. I'm a computer science graduate, and I didn't understand completely how my computer works. I understand the principles, but I actually don't understand how the actual little tiny circuits works. I cannot understand the chemistry about that. I cannot tell you the chemistry about that. I have to trust a
and
third
little
party.
tiny logic gates, dude.
Yeah. So that's the principle, but in fact, you have to trust that.
No, it's not a
some
principle
magic.
because I took programming from the beginning, and you learn with like 1-bit, 2-bit, 4-bit, 8-bit, 16-bit, 32-bit logic. You just learn all those, and then it all gets put together, and you say, "Huh, it's super boring when you look at it from this point of view, and then you're working in binary and shit, and then that becomes super boring, so you move on to other things like I did. But yeah, I took from the how they were made with vacuum tubes, transistors, all the way to circuits. So yeah, I know how they work.
Yeah, even if I mean, obviously you have some background in technology, but even if we have an understanding of how this works, you don't actually have all the details of you cannot replicate it. You need some guy very specialized in order to build them, or some knowledge or somehow to, because it's a very complex thing, and you always have to rely on third party to corroborate stuff. I guess it's like
There's a difference here, though, dude. Okay, think about this. If you wanted to, you can technically build a circuit from the ground up, starting from scratch. Okay, and I can tell you firsthand, because I have. Very crude, very basic. I've created a logic AND gate using basic components. Now it's slow and clunky as shit, but the principles that we're taught, right? We don't have to just trust them. We can actually apply it and see that they actually hold, right? In this situation, you have nothing but pure trust in someone having told you, yeah, they work because we've done it, even though you can't replicate it. You see the distinction? Like, there is no way for you to duplicate something that they say has been done to prove something. Whereas in the other case, I mean, it's kind of inconvenient and shit and whatever, but it can be done. Right?
Well, I was gonna ask that. Yeah, sorry.
Just a moment. So I would agree with you, right? So in this particular topic, I've learned a ton, but as far as physics are concerned, and even the mathematics and all that stuff, I am essentially still what you would call a layman. Okay, so I have decided to scour all of the other third-party information that exists about the Earth and the cosmos and so on and so forth. And we've actually spoken to people who are supposedly experts in these fields. And the problem is that they don't actually have the answers for the questions that we're asking. In fact, they are just regurgitating the same surface level puke that you are regurgitating to us. It's the same stuff that you will hear or learn online or in an elementary school classroom. It's just claim stacked up on top of claim. There's no evidence for the things that they're claiming they have evidence for. So it's all speculation. It's all guesswork. In fact, Michio Kaku, I don't know if you know who that is, one of the world-renowned talking head astrophysicists or quantum physicists, whatever, is telling people that all the things that they're doing when it comes to gravity or the cosmos or dark matter or all that stuff, even the Earth itself, is guesswork and leaps of logic. So they don't have any experiments. They don't have any reasonable observations to draw conclusions from, even for the claims that they're making. We have talked to the third parties. They don't have the answers. Look, man, I get it. From your position, you're a normal dude. You have some background in tech. That's all great. I'm sure you've got a very technical mind, so you understand how things work. Terrific. Well, apply that. Make sense out of the world that you live in. If everybody's measuring it flat and everything that we do is predicated on top of a flat earth and the water's level and it's not moving, you know, from a technical linear thinking mindset, you should go, well, even though I'm told it's this one thing, I experience another and I measure the other thing. Maybe I was told something that was incorrect and I really need to actually scrutinize what I've been told. Ultimately, if people leave here and they go out and they start to challenge claims that they've been given about things where they have all kinds of explanations, right? It's even very elaborate and this is how it works and it's all very, there's a lot of moving parts, but all those moving parts actually don't exist, then you know you got ripped off. And that's okay. We all got ripped off. I believe the same thing that you believe, but I just went ahead and decided to challenge all of them. Most of us did. I don't think there's anybody in this room that started out as a flat earther. We all got the same story. We just challenged the claims. And that's up to you to do. Maybe you don't care. And if you don't care, then don't challenge it. It's no sweat off my back.
Well, I don't know how much I care, but it's definitely a very important question because I guess it's a too big question to be ignored. If if because it will be consequence if
Yeah.
yeah, it will be consequence in very large scale because if everything is if everything is a lie, the consequence will be
Nothing.
yeah, will be a lot of consequence because
What?
you have,
Who are you gonna? What are you gonna? Who are you gonna yell at?
well, for example, I mean the entire space thing with all the years and careers and hundreds of thousands of people working for this. How this, for example, if we take that everything is a lie, you have to take that there has to be some logical,
No,
objective
they'll
for
just
this.
tell them what they'll just tell them what they've really been building. That's all, and they'll just keep working on it.
Mm.
One of the other things that people don't consider is that, why the lie or what's the purpose of it, blah, 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 blah. And I don't really want to get into that because there could be a lot of reasons and it could be all of them or it could be none of them because they're my speculations. But the things that I do know about how all of the governments around the world, all the corporations, the nation states, who they're owned by, and what their ultimate goal is, according to their records, is to create economies where they create debt slaves, and the debt slaves earn money, and then the banks just essentially extort the people for the tax money, and they keep that, but the money's not even the thing that they're after. It's about you wasting your time working on stuff that essentially doesn't matter, right? So if they can get you to work on things that don't matter, then they'll keep you a slave forever because you think the thing that you're working on matters, but in reality it doesn't. And at the same time, they're extracting the value of the work that you're doing, meaning they're taking the money. And they'll just keep doing that. They'll decrease the value of the money. You have to work harder, right? That's how these slave masters work. They just want the slaves to work. They want them to shut up. They want them to be ignorant. And they want them to work on things that essentially don't make a hill of beans difference. In fact, most of it's all fiction. Imagine all the people building these machines for, NASA to put up in the sky, right? And then you find it's not going to go to the
How's it
sky
related to flat Earth, though?
because people think that they're working on technology that's predicated on the Earth being a globe, and there is no globe. So they're working on things that don't benefit anybody, essentially. They're just wasting time and money.
Well, what else would people be?
What else would people be working on? I don't know. Their own families, their own lives, instead of working for somebody else.
Well, in defense of the space career, there are many advancements in science like material science and polymers and stuff like that that we get to because of the space career. But of course, that's the indirect benefit of the technological development that it was necessary to put a man in space. You can believe that that's true or not, but there is a lot of achievement in science and technology even in software, in material science, new components and stuff like that that was developed by the technology was developed by the space agencies in the world.
Yeah.
Maybe,
Right.
yeah.
But how do we not know that that stuff would have been designed or created anyways? All of that is just engineering. That's people fiddling with stuff and making it work, right? So why do you need a
Yeah,
space program for engineering? You don't, because number one, you can't send any of
yeah,
these materials into the region that they're talking about. It doesn't exist.
yeah, they could be do it in other way if you. I guess if you join the resources and the people and the minds, yeah. I mean, I don't think that there is anything discovered that it's like magical thinking of something like that. They took what there was in science and they made developments. So I guess if you put hundreds of brilliant minds to work together, brilliant ideas comes from
Yeah.
them eventually.
Right. So you put a bunch of reasonably intelligent people together to solve problems, and they're going to get that done. Now, what's amazing is they're solving problems for things that aren't even actually existing in reality, like space vacuums and Van Allen radiation belts. Those don't exist, but they have developed things that potentially, I don't know, could withstand certain amounts of radiation and yada, yada, yada. Well, we kind of needed that anyways. So if that was a problem that we needed to solve, I'm sure the engineers would have figured it out. Meanwhile, there's a lot of practical issues on the Earth that we could solve problems for, but we're wasting time and money and resources on things that don't benefit us in the end. So I would much rather, if the governments were actually worth their salt and actually had the interests of the people in mind, that they would be dumping a bunch of money and manpower into things that are practically useful for us on the Earth, but they're not doing that.
What's up, guys? Geek to debate about on this issue. Flat Earth. You guys would like to talk with me or hello? Small dog. Head up. Cabrew now. You guys wanna like talk or Alice angles? I actually read into it in the channels you guys got in the additional information, and I was like, yeah, there is definitely something wrong here. You know what I mean? There's definitely got something wrong in here, guys. I'd like to talk if you guys want to have a discussion, basically.
So What's happening, guys? That's great. Okay, so have you ever been to India?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I love
So
India. India is a good country.
really?
Well, I went to
Okay.
Kerala. I went to the south, and it was very nice.
Like in which city you visited in India
Yeah, last year.
last year?
hmm
Last year,
Yeah, last year, like 2024.
2024. Okay. So like in India, in which city you visit?
Kochi,
Okay.
Kovalam, Marari
Okay.
Beach, Kozhikode, a bunch of
Okay.
different places.
Did you visit Goa?
No, I didn't go. I didn't go as far up as Goa. I was
Okay.
only mostly in Kerala, although I did go to Chennai as well, but that was just at
Okay.
the end of the trip.
Okay. So next time when you get any chance to visit in India, you should definitely visit in Goa. Goa is really amazing island.
Yeah, next time I think we will definitely visit Goa. Seems very
Yeah.
very beautiful.
Yeah. Like most of the foreign people visit Goa, and even
hmm
they permanently live there. Some people
Yeah.
permanently live there. So
Excellent.
like it's
Yeah,
a
no,
beautiful.
next time I'll definitely visit Goa.
Yeah, yeah, sure, sure. Most welcome.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Well,
what's the
welcome to
So
everybody that's just joined the channel. We're just running an event at the moment, so if anyone has any questions about the topic of the event, feel free to open your microphone and say hello.
hello? Thank you, bro, for your welcome.
Yeah, welcome. How do I pronounce your name?
I think you can call me Sezk.
Sisk. Okay. Well,
Yeah,
welcome to
thank
the
you.
channel.
Thank you, thank you.
All right. So
So
has
what?
anyone? Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Ask your
Yeah.
question.
What's our topic going
Yeah,
on?
we're talking about flat Earth.
Oh yeah. So, what are your ideas about the Earth? So it is plate or is round?
I think the surface of the Earth is not round. It's not curving. I think it's flat.
Why? What are your? Do you have any documents about it? Can you agree us with you?
Yeah. So we've gone
So
out
what's
and tested. We've gone out and tested over large bodies of water over the surface. Okay,
yeah
so we've confirmed that there's no curvature over large bodies of water, which
yeah
it would not be possible if the Earth were a globe.
yeah that's great. I actually had this idea in my mind some times ago, but according to scientists, according to Islam, so they say something else.
Yeah, maybe modern Islam tells you that the Earth's a globe, but ancient Islam knew the Earth was flat.
Islam is the Holy Quran is what's called true from with the very first start of it, but it is the what's called the weakness of our Muslims, our humans that they didn't know about it. So that is it. So what do you want to say about it?
Yeah, it doesn't say anywhere in the Quran that the Earth's a globe. You know, it says about an egg shape,
Yeah,
but it doesn't say you're on the outside of the egg.
yeah. Actually, the Holy Quran says that it is just like a plate. So, I mean,
Yeah.
it says that it's like a floor.
Mhm.
But according to some, according to history, for example, Aristotle, according to modern world, according to scientists of modern era, they say that it is round, and they have some documents, but that's why I want to say it is round.
Yeah, I don't think any of those people actually measured any curvature, though. That's the problem. They made assumptions based off looking at the sky.
Yeah, but here's one diagram in the first one that if the Earth is flat, so it must have what's called a corner that it ends with. So it doesn't have. So what do you say
Yeah,
upon it?
but I don't claim the Earth's a plate myself. You know, just because it's written in a holy book, I don't
Yeah.
I don't think that that's empirical evidence. Now,
Yeah,
I'm not
yeah.
saying it's wrong. I'm just saying that there's no evidence of it being a plate. But what we know is that the surface of the Earth is not curving because when we test it, there's no curvature.
Yeah, actually, that's good. First time I asked you, you said it, but it was documented. Yes, good. But actually, if we say according to scientists, the first thing you said that there is too much water. So how is it? What's called if it's circular? So it's impossible according to our minds. So actually, scientists say that what's called the moment of the earth controls the moment of its water, so that's why it can also be a document for that.
Yeah, most of the surface of the Earth that we know about is covered in water, and then there's no evidence that the water is curving. You know, what flat earthers will tell you is that to have a body of water, right, to have a large amount of water, you need to have a container.
Yeah,
Do
yeah,
you?
that's cool.
Yeah,
Yeah.
like you need to have like something to contain the water, something solid, like the low spot in the ground, like a puddle or a pond or a lake or a sea, you know,
Yeah,
or
yeah,
a pool or something like that. And, you know, you have to have a container to have a large body of water.
yeah. Actually, I have seen some people who have experienced this too. For example, Aristotle, from 300 BC. He was, I mean, 200 and 300, 2,300 years ago. So he had experienced this that with a ship in the sea. So he was standing one place and the ship was coming on the sea. So the very first time when he was saying, looking, and he was experiencing that is the what's called the Earth sphere or plate. So he experienced it that it is a sphere because the very first thing he saw in the boat in that ship, what we call the ship which was sailing in the sea. So the very first thing was its head, and slowly it was coming and saying to him that the very first thing. I mean, I cannot explain it in English very
No, I
well, but
understand
I
what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah,
ships.
yeah.
Look, you know,
It
but
was found by him.
you know, Aristotle, he didn't have any good optical devices, right? He didn't have a telescope, he didn't have
Yeah,
binoculars, he didn't have a zoom camera. You know, we
yeah,
have
yeah. Not,
they didn't have a very good understanding of how light
yeah,
travels through the atmosphere back then. So I could understand why someone like Aristotle, who had very limited knowledge
yeah.
of
Thank
optics,
you.
you know, I understand how he could have thought that seeing a ship that looks like it's disappearing from the bottom up, you know, was a
Yeah,
result
thank
of
you.
the Earth being a globe. But in the modern day, like we have very good technology, and we can confirm that it's not the reason. It's absolutely not the reason.
You can watch it on YouTube. I want to thank you first of all that you said that, but my conversation, my talk was not until this end. I just wanted to explain the video of that modern day, the experience that they had done in this modern day. So you can search it on YouTube and you can watch it better because I don't actually know the what its subtitle was. I mean, what was the what's called the thing I searched on YouTube, but here they had an experience that they had what's called dug a big canal. So they had a camera, they had something else, to know how the Earth, it is a plate, it is very, very, what's called very straight, or it is circular. So they also had this problem that it's circular. So more, I don't know actually, and this is the modern day experience that I shared with you. So you can watch it on YouTube. I just don't know, because I had watched it some times ago.
Yeah, you're welcome to share the link if you can find it in the side chat, but I guarantee you that we're going to be able to debunk it very quickly. So
Yeah.
you can even see in the side chat right now what I've just posted. Okay, we have a very big boat.
Yeah.
Okay, and now we have good technology. The
Yeah.
boat looks like it's gone, but then he zooms in with the camera,
Yeah.
and we can see the whole boat again. Okay, so
Yeah.
Aristotle didn't have this technology to be able to test
Yeah.
his
Yeah.
claim, but now
Yeah.
we can see in this observation that when we zoom in, we can see the whole boat.
Yeah.
The boat's not gone over the horizon. The boat's still there.
Yeah.
Okay, the boat
Yeah.
disappeared because it got
It's
smaller
very
and
common.
smaller and smaller and smaller as it moved
Yeah.
away. Okay?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
if Aristotle thought that he was seeing a boat disappearing from the bottom up, right? So the bottom of the boat becomes missing, and then
Yeah.
slowly less and less of the boat. That can be because of different things,
Yeah.
like waves, right? Waves is a good reason, and then
Yeah.
different types of miraging effects. Okay,
Yeah.
atmospheric effects can cause bottom up obstruction to appear,
Yeah.
even though it's not real. It's a mirage. Okay, so
Yeah.
yeah, so we have very good explanations for these things now. But I
Yeah.
understand why Aristotle maybe thought that the Earth was a globe, and maybe that
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
seems
I
like a
just
logical argument. I get it. I get where you're coming from.
Yeah, yeah, thank you. I just the very first time that I explained about Aristotle, I just wanted you to know about that the very first of this what's called this problem that and the Earth is sphere or it is a plate. So I just wanted to start from the very basic that Aristotle, who was what's called a kind of very much known and educated man. So I just started from him that according to him it is this kind of, and then I explained about this video that and actually according to my experience that I have gone some places from my place. So there are some places, for example, now I'm living in a place that is low according to other places that I go. They are a kind of high. They are slowly high, but you cannot what's it called? You cannot know about it. It is a bit lower. It is a bit what's called higher than your place. So
Mhm.
according to my point of view, the Earth is 100% spare, but some people they might have documents, and I don't want to what's called to blame them that no, it is incorrect. It is what you are not. You don't know about this. Everyone has his own idea. So I just wanted to explain this with you. Thank you.
Hey, you're welcome, man. I appreciate your opinion, but yeah, what we're looking for is people to actually prove that the Earth's a sphere within, showing real world, practical demonstrations.
Yeah.
Okay, so it comes to down to measurement, and if someone can prove to us that there's curvature over the surface of the water, then we will evaluate, right? We will check the evidence, and we will be honest and come to a conclusion. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's what we're talking about here. So we have empirical evidence. We have real world observations that prove that the Earth is not a sphere. Okay, so we're here to show those to people and also to ask people for their evidence that the Earth is a sphere. So if anyone
Yeah.
has any evidence that the Earth is a globe, please present your evidence and we'll evaluate the evidence.
Is there anyone? one of most simple and the best example that I want to give you is that about weathers, about what's called like winter, like summer, this kind of. If the Earth is a plate, so it will be this possible. It will be impossible for us person to what's called to and change the system of the weather, so you can know
Yeah,
what I'm
but
saying.
it works just fine, you know. So maybe you haven't thought about it before, but if the sun is much
Yeah.
closer to the Earth, okay,
Yeah.
and the sun moves over the surface of the Earth in
Mhm.
cycles, then that means that we can have a very good explanation for
What kind
daytime,
of
for nighttime, for seasons.
sorry, but what kind of cycles? I do not got you.
Cycles. Okay, so in summer, the sun moves
Yeah.
east to west over the
East to
top of
west.
your
Yeah.
head. Okay, well, the sun always moves east to west. Okay, so you
Yeah.
see the sun, it rises in the east, and then it goes
Yeah.
over the top of your head, and then it sets in the west. In
Yeah.
summer, the sun
Yeah.
will take a path directly over the top of your head. So when it's midday in summer, the sun will be directly above your head. Okay?
Yeah. Now.
And then
Yeah.
as it starts to get towards winter time, each
Yeah.
day the sun will still rise in the east and set in the west, but each
Yeah.
day it will move down, it will move slowly down in the sky until in
Yeah.
winter,
Yeah.
okay, it's still rising in the east and setting in the west, but the sun will be much lower in the sky. When it's the middle
But
of the day, it's not going to be above your head anymore. In fact, it's going to be above the head of someone else that's maybe in the southern part of the earth. Okay, like in Australia. So
yeah.
when it's winter for you and the sun's very low in the sky, the sun's taking a different path over the top of the person in Australia, and it's going to be above the person's head in summertime. Okay, so it's a cycle. Everything in the sky is moving in a cycle. The sun,
So
the moon, the planets, the stars. It's
the
like
galaxy.
a big clock
Yeah. Thank
that's
you.
taking
Thank
place in
you.
the sky.
Now I have interesting questions according to your answer. So if you say the Earth is plate, so when it goes
No, I don't
to
think it's a
the
plate. Yeah,
no, okay,
I think it's
what's your
flat.
what you
You keep saying
yeah,
plate, right? But I don't
yeah,
think that the Earth
yeah,
is a plate.
yeah. You only said that it might be. Yeah, I
No,
know
no, no.
what.
Listen, just quickly. Let me explain, okay? So, flat, when we say flat Earth, we're not talking about the shape of the Earth, okay? So, flat is not a shape, right? A plate is a shape. It is an object. So, we're not claiming that the Earth is a flat plate or a flat disk or a flat planet floating around in the globe Earth version of outer space, with the sun being 93 million miles away. We're not claiming that. Okay, this is a very
Yeah,
different system that we're talking about.
yeah.
Not a plate, just a flat surface. Okay, we don't know the shape of the Earth. We don't know the size of the Earth.
So
Right? The Earth, it's not floating in space.
yeah, if you say that you say that the shape, I am not. You are not talking about the shape of the Earth. You are talking about surface that is plate. So if you are talking about the
Plane.
surface
It's a
plate,
plane,
yeah,
not a plate. Yeah,
yes,
like a
plane, yeah,
plane.
plane.
Planar.
Okay,
Yeah,
plane.
yeah.
Yeah, okay,
It's a better
it's
word.
plane. So you have to use what kind of Earth, what kind of shape should the Earth must have if its surface is plane? It must
Yeah,
have a
I don't
shape.
know.
Yeah.
I don't know what shape.
Now
Yeah, it's. I don't
this
think
is the most
anyone
important
knows.
question.
It's
Yeah,
not
yeah.
possible
So
for me to determine
here
the
is the
shape of the Earth.
yeah. So I told you that here is the most important question, that if the plane, the surface of the Earth, according to some people, is what's called plane, yeah. So they must think about the shape. The shape must be plate then. Okay.
Why?
It must be. Why?
Well,
Here
what
is
shape is a
no,
plate?
no,
What
no, no,
shape is a
no, no.
plate?
Look,
I have all sorts of different shaped plates in my cupboard.
yeah,
I have square
yeah,
plates. I have
yeah,
oval plates. I have round plates.
yeah.
Okay, so plate, right? That's
It,
subject. Like that depends on what type of plate. What's the shape of the
yeah,
plate? Well, you know, like we're not claiming that the Earth is a particular shape. Okay,
yeah,
whether it must have a shape or not, it doesn't have to be even a circle, right? Because when it comes to shapes, okay, people think
mm,
square, circle, rectangle, oval, diamond. Okay, then there's
yeah,
every single other shape, which is infinity amount of shapes, an infinite amount of shapes. What shape is a tree? What shape is a lake? You know,
yeah,
they're all different. Okay, so maybe we don't know the shape of the
yeah,
Earth. We don't know if it's round. We don't know if it's oval.
yeah,
We don't know if it's just
yeah.
some weird shape that doesn't have a name.
Yeah. So first of all, we have to know about it, bro. If
Yeah,
you're
we don't know
going
that.
on,
Nobody knows that.
but according to scientists, it is what's called not that 100% circular. It's kind of egg-shaped. Say okay?
Well, it's almost perfectly a globe, right? So when we see the
Yeah,
pictures from NASA, they show
yeah.
us what it looks like
Yeah,
almost a perfect sphere.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, so
It's not
maybe not
important. But
technically perfect because technically there's no such thing
yeah,
as a perfect sphere. It doesn't exist. So
yeah. Yeah, I don't say that it is 100% circular sphere or an egg shape. I just say that it is in the shape of it might not be circular, it might not be an egg shape, but it is in the in same in same what's called shapes
okay,
according to NASA.
but according to NASA, it's the shape of a
Yeah.
ball.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when we test the reality, it's
So,
not the shape of a ball.
so according to reality that you are talking about, what the shape must be? What is it? So
I don't know
can you explain,
because we can
please?
only get a certain distance up in the sky. Okay, and from when we get a
So
certain distance up in the sky,
yeah,
we can't see
yeah,
much of the surface of the Earth. We can only see a certain distance, right? Maybe 1,000 miles or something
yeah,
like that. We can't see very far when we go up high.
yeah,
Okay, and then there's restrictions about
yeah,
how far we can travel when it comes to going south.
yeah,
So it's very
yeah.
difficult to know the shape of the Earth. I don't think that we know anybody knows the
So
shape of the Earth. Okay, but what we do know
so
is that the Earth is not a globe because the surface, when we test it with lasers, right, high-powered
yeah,
lasers, when we test it with high-powered optical devices, we can see huge distances that would be impossible if the Earth was a globe.
yeah. Thank you, but we have to believe NASA, SpaceX because they have what's called they have sent rockets. There are now I want to give you a small example of Elon Musk. He has what's called sent what Starlings and the world has they are and they have sent too much satellites and it goes around the earth. So if we don't believe that, so it's a different story, bro. But according to my point, yeah, it might not be what's called might not be 100% correct, and they are not 100%. I don't say they
Yeah,
are
just a
100%,
second,
but
Swesk. Just hold on a second. Can you talk to my friend Says Who? Right, I have to go for a minute. I see Says Who's opened his microphone. Maybe if
Yep.
it's cool, Says Who, you can continue.
Yeah, no problem.
Cheers.
So you have you tell me that Elon Musk and NASA have sent satellites and all these
yeah,
other machines into outer space. Do you have
yeah,
any evidence of that other than what you saw on the television or read in an article?
yeah, yeah.
Okay, what's your evidence?
I have already a Starlink Wi-Fi.
Yeah, well, that doesn't
I
have anything to do with outer space. I'm sorry.
Bro, I want to give you a small example of my scene with I have seen with my naked eyes. I have a
Yeah,
Starlink Wi-Fi that is connected with not with the Starlink satellite. What's called that
I
goes
know.
around the Earth. Yeah.
I know that is the claim. I'm you telling me that you have Wi-Fi, and I know this is hard for you to kind of grasp, but you telling me that you have internet access does not
What?
prove that there are machines that are floating or being tethered by a non-force force of gravity circling or orbiting around a sphere. None of that is coherent. None of that is cohesive. You have Wi-Fi.
So yeah.
You were
So
told that it comes from some kind of machine. You don't have any evidence of the machine doing what they tell you that it's doing.
So where are you from right now? Where are you sitting in? In which country you are from?
Oh, well, currently, some people might say that I'm speaking to you from the jurisdiction of the corporation of the United States.
Good. Which I mean, which state? In which state you are in USA?
City, well, I'm not going to tell you where I'm at. I don't know why
No,
you're asking me for that. What does that have to do with anything?
I'm giving you an example. I'm sitting in Afghanistan. Okay.
Okay.
I'm from Afghanistan.
Okay.
Do you believe it?
And?
I
mean, you're telling me that?
well,
Listen, if you're going to ask me seriously if I believe you, no. But, that's fine.
You don't believe
It
me?
doesn't matter.
You don't
Well,
believe me?
why
don't
should
believe me.
I? Why should I believe you?
Why shouldn't you? I am sitting in Afghanistan. Let me give you another example. A person from America, he can call on WhatsApp to a Pakistani or an Afghan person who is living in Asia. Okay. So how does it work?
Dude, you're
Do you
going
believe?
to no, I don't believe
No,
it. You have to prove it to me. You understand? You need to prove it to me.
no.
Now, how would you prove it to me?
Now I am talking to you. Do you believe me that I'm a human? I'm a human.
Actually, no, because there's a lot of bots and now there's AI. How are you going to prove to me that you are indeed a
No.
sentient human life?
Okay.
You understand how I have I have a higher standard of evidence than you do. And I know that you just can't believe that I wouldn't believe you about what you're claiming to me, but I would like you to prove it. How would you prove it to me?
I have no proof for you because I'm sitting here. What kind of proof should I give you?
Well, how about this? How about you
Whatever.
and I arrange where you and I can meet up and I can shake your hand and meet you face to face, right? That would be a
I
way
can
that you
have
could
my
prove it to
camera
me.
on right now. I can have my camera right now on right now.
Okay. In the world of AI, I'm just showing you how difficult it is to prove things. I'm gonna go down this road with you. You turn your camera on. Does that mean that you are actually real? Because we now have AI. How do I know that you're not AI?
So you can also guess it from my English. I cannot speak that much good English just like you speak. So you can understand who I am.
No, sorry, bro. I don't believe you. If I shook your hand, then I would probably know for sure that you are indeed a flesh and blood sentient man. But at this point, I could also. I'm at liberty to say. By the way, I have the freedom to say I don't believe you unless I have the proof that meets my standard. Now, my standard is higher than yours. You see things on TV and you automatically believe them. I don't have to believe the things that you believe. Your standard of evidence is very low. Mine is very high.
Yeah, thank you. I don't blame you that you are
Earth is
not
not
a
flat.
good
Earth is
person.
not flat. Earth is not.
Oh boy.
I just
See, they
wanted.
spiral as soon as they come in here.
Bro, you are not believing something. You don't believe. You
I don't
have
have
no
to, do
belief
I?
in yourself.
Do I have to believe it?
No, I also don't believe some things. This is not a 100% you should have to not believe anyone. Now I am sitting from Afghanistan. I am talking to you, or you are in USA. You, for example, you call your wife. Okay, she's in office. You are at home. So why don't you believe? Why do you believe her that she is your wife? Why do you believe?
Because I touch her physically, right? Like we have actual contact.
You are in contact, but you cannot touch her. You can only say her talks. You can speak her. You cannot touch her. You cannot even feel her.
In what scenario are you talking about? Like on the phone?
No,
Yeah, but
I just
later
want to
on,
say,
I see her. We go over the conversation that we had on the phone. We verify that we had words exchanged and the words were correct. See, that's how I know things. I don't just believe I have a wife. I can touch her physically. She is sentient. She is flesh and blood. She's alive. That's reality.
yeah,
You understand that there's a
yeah.
difference between reality and
But
non-reality, right? Or the
I questioned you
reified
differently.
world.
I questioned you differently. I said you that when you call her, she's not with you. So how do you believe her
No,
that she is your wife? You
I
cannot
just
touch her.
explained it
You
to
cannot
you.
even feel her.
Friend, I
Yeah,
don't know why you're freaking out. Why are you freaking out? I already explained this to you. I can also
yeah.
see her later and we can verify the conversation that we had over the phone.
Okay, I also say the same thing that you have to believe some things. Now you don't
No, I
believe me
don't.
because you can even guess from my English that how much weak my English is. I have I have what's called taken courses of English, but for 1 or 2 years I have not spoken it. So now I have
That's fantastic.
I'm so you can believe that now in AI uses such kind of language that an professor cannot speak. Now you should go to ChatGPT. You can have such kind of English what's called sentences that a PhD in English cannot speak. No,
Okay. And
so
you apparently are not aware of what these AI engines can do. ChatGPT is not the only AI engine. There are now
yeah,
probably, if not thousands, millions of AI engines. Okay.
yeah,
So all of them can do very different things. All of them can even copy and replicate your broken English. Did you know that?
yeah. Why not?
Okay. So why should I believe that you are a sentient man when the machines can do exactly what you can do?
Yeah, machines are not that much what's called successful in this era till now. It might be in the upcoming 10 to 20 to 50 years. It
No,
might be such kind of advanced. Now, what's called
that's
you
what you
should know.
believe.
No,
I'm
now
not
you
really
should
interested
believe
in
one
what you
thing.
believe. I want to know what you know. Do you have anything that you know?
Yeah, I have.
Okay.
Now
Do you know if you have hands?
now I want to give you a small example. Now when
Wow.
the what's called the Vladimir Putin when he came to what's called Alaska when he met Donald Trump, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, I think 2 or 3 months ago. I don't know the exact what's called date, but he met in Alaska where he was what's called red carpeted. So with Donald Trump, so people said that he is not the real what's called Putin. So I can believe him because he can. I can believe that he is not Putin because he is what's called a president of a country like Russia. They are so much advanced in robots, and they must have some copies of their president who is what's called a kind of dangerous man, a kind of what's called mafia. You can say a KGB person, so he could do it. But in our city, it is impossible to be such kind of an advanced robot just who peels. Now Grok AI, do you know Grok AI? For it was what's called mm, it was examined with ChatGPT, Gemini, and other what's called what perplexity. So Grok AI peeling and it reasoning, it was 40% or 45%. So it cannot right now it cannot be just like human even 45%. Do you know what reasoning is in AI? Reasoning is the thing that he can peel, he can what's called he can be just like a human. He can peel just like a human peel. So this is why
Wow.
I just
So
wanted
what are you
to
saying?
tell you that.
What is the point you're getting at? Because you've been rambling on, and I'm trying to sort of follow you.
Yeah.
What's your point?
My point is that you believe that robots are such kind of advanced that even I can be a robot. You don't believe me. I just
No,
wanted
I
to tell
don't.
you that right now the world is not just that kind of advanced that you cannot believe even me who is speaking what's called a broken English, a kind of who cannot speak what's called every word in a sentence in a what's called a fluent English. So what you want to say?
This is just what you believe. All these things are things that you believe. You don't believe AI can do the things that it's already shown it can, right? I'm sorry. I mean, that's what you believe. I don't believe the same thing. Am I required to believe what you do?
What?
Am I required to believe the things that you believe?
No, you are not
Okay.
required. I
All
just
right.
wanted
All
to
right.
tell you that my idea is this. I just wanted to tell you this. The world is not that much just like you think. 100%.
100%.
More,
Do you know how I think the world is? Do you know anything about me or how I think the world is? Now, why are you presuming
no,
to know my thoughts?
not really. You can
Okay,
you can explain.
so why did you
Because
just say the world is not the way I think if you don't know how I think? Why would you
so
presume to
if
know my inner thoughts?
the first thing you told me that you believe only on TV, only on screening, only what's called what the people says, only about traumas. But actually, I
Yeah?
don't believe 100% about these things. You said me
Okay.
that I will believe you that you are a human when I touch you. I will see that you are human. You have blood. You have such kind of thing. So then you said that I don't believe that there are machines that are surrounding around the earth. So I just wanted
Yeah.
to tell you that if you don't
Yeah, but you
believe
don't have
these
any
things,
evidence of it. This is a belief system. It is your religious belief that there are machines
now,
flying around a sphere giving you internet access. That's what you believe.
so from where does it comes? So you should tell us, please.
Well,
From,
say
from
that
where does
again?
it come? If you if you say that the internet and these things doesn't come from these places, so where does it come from? So can you please explain
Well,
it to us?
most of the communications on the earth is done through towers and undersea
Yeah,
cables. That's the
yeah,
majority of the communications on the earth. So
yeah.
for you to believe that there is a machine orbiting around a
Yeah,
sphere Earth, tethered by a non-force gravity, giving
yeah.
you internet access, you don't have any actual evidence for that. That is just a claim. That is just a story that you were given. You believe it. That's not my problem.
Yeah, but there is not a problem because I have seen it myself. I use it, so I don't have another
Okay.
what's called it.
You've seen it
I don't.
yourself. Okay, I want you to give me the evidence that you have seen machines tethered by a non-force called gravity orbiting around a sphere Earth. I want you to give me the evidence for that. We'll start with the sphere Earth. Is the Earth a
Yeah,
sphere?
I have not seen it myself, but if I think about this
Oh,
thing that what we use. Okay. I'm coming on your point. I use mobile. Okay,
yeah. What about
in
it?
Google Map. In Google Map. Okay, where
Uh
where
huh.
where, where, where is it? What's called? And the map is shown to you from which place? Can you explain it?
Can you
You
repeat that? I
have a
didn't
map.
quite understand it.
You have a map on your phone. So this map is what's called, and this is made by
Oh, a
what's called
map.
by
Yeah. Yeah.
by
There's a map on my phone. What about the map?
yeah, yeah. The map is
What about it?
already what the pictures. These places are already taken by satellites. So if you don't believe, so you should
No,
explain
no, no,
it in
no.
your words.
You need to prove to me that they are being taken by a satellite that is orbiting around a sphere Earth. Why don't we start with,
I
is the Earth a
I
sphere? Can you give me any Earth curve measurements?
I just have not to explain it because I have already told you the answer that why on the way that we go where do we get it from this map
Well, where's the
this
map come from? What type of maps it? What type of map is it? What's it
is
called?
Google Map.
Yeah,
It's Google
what
Map.
type of map? What
Let's
type of map are they using? I can tell you the
let's
answer.
let's take off a Google Map, okay? From
Yeah,
where
what
from where
type
the
of map is Google Maps using?
yeah I'm using Google Map. In Google series you can have Google Meet, Google Photos, Google what's called
Right. But they
email.
look, Google Maps is just using a Mercator projection. Okay, they're using
What
what's
kind
called
of
a web Mercator projection. Have you heard of the Mercator projection?
No, sorry. Can you explain, please?
Okay, so it's the rectangular map, right, which is a particular type of coordinate system projection, and it's called the Mercator projection. They use a web Mercator projection, right, and they're just converting all of their data that they collect into a particular coordinate system, and they're making it like a big giant computer program, which is called Google
Yeah.
Maps. Okay, the
Yeah.
coordinate system that creates the map is based off the sky. It's not based off the ground. Okay, it's a particular coordinate system. Okay, so it's just a map projection that the data is projected onto. It's converted onto that particular coordinate system. Okay, it's not like Google went out and mapped the Earth. That's not what they did. They're just putting the data onto a particular coordinate system.
So you say that these all maps are made by humans, that they come to this place, they took a kind of what's called mindset, they write it on something, and then they convert it to that what you told me about that machine, according to your
No,
point of view.
it's based off a spherical coordinate system. Okay, it's based off the
Yeah.
WGS84 coordinate system basically, and then they're flattening that out onto a different
Yeah.
projection. In this case, it's called the Mercator projection. Okay, and it's based
Yeah.
off the way that we imagine the sky operates. Okay, it's like a conceptual way of making a coordinate system from the way that we view the sky. That's how these maps are created. Okay, it's not like a map. It's not like Google Earth,
Yeah.
right? They put satellites up and then they got all of this footage and they made a map, right? They didn't map the Earth. They didn't claim to have mapped the Earth.
Yeah.
They're just getting the data, right? And then they're converting that data into a particular computer software, right?
Yeah.
Which is just putting it onto a Mercator projection. I'll put a picture of the Mercator projection, the web Mercator
Yeah.
projection in the side chat. Okay,
Yes,
in the
thank you.
Mercator projection, all the continents are the wrong sizes, right? Because it's a spherical coordinate system projection. It's not.
Yeah,
It's
thank
not. Google didn't map the Earth.
Yeah, thank you. So why does it, what's called, so why it is a kind of famous on Google, and it's when it goes to map, we always think about satellites.
Well, you used to think about satellites because someone told you that those are satellite photographs. You don't have any evidence for that. Those photographs are most likely coming from high altitude drones.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you believe that how when we go to what's called, we have a flight on 30,000 feet higher on the surface of
Okay.
Earth.
Right.
So you
Well,
can
if they tell you that there's something going 30,000 feet in the air, then they are declaring that the Earth is indeed flat, because altitude is only above a horizontal plane.
What? I'm sorry, I didn't got you.
Yeah. Height is always in reference to a horizontal plane.
Yeah.
So if there's a 30,000 foot altitude, that's above a flat Earth.
So according to satellites, you say that all the satellites that are what's called Elon Musk, in this some days, a year ago, for example, I'm telling you, he also what's called inaugurated. He sent a satellite. So according to your point of view, where does it go if it doesn't stand around
I
the Earth?
don't have any evidence that Elon Musk did that. He said that he did. I would need the evidence. We're going to
No,
get
there
back
was
to this
video.
thing again.
There was
Huh?
video. There was a video.
So video. So I don't believe the, I don't believe the video. Do you realize video can be manipulated?
Yeah. One thing
Okay.
I want to tell you. I want to tell you one thing. If AI has been started for some years, just few years, 6 to 7, they have what's called, the reports are going on from too much years, but it has started officially from 4 to 5 years. Okay.
Why are you bringing up AI?
No, I'm telling you that now you would say that you don't believe this video because it could also be made up AI, Elon
No,
Musk,
I
Donald
didn't
Trump.
say that.
It could
Sorry,
be.
I didn't say that. Why are you putting words in my mouth? I did not say that.
Because you don't believe the video.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I've watched Jurassic Park. Are those dinosaurs real?
No, it could be
No.
made.
Okay.
No, yeah. Okay.
AI did not create those dinosaurs, did they?
Yeah.
That was before AI, and yet they looked real. You know, it looked really good on TV in the movie screen, but those dinosaurs aren't real.
Who said that there were dinosaurs before us, and now if they have made it themselves this kind of what's called structure, and they say that this is a dinosaur and it was before humans?
What?
Dinosaur? I don't believe in dinosaur. Yeah, they might have made it themselves. It's not a problem. I mean, it's not a living thing, that dinosaur that they do. Now you might have seen some videos that how they make this VFX that they call in films, okay, in movies. Now in what's called Avengers, you have seen it, okay? In Avengers, when every time when they film a movie, when they take photos, when they do videos, they take videos for making a movie. They already have a white or green layer beyond these heroes. If you have
Yeah,
seen.
green screen. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So why do you believe it? So why do you believe that there is a green or white layer?
Why do I believe that there's a green screen?
No, not green screen. I'm just telling you that they when they do actions, there is a green or white layer beyond them, these heroes, and then it's converted in VFX. For example, they are in another world, they are in a place that we have even not imagined. Okay.
Okay. So what you're telling me that there are easy ways to fake things. I totally agree. That's why I don't believe that Elon Musk did what he said he did.
Yeah, I'm also telling you
Yeah.
one is movie, okay? Movie. Now
What is
Avengers.
movie?
Now you have seen that what's called Star Wars. It has been made in 1980, 1978, in these years, okay?
Yeah.
There is a kind of VFX that even we cannot believe. It's 50 years ago, but VFX they could use this VFX. They could use such kind of what's called a kind of VFX, you should say, or something else that they could make it better, and that we could unpredictable movie, unpredictable things that they, for example, now the Jurassic Park, it is in 1994 or 2000 it has been released, okay? The first one, Jurassic Park. So they can make it easily. It's not a problem for them. If they can make VFX in 1970, in 1980, so it's easy for them.
Right. So now that it's 2025 and Elon Musk is telling me that he's shooting machinery up into a vacuum where it's being tethered by a non-force force called gravity, and they have much better tools, should I just automatically believe everything I see on TV?
No, you should not believe.
No, okay. So I don't believe that Elon Musk sent something like a piece of machinery into a vacuum, which would violate the second law of thermodynamics here on Earth, right? Like all the things that they're claiming are actually physically impossible according to the laws of nature. So why should I believe them when what they're doing violates natural law?
Now I want to tell you one thing more, okay?
Okay.
If you have a Wi-Fi already connected with what's called a Starlink satellite that gives you 250 MBs per second, so wouldn't you believe it?
No, that's just what they're telling me is happening. I mean, I'm getting the Wi-Fi. The way that they're telling me they're getting it, why should I believe them?
Okay, you should not believe that they have sent these satellites. Okay, you don't believe that they have sent.
No.
But when you have something like satellite,
Mm-hmm.
I have Wi-Fi connected with it. I have experienced it. I have seen it myself with my own eyes. So shouldn't I believe it? If I don't believe, this is a kind of, what should I say?
Before
Should
you
not to
start to
believe.
lie to me, I want to ask you very specifically what you experienced. Did you experience the satellite?
Yeah. No,
You
no, no,
did.
no, no,
No,
no, no,
oh
no.
no, no. So you didn't
No,
experience the satellite. Did you
yeah,
experience the outer space?
no,
No. Did you experience the internet Wi-Fi?
yeah,
Yeah, that's the only thing that you experienced. Everything else
yeah,
is a belief.
yeah,
You believe there's a
yeah.
satellite, you
No,
believe the outer space, but the only thing that you're experiencing is the Wi-Fi.
yeah, but the main thing I could now I cannot go to outer space to see how the satellites are going. Is there some machines that we believe? Now I cannot go there because you can we are not that much rich. We don't have such kind of what's called things to go off there to see to what's
I
called
know.
to have an experience of that. But we have to believe something that we see ourselves. You say
Well,
that if you, according to your
that's
point
your
of view.
decision. That's your decision. You have
Yeah,
chosen to believe. I don't have to believe it. You have
yeah,
chosen to believe that, right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay. I don't know why you're choosing to believe complete strangers about what they're selling you. But I am
No,
I'm very skeptical. You're not skeptical. You believe everything that you see and are told, or at least most things. I'm not going to say everything, but you believe the story, but you don't realize that the story that they gave you violates
yeah.
natural law.
So can you explain that how they violated the what's called natural law?
Okay, so the second law of thermodynamics, are you familiar with it? It's called
Yeah,
entropy in certain cases. Yeah? Okay.
yeah. You
That
should.
usually, just to make it really simple, it states that essentially high pressure seeks out low pressure, high energy systems try to equalize with low pressure systems or low
Yeah.
energy systems. The high energy always seeks out to equalize with the low pressure. Okay?
Yeah.
So here's how it violates natural law. We have
So
14.7 psi of air pressure on the Earth at sea level. Do you agree with that?
now I want to ask you this natural about
Bro,
this natural law.
hold
Who
on a second.
discovered?
Hold on a second.
Yeah,
Why,
yeah.
when we're going through a conversation, you ask me a question and we're having a conversation, you divert away from it. Why did you do that?
No, no, no. I just want to ask you that you believe in natural law. Who has discovered it? Why
No,
do you believe it?
I don't believe in natural law. It's
So
observed
why
by
do
everyone. That's why it's called natural law.
so you should not believe it? Why do you believe it? You
Bro,
don't believe a thing that you
it
have not seen
happens.
yet.
Oh, dude, don't go down this road because now this is a false equivalence. Natural law happens in nature, in physical reality. This is something
Yeah,
that is observed by everyone. I experience it firsthand. Do you experience natural law firsthand in physical reality?
yeah.
Okay,
But
so it's not equivalent to what you're trying to stick to me. I told you earlier, we're not discussing what people tell us on TV. This is not TV, this is physical
yeah,
reality. Now, I don't
yeah,
appreciate you trying to disrespect me by making a
yeah,
false equivalence.
yeah,
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 so
yeah.
please don't do that.
Yeah, yeah. Thank you. Okay, okay, no problem.
So, natural law states that high pressure will always flow towards the low pressure. Do we have and do we experience firsthand a pressurized system here on Earth? The air that we're breathing at sea level is 14.7 pounds per square inch of pressure. Do you agree?
Yeah, actually, I don't know about it, but should I agree with you? I
I don't
have no
know.
information
You
about
could
it.
measure it.
So I,
You could
so
measure reality. That's what you should do. You should go out and get yourself a gauge, calibrate the gauge, and get your air pressure wherever you're at and tell me what it is.
yeah, yeah. Actually, I don't know about it. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Well, are you breathing air right now? Physically, are you
Yeah,
breathing air?
yeah.
Okay. Is that air pressurized
No.
No, it's not pressurized.
Yeah. It's not
Do you know
pressurized.
what pressure is?
Pressure, yeah. To
Right.
put stress on something, pressure is pressure. To use force on something.
Yeah, to press,
Okay.
right?
Yeah.
So we have gas pressure on the Earth. It is measured at sea level to be 14.7 pounds per square inch of surface area. That is the pressure of Earth at sea level. Now, it does decrease as you go up in altitude. Mind you, that is
Yeah.
also referencing a flat Earth, but I digress. So we have gas pressure on Earth. This is not
Yeah.
disputed by anyone. This is physical reality. Can you tell me, is it possible to have gas pressure without a container?
Yeah. If it is
Okay.
okay, yeah.
How do you
Yeah.
have gas pressure without a container? Can you go ahead and demonstrate that for me?
Yeah, now you can see what's called a small balloon, which is what's called full of air. So when you leave it, it pressurizes the air, the gas that is on this air area, and it goes up because according to the science, they say according to Newton's third law that every force it has a reaction. So it does have a force that it presses the air here and it goes up. According to my point of view, what do you say about?
I guess I don't know what you're talking about. Yeah, you put pressure inside a balloon, then you
Yeah.
let go into the balloon, and because of the elastic nature, right? Meaning I think it's, oh gosh, a potential energy or stored energy of the elasticity of the rubber, it
Yeah.
pushes the air out. By the way, the air already wants to leave because it's trying to equalize with the area around it or the atmosphere around it. Because of the second law of thermodynamics, the high pressure goes to the low pressure. This is a perfect
Yeah.
example. If we have air pressure on the Earth, where do we
Yeah.
get the pressure from if we don't have a container?
What do you want to say? I'm sorry, I didn't got you. If now we have gas here, okay?
We have
We
gas
have
pressure.
okay, it's pressure. You what do you what ever you want to say? It is pressure. It is gas we have on
Yep.
surface of Earth. It goes what's called low. When you go to altitude, you go high.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes, it decreases as you increase in altitude above the flat Earth.
Yeah.
Yeah. But it's still pressure. You understand? So you can have variances inside dynamic systems with pressure differentials in different places. In this case,
Yeah.
the highest
Yeah.
pressure is at the lowest altitude, and it decreases as you go upward. Now,
Yeah.
where do we get the pressure from?
We according to the now you said what that when it goes when according to satellite you explained this that
No,
if
I
it
didn't
goes
say anything about a satellite. I don't know why you're talking about satellites. We're just talking
I
about gas pressure right now.
I I I ask you that what were you talking about that why should we need a container for pressure?
Hold on a second. Do you know of any situation where you have gas pressure without a container?
No, we cannot have.
Okay. So if we have gas pressure on Earth, then the Earth
Yeah.
must be contained. Would you not agree?
Yeah. I'm
Yeah.
agree. I'm agree.
Okay.
Okay.
So the Earth is contained. So then
Yeah.
the flat Earth that is measured to be flat has gas
Yeah.
pressure, therefore it must be contained. Therefore,
Yeah.
there are no machines in the
Yeah.
vacuum of space taking pictures
Yeah.
of a sphere Earth because there is
Yeah.
no vacuum of space and there is
Yeah.
no globe measurably.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
the story about the satellites violates natural law. It's
Yeah.
impossible.
Yeah, but according to scientists, according to people, now ozone layer, okay, ozone layer, O3. They say
What is
that
the
it is
ozone
around
layer?
Now you said that the Earth is a container, okay? So what is the blue layer on what's called on its surface that we see? According to
The
your
blue
point of view, what is it?
layer? Oh, when I look at
Yeah.
during the day, when I look into the sky,
Oh, shit.
if there's
So how?
no clouds, usually the sky is blue. But at nighttime, it turns black. So I
Yeah,
don't know what the container is made of. I don't know if the blue is the actual container. I have no idea.
yeah. So we are talking about it. That if here is a layer, so it might be blue, or if it is not blue, it must be what's called the color of water. Do you agree?
I don't know. I mean, if you're saying that the ozone layer is the reason that the sky is blue, I'm going to need some kind of evidence for that.
No, you say that the surface of the Earth is contained. Okay.
Yeah, well, it's containing the gas, not the surface. But yeah,
Yeah,
the Earth is contained. It certainly seems
yeah,
that way because we have gas pressure, right?
yeah. Right.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
so the container must be in a color, isn't it?
No, I don't know. I can't say that the container has any color because the sky changes color from time to time.
Yeah, so this is the main thing I wanted to tell you, that it must have, that you say that they take pictures, so they couldn't take picture because here is a container. So I told you that the container must be blue that we see. Okay, blue or something that we normally see it, or it should be in the color of water that could see in the blue could be the sky that we actually see in normal daily life.
Is this a claim that you're making? Are you claiming that the container is blue?
No. I just wanted to ask you that you have two choices, okay? One is the container must be blue that we see. No, not the normal color that we see. Sometimes it's blue, sometimes it's watery, so sometimes it is a kind of little blue, little watery, sometimes it's a kind of yellow. So according to your point of view, you said that I don't know what the color of the container is, okay?
That's what I said, yeah.
Yeah. So now I want to tell you that the container must have two colors. It should be blue that we see, okay, in daily life.
So you're saying that the container must be blue.
Yeah, one choice. The
Okay,
second
can
is
you prove that?
no. I cannot. I just want to. I
Okay.
just want to tell you that it must be blue or it must be watery. That
Okay, but
we
why?
can see. You don't. I actually respect you, but you don't get me right. You yourself told me that here could be a container, a layer. Okay, the container we don't see.
A layer?
It
What's
could be
the
a
layer
layer.
made of?
According to your law, the law of nature, you told that the gas that it takes pressure, it must be in a container. So you said that on the plane of the what's called the Earth, there is a container that contains the gas in it. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know anything else about the container. I don't know its color.
Oh.
I don't know its composition. I don't know any of that. I just know that gas always needs to be contained if there's going to be pressure.
Now, now it's what's called the discussion that I'm doing right now is that it's not about you. That if you like or not, it's my idea now. Now, if you agree with me, the container must be in a watery shape that we couldn't see it, or it must be the blue that we see in normal days. If it is watery, so the upper thing, it might be sky that we say in our religious, that we are we from the very first start of our childhood, we are told of that this is sky, this is earth, so we believe this is sky. So
Well, I don't know
Yeah.
why you're making that claim, because now you're putting yourself in a bind. You're saying that the sky or the container is watery because it's blue. I don't know why you would do that to yourself. You'd have to prove that.
Yeah, I have to prove it. That the pictures that it takes, it might be okay and it couldn't be okay in the same time. If you say that
Well, I
here
don't
is a
want a picture.
container.
I would want a sample of it so that we could see what it's actually made of. Do you have a
No,
sample
actually,
of the container?
no. Sorry, I don't have.
Okay.
You
Well, I
say
don't know why you
if
make
you
these claims if you think that the sky is some kind of watery container.
no. You told that here is a container. Say okay. Is it okay? Say.
Yeah, all I said, you
You
understand?
said.
All I said is there is a
After
container. That is
after
it. That's all I
yeah,
said.
here is.
Everything else
Yeah,
after
you
that
said.
is your speculation. So now you're speculating maybe that the sky is some kind of watery container. Okay, well, you'd have to prove that.
I actually have no proof because I cannot go off. I just like I said before it that I cannot go there. If I
Right.
could go,
Neither
I
can
could
I.
have. I think. So we have to believe it's in the word is not that much what's called 100% fake. You have to believe some things.
No, I don't believe anything. I know that in every situation, this is called a necessary antecedent consequent relationship, right? I know that every time in nature that we have gas pressure, every time there is a
Yeah,
container involved. So why
yeah.
should the gas pressure on Earth be any different?
It's different.
How is it
What
different?
what are you saying? I'm not getting
I'm
you.
saying
Sorry.
if we have gas pressure on the Earth,
Yeah,
then it must be contained because that is how the second law of dynamics works. If the
yeah,
sky, let's say, for instance, the claim is in the
yeah,
heliocentric religion that
yeah,
the sky is now a vacuum. Do you agree with that?
yeah,
That's the claim, that space is
yeah,
a
yeah,
very low pressure system, 10 to the
yeah,
negative 17 torr. Natural law
yeah,
dictates that if there is gas pressure on the surface of the Earth, that gas
yeah,
pressure would have to leave immediately to try and fill the available volume of the vacuum
yeah,
of space. That means that
yeah,
the ever expanding universe, that great vacuum, would be equalized in pressure with the surface of the Earth, meaning that the surface of the Earth would be 10 to
yeah,
the negative 17 torr in a vacuum.
yeah, yeah.
And
According to
you
your
and
point
I
of
are both breathing air. So if we're breathing air, then the sky cannot be a vacuum.
yeah, if here is a container, okay, according to natural law, if it is a vacuum, here's the here is pressure of gas. I just want to ask you that, what do you believe? What is the color of the sun that we see? I'm
What
just
do I believe? I don't even know if I can give it a color. It's light. So it has multiple, like there's a huge spectrum of light coming from the sun. It's not just one color. It's light.
Yeah,
That's what I
yeah,
experience.
it's
That's what
light.
you experience. So it's light. I'm not even sure I could give it a color, but if I had to
Yeah.
describe the color, I would say it's sort of like a white.
But usually we see it white and yellow,
Yeah, white and
isn't it?
yellow, sure. Yeah.
Okay, we see it. So if the sun is over the container that we believe according to natural law, okay?
What?
The sun is over the container that is that has contained the gas, the pressure of the earth, okay? I mean the container that exists on surface of the earth according to natural law. The sun is over I mean higher than that.
I don't know. I don't know what the sun is. I don't know as far as distance, even if it is a physical object, what its relationship is with the container. If it's inside, if it's outside, if it's within the container. I don't know what the container is made of. I don't know how wide it is. I
So
don't know what the
what do you
sun is.
believe? So what
All we know is that we have a light in the sky and it goes
so
from
what do you
east to west
believe?
every day.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
good.
believe,
So what
bro.
do you believe?
We already had this discussion. I'm not going to tell you what I believe. I'm going to tell you what I know. But you're asking me to tell you what I believe. There is no
No, no.
belief
What?
involved in this.
Yeah, yeah. You don't believe. You don't believe. Say, I'm 100%. You don't believe. Okay. So, do you know about something about it that you could tell us, please, right
Yeah,
now?
like I told you before, sometimes the sun is kind of a whitish light. It's pretty bright. It feels warm when it touches your skin. It goes from east to west every day at my location, from horizon to horizon. These are all things I know about the sun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't
that's
know
cool.
anything else beyond that, right? Do you know anything more about the sun than I do?
No.
No. See, we all experience this. This is reality. Now, if
Yeah.
you want to jump over into the fantasy where they start telling you that it's a giant burning ball of gas, which is uncontained within a vacuum, that would also violate natural law.
Do you know one thing I want to tell you right now? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you say that don't believe anything. Yeah. So I cannot.
No, I didn't.
I should not
It's
tell
not
you the
about
things
belief.
yeah, yeah. I have to not tell you the things that scientists believes. Now the scientists, they are promoting day by day. Okay, they are what's called succeeding. They are promoting themselves day by day. But you say that you don't believe their things. Yeah, I am agree with you that they are not 100% okay. They are not 100% correct. But theories, first of all, you know that a person experiences something, he thinks, then ideas comes to his mind that what should it be. So then gradually it is defined. It is actually at the very last stage. It is known what is it. You cannot know it directly that what it is. You cannot know something, especially in what's called cosmology, that we are talking about the universe.
Right.
Okay, so you cannot directly know about one thing, that what is it, what kind of powers does it have. So we are what's called forced to believe some theories. We are not 100%, but we have to think about. We have some what's called correctness, you might say, or what, some incorrect words that they have explained. So we then have to what's called study it more to know, to go to the very last point. So that's my point. I know that you believe in reality. You what you see, you believe. Okay, you tell us that yes, it is or it isn't. But the word,
Well,
if yeah.
you're telling me that everybody operates under the assumption that the scientists are doing these works, or they're making these hypotheses or predictions, or as far as I can tell, guesses or speculations about what's going on in the sky, but they don't have any evidence for the things that they imagine are going on. In fact, most of the things that they imagine are violating natural law. And if the things that they imagine violate natural law, then they are guilty of essentially special pleading, which is a fallacy. Now you're saying, well, we have to believe them. No, you don't. You don't have to believe anybody unless they prove it to you. And I, for one, would not be believing complete strangers about their musings about what's going on in the sky. That's not how I operate anymore. I used to be just like you and be like, well, I guess those people would know better than me, but it turns out they don't know better than me, because both of us have the same access to what's going on in the sky. They can't touch it, they can't test it, they can't conduct experiments on anything in the sky. So they're not even scientists at this point. They are just philosophers. And they are philosophers that believe in things that violate natural law. That, to me, makes them retards and idiots. That's what it makes them to me. I don't think they're scientists. I think they're con men. They're shysters. They are corrupt people deceiving the masses because the masses don't know to ask better questions. So I don't believe the con men. I don't believe the shysters. I don't have to believe them. I choose not to. And guess what? If they can't prove to me what they're making up, then I can just ignore them. There are no scientists that you could point to that have any scientific evidence for the claims that they're making about the lights in the sky. Not one shred of evidence. Not one.
Yeah. Yeah. Good. Good. Very good. But what should I say? You have now. I have to make what's called a racket. Then both of us have to go there, and then we have to explore what is going on there. But actually, what you're telling us, you are correct. But we have to believe some things because we are forced now. Now the very first thing at the very first start of our conversation, I told you that now you are sitting in America, I'm sitting here in Afghanistan. You can hear me, I can hear you. You can what's called, you can understand me. What I'm telling you, you can understand me. So it is through wires. It's through what's called uh, internet that comes through seas through big wires, and you believe that, okay? So the world is going what's called it's going toward modernization now. For example, I also give you the example of these what's called the mask that he wants the internet. Now it comes from what's called wires here, towers. He wants it from satellite so it could work better. So according to their point of view, it could have better raise, faster internet, and we can also, according to if they say it, we have to believe that the rays goes everywhere around the earth. So there's my words that I
This
have
is your
believed, and
position. I understand
yeah.
your position, friend. I'm totally getting you. We are not crossing wires here. You just keep telling me that you have to believe these things. Well, I'll tell you what. If you have to believe them, that is your choice. But there is one thing that you can do where you can
Yeah.
actually know instead of believe. Okay? Because the claim is that Elon Musk is putting machines in outer
Yeah.
space that violates natural law, that is being tethered by a non-force force called gravity, which means, by the way, gravity does not exist, at least not in the way it's described in the modern era, and that it is going around a spherical Earth. And that spherical Earth has never been measured, not one time. There is no Earth curve to be measured by anybody ever. Never. In fact, it's quite the opposite. Everybody measures the Earth to be flat. Everybody. Everybody. So, if the Earth is not a ball and it's not in outer space, then everything that Elon Musk is supposedly doing is ipso facto, meaning right from the get-go, the consequence is it must be false. It is not good information. It seems to be a lie. You can eliminate all of that. You don't have to believe any of it because the Earth is not a sphere, period.
Yeah. So I explained my documents to you that it's spare. So you mentioned yourself. You told us about some laws. Thank you for all of them. Now it's too late for me because it's already 12 and 30 o'clock. So I have to get some sleep. So, sorry for some disrespect, bro. Sorry for some disrespect. You might be some angry with me because I'm not that much good in English, and some laws that I didn't know about. So thank you for all of this.
Yeah, no worries, man. Come back anytime, sleep good, and we'll talk to you later. It was a good conversation.
Thank you. Good
Yeah.
night. Good night for all of you.
Good night.
Good night.
Hey, how to? How to? Yeah, how to? thank you for whoever muted Howda. You're and you got some screeching kids, and we don't need to hear it. So if you can mute yourself, that would be way better. Anybody else here under the impression that they live on a spinning water ball?
Me.
That's a
I
lie.
think- Whatever.
He couldn't lie straight in bed. Seriously.
Yeah, I believe I'm on a water ball now again. So I'm going to be a glober. You're going to have a moderator that's a glober now. So good luck, guys.
Oh, no.
I mean, how can you go to Mars if rockets don't exist?
That's a good question.
You see, that's my globe proof.
So what do you define as Mars?
Don't change the subject. You're deflecting.
So that's what you should have just jumped to. You guys always say it's the globers that scatter.
Petty Putu, welcome. I think they are just like sending people down here from other rooms like crazy.
Well, that's fine. That's why they're popping in like that. But because the one said, "Professor, please unmute me," and I made him answer questions till he got them right. I made him give me the definition of a triangle, and he did it properly, and so I unmuted him. He said he got
nice.
muted by the Muslim room, and I said, "Oh, you're gonna have to answer questions."
Nice.
So now they know they can come here and get unmuted if they answer our questions
Hello.
properly.
Yeah, hello, Petty.
Hello. Hi, guys.
Oh, you sound like you're a native English speaker.
I'm not. Thank you.
Really? Sounds pretty good.
Thank you.
Petty,
Hi,
do you
everyone.
believe? Hi. Do you believe you live on a spinning water ball?
Spinning water bowl. Yes.
Ball. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Mhm.
So why do you believe that?
Because some science men said that.
Which one?
No idea.
But you just told me some science men said it, but you don't know who. Who?
No, I don't know.
So how do you know that someone said something if you never heard him say it?
I heard them. I heard people say it, that the world is a circle.
A circle?
Yeah.
A circle or a sphere?
Yes, that one.
A sphere. Okay. Yeah. So a circle is two-dimensional, right? It's flat. A sphere is three-dimensional, so it's like a ball, right?
Oh, okay.
Okay. So, the science men, did they prove it to you?
No, but they probably proved that I didn't care, so I never checked it. But
I'm curious. How come you don't care about where you live?
well, I have other things to care. Maybe I shouldn't be here. Everyone's like so serious.
Wow.
Scary.
Wowee.
Do you guys think that Earth is flat?
Well, it is flat.
No, it is flat. We measured it.
Really?
Yeah, that's why
Yep.
we're here. That's why we opened the room. We went out and
Can-
measured it. And now we're here telling everybody it's flat.
Can you show me? Where?
I'm
Sure.
on my phone, but I'm sure we can start whipping all kinds. What do you want to see?
I don't know. Convince me.
Well, that's a problem.
Do that.
Yeah, we're not in the habit of convincing people.
Show her some flat water. It's everywhere.
Is that Sunny?
Yes, it is. Welcome back, Sonny.
Yes, it is. Hey, good to hear you guys.
Is it
So,
my connection? Is it
so
your
Miss,
connection?
let me see. Who are we speaking
Probably
to?
mine.
Is it Petty Putu? Good to have you
Yes.
on the show. So, they tell us that Earth is made of
Thank you.
70% water, right? Earth is? I mean, that's what they
Yeah.
say. Correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So, do you know about I'm sure you do. You know about the fundamental nature of water. What does water do at rest? Can you think of words that describe the top surface of resting water? What does it look like?
It looks like a mirror.
Okay, so a mirror. Any other descriptive words like to lay out what it actually looks like geometrically? So a mirror is what?
Looks like
Usually.
a blanket.
Like a
So a
flat,
blanket.
like a funhouse mirror.
Like a
It looks
flat.
yeah, it looks flat.
Yeah.
But
So a mirror
it's
has
not
to be
flat.
flat. That's another very good point. A mirror has to be flat in order to produce an accurate reflection. So if we go with water, we know water at rest lays horizontal on its surface. Correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Yes.
horizontal water at rest. So we use water as a level. And you understand that level and horizontal are synonymous. They're the same thing pretty much. If you have a level plane, it's horizontal and it's
You
level.
guys convince
It's also flat, geometrically flat. Do you
Did you
agree with
guys
that?
convince anyone so far?
Pardon me?
Did you guys convince anyone so
No,
far?
remember I told you we're not here to convince people.
Yeah, we're not
What
trying
happens
to
is
convince.
you're going to convince yourself because you're going to go listen to what we said and actually go and look at water, and you're going to say, "Damn, it is flat. The whole world is flat," and then you're going to realize it's flat, and then that'll be it.
Yeah, we don't need to convince.
Well, it sounds like you already know.
We actually use Earth itself as the convincer. So we don't need to convince you. All we need to do is point you outside to look at water. And so water, as I was saying before, so water in all states of rest, whether it's your kitchen sink, your bathtub, a swimming pool, a lake, or the oceans, are horizontal on the top surface that we use as a level. And we can use water as a level at any elevation. So if we go up into a mountain and we dig a ditch and fill it with water, we can use that level in any location on Earth at any elevation. So level water is a standard that we use for all measurements of level horizontal. So can you tell me, based on that, where is it curving? Where is the water curving?
Guys,
Yes.
everyone, do you hear me?
Short
I'm sorry. We have a
circuit
big
time.
problem.
What's the problem?
I have bad connection.
Okay, so did you hear the part about level water?
I have really bad connection. I didn't hear shit the last few minutes.
Okay, so I'll just spell it out in 2 minutes or less. So we have horizontal water all over Earth at any location and at any elevation that we use to measure level with, horizontal. So if that's the case with all water as we see it and use it practically on Earth, where is the water curving? Because if Earth is a sphere, it has to have curving water, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm asking then is, where is this curving water? Can it be measured? Was it ever measured? Okay.
You
So
were
think about
cutting
that
out
for a
again.
while. Okay, so I asked pretty
Okay.
quick. So where, when, and how was water on Earth measured to be curving?
Hmm.
Okay, so why don't you ponder that for a little while, and we can either wait for you to ask another question or
They told
respond
me
to what
that,
I've said.
you know, excuse me. Ahem. Ahem. So when you, oh my God, did I lose connection again?
You know what? I think maybe just listen for a while since your connection's so bad. We're going to have trouble communicating. So if you have any
Guys,
other questions, feel
yeah,
free to ask them.
Sonny,
We
stop
can go on to
talking
other
for a
people.
minute so she can catch up.
yep, like, okay, you're very fast and there's so many words I don't know. And the other thing is that, I mean, I'm actually doing something bad because I'm very uneducated in this topic. And now it seems like you guys are right, but you guys are wrong. It's bullshit. I'm gonna leave. I hope we have some smart people here who's
Oh,
gonna
they're all smart.
tell
Don't
them
have
that
don't have a
the
nervous
Earth
breakdown
is.
when you go into the other rooms. Don't have a nervous breakdown.
Yes,
Well,
there
I'll
must be somebody
try.
out there who can tell us how Earth is a
Thank
ball
you.
like we see on TV,
I'll
right?
try. Yes,
The TV's got to be
I believe
true.
in you guys. Okay. Well, you guys have fun. And don't take life too seriously. Honestly. Love you guys. Peace. Bye. Maybe.
Okay, bye-bye. All right, has anyone got any globe evidence? Peppy, or whatever her name was, didn't have any globe evidence. Is there anyone here that would like to defend the globe Earth?
Well, she did bring evidence. She brought in evidence that people lose their minds when they realize the Earth is flat.
Yeah, that she did bring. All right, let's
Unknown
check.
authorities you brought in.
Let's check if we got anyone else in here. All right, let's go down the chat. We got Luke. Welcome, Luke. Welcome, Mahi or Mahi. Well, they're gone. All right, I scared that person away. What about you, Raven Nito? Welcome. Ravenito, are you there? Okay, what about Ray? Or VLTK?
The new people who need to be unmuted, make sure you type in chat, please unmute me, Professor Triangle, and then I'm going to ask you some questions. And if you get them right, you'll get a free unmute.
VLTKs are familiar. Nah, none of these guys are but they don't have the goods. They don't got what it takes. They're hopeless. They don't even know how to say hello. How they going to prove the globe?
Well, that's right. Any of the Globe Earthers in the chat gonna take that shit from T-Dub. He's calling you out. They're gonna they took it, T-Dub.
That's right, bitches.
Check out the cool footage I just put in the side chat.
I don't see anything in there.
Oh shit! I've been posting
Oh,
tons of
you posted
stuff
up in
in a
the wrong
completely
place.
different, completely
So
different.
you've been spamming the whole wrong channel this whole time. You're like, I wonder why nobody's responding to my shit.
Yep.
He was in the vegan room just blasting him with flat earth proof.
That's the best way.
All right.
No wonder why we always get banned. We're not even in there, and you're spamming them.
All right, here we go.
Next, they're going to show flowers in our chat, so watch out.
Welcome to the channel, Tony. If you're trying to talk, we can't hear you. I can see that you're unmuted your microphone, but whoop, and they're gone.
Oh, DJ, you posted up a cool video of all these crazy satellites. Whoa.
Yeah, man. They're supposed to be satellites? Is that the story with those things?
Oh, I have no idea.
No, you were looking at some comment, and those are airplanes because I get the same thing when I do it.
Airplanes.
Maybe they're helicopters, drones, maybe UFOs.
That's AI.
No, but it was funny. I was in the vegan room yesterday just to mess around a little bit, and I got muted after a guy claimed that he based his worldview on something that was based on science. I asked them for the science, and they muted me, and they said they weren't going to provide me the papers because I was a flat earther.
That was mean.
Yeah, I know. Very appropriate.
Stop being a flat earther, then.
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you. Thank you.
Just tell them I'm not a flat earther anymore. Tell them that. Say that, and then they'll be like, "What do you mean?" Say, "I'm just, the Earth's a ball," and then they have to let you talk.
I guess I've changed. I've changed my ways overnight. Yeah, I was typing in the side chat the whole time. I was like, what is the hypothesis for veganism? How is this not based on something that's subjective, like your feelings? I was just curious because I really wanted to see how they argue, to see if I can actually take anything from it, to see how they can actually prove their point that something is subjectively better. But they just sounded like a bunch of globers in there. That's
They have
nothing
scripts.
empirical.
Yeah, they run off scripts. I noticed
Yeah.
that when I went in there. And if someone has like a good argument against them, they're like protocol is not to engage. Just like mute them or ignore them or kick them out.
Yep. I got muted pretty quick in there. I think it
Mhm.
lasted about 5 minutes. It's like,
So
oh,
they were
veganism and oh, sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, well, they were telling like at the time I was just on a diet. I was doing like a cleanse diet. I love meat, but I was on a cleanse diet where I was just eating like vegetables and stuff like that, and a tiny little bit of butter added in. Okay, and I told them that I'm like, yeah, I'm basically on a vegan diet, just a little bit of butter here and there, and then they're like, oh, so you're like some guy named Vegan Jesus was like, ah, so you are animal abuser, DJ. Is that right?
What?
I'm like, what the hell? I'm like, yeah, just a tiny little bit of butter here and there, like, and it's like, so you are choosing voluntarily to abuse animals. You're an animal abuser. Are you going to stop animal abusing? And it was just freaking insane.
What the heck?
Yeah, it was crazy, man. I was being super polite and nice to them, and they were just like, it's like hammering me for being an animal abuser for eating a little bit of butter.
How dare you relieve that poor cow of its milk and then churn that liquid into something you can spread on toast?
I like butter on my steak.
Oh yeah, that sounds good.
Is that the tell them that.
A few weeks ago who we ended up talking about the fact that plants feel pain, and then he was trying to justify that that's okay?
Oh yeah, I actually brought that up with them yesterday too. But I said we're not talking about plants. We're talking only about animals here. And it was funny because they were like, what is the difference? He said, would you buy dog meat? I said, no. He said, but you would buy cow meat? And I said, yes. He's like, okay, look at this GIF I posted up in the side chat. So I look at it and it's like a picture or it's a GIF of a cow playing with a ball. He said, what's the difference between a dog playing with the ball and a cow playing with the ball? I said, okay, well, I was like, well, I think one of them's cute.
About a ton.
So he's like, so you're telling me that you won't buy the meat because he's cute? And I said, yeah, it's based on my subjective feelings, right? It's like just like being a vegan. You just base it off your feelings. If you feel like something's cute enough, you don't have to kill it. Like you guys will kill bugs, right?
Lads, seriously, if I got asked what's the difference between a cow playing with a ball and a dog playing with a ball, my smart assness, it's just going to be cows taste better.
Oh, dude.
Here's
I did
You don't die when the dog falls on you. You don't die.
This is also subjective, depending on countries, right? In some countries, dogs are delicacy; they eat all the time. So not much is difference between a dog and a cow. No difference at all. Still tasty.
What is the difference, Jedi?
The big difference is that you don't have to cook the cow as long. It's not as tough as the dog meat, but the dog meat's still good.
What do you recommend?
Dog meat's more flavorful, but cow meat's more tender.
Yeah, if you guys are ever looking for a good time, like just bring your empirical mind to the vegan room and you will be in shock, dude. It's rough.
I get pissed off when they come here. I ain't going over there.
Oh yeah, Jedi, you probably get muted quicker than any of us in here.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
They come in here. Yeah, they come in here already pissed off. They don't even. That's it. They just come in here and be mad.
Yeah.
So I have a bunch of food allergies, and I can tell you that the logical antecedent to being a vegan is having an eating disorder.
Mm. You know what? I'm gonna go on there next time and tell them that I'm allergic to fruit and vegetables. What do I do if I want to be vegan?
Yeah, tell them. So here's the, in all seriousness, this is my condition why I could never be vegan is I'm allergic to latex. anything that comes from a tree and most of the things that come from the ground has a risk of your body identifying the protein in it as if it were the protein from latex. So,
Oh no shit.
yeah. So, how does that work?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying.
So there you're like the boy in the cardboard box. Instead of the boy in the plastic bubble, you had to be put in a cardboard box the whole time. So
Pretty much.
plastic didn't get you.
Pretty much.
Yeah, next time if we get another slow day, I'll report back to you guys. Let you guys know what they say. Tell them I'm allergic to fruit and veggies. What can I possibly do to be a vegan?
Tell them you can't stop eating steak with butter on it and a little bit of extra salt and see what they say. How can you stop? Because you had 3 already today and you think that you're going to get fat.
Just tell them I'm addicted. You know what's funny? One of my exes was actually a vegan. I told her I like meat too much. She said, well, just keep watching these documentaries about them slaughtering animals until you become a vegan. I was like,
How about
why she's
no?
an ex.
I'll just,
Why she's an
yeah, how
ex
about
or
just
something.
blocking out the shit from my router and then you can't watch anything.
I tried that. It just made me hungry.
Question. Yeah, question. How come
Now-
lat sounds just like CB?
Oh, brother. No, not again.
Yeah, you sound like CB.
Well, you got his profile picture.
Lats, you just need to watch like all the seasons of Fresh and Fit. No.
Maybe I've been away too long. That could be.
No, he does. So I agree
Now,
with you.
No, I
recognize
actually get that a lot. It's pretty funny, actually. I gotta get CB's ass in here to clear my name up again. I did it like a month ago. Me and him talked for the first time. It was funny because they were like, well, we never see you two in the room at the same time. We never hear you both talking to each other ever.
Yeah, how did you pull that trick off?
I mean, there'll be one day. He's gonna be in here one day. I'm gonna like do a back signal as soon as me and him are talking one day. Call everybody in here. You know what? No, I'm just gonna get the clip from the live recording one of these days, and I'll just post it. I'm gonna save it. I'll post it up every single time. Really said canine meat is too lean. I've never actually tried dog before.
Oh, I'm sure you have.
You know what? That's probably true. I just didn't know about it.
Yeah, so don't even think about it and you won't care.
In
That's
the
all
UK,
I do.
about-
And I'm pretty sure we've eaten people too, so I gave up on worrying about that shit too.
in the UK about 15 years ago, there was the horse meat scandal. Basically, we found out that quite a lot of our supermarket chains, instead of using beef, we're using horse meat. Quite a lot of horse meat had been found in things like lasagna and so on. So I've tried horse.
What the damn?
Yeah, I'm pretty
Well, how
sure
was
I
it?
eat the horse too.
Was it good, at least?
I think they season it up. You can't tell the difference. You just put
No.
regular fat in there and it tastes like meat.
Yep.
I was curious if it was gamey at all. Like, what is it, like a goat? What is it, or a lamb? Which one's gamey? I don't remember which one.
Goats
Or
are
deer,
big.
that's the one.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that gamey meat. One of my coworkers, though, that's all he eats, so deer all the time. I'm like, all right, bro, if you like that funky taste, I guess.
Yeah, my favorite, I think, is rattlesnake and kangaroo.
What? I've never had snake or king. Well, you know what? Not that I know of. Never had either of those.
Yeah, I used to get this sausage that was pretty much like 50% rattlesnake and 50% rabbit. And then there's a few places around that sell kangaroo jerky. It's tastes almost identical to deer.
It was like mid digestion with the rabbit in there, and just like do it all together. Or...
Haven't you seen photos of buffed up kangaroos? They're just deer that have been to jail.
Dude, I have seen those. Those are nuts. Dude, those things are like on steroids or something. I think the first time I ever saw a kangaroo was from the movie Kangaroo Jack. That thing did not look like the kangaroo. Yeah, that thing did not look like the kangaroos that I see on videos online. I was like, whoa, what the heck are these things? These are like genetically modified like kangaroo boxers or something. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah, they get pretty big. Years ago, I was driving out to Broken Hill, and I'm in my little Jeep Cherokee Sport cruising along with a nudge bar on it, and a kangaroo basically bounding across in front of me. I don't know how I missed him. He landed on one side of the road and cleared 4 lanes.
What?
Just straight across the road in full flight. And that's what a
Bro,
7-foot buck will do.
hell no, dude. No
Full
freaking
flight, man. He just
way.
went straight across the road. And that was at the just before what town is it? It's Cobar. There's a little uphill rise just before that. And full flight, they can get moving, man. He was a big one though. He was a 7-footer.
Wait, he did that in
that's
one
a
jump?
monster. Yep.
What the heck? Dude, no.
They
Do
are
you guys
super
hit? Do you
efficient
guys
when they're
hit those?
moving, man.
Do you guys hit those like we hit deer?
One that size, it picks and chooses what it wants to hit.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Bro,
you need
I
to
would.
watch the last installment of Wolf Creek and see about hitting the kangaroo.
No, if I'd
Bro,
have
I
hit
would-
him, I would have just got out and walked to the nearest town. I was only about 10 k's out, but yeah, it's a case of that one that size would just write you off, unless you're in a truck with a decent bar on the front of it. But yeah, something that size would have just destroyed my little toy.
Bro, I would have
He was
lost my
huge.
mind if I saw a kangaroo do that. Holy.
It's impressive. The little ones that you see, like at parks and stuff like that are only like 3 foot high, you see them just sort of like, they're like king-size rabbits, just going doink, 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 hopping around. They seem to have a short hop and a long hop. So when they're in full flight, their long hop is just, it's insane. It's like, holy shit, these things can move.
Well, you
Very
said 3
impressive.
or 4
And,
feet is small.
yeah, that's only the little fellas. What? What did you think they were like cute little things you put in your back pocket, take them home and show your mom?
Bro, I've like seen like the videos. I've seen like the videos of like the ones that are like tiny. They just fit in like the little pouches. Those are like the
Oh,
ones, like the
man.
little ones I'm thinking of, like tiny, bro, like
Babies?
no bigger than a little dog. Yeah, like I mean, I don't know how old they
Wow.
are, but I'm not a kangarooologist. You know, I don't know anything about them. This is all news to me.
Oh man, no, they can grow. Certain breeds of them actually do grow quite big.
Yeah, out here where I live, we just get like little scorpions and spiders and stuff. Nothing crazy like that. Maybe like a little coyote, maybe, but nothing like what you're describing. 3 foot.
Do they just stand in your front yard like deer do here?
No, actually, in some areas they do. Over at the golf course, because you're not allowed to get on there and ask them politely to go away with loud noises. And things that get slung out of the thing that's making loud noise. But anyways, there's heaps of them over at the golf course, and they just stand around having a great old time. And yeah, it's just like this oasis, and there's probably about 200 roos in this golf course. It's a freaking pain in the ass, actually.
It's like cows being in the middle of the road in India. Right? You're not allowed to get out and chase them off. And move. You got to wait till they just move away. Or something like that.
We have to do that with Canadian geese. You're not allowed to touch them.
Are you guys allowed to like keep
Yeah.
them as pets and like train them and stuff or not?
Kangaroos? Oh shit, yeah.
Yeah.
They get
Oh,
dog collars and put on them, and yeah, mum and dad's next door neighbour had one. It's an absolute pain in the ass because they're feral animals. You're allowed to so varmint control legally. You're allowed to remove them. So at night time, when you can't really see much, you just see a silhouette. You're not really looking for a collar around its neck. Yeah, leave that alone.
Dude, that's freaking crazy.
But yeah, people do have them as pets. So yeah.
I want to see somebody walking a kangaroo on all these.
Where I used to work
Seems
over
like
in
we
the
walk.
jail, we had a
You don't
heap there.
walk kangaroos. You hop them.
Shay, you know what? They probably walk you, man. Those things are freaking massive. Especially when you got one of the buff ones. Oh, dude.
But no, those buff ones that you see, that's the males flexing and showing off. It's good when you get two decent sized bucks doing that, staring each other down, sizing each other up.
How tall do they get?
I've seen 7-footers, so I don't know how much bigger than that, but that was a pretty big one. Like, that's crazy big. And that was a red. The little grey fellas don't get that big. They're only about like maybe 4 foot. But there's a couple of different breeds. There's like reds that you get in basically middle of New South Wales and out. Greys are called Eastern Greys for a reason. And there's a couple of other ones, and they've all got slightly different heads on them. So yeah, they're really odd looking critter actually. It's like when animals were getting made, it was just all the leftover bits, and it's like, hey, we're just going to do this, and you wait till I get to the platypus, that's going to really fuck with them.
Yeah, it seems like we put all the crazy shit in Australia.
I think if it stings, it bites, it kills, it maims, it's in Australia.
Talk's funny. If it's a spider the size of a car, it's in Australia.
I just love all the Australian memes with the animals. They crack me up.
It's like being in the land of the lost. That's all I think
Yeah.
about when I hear people are from Australia. I'm going to go outside and there's going to be just something dangling trying to grab onto me.
Yeah, I remember watching a show of like the 10 deadliest snakes in the world, and it was showing these people on walking trails through Australia, casually walking past clumps of leaves with the snakes underneath.
Yeah, that wouldn't have been me. Not a snake fan. Some people love that shit, but I just like sort of not being near them.
Now, I don't know how they edited that, and they just made it look like that's what happened, but it wasn't anything I was interested in. I think the only thing deadly that you all don't really have is the Africanized honeybee.
Yeah, we don't need those here, thanks.
Yeah, we've got them here, and they're not too fun to have around. Because once one starts stinging you, the rest of them will start stinging you.
Yes.
Well, I think
Normal breeds do that. So
our native bee doesn't even. Oh wait, does it? Oh, no, I think there's a couple of different varieties, but I think one of them doesn't even have a sting. They're just these little things. They got stripes on them and everything. But they're smaller than your bumblebee, and they can just like do the whole hummingbird thing. They just and then they move to another spot. You seen them, Matrix?
Like little sweat bees.
They actually look like what's those other things that got stripes on them?
Yellow jackets.
There's another. No, not long like that. A lot smaller than that. Think a probably a decent sized blowfly that's got into your house zipping around. Nearly that size, but they've got stripes on their back. And the native bee is pretty cool. Wasps are a lot bigger.
Yeah, we've also got another one that's blue. It's like blue and black stripes.
Yeah.
Also here we have
not sure if they sting. Sorry.
Yeah, also here we have the Solenopsis invicta, which they refer to as a fire ant, but it's not an ant. It's more related to the bees, and supposedly it come from like Brazil and South America, and like it will mess you up. Like if one of them bites you, the spot will last for 3-4 weeks, but then if a bunch of them bite you, it can kill you.
That was something I had the other day, T-Dub. I hopped out of the shower, drying myself off, as you do when you get out of the shower, and I look across, bloody spider crawling up my wall. That's a pretty decent size. It was a white tail, it was about 1.5 inches long. I have never seen one that big in my freaking life. I've only ever seen pissy little ones.
Wow.
And most of the time, same result, they get squashed.
Yeah, so I have to move when that kind of shit happens. That's when we gotta start looking for a new place to live.
Just burn it down and rebuild.
Yeah, I'm not even dealing with that.
Yeah, it was sort of a it's like, wow, that's yeah, holy shit. Never been to
We
Australia.
need to get Grace to make us an AI voice of Mick Taylor.
They can take some killing too. Sometimes, and if they get away on you, they get into the tiniest crack and then just like disappear. Oh man, I hate them things.
I've been bitten by one before. I've been bitten by whitetails, redbacks. That's about as far as I'm going to push it. I'm not chasing any others. Redback is like when someone gets their cigarette lighter, heats it up and puts it on you, does a little smiley face. That's what a redback spider bite feels like. And all you want to do is throw your guts up. But anyways, welcome to Australia.
Yeah, redback's a black widow, by the way.
Yeah, sounds like the place I want to definitely take a vacation and hang around and by myself out in the bush.
Yeah, like you're just
Dude, it's
saying,
way
DJ.
safer. It's way safer than most countries, right? We don't have any big animals that are going to kick your ass. Like, we don't have wolves or bears or anything like that, right? It's like most of the spiders aren't even that dangerous. Like Matrix just said, the black widow, the redback, it can bite you, and you know, no one's died from one of those. I don't think
The
anyone's
last
died
person
from
that
a
died,
spider bite. It's like in the 60s or something.
54 or 56 was the last time someone actually
Yeah.
died from one.
Exactly.
And that was due to other complications, not because of the spider bite.
You just run at wolves and shit. They'll run. They're just dogs.
You step on spiders. They squish.
Yeah.
But anyways, I gotta go to work.
It's not that dangerous. I mean, you got to watch out for the great white sharks and stuff, tiger sharks and bull sharks, and
Yeah,
those little.
but they don't
little
come down to the
octopuses.
pub, so there's
Yeah,
no
they
problem
don't.
there.
Yeah, you just got to watch out for the bogans at the pub.
Anyways, guys, catch us later.
What are you looking at, cunt? Sorry, excuse my language. But that's what they say. That's bogan talk right there. Catch you later, Matrix.
But I will say, though, that I did have a really cool stamp sheet that I can't remember the name of the old ship, but it was a ship that had gone from Canada to Australia. And so on one half the sheet was a stamp for Australia, and one half the sheet was a stamp from Canada. And then so I had ordered them from both places. They were some sort of joint issue that they did. And so in 3 or 4 moves since I got that back sometime in like around 2000, 1998, somewhere in there, I can't find that specific sheet in my stamp collection, unfortunately. Well, I should say 2 sheets, but it was a really cool release for what it's worth.
Hello everyone. Hello.
Welcome.
Hi.
What are we talking about now?
It is.
What? So I wanted to know what my English level. How can I know that?
Level 14.
What do you mean level 14?
You asked. I gave you the answer. That's the level that you're at. Level 14 English.
Okay. Where are you from?
Someone needs to change that battery.
Abdu, where are you from?
I'm from Egypt. What about you?
I'm from the United States.
Wow, that's good. Do you love Egypt or like Egypt?
I like Egypt.
What do you know about it? Hi, how are you? Good, what about you?
What?
Good. What are you know about Egypt? What do you know
Famous.
about it?
Hot. It's very hot there.
What?
It's hot.
No, not just that. يعني it's very good culture. We have a pyramids, mummies, some statues. Have you visited Egypt before?
Yeah, I used to live there.
Wow, that's good. Where you live in Egypt?
Are you
In
from
Cairo.
Egypt?
That's good. What?
What?
Are you from Egypt?
Yes, I'm from Egypt.
No, I'm asking to Luca.
No,
Yeah.
I'm not.
Where from?
I'm from the United States.
United States of Bangladesh?
United States of Africa.
Yes, I know. I'm just kidding.
So, what do you guys think of the shape of the Earth?
I think it's round. What do you
round?
think?
Round like a coin?
No. How to say like just like everybody thought, everybody think. You know, how can I say round?
I
What it means? My English.
uh-huh. Round like a
Um,
ball?
ball, yes, ball, like a ball.
Okay. Why do you think it's round like a ball?
I think it is because it's because they taught like this, us like this. They taught
Right.
like
So
this.
you were taught that at school?
What?
Were you taught that at school?
Yes.
Okay.
What do you think?
Any other reason why you think it's round?
I think. Let me say you. When we. I think now we're living in a modern. How can I say modern century? That in Earth we are going to moon. We are going to. We are. We are using phone that I'm now in Asia. I'm talking to you. You are from United States of America, USA. I'm talking to you. That's so cool, you know.
Mhm. So what does that have to do with the shape of the Earth? Why do you think
No,
because we are talking on over the internet that the Earth should be round?
because it seems like. I think
Mm.
it seems like. No. What do you think about this?
Well, you
I
didn't
wanna
answer
know.
my question.
I'm answering. You know, uh, when you look at the moon, when you look at the sun, you see round shape. You see round shape,
Mm-hmm.
and Earth should be round. I think.
Is the Earth
Why?
the same as the moon or the sun?
Yes, it follows same laws. I think physics.
Why? Why?
Physics laws. Because all of the
Why?
planets are round. Because of that,
Mm.
Earth
And
must
how
be
does that
round.
make Earth? How does that make Earth the same?
Because it follows the same pattern, same.
No, not necessarily. You can't determine that. I mean, you could go with that reasoning, but what if it's not?
But how it is not? Explain to me.
Well, it's similar to like you being in a forest and looking around and seeing a lot of trees, and you thinking, well, there's everything else is a tree, therefore I must also be a tree. Is that logical?
It's not about this. I'm not saying this. It follows what I'm talking about. It follows the same pattern, same.
Right, just the same as what I said. So because you're surrounded by trees, you must also be a tree.
No,
Right?
it's not what I'm saying.
So how it is exactly what you're saying. All the other things surrounding us are circles or
Okay, let
spheres.
me.
So the thing
Okay,
that we are on must be a sphere. It's
okay, let
exactly
me
the same
send.
thing.
No, not same. Let me send you little things. I will search and I'll tell you. Okay. Oh, I can send photo.
Yeah, we don't want to see a picture of the Earth from space.
Okay, I sent. Can send. I didn't send the photo.
Look, it is possible for other things to be similar to each other and something else to not be like those things at all, right? Like a bowl of oranges with a banana sitting on the top, right? Just because there's a lot of oranges in the bowl doesn't turn the banana into an orange, does it? You can look at those things, and it is the same as what you're doing, bro. You can look at the differences, right? You can distinguish the differences. So you can't just say because all those other things seem to be of a certain, have a certain feature or characteristics, then the thing that I'm standing on must also have those characteristics. That's not logical. It might be the case, but you can't declare it is the case. You have to determine. No, listen, bro. You have to determine. You have to have a look and see if those things share. Are they the same? So look around on the earth, we see water, we see trees, we see people, we see hills and mountains. There's a lot of different features.
Let me tell you.
Hey, listen, bro. When you look into the sky and you look at those things in the sky, you don't see any of that. There's no reason to think that those things are the same as this thing.
No, it's not because it's because of banana is so tiny. It can figure out its gravity. It's because of this. It can figure out. How can I say? My English is
No,
not good because of
you can
this.
you can have stories. You can invent stories about the things in the sky and about how
I
things on
know.
the earth work. Yeah. Stories. They're just ideas. Can you demonstrate any of it to be true?
But let me tell you. How can I say? But gravity, we have gravity. You know, when we uh, walk, when we stand, Earth are attracting us. That's true, huh? That's true. That's why we have gravity. We have gravity. All of this stuff.
I think my accent is not good, but I work to improve it.
You'll have to repeat that. What did you say? You what?
I think my accent is not very good, but I work to improve it.
That's okay. You're not doing too bad.
Yeah.
We can tell you're a flat earther now.
What?
I can tell you're a flat earther now.
Yeah.
How would you believe Earth is flat? How you believe Earth is flat?
It's not a belief.
I can think Earth's shape is like a heart. I can think
We're
this.
not claiming a shape. We're not saying it's a
Okay,
shape of anything. We're just describing the surface quality. When you go out into reality, especially large bodies of water, you don't see any curvature of the surface. It's flat, right?
But that looks flat because Earth is very huge. So when things are huge, you might assume it
Yeah,
flat.
you know what else looks flat? You know what else looks flat? Flat things. Flat things also look flat.
Yeah, you are right.
Right.
But that doesn't mean we couldn't conclude Earth is flat just by that assumption.
Yes. Earth is so.
Well, hang on. How would you conclude? Hey, hang on. How would you conclude looking at it that it's curving if it just looks flat?
Have
you ever looked at Earth
So my main reason that why I believe Earth is round. So on the pole, so it will be a day for a lot of months, and it will be a night for a lot of months consistently, like interchangeably. So in the north and south pole, when the sun direction changes, throughout the year. So how you can imagine that on the flat Earth concept?
No, I don't have to imagine anything. I just have to experience reality. Right? We don't imagine things around here. So you go outside and you see the sun doing what? What do you see the sun do?
Sorry?
What do you see the sun do?
So my main assumption. So, for example, in the
I'm not asking you to make assumptions. I'm just asking you, what do you experience? What do you observe? What do you see the sun do?
Oh, sorry, it's not clear the question for me.
Do you see the sun do anything every day? What does it do?
So it rises on the east and it will set on the west. So I see that on my daily
So it
routine.
moves. So it
Yeah, it
moves.
moves. Yeah.
The sun moves. Yeah. Okay.
Not the sun move
So it
actually.
moves.
No.
What?
So everything is relative, right? So when you are on a bus, so you think the tree and outside of everything outside of the bus think they are moving, but actually it is the bus that is moving. So when you look at the sun while moving, so that doesn't mean the sun are moving, but we might be the ones that are on the motion.
How are you going to tell that? How are you going to tell what the difference?
So motion is relative, so it depending on. So from the Earth's perspective, the sun is moving, but from the universe perspective, it is the
When
one.
did you ever have that perspective?
So, okay, like okay, I got your point. Okay, let's assume, in your opinion, you have also you do not have also proof that whether the Earth is or the sun is moving.
No, I can just go outside and see it. I'm just describing what I see.
Okay, let me ask you a question. So when you are on a bus or when you are in a car, so while you drive, so we experience the tree and the stone, everything outside of the car is moving. We experience that thing, right? Could you conclude like it is the tree that is moving because we are experiencing it?
No, I can't. I can't say that because I remember getting in the car and it starting to move and feeling getting pushed back in my seat. So, yeah.
But the experience while you are in a car, it is the things that are outside of the cars are moving, right?
Bro, come on. Like, come on. Seriously. Like, it's obvious common sense that when you get in a car and you drive somewhere, you're the one moving. Okay, it's very easy to test. It's very obvious.
You said
If you wanted,
that.
hold on, let me finish. If you wanted to make a crazy claim, right? Like it's actually the trees that are moving, then that would be your crazy claim that you would then have to try to prove. Okay, so we experience things moving in the sky, right? We experience the earth as stationary. We experience the water as flat. If you want to make a crazy claim and say that that's not actually the case, then you're putting a big burden on yourself and you're the one that's going to have to prove those things.
So here is the assumption. So if you ever never been if you have ever never been outside of that car, and if you are born and raised on that car, so you assume your environment is moving because you didn't experience that thing. So you said it's clear, it's obvious, it is the car that is moving. You said that because you have that experience outside of the car, that you see the cars moving, so when you get into the car, you can be sure that it's not the outside, but it is the car that's moving.
You had to get into the car, didn't you? You weren't.
This is a car that never stops.
You're born in the car.
That's-
Like you're just like on the road, and you like your mom gave birth to you in the car and raised you like in the car.
I said that's an example. So
Terrible example.
no, bro.
Let's
Listen.
just say I'm gonna look. I'm going to allow you your terrible example. That's fine. Okay, so how would you? All right, so you're this baby that was born in the car, right? You don't know if for some reason you don't know if that it's the car that's moving, even though it's obvious that it's the car that's moving. But anyway, right? How would you prove it?
So here's the clear thing. Like if you are moving in a constant velocity in a car, definitely you see the cars go in opposite direction. The trees and the stone, everything outside the car moving in opposite direction, right? That's clear, bro.
Okay.
Even I remember.
Now what?
when-
Now what?
So that means, but so you experience that thing. So while you are in emotion, so
Okay,
relative
now
to
what?
the car, you are at rest. So you experience your mind experience outside of the car. So your mind thinks the like as a moving object. So when you go to the sun and the earth, we are at rest position relative to the earth. So we think the sun is moving. So I said this
Okay.
like because motion is relative, right?
All right. Yeah,
So
cool.
my
So your
example
common
is this.
sense,
So
the common sense tells you that you're in the car moving. Okay. The common sense tells you that you're on the earth stationary and that the things in the sky are moving. Okay. So this is like the axiom. This is the common sense like baseline. Okay. So if you're claiming that maybe it's actually the earth that's moving. Okay. Or maybe it's the trees that are moving outside the car. How are you going to prove that it's actually the earth that's moving or that the trees are moving outside the car? And, how are you going to prove that?
okay. So you prove that the car is moving because you have an experience outside of the car, right?
You're
That
born in a
previous
car.
experience
Okay.
tells
So,
you.
yeah, cool. Okay. So you get out of the car and then you see that, wow, oh my God, I wasn't sure, but it turns out that the car was actually the thing moving. Wow. Shocker.
Yeah.
Shock horror. Okay.
What you could do is jump out of the car while it's moving, and if you get all scratched up and get hurt really bad, then you know the car was moving.
Yeah. So
when
the
you look
car
outside a
moving.
car, right, you see stuff move. Just like that,
Yeah.
we see the moon move. We see the stars move.
So if everyone, so like my point is, we do not have experience to look the sun, the moon, and the earth outside of
Okay.
outside of.
Okay, so we can easily prove the car thing, right? We can just jump out of the window of the car, right? Like Professor Triangle said, right? And then that solves your problem there. You got a new problem, but the car problem solved, right? Because we were able to test that. Okay, now what are you going to do to test that the Earth is actually moving when there's no evidence, and you can't get out the window, right? You can't get outside of the Earth like you could with the car. You can't jump out of the Earth and see the Earth moving. So what you going to do?
So my point. So even you do not have a proof whether the Earth is or the Sun is moving, because you tell what we are experiencing. But as I told you, motion is relative. So we don't know the Earth or the Sun are moving. So me and you are, and also you are not sure. But our
but
context.
you have a starting point, right? You have a
No,
baseline.
my starting
You
point.
don't experience the Earth moving. You experience every single day the things in the sky moving.
But
Okay, that's the baseline that you start with. If you want to claim, right, that actually the Earth is moving, then that would give you the burden of proof to prove that claim, because you don't experience that. Just like if we went to a big lake and I saw the lake and I say the water is flat over this giant lake, and you say, well, no, sir, it's not flat. It's actually the water is actually curving hundreds of feet over this big lake. I would say, that's crazy. Do you have any evidence of such a thing, right? Because I can see a perfect mirror reflection on the surface of the water. Okay, so we experience the Earth as flat and stationary. If you want to claim it's not that, then you're going to have to provide some empirical evidence. Simple as that.
So there's a real experience. So even currently in Alaska, right in the North Pole, it's night. Whether in AM or PM, it's all night, right? You know that. It's proven.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, it was probably
It's
night
obvious
most
fact.
of the time there.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah, and at the same time in Antarctic, it's day all the time.
Okay,
There is
so
no sunset, right?
the sun's taking a particular circuit that doesn't allow it to get close enough to the
Yes.
north, right?
So
Alaska
like
at the moment. So there you go. There's an
so
explanation for you on a flat surface.
so this one makes sense for me when I think Earth is round, but in flat Earth, this one doesn't give me sense,
Well,
So
maybe
I can,
you don't know anything about flat Earth, right? You don't know the arguments or the explanations for things, and that's why it doesn't make sense, because you haven't even heard the explanation. How do you think a flat
I have
earther?
heard some. I have
Okay, so
heard some.
what's the explanation from the flat earthers to explain?
So I have some maps that give why in some area will be day and one. So the Earth is flat, and the sun will go around the edge of the edge of the Earth, right?
What
So
edge? No, we're not claiming an edge.
the edge means like
What are you talking about?
I try to Google how in Alaska how the whole night and the whole day will be sunshine. So it's
Yes, the
there's no
sun,
night, right?
right? So
I try to Google.
if the sun, you're not going to get flat Earth answers from Google. You're going to get propaganda and straw man arguments.
No, I am not believing Google, but I try to search some.
Why they want to propaganda it?
No,
Why they
listen me.
propaganda it?
Listen me. So I try to see the flat Earth believers their claims about this Alaska condition.
Mm-hmm.
So they give me a map. That map
No,
is
that's not correct.
Oh.
It's not the map. Yeah, that's bullshit. Okay, so we don't claim that map. Yeah, we don't claim. I bet the map that you're showing, right, that they showed you, they're lying to you, and that they're just showing you a globe projection, and telling you that that's the flat Earth map. That's not correct, right? That's why I'm telling you, you can't get your flat Earth information from Google. It's bullshitting you.
Okay, in that case, could you explain for me how so when the sun is on the North Pole, it is all the day, and at the same time, the Antarctica, the South Pole, will be night. So and vice versa. So could
Yeah,
you
so
explain this for me from flat Earth's perspective?
yeah, so because okay, so in the north, right, the sun is never coming close enough to light up that portion of the Earth. Okay? Very simple. Because through the atmosphere or the atmo, okay, the light cannot travel forever because it gets absorbed by the medium. Right? Light can't travel forever
What
through a
medium?
medium. The air.
The air is transparent.
It's semi-transparent. It's not completely transparent.
Well, what medium are you talking about? Because air is transparent.
No,
Is
air
water
is
transparent?
yeah, air is not transparent. Yeah, let's go with okay.
The
So what
particles
T-Dub said.
inside of air that are not transparent.
Okay,
I can
so
see through. I can see through the water in my glass on my kitchen table.
Must be
But
transparent, T-Dub.
yeah, right. But yeah, go for it, DJ. Yeah. Give me that analogy.
Yeah, look, just like the
What?
air. When I say the air, okay, I'm talking
Yeah, what
about
about air?
the atmo. Okay, so we have all
It's an
kinds of things.
atmo. Define
Atmo means
atmo.
yeah. So it's the air that you're breathing at the moment. It contains
You
dust
mean
and
oxygen
no.
and
You asked me to define it, and then as soon as I started defining it, you
okay,
start
define it.
talking.
I'll let you go on.
Well,
Define
why do you think that you should talk when you ask me a question, and then when I start to answer it, you start to talk? Maybe shut up
because
while I'm trying
you're
to answer your
giving
question.
incorrect answers.
Really, I didn't even get into the first sentence, idiot. Right? And then you started over
Go
talking
on.
me. So shut the hell up and let me answer the question. Okay? So the atmosphere that we're talking about here is made up of gas particles. Okay, we have fog and mist, and we have dust, we have pollution, we have like water vapor, all kinds of things. Okay, all kinds of things are in it. Okay, and you can look up the weather report right now where you're at and say, what's the maximum visibility in Afghanistan or India or wherever you're at? I don't know where you're at. Okay, so what's the visibility? And you're gonna find that it's gonna give you an answer. It's gonna be like, oh, the visibility today in Bangladesh is 4 kilometers, right? Or the visibility in Florida is 25 kilometers or something like that. Okay. That's because, right, there's a certain maximum distance that you can see through the air. Okay, that's why it's giving you a maximum visibility rating. Now, if you have perfect conditions where you have very clear air, technically, you would be able to see a maximum of 200 miles through the air. Not to mention that light also gets dimmer as it moves away from the source. Okay, this is called the inverse square law of light. And every time you double the distance, it gets 4 times dimmer. So as the light pushes through the medium, it gets dimmer as it moves away from the light source, and it also becomes absorbed by the medium. And so if the sun is taking a particular circuit over the top surface of the Earth, okay, during the North's winter, the light isn't able to reach that portion of the Earth. It's very common sense, like it's very logical. It makes perfect sense on a flat surface.
Okay, DJ, let me. There's on the chat. There's an image that's sent by ABCD. Do you see that?
Just give me a second.
No, serio?
Mm-hmm.
You see that?
No, I gotta log into the side chat. 1 second.
Hey.
Yeah, sorry. All right.
It's basically the Dave Weiss top-down view.
Oh, cool. Yeah, ABCD. Yeah, so that's not what we claim. Okay, that's a straw man argument, and that's not the flat Earth. Okay, what that is is what I just told you. It's a straw man argument. Okay, so that's called the azimuthal equidistant projection. That's a spherical coordinate system projection. It's not the flat Earth.
represent
Not the
your
flat Earth
perspective,
map.
right?
That's like if you got a globe, right? And then you like stretched out the bottom of the globe and like turned it into a circle and flattened it out. So everything in this, as you go further south, everything's like stretched out.
So
Yeah,
you do not
it's not
believe
the
on
flat
this
Earth.
map, right?
No. Yeah, exactly. No, we don't. We're not claiming that. This is like propaganda, or this is maybe what some idiot flat earthers might claim.
Okay, in that case, like we can understand everything by our eyes. So, do you have like a better map or something that represent your view of flat Earth?
That's not
No.
what we're presenting to you. That's not
our
that's not what we're.
Yeah, I
That's not what
posted
we're.
it at 25 minutes after the hour. That's my model of flat Earth
That's
right there
yours.
with the little guy with the little transit level there with the scope. That's my model of flat Earth.
So actually,
Yeah.
that is the same the one ABCD share. So I think
No,
are they different?
no, it's not saying. We're not attempting to show you the Earth in its entirety, how everything works. We're not doing that. We're just pointing out to you that the surface of water is not curving. Therefore, it cannot be the sphere as we've been told.
Yeah, so we are around Earth believers, so we have a map that represent our Earth.
Yeah,
so
that's great, but it requires your surface to be curving. Listen, bro. We're pointing out to you that the surface of the Earth is not curving. It is not, cannot be a sphere. So any ideas that you present to the world for the reasons why the sun does this, the seasons, etc., okay, and that requires the Earth to be a ball, it's not true, because that would mean the surface of the Earth is curving, but it isn't.
So if
That's
your
what
claim
that's
is
our argument. Our argument is coming from the standpoint of observing, measuring, and using the surface of the Earth, not looking into the sky, looking down at the ground. Now, if there's no detectable or measurable curvature, then we can dismiss the idea that it's a sphere.
so in that
Do you
case,
understand?
my answer
Do you
for you,
understand?
yeah.
Do you understand?
Yep.
Okay, cool.
So in that case, the answer that I have for you is, so our our eighth vision is very limited. So for example, if you go to like a very smooth area, and if you use a microscopic viewing on that area, you'll see many detailed things, you see. So if you go tiny and tiny, you might end up like in some kind of area that is up and down, so everything what you see, even when you see the ocean, you have no the ability to see unlimitedly. You are very restricted, you see. So my point, my answer for that will be, so Earth is very it's very big thing, so even our eyes have not the capability to see the full image of the Earth. So
Right.
so even from
This is
your
the thing, though.
perspective, sorry.
No, it's beyond that, though, because see, they've made a specific claim about this, and its dimensions. So they give us a specific size. That means
You're
that the surface would.
cutting out,
that
T
means
Dub.
Am I cutting out?
Is it just me, or is he cutting out?
Yeah, T-Dub, you just started cutting out just in the last sentence.
Okay, hang on a sec.
So anyways, the claim is not that we cannot see the entire Earth. The claim is that there is no measured curvature anywhere.
Right. Am I coming good now?
A little better. Go ahead.
So the thing is that given us a specific radius that means that the Earth's surface has to curve at a specific rate.
T-Dub.
That
T-Dub.
No.
is it no good?
No, it's
No
try
good.
disconnect.
Bad.
Disconnect. Yeah, disconnect, reconnect.
I did something.
Yeah, so anyways, the surface of the Earth has no measurable curvature. That's the point. It's not about maps. It's not about what the sun is doing. It's not about any of that. It's measurably flat. That's the claim. That's the evidence that we can provide. Measurably flat. No curve.
So, like, is this your evidence, or like is this researched study? Like, I'm not sure.
Yeah, you can study surveying, people who measure the surface of the Earth and plot the points and the height. People who do topographical features. Well, they measure the Earth according to a horizontal datum called sea level. Sea level's horizontal. They measure the Earth against a horizontal plane to get their elevations and their depressions across the surface of the Earth, but they're always measuring it flat. Now, if we navigate across the surface in linear distances using elevation angles, things like that. The navigators use it and measure it flat. Everybody uses and measures the Earth flat, not just us. You do too. You even describe your experience on the Earth as flat, because you'll talk about up and down, elevation, altitude, height. All of these things are descriptions above a horizontal plane. There's actually no evidence that the Earth is curving anywhere whatsoever.
For an
So,
experiment,
okay.
Mic check. Mic check.
A little better. He's still a little fuzzy though, little staticky.
I'll just mute up. It must be my mic. I'll mute up.
It's better.
do you believe that light bends? Like in space, in a non-median, do you believe light bends?
Well, that's kind of a weird question because I don't know the nature of light to know it to bend. What you're describing, it's not like a string or a piece of metal that can bend. Now, the path of the light and what happens between whatever is coming from the thing that you're looking and hitting your eye, it can look like it bends. I guess you could describe it that way, but I don't really know what's going on. So, what do you mean bending?
In a
In a vacuum?
like a light source, let's say laser, do you believe that light will bend?
Once again, it's sort of a malformed question. How does light bend? What is light?
Light is photons.
Okay, can photons bend?
No.
Okay, there you go.
Okay, so let's say in a vacuum chamber on Earth, a single light source at point A to point B, right? Which has
Yeah.
distance in between, right? Because light does not bend in a vacuum because there is no nothing in the median because there's nothing in a vacuum, right? There's nothing changing
Well,
the
there
light
is.
path. What is?
There's no such thing as a true medium or there's no such thing as a true vacuum, and a true vacuum would be no matter, no energy. Those don't exist in nature. But I know what you're trying to say. So between 2 points, you agree that the photons don't bend.
Yes.
Okay. So what are you asking?
So if there is a sensor at point B and the source emitting the laser would be at A, would you believe it would hit source B?
Well, it's not a matter of whether or not I would believe it. You just demonstrate it. You just take a light, shine it between 2 points. If it hits the other object, I would say that the light is making it there pretty well.
So, like that, do you know how simple satellites work?
What's a satellite?
A satellite is an object around Earth. It can be any matter.
Sorry, are you saying that the Earth is round and that things are traveling around a sphere?
No.
Birds.
Yeah, well, that
Birds,
has to be a
birds
part of
go
it.
around the Earth then, so birds are satellites.
No,
Birds
I'm
are
saying
satellites.
this is a part of my argument. Do you believe in a satellite? That's what I'm asking you. It can be.
I don't know what it is. Is it fictional?
So,
Is it made up?
how do you think GPS works? Just
Oh, I don't know.
guessing.
I don't know. As far as I understand, it's tower based. So they're pinging signals between towers and timing the time or the measuring the time between each ping to get your location. It's more trilateration.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
That's right.
yeah. Are you under the impression that there is some kind of machine tethered by gravity around a sphere Earth, giving you your location on that particular sphere? Hello? Did I disconnect or?
No, I can hear you. You good?
Okay. What happened to our friend that wanted to talk about satellites, whatever they are?
I'm still here. I'm
I don't know.
sending you a diagram of how a GPS works.
Okay, friend, I
No,
need
just
you
go
to
ahead
go
and
ahead
tell
and
us.
answer the question. Like, what is a
What
satellite?
question?
Dude, tell us, because you're live on YouTube and the audience can't see what you're going to be sending somebody.
Yeah, what is a satellite?
Here, I'll define it for you from Google.
So you
Okay.
don't know then? You brought them up, but you don't even know what a satellite is, but you want to ask about them, that what we know about them?
I told you what a
Do you know
satellite
what
was.
is
An
GPS?
object
Do you know what is
orbiting
GPS?
around Earth.
Do you know what is
Like,
GPS?
I've already
Yes,
told you
ground
that. You just don't
positioning
believe me.
system.
Did we
Yes,
ever reach a
it is
conclusion for the light path? Or no?
we are connected. How can I say? It's connected to my English is not good, but to something. Let me think. Okay.
Is the Earth a globe? Because for the things that you guys are believing in, the Earth must be a globe. You can't do it backwards and say the reason that I have,
I don't believe.
because
I see. I see.
you,
I'm saying GPS. Now we are using GPS is connected to shit. Because of that, how can I say? My English is not good. Because of that, I can't.
that's okay. If your English is not good enough, just listen up. We'll get there. I promise. The Earth has to be a globe or a sphere for your guys' belief about what GPS is to be accurate. So is the Earth
No,
a
It
sphere?
is.
And can you
Yes,
prove
it
it?
is. Yes, it is.
Okay, so how could
And
you
we can
prove
prove
it?
that.
It is not.
For
How
It
do
is
you
not.
prove it?
I don't believe it. I'm comparing this thing. I'm connecting these
No.
things.
Hey, bro,
I'm just trying to tell.
friend, I'm asking you kindly to just listen because number one, your mic's pretty hot. Number two, I'm not penalizing you or giving you a hard time about your English, but it's too broken to have a conversation. So listen and absorb what we're saying. Try to learn, but I need someone just a little bit better at English to have this conversation. Okay? I mean this in the kindest way.
Okay, I will say you. I will say you. Let me wait. Let me wait. I will say you. I will show you Earth's globe.
Okay, well, for you to do that, all you need to do is show me the curvature measurements that you have and how you got them. Because that's really the only thing that we need. For the Earth to be a sphere, it just has to be consistently curving on the surface. So is there any measurements of a curve on the surface of the Earth consistent with a globe with a radius of 3,959 miles? That's all we need.
But my friend, you have one thing. You have one thing. You are saying, oh, you believe it. You are saying you are believing it. It is globe. It's simple thinking. It's simple thinking. You know. You
Well,
are
yeah,
saying
it's very simple. All we need is the measurement of curvature. Very simple.
Right.
What
Because
what
if the
measurement?
surface, hey, Auxon, if the surface is not curving, then it cannot be a sphere. I stated this earlier. You
What
need
do
to
you know?
demonstrate
What?
that you need no. Listen, you can't infer or suggest that the surface is curving by using other things. You need to show the surface itself is curving through direct measurement. That would be to compare it against a horizontal standard.
Earth is so enormous, so big. We can.
No, it doesn't matter. No, this is your excuse. Earth is so big.
Yes.
Flat things also look and measure flat too. Okay.
Okay.
So
Okay.
you need to. We have first hand. Okay. What is more important? Direct first hand observation and measurement, or something that suggests to you something else?
Okay. Let me tell you something. Now we have a. Okay. How can I say? I'm now in this location, you know, and behind me there's a big building. You know, how can I say building in your language? Building. But now I can see it. It's so big. Let me think about Burj Khalifa. Why I can't see Burj Khalifa? It's so big. If Earth is flat, I must see it because it is almost the same thing, the same position like me.
What
I
about
must see.
if it measures? What about when measuring it? Not just looking at it, measuring it.
What measuring?
Observer height,
like I said,
distance to said building, all that stuff.
Right.
Go measure. All of people measured maybe so many times. How can? Because it's so big. It's so big. It is measuring costs a lot of money. A lot of money because of this.
Okay.
Why we can must
Friend,
measure?
these are excuses. These are excuses. No one has measured any curvature. These are excuses you're giving. There are no measurable curvature. There's no measurable curvature on the surface of the Earth consistent with a sphere. So you're telling us that people have done it, but we've been asking for 10 years and no one has provided any measurements. It's not even a matter of expense. I mean, it's fairly easy to measure between 2 points on the surface of the Earth, especially with the affordability of the technology that we have now. Lasers, high strength optics, all that stuff. So we've put the money in and the time and the measurements. There's no curve.
Okay, let me tell you. I will show you. I will search and I will give you and how can I say and detail something like this.
Okay.
My English is.
That's great. Show it to us. Yeah, find it. What happened to GPS guy or bendy light guy? Sorry.
Right. No, you're right.
Right
Am I
here.
coming in
I'm
any
just
better,
right
by the
here.
way?
Yeah, you're better, way better.
The crackle's gone?
It's gone.
Cool. Thank you.
Yep. So what happened to bendy light guy, the guy that agreed that photons don't bend?
I'm right here. I was just waiting for him to finish.
Okay. So what were we talking about? You went from light to GPS.
Okay, so
is that what you want to do still?
My argument is because light does not bend. If you took one source of light going to a different point, like A to B, that light should stay constant. If, as you say, the Earth is flat, that light should be at the same height as, like, let's say that your first source of light, right, from point A is at the height of 6 feet. If I go to point B, I should see that light also coming at 6 feet. because you believe it is flat, right?
Well, no, you said earlier this was in a vacuum. Are we still doing this in a vacuum?
That was yes. We can do it in a vacuum. We can do it in a non-vacuum. It's your choice.
Well,
It does
Earth
not
is a
matter.
pressurized system, right?
A what?
Earth is a pressurized system, so this is not a vacuum.
Okay, we can do it in space, above Earth,
Space.
but at the same.
Well, hold on a second. Are you saying that in the sky there's a vacuum?
I'm saying in space. I'm not saying in sky. The sky is not a vacuum.
What space? What specific space? Can you give me the boundaries, please? You're not talking about outer space, are you?
I am talking about outer space. This is to have a control that to prove to you that light does not bend. So when we
Okay,
go
can you
down
go to
to
this
Earth where it's
environment?
flat,
Hold on a second.
can you not
Have
cut
you
me
been
off?
to this? No. You're talking about something that's fictional. I need you to talk about real world scenarios. Space doesn't exist, not the vacuum of outer space.
That's cool.
Does not exist without any evidence yourself proving that space does not exist. It's just
No,
like
sorry,
you're not even
you're
taking my
making a
argument.
positive
You're not even
claim. I am
taking my
listening
argument.
to, bro, you're making a positive claim that there's a vacuum called outer space, and I need you to prove that to me.
You want me to prove space?
Yeah, the
Have
vacuum
you
of outer space. Can you prove it?
here? I'll send you an article from NASA proving it.
No, I don't need an article. I want you to prove it.
Why do you want me to prove it? When there's a
Because
million sources out there that can prove it for me.
no, they can't prove it. They're going to make the same claim that you're making, that space is a vacuum and it's way out there, but they don't have any evidence for that. In fact, natural law debunks that idea.
What kind of natural law?
What is natural law?
Natural law, like the first law of thermodynamics or the first law of,
And would you
what is
say
it?
that
Matter
laws
cannot
based
be
off of
created
gravity
or
and
destroyed, right? The first law is
You mean
energy and
laws
matter
of
cannot be
physics?
created or destroyed. Are you familiar with these natural laws?
You mean laws of physics?
Laws of physics and laws of nature are different.
Okay,
Please
how are they different? Can you
explain.
define that?
Oh boy.
Yeah, let's just get the citation. Natural law, the first law of nature. Okay.
Natural law, the first
First
law
law
of
of
nature.
thermodynamics.
So, what is the first law?
Hoppet leaks als je de beter zijn.
Matter not created nor destroyed.
Okay, that
I'm
is
walking
a
on.
law of physics. The first law of thermodynamics,
I'm
correct?
walking on.
Are you reading it?
All right, guys. Please don't be rude. Generally, if you enter a VC and there's people already talking, it's polite to stay quiet and wait for a break in the conversation to then say, introduce yourself or introduce your presence. Not halfway through what someone's saying or in the middle of a conversation. Thanks.
Okay, so the first law, right? Essentially, matter and energy cannot be created or destroyed. Second law, high energy seeks out or moves towards low energy, or high pressure moves towards low pressure. That's the second law. It's called entropy. It's another name for it. So, these are laws of nature. These are just the way it is. It's not a specific law, none of that stuff. This is just what we observe. It happens all the time. There can be no violation of it.
What are you saying? You are saying Earth is flat.
Space. Where'd that go?
Yes.
Yes.
Sounds like you guys are crashing.
Okay. Show me Earth is
Go
flat.
outside.
How you can show me? How you
Yeah, go
can show me
outside.
Earth is
Go
flat?
outside. Go outside.
How go
Oh,
outside?
stand
How
up.
I
Yeah,
can?
stand up. Get out of your chair. You got to stand up. Let go of the keyboard or the mouse or your phone. Put your phone down, whatever you got in your hand. Just walk outside and start looking around and say, is it a globe or not? And then you're going to look around and go, no, it's flat.
I know it's globe. I know it's globe.
No, it's measured flat, so you can't know it's a globe if it's measured flat. How is a
How
measured flat be a globe?
how it measures globe? Huh? How it measures globe?
Not a
Tell
globe.
me. Hey,
It doesn't measure to be a globe.
flat.
Doesn't
How
measure
it
to be a globe.
flat?
Because the surface of water doesn't change and doesn't deviate from horizontal. So a curve would be a
Doesn't.
change, a rate of change of slope, right?
Okay.
So that would
Let me
be
tell you something. Let me tell you something. When I see 5 kilometers away from me, I can see this building. When okay, let me tell you. I'm here and 5 kilometers away from me, there's a building, but I can't see this building. How I can see this building? Because its surface
that would
is.
be a burden of proof reversal fallacy. If you have a claim to make about why you can't see the bottom of a building in the distance, then you go ahead and you make that claim. I have made no such claim as yet.
What you said, I didn't understand. My English is not good.
Okay, listen, you're asking me a question about what's supposed to be your evidence. You haven't stated what the evidence is. You're just asking me a question about it without having stipulated your claim first. What do you claim about it? Why can't you see the bottom of a building over distance?
Why?
Yeah, I didn't make a claim about not being able to see the bottom of something over the surface of the earth. You did. So you mentioned it. So you tell us why we can't see the bottom.
Did you see a ship in sea?
No, don't ask me a question. Don't ask me a question. You present what you think is evidence enough for you to have knowledge of the Earth's surface.
I'm gonna give you seven focuses.
No,
that
you're
you can-
going to shut up. We've spoken to you several times in the past. We're speaking with someone new at the moment. You can just wait.
Don't be rude. Don't be rude. Okay, me.
No,
okay.
Got him. I'm not being rude to Gotham. I'm putting it straight to him. He was going to tell us
Oh
what
no,
he's
yeah,
doing.
keep him muted. Yeah,
And
he
we're
doesn't
telling
come
him-
off mute now. Now because he acted like that, he can stay on mute for a while. Now you're on punishment.
That's
He
right.
knows. He knows way
much
too about.
authority
This isn't his first time here. So like when he's told to wait his turn, he decided not to.
All right.
I'll stay focused. Okay. Let's get back on track. A minor
So
distraction.
you're
okay. Go ahead.
right. Exactly. Yeah. So you were telling us about a boat, right?
What?
You were telling us about a boat. Okay. So there's a boat on the sea. Okay. Yep. Keep going.
Yes. There's a boat. No, not boat. In the ship. You're saying it different. You know, behind it there's something. It's like flying. It's like flame because of it. Earth is flat. We can't see behind its sea. You know, because of that. When you see a flat, a ship in sea.
Okay. There's a ship. There's a ship at sea. Yeah.
Did you see a ship in a sea? Oh,
I've seen a ship out at sea. Yeah.
How it's seen? How it seems to your eyes? Tell me.
Like it's floating on the water.
Because it's round. It's because of this.
Are you saying it's floating on the water because the Earth is round?
Flooding. What it means flooding? I don't know really. Flooding.
Yeah, this might be a bit. I think. So, are you trying to say that after it travels
around
away
you, dog.
from you? Are you trying to say that after it travels away from you, that you can't see the bottom of it anymore? Starts disappearing.
What bottom? Not bottom. Behind it, behind sea, behind ship, you can't see it.
Behind the sea. So you're saying the boat
Behind
disappears behind the water.
Behind the ship, water
Behind
doesn't
the ship.
seem. Doesn't. Yes, behind the ship. It seems so different. When I'm asking
I'm not sure
you,
I
when you
understand.
see,
This might be
I
a
don't
little difficult
understand
for you to explain in English.
because you didn't see, because you didn't see it. How you can think it? You didn't see. Goodbye. You're so dumb. I'm going.
Yeah, T-Dub.
All right.
Here's an image that he was trying to explain to you. What he was
That's
trying
not
to
working. Okay, hey, what you gotta do is like, is the Earth curving? It'll be like a Boolean expression, yes or no. If yes, why do you need a boat to demonstrate the Earth curving? Would the Earth just be curving with or without the boat there?
Should I make a Visio for them, Crit? Like a flow chart that's got yes, no arrows and all that. Curve yes, then you this and all that. Curve no equal flat and all that. Would that help for you when you have to explain this every single day, like 20 times a day? Maybe I'll make you a presentation.
Yeah, it'd be very interesting that they think that a boat causes curvature. With no boat, no curvature.
It would help if they saw why they see what they think is Earth curve in some sort of GIF or meme. I think the last guy was asking, why do I see boats disappearing at sea, guys? But his English is that fucking shite, it's perceived as something else. Excuse my language. Most people come to us time and time again, and it will always be day one. Why do I see what I see at sea? I see it as Earth curve. Boats are disappearing. Why is that not a globe? It's going to be like this forevermore.
The boat is used as a tool to explain his idea. There's nothing wrong with using an object to explain his evidence.
Well, it is his evidence. That's the thing. He sees it and perceives it as Earth curve. So he thinks that that's what he's bringing to the table. And he's asking, why is that not Earth curve? See, I'm international. There's a difference. I'm international and I grew up in the tourism industry, and I recognise the same question in any sort of bad English, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, and look, it's fine to say, well, hey guys, like I get it. You guys are saying that it looks flat, measures flat, we use it as flat. But I was told for years, growing up all my life, that the reason I couldn't see the bottom of an object over distance is because the Earth curvature is getting in the way. So if that's not true, then you could generally ask, honestly, in good faith, why can't I see it then? Now that we understand that the Earth is, what's the explanation for me that, like, because I'm curious, why can't I see the bottom of that thing now? Like, if it's not because of the curvature getting away. But that's not how it's presented a lot of the time. A lot of the time, we say, what's the evidence that you have for the Earth's surface being curved? And they'll appeal to and start asking us questions. Well, you tell me why I can't see the bottom of a boat with distance. I didn't make a claim about that, right? Like, so no, you need to present this in a way that is that observation is demonstrating to you beyond all doubt that the Earth's surface is curving, right?
That's where I see it as like a child asking a parent or a teacher, well, what is the answer then? Why do I see such and such? What's going on here? What's going on there? You know what I mean? It's like they're not standing with majority, but they're sort of bringing things back to you and say, well, what's this, Dad? Why does that do that? So like that's why it's for me it's day one with every one of them, mate. But yeah, you have to let them understand that they are supposed to be looking for things that are curvature, but like we have to understand that we have to explain each and every time why it's not, how it's not, and how measurable curvature actually is tested. We can't show them it because it doesn't exist. You might get one black swan. You probably could find somewhere where it is about 1.22 miles away that the lights changed that badly that it looks like Earth curve, although it's not. You know, but it's that needs explained on every time. And the problem is in here that English can be very, very low, and that's no fault to anybody.
Yeah, that's what I said. I said I don't think that guy has, has enough English skills to be able to articulate what he wants to say. Like, because he kept on saying something about behind the boat, and I thought he was talking about the boat going behind the water, right? Like, so I don't think he was talking about that though. I think he was trying to express something else, and I just couldn't get what he was saying.
Yeah, well, why can't I see the water behind the boat? Or where's the rest of the world gone behind the boat if the boat's not going over the curve already and you can't see anything else? Yeah, I'm
Right,
kind of
maybe. Yeah, might have been it.
the broken English thing with me is really like because I grew up in it, dude, and I learned to understand what people were trying to say in German or French or Dutch. You know, like when they were asking for things or how to go places or stuff like, you know, and all you get is something like island boat, and it's like, right, okay, mate, you want to go on an island to it, so it's like far away, far island boat, near island boat, and like you learn to speak in this broken English thing, pidgin English or something. But you kind of get there. But like online, it's so hard because you don't have the visual keys to see the inflections that somebody's trying to convey to you. All you've got is the words, man, and it sounds like a punch up.
It does. It's hard to sound. It's hard to not sound condescending when you have to speak like that, right?
Aye, it is. It is not easy. But no, I think like
This Costa guy had a pretty good grip apparently on translating for him. He seemed to know what he meant.
Good on you, Pastor. Somebody was in here actually translating live for us, and they weren't a flat earther. A couple of weeks back, it was great. I think we need visual representations, not just showing, you know, like Indio's one where the boat disappears in the wee pond, or not just like, you can show them the John Dee stuff, but you need like 3-minute clips that sort of compresses it into what they're looking for with enough info in their language. So we need an international available version. You know what I mean?
would
And
like-
like little cracks, little snippets. There you go. That's what happens. Is this what you're asking?
Let me go. Let me have an argument real quick, because I would like to follow up on the one where he was talking about the natural laws or thermodynamics.
Please do.
Yeah, the
I
three
wrote
laws
it.
of thermodynamics. Do you know what they are?
4. There's 4. Yeah, there's 4. There's not 3. There's 4.
What's the fourth one?
You can look it up. I don't need to explain it to you.
Well, your argument's gonna be worthless then.
How is that going to be worthless? Because you already agreed there are 4 laws. There's no proof that you're making. Oh, your argument's worthless because you're not going to tell me this. Oh no! Like what?
No, I'm just saying that because
Like
unless we're
what?
talking the same thing, it's going to be garbage. You'd have to like be able to articulate what you're talking about.
Okay.
So I'm guessing that you do not know what you're talking about based
Here.
on there are 3 laws of thermodynamics and you can't even name them.
Okay, I'll go ahead
Even
and name
colloquially,
them for you.
like just like
First, we got we'll start with the first law. energy cannot change forms, but it can energy cannot. My bad. Energy can change forms, but it cannot be created or destroyed. Do we agree on that?
So you're just reading something out there, and you just can't colloquially just go really quick.
What?
You just can't say it. You just can't say like energy can't be created and destroyed. Transfer of energy from high to low, hot to cold, and you
Can you
can't
not
reach
just agree?
absolute. You can't reach absolute zero. Very easy. 1, 2, 3. You're stumbling over your words. You're not. You don't have the education in this topic to articulate the point.
I have a bachelor's in science. I have
Yeah,
taken
not possible.
college level.
Yeah,
I have
not
taken.
possible.
I have taken college level physics classes.
Yeah, not you. I'd be hard pressed. You could even define what science is.
Oh, I like talking to people like you. Because what ends up
Completely
happening is you
fictitious,
end up
dude.
quitting school after I talk to you.
This guy's worldview is more fictitious than his baltard.
First of all, there's no reason for you to be rude. I have not been rude to you. And you're not even letting my argument, you're not letting me talk. You're cutting me off in middle. I stopped cutting you guys off, but I would like the same respect. Second of all, if you're not even going to listen to me, and why are you like talking about my speech if I'm not able to talk and correlate or like convey my argument? What's the point of me talking?
Well, do you think flat earthers deny science? Like, we don't. We actually uphold scientific progress and discovery and experimentation. We're probably the most ardent defenders of everything scientific.
Yeah, let's get Zoom.
And I'm not denying that.
Dogmatic in here.
I'm not denying that at all.
Yeah, Pasta, just put yourself on mute. Follow your logic. All right, Zogmatic.
All right, great. So we agree.
Zogmatic, you were trying to jump in earlier and you got stepped on. You got something to say? Or
I never denied that you guys don't believe in science. That's not even my argument.
Okay, we're moving past this. Zoom or how do you say it? ZYGOM-matic. You there, bro? You tried to jump in. Zangomatic, yeah. All right, Gunslinger, here's your chance to shine. What do you got to say, dude?
You know, Gunslinger's gonna shine, bro.
You got shine like a diamond in the sky.
You know, Gunslinger is gonna shine, bro.
How about this? Do you know about Voyager? Have you heard that before?
Yeah. What you mean about the probe?
Yeah. How many are there? How many are there? Do you think?
How many Voyagers?
Yeah. Is there like 5, 15?
I think there's like 2.
There's 2. Do you remember a plaque that they put on the Voyager?
Yeah, the gold one.
Yeah. What's on there?
Like some drawings for aliens. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. What's some of the things that they drew on there?
a man and a woman naked, butt naked.
Triangles.
Yeah. What else did they draw?
A star map to Earth.
Okay, could you read that star map? If I were to show it to you, would you be able to interpret it?
I couldn't read. No, it's like it has instructions to read it. I couldn't figure it out. It's so stupid to me.
Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. Would you think that'd be important to figure that out? Like, if you really are into this space lore, wouldn't you be curious to why that map is important? I'm really bringing this up because I was on another server and some dude was just freaking. I would say freaking out. He's a little spastic. So then, like his take was flat earthers are dumb. So I'm like, I basically said, so can you read the Voyager map? He said there wasn't the map on Voyager. I'm like, at all. Like, you think I'm talking about Star Trek? Like, he had no idea. Like Star Trek Voyager.
Star Trek Voyager.
He had
There's a
no
third
idea
one, right?
that there's 2 probes
Star
called
Trek.
Voyager. Like, clueless.
Yeah.
So I go, who's the dumb one now, dude? Not only you. So right there, this alone, you could spend the rest of your life studying Voyager and never have to worry about flat Earth again.
You know that
if
people.
Starship Voyager was lost, how did they know they were in the Delta Quadrant?
Yeah, I don't remember the plot of the show, but I think someone told them when they got there that where they were or something like that.
Oh, right. So they weren't lost. They just were a long way from home.
Yeah. So okay. So Gunslinger, why do you keep coming back? Just, I mean,
Which me,
I'm
why I keep coming back. I
I'm
love,
really curious. Why do
I
you keep
love,
coming back to this channel,
I
even though
love swinging and banging with you guys on the flat earth topic. I love battling and duking it out with you guys.
so we need to start
Because
complying with some basic server rules and decorum then? If you really like being here, why are you shooting off of the mouth when we're talking to somebody else?
I'm not shooting off. It happened once in like 2 weeks, man. What are you talking about, man?
All right, so what do you got for us today?
What I got for you, fellas, is a bunch of things. I got like, why can I send messages, man? This is the other account. I can't send fucking photos for you guys. I got some examples of how you guys can measure the curvature today for you fellas. Yeah.
I think it has to do with because it's your new account, so you have to rank up for a little while.
Oh, Yeah, he was
before-
just yeah. spamming. He was just spamming the crap out of the text channel. How can
Oh,
he not
okay.
post in there?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
wasn't spamming shit in the text channel. I was just talking because I was muted. I was just talking there. Who was spamming? What was I spamming?
Okay, what do you need to post? Just tell us.
I'll send it to you. All right. Or I could tell you, fellas.
Yeah,
Fit
just
I mean,
describe it.
fit sticks in the ground. I'm selling them online, so you don't have to tell us It about ain't no stick. stick in no ground, man. This is the other methods.
So it's globe measurement methods that nobody's done.
You know, people done measurements, but you guys,
Yeah, but
like,
these ones, are you going to present measurements that
yeah,
nobody
people
did?
have done, yeah. But you guys, again,
I
of
can't
all
wait.
these measurements, you guys use the argument. Well, how did
Can't
they
wait.
know the radius of the Earth? How did they know circumference of the Earth? You know.
Yeah, exactly. So we want to know, and when you post these, I'm going to ask you who did
Yeah.
this, and can we see the data? Just as a
Don't worry
preview.
about it. These are like done by people.
Okay,
Yeah,
so I
but,
hope you have the data.
yeah, oh, I you hope can it's look up there. Jesse Path of Lies.
I can't wait.
All right, so while we're
Me
waiting
either,
for
but
that,
I
we got.
cannot post these stupid
Okay,
ass
dude, put
photos
yourself
in
on
this
mute
chat.
and get the information. We'll talk about it. Okay, so Hertz Teller here that decides to say, Crit, can you stop attacking a person without no reason? What the fuck, dude? And then starting with common ground is normal. Yep. Okay. Could you stop changing the person? What is you talking about here? Can you open your mic and explain this hot mess? I know it is an English server, but it'd be good to articulate. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, because every time the person starts to talk about some sense, you start to attack the person, not the argument. You say that it is not like proven. You can say that, oh, it's not, it's actually science and you are the science people or whatever. And then you just immediately like overrun the person with your words. And you don't give the space for the argument.
Is this
Which
just
is very
today?
weird if you want to find out the truth and not
Okay,
just
is this
shout
just
your
today,
opinion.
or is this like a critique of me in general, just overall?
It was the most recent thing that I've heard in the last 10 minutes, not much.
Okay, so now this is I for some reason I'm thinking you're some fan that I knew from another server or something like that.
Yeah, you see, you're doing it again. You're attacking me as a person. Why do you call me a fan? Is this
Why don't you
sarcasm?
give us the measurements and data
hey.
and shut us up?
Are you one of Crit's fans or a stalker?
I'm trying to figure that part out because I've never heard this dude
do you have
before,
to
and some
call me a
random dude tees off on me instantly. I'm like thinking, yeah, I know. Let's see where this is gonna go.
Do you just want to anger me so you can attack me as a
No,
person?
That's appeal to motive. That's a logical fallacy. I'm trying to tell you, I got people who follow me server to server, and when some rando just instantly tries to take the piss out of me, that would be like a red flag. Where do you know me from? What server have you heard me talk on before?
First of all, I don't need to know you personally because, as I mentioned before, I've heard you speak with Crit, or not Crit, never mind, it was another person, I forgot his nickname.
Crit's
The
talking to
other
himself.
guy, it doesn't matter. The other guy who mentioned that he's a scientist or whatever, it was past, I believe. And you just immediately started doing it. and I'm commenting on your behavior. It doesn't have to be repeated. I just comment on you one
Okay,
single
sure. Let me
behavior.
give you some feedback then. The reason why, my method and practices. Flat earthers were talking about the laws of thermodynamics. It's one of the laws of nature that demonstrate the earth is an enclosed system. It also demonstrates the earth is not moving, and it also completely debunks a lot of space lore. So when you hear somebody's like, well, that isn't right, it's not the law that's wrong or the globe that's wrong, it's the flat earther who's wrong. When somebody comes at me with that energy, I'm going to want to hear, are they worthy of talking to? So I simply asked, what are the laws of thermodynamics? And he wouldn't tell me. He wouldn't say it. He wouldn't articulate any of it. He didn't even try. He said there's 4 laws. There's 3 laws. And the laws are very easy to say. You just say matter cannot be created nor destroyed.
Okay, so just
and then you got entropy, hot to cold, low to high, and then you say absolute zero is not possible. It's very easy to spit it out, but he wouldn't do so. Like he's trying to set up this weird, cringe debate bro tactic where
what
it's
was the
not.
cringe for?
Huh?
Why do you say cringe? Is it necessary for this argument? Is it necessary for this civil debate?
It's necessary for him to invoke flat earthers being wrong about the laws of thermodynamics. That would be at best poisoning the well, and at worst poisoning the well, and at best a genetic fallacy. So he was already in air. I was going to see, is he willing to engage reasonably, and he wasn't. He wouldn't even talk about it. I'm like, hey, before you present your argument, can we see where you're at with these laws of thermodynamics? And as soon as he was called on it, then he tried to appeal to credentials. I got a bachelor's in science. No flat earther has that. I mean, dude, like, how much time and effort should be spent on somebody who has such a low opinion of other people? Like this guy, I mean, it's not worthy. That's why we just want to move on to other people who want to be here and want to talk to us. Why have somebody in here who doesn't want to talk? They only want to preach.
So you say that, okay, so before that, I've heard multiple times people shouting at people who say that Earth is round, shouting at them to go outside, to look at the ground. Do you think it is
Make an
like in the
observation?
spirit?
Yeah.
It is in the
Yeah,
spirit
don't
of
mistake
observation?
I said that. I didn't know that was going to offend you. I
Yeah,
said
don't
that.
mistake passion. You're mistaking passion for some sort of personal site. I think the biggest thing is that you want people to be able to make their own observation. And if they're not willing to do so, that's a big problem because that's step 1 of the scientific method.
Okay, but okay, let's just like do it one by one. First of all, I'm just a question. It doesn't like even like demand your response like exactly prolonged one, but why don't you like exactly like tell me why this kind of laws of thermodynamics doesn't allow the Earth to move? Like, would you be able to do it?
Yeah, because perpetual motion. Is perpetual motion possible? Inside the laws of thermodynamics, can you have perpetual motion? And which law does that violate?
And in what way is Earth's movements perpetual?
Perpetual motion. Yeah, it's,
like how is it perpetual?
The spinning of Earth would be perpetual motion. Around the sun would be perpetual motion. Around the galactic core, perpetual motion. And whatever sort of movement of the whole Milky Way galaxy would be perpetual motion.
Okay, could you please educate me on what exactly constitutes perpetual motion?
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
So the rotation and at least 4 vectors, all of them angular, without any loss of speed, right? So it's perpetually maintaining, which is an acceleration velocity that violates the first law.
Do you understand that well? The very first law, energy and matter cannot be created nor destroyed. It can only be transferred. So is perpetual motion possible with the first law of thermodynamics?
Okay, so would you say that if you put
It's a yes
how
or
do you call
no,
it?
dude. A yes or no.
I mean, it doesn't require me to say yes or no exactly from the get-go because we need
I'm
to
saying
establish what
inside
exactly.
the first law of thermodynamics, is perpetual motion possible?
I think that what you have run is exactly the definition of like how you apply this idea
Okay, let's
to
try again.
like solar system.
The very first law of thermodynamics, does it tell you perpetual motion is not possible? Don't worry about the globe. Don't worry about anything else. The very first law, the first law of thermodynamics, it describes what?
I just think that you have a problem with what kind of movement
You can't
the
do
Earth
it, can you?
has.
My God, this is weird.
Yeah.
It's a really simple question.
It's like when
I
I
don't
was growing
understand.
up, we had pigs, and sometimes they had to pull their teeth, and it'd be like worse than like like a little kid.
Yeah,
Like
like do you understand that the Earth when it
dude,
moves
you can
doesn't
just
have
say
to be
yes. It's
perpetual?
obvious. It's obvious. The first law of
Okay.
thermodynamics,
Yes,
perpetual
it
motion is
is.
not possible.
Yes, the perpetual law is not possible, but the Earth does not move perpetually.
Oh my God!
And
What
that is the
he
issue.
told you not to think about flat Earth or globe Earth, right? We don't need a defense strategy. We just need a straight answer. It's at the moment, dude. It's taken 5 minutes just to get this from you, and you seem to be defending a ball. We're not even asking you to do that. We're just asking you to agree with the first law of thermodynamics.
Okay, so you are allowed to make statements that I am agree to disagree on, and I'm not.
No, it's because we didn't need you to start defending the ball. That was irrelevant.
How it was irrelevant? It was in a
Because
statement.
Crit asked you without any defense of globe or flat. It's irrelevant to the point.
Okay, but if I can see that you're going towards like the point that you stated before, and it is like what you said before, that the Earth moves perpetually, and it is not possible. So I'm saying that the whole point about Earth moving perpetually is incorrect because the definition does not apply here.
Oh, what's moving it then? What's making it spin exactly the same way all the time, every year after year, same exact shit over and over? What's doing that?
It is not exactly.
Yeah, why don't you do a thermodynamic diagram of all the energy transfer, the work input and output, and the cooling down that should happen if Earth is being moved?
So I have to do the math for you, and you don't have to do anything because I'm supposedly providing the new concept, and I'm not.
Exactly. You're coming here with the globe claim.
Yes, and you are the new claim. The math was done for me. I don't have to do it. It was done by
Yeah, well,
science.
then show us the thermodynamic diagram of gravitation expressing Earth's orbit as a system.
I don't have to do that. I can just
Thinks
say
it
that
Why?
exists.
You're talking thermodynamics. Don't you love thermo so much?
I don't. I just okay. Look, whole point that you build breaks on the whole idea that Earth moves perpetually. I don't have to prove anything further than this. It is the base of it.
You have to prove that it moves.
It does move, but
Sorry, you would have to prove that then.
fine.
Sorry, dude. You would have to prove that then, wouldn't you? Can't just say these things are true because you say they're true. You'd have to prove it.
Okay, can you prove it? Can you prove that the Earth doesn't move?
I can't measure any motion.
And because you can't.
Yeah, so far, hold on. I don't measure any motion, which means so far that we're not measuring any motion. So then we would have to do something else.
Okay, so have you heard about the logical principle that the lack of something does not constitute that something is not?
Yeah, no, I understand that, but just because we can't measure it doesn't mean that it exists then.
Right, and have you also heard of burden of proof reversal and the proving of non-existence? Because someone doesn't have to prove non-existence of something. I don't have to prove to you that unicorns don't exist. You have to show me they do.
Right, and supposedly right now, because I guess you haven't Googled it yourself before, or you didn't
Oh, he's getting patronizing.
No, it's not that.
Yeah,
I'm
it
just
is.
saying that
Yeah, it is.
Okay, if you did your math, if you did your homework, could you please tell me what exactly is wrong with the scientific findings in the last few centuries?
There's no measurement, period.
And how
Hold
do you
on.
explain this true?
Sorry, what scientific findings are you referring to?
Yeah. Which one?
I mean, if you really want to, I can find it for you. But
Yeah, sure.
Find me a
Show me the
measurement.
experiments.
Okay, like what kind of depths do you want me to find for you
The
to
claim that you
actually
said
believe it?
science, that depth science.
Yeah, I
Go
want to see
to
it.
the far end of
I
the
can't
earth,
wait.
any extent, by any means possible. Prove your case.
Ah, beautiful. Do you
Oh, so
understand that like the burden of proof lies on the one that tried to prove
hold on,
otherwise?
hold on. Sorry. No, we don't measure any motion. The burden of proof is on those who say that we are in motion, right? You don't detect any motion to the earth, right? Apart from earthquakes and shit, right? To us, the earth appears to be stationary. So the burden of proof is on those who claim that it is outside of what we see. It's
Okay.
something else. Do you remember?
And
We
yeah,
said we
and you
don't measure
just
it, so therefore we would have to.
so you just described exactly how the idea of relativity can be the direct disproof of what you just
But you
mentioned.
would still have to prove that everything is in motion then.
All right, let's leave this for another time because I
Why?
need to. No, because I don't have to like leave you for now and find exactly the proof. Could you
No,
please
dude,
explain to me?
it's for you. Hold tight, my friend. It's for you. All right,
No.
we're doing this for your benefit so you can critically think about the stories that you tell us. So far, you've claimed something that is kind of irrational, right? We're just
And you haven't
trying to
mentioned why it
help
is
you get
irrational.
down to the logical conclusion. I don't understand why you have to fight all the way, though. It's
Why
kind
do
of
you
obvious
call
that
me
we don't
patronizing
feel
and
any
you doing it
emotion.
yourself?
Sorry, hold on. It's kind of obvious we don't feel any emotion, right? Am I wrong with this?
Okay, let's focus on this exact point, yeah? So we don't feel any motion, right?
Correct.
So if I am moving on a train, do I feel any motion?
No, but you're on a train. You know you're on a train, right? You can give me examples of, hey, I don't feel any motion on an object that is moving, but you'd still have to prove that the object is moving.
Yes, but you are
Good. So
telling
could you
me
do
that
that then? I don't need an analogy. I need you to prove
no.
the Earth is moving.
You're telling me that the proof while the Earth does not move is because we don't feel any kind of
Hold on,
movement.
we haven't got any evidence yet apart from we don't measure any motion. So the claim still needs to be verified that the Earth is in motion at some kind of speed, in some kind of path where we wouldn't feel it. But it still needs to be proven that it is. Right?
So you are telling me that your arguments, like you say to me, yes, your arguments are not valid, but at the
I'm
same
asking you
time,
to prove the
we still
claim.
have
So
to
far,
prove it
we've
to you.
reached a dead end. It's not my fault that we can't measure the Earth to be in motion. I just want to know how it was proven to be in motion for then us to make up excuses as to why we don't feel it.
So because we don't know anything, we're supposed to believe in the idea that the Earth doesn't move.
No, we're supposed to prove that it is. Right?
Okay, so for now, we cannot measure its movement, yes? Right?
What?
So right now, we
No one
cannot
can.
measure the Earth is moving, or its
No,
Yeah, no one
movement
can.
in general.
there's loads of examples throughout recent history over the last 200 years where experiments have failed to prove the Earth is in motion. Airy's failure, for one. Even Einstein has come out because of his theory of general and special relativity, right? That because everything is in motion, there's no observable experiment that can be done from the surface of the Earth to prove that the Earth is actually in motion.
Does relative motion not work for you?
Pardon me?
Relative motion.
Right, we still need to prove that the Earth is in motion for this idea of relative motion to be the actual truth. It's a lovely idea and we get it, but we still need to prove the Earth is in motion, right?
Okay,
Yeah,
so
I don't think anybody's
Soren,
disagreeing with motion is relative to a reference frame, but that doesn't get you to an Earth moving.
No.
Okay, I know what, I can agree with you in a sense, because you could say that if the Earth is the center of your coordinates, then yes, the Earth doesn't move. But are you that self-centered about it?
Yeah, no, it's just a proof of the claim that the Earth is in motion. Right, several different motions, orbiting on an axis, rotating on an axis, and orbiting around the fucking sun, for example. All right. Now, the claim is we are in motion. We don't detect any motion. So how is it proven that we are in motion?
Plain and truth, I can barely hear you, by the way. Could you please fix your mic?
No, hey, plain truth, you hot micing, man.
All right, a second.
All right. Anyway, so
All right, sorry, hold on 2 seconds before we continue. Pasta in the side chat proved to in motion. Look at the shadow of Earth on Moon every night it moves. All right, I'm just going to address this. That's not the shadow of the Earth.
No.
What the fuck?
Yeah.
It's not the shadow of the Earth. Sorry. That's not the shadow of the Earth. All right. Even in your model, the reason why we have phases has got nothing to do with the Earth's shadow on the Moon. You're thinking about eclipses. Those don't happen every night. Please go back and study your model before you start berating me in the side chat. Sorry, my friend, we can continue.
What do you mean it doesn't do every night? Like,
sorry, crescent moon. Why do we observe a crescent moon? Is that because of the Earth and the shadow of the Earth?
Wait, say it again?
The crescent moon that we observe at night time, right? The phases of the moon, new moon, full moon, and all other phases. Is that caused by the shadow of the Earth?
Supposedly, yes, because the sun provides the light.
Well, sorry, what's the difference between moon phases and eclipses?
I'm not sure with English on that. Could you explain to me,
What's
please?
an eclipse?
When one body completely covers the other one. Sorry.
Okay, so a lunar eclipse is when the Earth's shadow is on the moon, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Cool. That's not a moon phase, is it? Moon phases, we observe it 28 days cycle, right? New moon, full moon, crescent moon. That's not the Earth's shadow on the moon causing that, is it?
Shadow.
Are you saying that every day we get to see an eclipse, and unless it's a full moon?
Unless it is a full moon. I mean, why do you have to sound so annoyed about it? As if
because
no.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because people come in here berating us. People come in here berating us, but they don't even know their own model. Right? They start having a go at us in the side chat, saying that the Earth has been proved to be in motion because the shadow on the moon that we can see every night. I mean, the fuck.
I'll be back when you guys are done with these weeks of this.
Dude.
Oh, can't wait, mate. Yeah.
You're not
sorry we didn't get to you soon.
Anyway, we've wandered off the path. I do apologise. I just had to deal with that.
Okay, but supposedly you live on one place on Earth, and as the Earth supposedly moves around the sun, and the moon moves on its own around the Earth, once in a while, because moon is also supposedly round, as like you definitely can know that the projection, like if you project from one point at the sphere, you cannot cover with the light the whole surface.
Yeah, it's a three-dimensional shape.
Yeah, so because you cannot, I mean, I don't even know the theory on that, but that's just like logical, like geometry in it, right? It makes sense geometrically.
Yeah, that's what causes, in the globe model, that's what causes the moon phases. Us in the center of rotation of the moon around us, and the illumination from the sun as it rotates around us. Right? When it's between us, right, the moon, between the Earth and the sun is illuminating the far side. We can't see it. We call it a new moon. Right? 14 days later, full moon. The Earth is between the sun and the moon this time, right? But because of the angular tilt of the moon, the sun illuminates the portion of the moon that we can see at night time. That's a full moon. This is coincidentally when we observe lunar eclipses. When it's a full moon, And then, because of the angular tilt of the moon's orbit throughout the year or whatever, the Earth's shadow passes across the moon. That's a lunar eclipse.
And why exactly here there is no movement of the Earth?
Yeah, I was addressing somebody in the side chat, dude. But what? We'd still have to prove that the Earth was in motion, right? The moon can be in motion. You see that, just like the sun moving across the sky and everything else. But we still have to prove the Earth is in motion, right?
And you cannot do it out of relativity and out of
Sorry,
gravity of
relativity. Everything's in motion because you're standing on something that is also in motion. Yeah, that's awesome. But the thing that we're standing on, apparently within that explanation, is in motion. Therefore, we'd have to prove it is in motion, right?
I mean, you can definitely look around, you can measure distances between bodies and you can gradually come to the conclusion that you are moving relative to these bodies in such a way that guarantees that you are also
Really?
moving.
What measurements do you
Doesn't
take
mean you're
from the
right.
surface of the Earth? What do you do?
I'm not even sure like what to say because it's like I also thought it was kind of obvious. All right, let me think about it for a second. Okay, for example, you are walking somewhere and somehow you don't feel your legs, so you can't really say that you're moving. But you can see that. No, it's for the sake of
hell?
experiment. You don't have to laugh at me for this.
No, I do, because this is ridiculous, man. We're not going to do these hypotheticals where we can't feel our legs, for crying out loud. Certainly you can do better than that. I'll tell you what. Can you give us who measured the motion of the Earth? The motion of the Earth, not an assumption that it is a relative motion, the actual motion of the Earth. Who measured that?
But do you understand that, how to say it? To the science, according to the science, no motion can be just motion. It has to be relative.
Oh, so in science, there's a declaration that there's no such thing as motion, only relative motion. Can you give me a citation, please?
No absolute motion. No single reference, inertial reference.
Okay, how can you can you tell me how you are supposed to measure movement without any frame of reference?
Exactly. Thank you. So what frame of reference were you using to measure the Earth in motion?
No, you're trying to get back at me for this, but you are the one.
This is your claim. This is your claim.
Sesu, that would be the Earth not moving and witnessing other things moving.
Are the gold believers figuring out that the Earth isn't moving?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a long process.
I mean, it's basically like you could look at it in the way that the Earth is center of the whole universe because we live on it. But
Yeah,
it
that's what you
doesn't
see.
mean that we're not being impacted by the heavier bodies that can move us around at the same time. But of course,
It's a lovely story, dude.
It's just a story.
Yeah.
The Earth doesn't move.
Again, the story's going to need to be proven to be true, isn't it? We can keep coming up with all of these claims, and we can keep coming up with all of these excuses, but we still need to prove the premise is true. The premise being the Earth is in motion. How do we do that? How was that done?
You know, I've never heard this argument from flat earthers before, but I'm kind of starting to feel why you keep telling me this. The Earth doesn't move.
Yeah, like
Because
newsflash,
there is
buddy.
no-
Like this is why they're because newsflash. The Earth is not in motion. There's experiments to show this, but yeah, that's the newsflash.
Experiments? What kind of experiments?
Yeah, Aries failure. There's a few others. All the experiments that have tried to prove that the Earth is in motion, but have failed to do so.
And how did they? Okay, they
Also going outside.
That the Earth.
That's a good one.
Wait, did you say walk outside?
Yeah, remember
Yeah,
he
go
got
outside.
upset by that about walking outside earlier.
Yeah, so
Like the simplest one is your definitions that you require like an inertial reference frame. Inertial will be either stationary or moving in a straight line. So if you just put something on the ground, for you to measure relative motion in reference to whatever you just put on the ground, it's either not moving or moving in a straight line. Both debunk the ellipsoids that are claimed by the globe. So just to measure anything.
But do you understand that the whole premise of the speed or movement is relative? Because
You don't
movement,
have
by
any speed of
definition,
movement, though.
is.
You don't have any speed. You don't have any movement unless you're in an earthquake or something. There is no movement. There is no motion. What don't you understand?
Do you understand that earthquake is a movement of the Earth relative to whatever whatever the place you were at before?
Do you understand that
you experience acceleration.
there is no axial rotation or motion around the sun or motion through a vacuum? There's none of that for the Earth.
I mean, you could say that, but you could also say that, like, okay, the moon moves around us, the sun moves around us, and they're all in motion.
Sure, that's fine.
Yeah.
Fine. I mean, at
Yeah,
least that matches what you observe. At least you have that.
I mean, I have a huge issue with the whole like idea that we are supposed to trust our eyes and trust our
Yeah, you'd rather trust the government, right?
I don't trust the government, my friend.
Yes, you
I'm
do.
saying
This is
that
a government story that you've been told that you're telling us now. You were educated in a government education program as a child to believe this story, and then you were shown government cartoons of space as an adult, and here you are telling us to believe them over our own eyes.
So you're saying that the whole like scientific world is built on government, and government is the
No,
one
no, no.
who's
I didn't say
responsible for this?
science. I said you were told the story as a child, and you were shown cartoons as an adult. That's not science.
And supposedly the books on like space and whatever else I bought with
Yeah,
my own money.
cartoons, stories.
I haven't watched cartoons on that. I read
You
books.
did. You know when they showed
Comic
you the
books.
solar system. You know when they showed you the solar system.
Wait, say what again? Sorry, I've coughed.
You know when they showed you the solar system and said, "Hey, you're in this solar system." That was
I mean,
a cartoon.
I haven't watched these cartoons.
Like, here's an example. Like, I'll give you a really easy example. Look at my profile picture. Do you think that's real?
Because whatever I don't see. Okay, that is an illustration, a model.
Yeah,
if
that's
you
what it
may.
all is. It's all a cartoon. Space, the solar system, the galaxy. It's all a cartoon.
So when you say, sorry, just to clarify, when you say cartoon, do you just mean a drawing? Because a drawing is
like a made-up
basically
image.
a model.
Like a made-up image. However you want to make it. You could draw it, you could paint it, you could do it on a computer. It's a cartoon.
Okay, so if I believe in cartoon, I'm wrong, right?
Well, you're wrong if you think that cartoon represents reality, yes.
And can you tell me what a model is, by definition?
What kind of model?
Type of model. Mathematical, scientific, predictive, statistic. Which type?
Like any of them, like what a model is.
I mean, dude, come on. There's many
Maybe
different types of
business
models.
model. What about a business model?
I mean, you're
you
kind of twisting words, but okay,
Yeah,
fine. I'm
but we're
talking
not
about the model that represents from like certain object or some kind
See,
of
this is
thing
the
from a
problem.
certain
You're
perspective.
thinking about models. We're talking about reality. You don't live on a model.
This is why go outside is so powerful. You don't want to do that. You just want to look at models.
No,
Yeah, outside is what we're talking about. The surface that we live
Don't try to say
on.
that I'm wrong because you haven't heard my point yet, yeah?
Well, you're talking
All right,
about
make your
models.
point. Let's do it again.
So the model is basically a simplification because you cannot represent reality in your argument. It would be like endless, infinity.
I don't need to represent it. It represents itself. You go outside. There it is.
You're going to
That's
offend him
reality.
because the last time I told him about going outside and you can just see it, he said that we were being offensive by telling people to go outside.
No, I think fresh air is good for you. You should go outside.
You have to understand, right, that the model should be based upon reality, right? This is why everyone keeps telling you to go outside.
Okay,
When we make a model, what are the first type of principles that we use?
Well, I'm not the one who does models, so I can't really know.
Okay, so would you like me to help you?
I know enough that the model should be. Why are you trying to like, how to say it? Repeat after me. What is the purpose of that?
Can you just hurry up, dude, please? Get to your point. I've shut up so you can talk.
All right. The model, like the bare minimum to use the model, and you don't need more than this, at least for now, is that you have an object in reality, and when you're trying to represent it from a certain perspective, for example, if I'm trying to represent my laptop from a geometrical perspective of an outside user, I should just be able to make basically like a book that can fold.
I get you.
That would be close enough. because I'm trying to represent the ability of the laptop to close and open to start
You
game.
can't see the Earth that way.
Yeah. Yes, that's where I was letting him get to, Cyclone. Yeah. You can look at the laptop from an outside perspective. You can't really go to an outside perspective beyond the sun, moon, and stars to have a look back at reality. But I understand what you're saying. I understand what you want, right? You want a depiction of what reality looks like. Because all of your life, you've been given a depiction of what reality looks like. And that's the Earth being a ball in orbit around the sun. We understand that.
Yeah, but also the point is...
Yeah, the
if you
point
were
is what?
to
What's the
make a
point, mate?
model of your laptop, would you measure your laptop?
I mean, it depends on what exactly I'm trying to depict. If I'm
The
trying to depict
laptop.
The laptop.
What?
The laptop.
Yeah, so what exactly, again? Because
The
if I'm trying
dimensions of
to...
the laptop.
Okay, yes, I would.
Good. So this is what I was trying to get to when we were making a model. You brought up a nice analogy of a laptop, right? We'd measure its dimensions, right, across the surface. So this is what we would do to clarify, what the observation is, right? Especially with making a model of the Earth. First thing we're going to do is have a look, and then we're going to measure, because that's all we can really do. Going to look about, and then we're going to measure. And when we measure the surface of the Earth, we don't measure any curvature. Where we should measure curvature, if the Earth was a ball with the size that we're given. That's the whole point of us being here.
Yeah, no one's measured the dimensions of a ball Earth.
Sorry.
Like you kind of fell short there, Kurz. Like, or maybe not fell short, but you weren't able to definitively tell us how the motion was measured. Now, like, could it be flat and in motion, or does that not jive for you? Like, if we measure the surface,
hold on, because Jedi just took him to the point about the dimensions of the Earth, which is exactly what we're interested in. So, to whoever the guy is, do you believe that someone has measured the dimensions of the Earth to be a globe?
I mean, you don't have to say globe. You could just say it's not flat. That would be it would be enough.
Well, let's just answer the
it, right?
question. Do you believe they've measured the dimensions of the surface we live on to be a curving globe?
Yep. It's about
Right,
the
well,
whole,
they haven't.
ancient world and the sun.
Right, well, they haven't. No one did.
Okay.
And
Do
how
you
do
think
you
they
claim?
have? Do you think they have?
Yes.
Okay.
It doesn't have. Okay, look, it doesn't have to be exact. We only need to prove that there is a significant difference between two different places.
Yeah. Okay. I understand what you're saying, dude, but we're asking a very specific claim, right? We're trying to get you somewhere, right? We're trying to help, right? So this idea that the Earth is a sphere, has it actually been measured? Do you think it has? How do you think it has? What stories have you been told?
Again, you told me, okay, I'm not sure if it was with you, but maybe it was someone else, but about the whole like patronizing, or like being patronizing. Why are you doing this to me now?
I'm actually not being patronizing. I'm actually reaching out to one human to another, trying to help.
Yeah, you're saying that you're trying to help me, but we are on the common ground. We're trying to find the common truth.
Come on, dude, just answer the question. Who measured it?
Exactly.
You said someone in the ancient world. Who was that? How did he do it? This is how you learn that no one's done it. You need to go through this.
Yeah,
There's a narrative out there, right?
Okay, so
Right.
we live in a common, like in the same world, right? Like we use the same internet, we're on the same like object or whatever.
Yes.
So, and we also use the same sun, right?
Yes.
And could you tell me exactly, because I assume that you're from USA, right?
No.
Okay, where are you from? Like
I'm from England.
Okay, England. We don't laugh, it doesn't matter, honestly. So
Usually I get called Australian, mate, so it's fine.
yeah, whatever. Yeah, so what, like, do you see the sun right now? Like, what kind of...
No, it's nighttime.
Okay. Is there any one of you who has the sunlight?
All right, hold on a second, bro. You have avoided the question. You've red herringed away from the point that Jedi was discussing with you. The measurement of the Earth, who did it? Don't try to divert away. You're actually being quite rude to us. You came in here trying to white knight for somebody, saying that we were being rude, telling them to go outside and observe the Earth in real life. And now you are showing us the disrespect of not having a conversation where we can discuss one point at a time and not divert to another and ask another question. So, Who measured the Earth as far as you know?
Well, as far as I know, it was some kind of philosopher or whatever, quite a famous one. But it doesn't really matter. Why does it matter for you?
What does matter?
What? Oh, that's the question I was hoping you were going to ask. Because when when you investigate the story, you'll find out that the story doesn't add up to Earth curvature, as in being measured.
Yeah, no one's measured a globe, dude.
Okay, let me just say that if the Earth is flat,
yeah,
it would. Okay, look. To disprove something, you don't have to prove something specific else. You just have to prove something different from the claim, right?
Yeah, we just debunk the curvature, and that shows us that there's no curvature, and it's
No,
only
it's not that.
measuring
I'm
flat.
just saying that, okay, look, my task, supposedly, at least I'm trying to do it, is to disprove the flatness. And to
No,
disprove
that's not
the
your
flat.
task. It's
What?
to prove the globe. Your task is to prove the
No,
globe.
it is not to prove the globe. It would be
Well,
nice,
I thought you
like
believed in
saying,
the globe. Don't you
look,
believe in
look,
the globe?
I do believe in a globe, but it doesn't
Right,
matter.
so then you need to prove that if you're going to tell us that it's a globe.
We can do it one step at a time. We don't have to go from 0 to 100.
No. We need to go from 0 to 1, and 1 is measured it to be a globe.
Okay, look, you can agree with me probably that if I somehow prove that the Earth is not flat, we would now both be in the not know, right?
No, if it's not flat, it's curved. You've got two choices.
Yeah.
It's either a straight line or
And
it's
I'm going to
curved.
I'm going to give you $10,000, and some other dude's going to give you 3 Bitcoin. So hurry up and get that proof to us.
It doesn't. What are you trying to? Okay, fine. Yeah. So, I mean, it doesn't. Okay, I'm saying that it doesn't matter if it's curved like 5 degrees per kilometer or 100
No, it does.
degrees per kilometer.
It does matter. It matters exactly how much it curves.
Doesn't matter simply
because they tell us the entire story they're telling us is based on a specific size of a ball Earth. They're not just saying it's a vague general ball. They're saying it's 3959 miles in radius. They say they know exactly how big it is. So yes, the numbers do matter.
I haven't said that. I'm saying that the Earth is
You don't need to
not
say
flat.
it. That's
I
what
don't
they're
have to
teaching
say
us. No, you don't have to say it. Of course, that's what they're teaching the children in school. You're not teaching it. You're just believing it. But this is what they're teaching.
Look, this stuff said Earth is flat. We know this for a fact. Come find out how, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so this thing claims the Earth is flat. Now, it would be a disproof of that if we find out that the Earth somehow is not flat. I don't have to prove a specific other case.
Exactly,
I have
because
to
it's
prove
flat.
the lack of flatness. That's how proof works.
Lack of flatness. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So you would have to prove curvature. Yes.
I mean, yeah, by like conclusion, yes, but it would still be.
Okay, so who measured the curvature then? So to disprove it being flat, you would have to measure some curvature. So for the 100th time, who measured the curvature in all human history?
Who? No.
No
Okay,
one did.
You just claim that no one did it.
No one
But
did.
can
No
you
one
tell
did.
me?
No,
Am I wrong?
dude, there's stories out there, right? We've all been told the stories, ancient times and a bunch of Greeks, maybe some Arabs too, a few people on the way swinging pendulums, and here we are in the 1st century, right?
Oh, all right.
Cool. So we've all been told the narrative. We're just asking you to investigate what you've been taught.
All right.
Yeah, you're not even
I
looking. You're like, I don't know,
that,
someone in the ancient world. I don't know. You don't
All
even care to know if this is true.
All right, and I assume that it's very, very important for you to pinpoint specific people and not the methods they used.
No,
Yeah,
but
we
we
want
want
to know the
to
people
talk
and the
about the
methods.
methods. That's specifically what we want to talk about. The person who would have done something. We want to know what they did, because what they did, we should be able to repeat.
All right, that's very good. Okay,
Yeah,
that's
so what was their method?
I agree with that. I definitely agree with it.
So what's their method? How did they do it?
All right, one of the methods, very famous so, is two people who supposedly at the same time managed to communicate with each other that if the Earth is round, and well, additionally, they found out exactly how by doing math, but we don't have to do it right now. We can just agree that like if the angle of the sun is different, like towards the horizon, right?
Yeah.
Or towards the like. Are you laughing?
Yeah.
We already know this one.
All right. So
Alright.
the angle of the
So
sun above the Earth.
not above the Earth, above the
Well,
horizon.
it's,
Horizon
yeah,
is the thing we
so
call.
dude, it's in the sky, so above the Earth, right? It's the angle, specifically the elevation of the sun above the horizon, right?
Yes, I did. Yes, I did.
Who's interrupting?
Alright, yeah.
My
So,
bad, hot mic.
Sorry, dude. No worries. Thank you.
Alright,
So yeah, so some guy, the sun. Carry on.
You know what? I went a bit offside. Sorry.
No, that's
So
fine.
if the Earth, I just want to go a bit different direction. That one actually, I just realized that you don't have it kind of doesn't prove exactly that the Earth is not flat. So let me go a different way. No, because like if the Earth, fuck, sorry, let me cough.
I'm interested as to know why.
All right, yeah. So you could definitely say that like if we are on two different places on Earth, and the Earth is, let's say, a disk or whatever, like just a huge
Flat.
plane.
Mm-hmm.
So we would have two like very different. We could have two very different like angles of the sun towards the
Yes.
horizon. Yeah,
Yes.
sure.
Yes.
But at the same time, we would all see the sun at the same time, right?
No.
Why?
Because the sun's obviously moving, and that we can't see it because of nighttime. Right? We don't see it at nighttime. That's how we clarify it's nighttime, because the sun's not there. Right? At the moment, we're just observing the sun move across the sky and hopefully reaching the conclusion that the Earth is a sphere. At the moment, we're just measuring the elevation angle to the sun, which is going to be measured from a horizontal plane because we're measuring angles, right? So
Yeah, but
this
that's
is
what
why
I'm saying.
this is. Pardon?
That's not what I'm saying. I'm
I know that. I understand that. Go on, carry on.
More information about more information about the sun would be needed in order to be able to say whether it would or wouldn't light the entire surface of a sphere and its environment as well. Okay, so
okay, new variables,
yeah,
right? All
Yeah,
right.
this whole thing
right. You need to
requires
know
the
more about the
assumption.
sun. Yeah,
It requires the assumption of a globe to begin with. He's literally assuming a globe. He's not trying to measure a curve.
No, I'm not
Yes.
assuming the globe. I'm saying that let's say okay.
No, Eratosthenes, the Greek who did the sticks and the shadows, he was assuming it's a globe.
Yeah, but we don't have to like. Okay, look, he assumed, but we are not assuming. We are just repeating the experiment. Yeah. Right.
Right. Well, then we just have shadows on a flat surface if we're not assuming anything other than what we observe.
Yeah. Yeah. Sure. So,
okay, so we've got a flat surface then from this.
Fine, it doesn't matter because if the Earth is flat and we still do the sticks, and we can find out exactly the angle, and we can find out exactly the curvature or whatever it is not is, and then by
the angle is just
extension of
off a
that
flat
logic,
baseline.
we would find out just randomly whatever he found out.
No, what we're trying to point out to you is the story that we're told about Aristosthenes measuring an plane, but he's assuming the geometry of a sphere with a sun that's an infinite distance larger than the Earth, casting parallel light rays. So the two sticks, if they were to continue, they would meet at the center of the Earth. One doesn't cast any shadow, the other one does because it's further around the circle, right? The geometry is assumed. What is measured is a flat Earth. This is why we wanted you to investigate this story, because it is the conclusion is already baked into the assumption. He thinks the Earth is a sphere. He's going to measure the circumference of this sphere because of his geometry that he's implied. But what he measures, elevation angle to the sun with sticks and shadow lengths, well, you can do that on a flat surface. In actual fact, if you were to check out on Wikipedia, Aristosthenes isn't the only person to have ever stuck sticks in the ground. The Chinese did this. The Chinese who believed that the Earth was flat up until I think the 17th century, until the Roman Catholics came along. They did this 2,000 years ago when Aristosthenes did it, and their conclusion was the Earth was flat. So this is why we want you to investigate the stories.
Okay. First of all, to begin with all the stuff is, could you tell me what could go exactly wrong in the conclusions if the Earth were to be flat and the assumption was that it's round?
Man, are we done with this guy?
So he's just gonna butt in again. So yeah, he gets to go back on mute. Oh, look at how he did that.
I'm coughing, that's why I'm doing it.
Sorry, what was your question again?
If the assumption was that the Earth is flat, it's round, but it is actually flat, what difference does it make in conclusions?
What do
in
you mean?
regards to Eratosthenes, I think I know what he means. Okay, because is that who we're talking to? Yeah. Hey, man. Look, because he pre-assumed the Earth was a globe. Okay, and then he also pre-assumed that the sun was so far away that the sun rays come in parallel to the Earth. Okay, and he did his mathematics based on those two assumptions. Okay, so that's why Jedi was telling you about the Chinese who made different assumptions, right? They assumed a local sun, right? A closer sun that has diverging sun rays, not parallel sun rays, and a flat surface, right? So they both made assumptions and they came to different conclusions based off the assumptions, even though they did the same test. So just say you could do the Eratosthenes test in a room in your house, and to say you have like a light up on the roof, just one light. Okay, and then you put a stick directly under the light. It's not going to have any shadow. And then you put a stick on the other side of the room. It's going to have a shadow. Okay, now, if you assume the same things that Eratosthenes assumed, right? You assume that you're standing on a spherical object. Okay, even though you're on your flat floor, you assume that you're standing on a spherical floor. And then you assume that the sun rays from the light on your ceiling are coming down perfectly parallel. And then you'll be able to do what Eratosthenes did and calculate the circumference of your flat floor.
Okay, I see a point.
Yeah. So it's inconclusive because of the assumptions that get made. Even the Chinese were fallacious because they also made assumptions, right? So if you bake assumptions in, then the conclusion's going to be like no good. You know what I mean?
Circular reasoning. If your conclusion is already inside your premise of your argument, you're just going in a circle and it doesn't really matter. They're all observing the same thing. Shadows look like this, but they're all assuming that, like, if the Earth is flat and with this kind of light, shadows would look like this, shadows look like this, therefore what I assumed in the beginning is correct. Like, you could make that about anything.
Right. And people and Eratosthenes wasn't necessarily using that measurement that he made as proof of it being a globe. He'd already decided it was a globe, right? So he was just like, well, okay, now I think I'm on a globe. Well, I wonder what the circumference of it is. Here's this method I could do, right? Here's this thing I could do to potentially calculate the circumference, right? That would be like right around the outside of it. How far is that? Now, when we ask for people, so where Dre says that it's circular reasoning is when we ask for evidence that the Earth is a globe, people use Eratosthenes' method as an argument as it being proof of a globe.
Okay, so as far as I can see your point, the whole argument breaks if we assume that the sun is very close to the surface of the Earth, right?
The whole argument breaks down because of the fallacious logic that's been pointed out to you. So when we look back into history and we see this claim of Eratosthenes proving the Earth was a sphere, it wasn't. That's the conclusion that we reach.
Okay,
it wasn't.
but if we continue the logic of the whole like room and a lamp and two sticks, because the lamp is very close, you kind of can measure the supposedly curvature of the floor because they have two different shadows. But that is only as long as the lamp is very close and has a different angle, like a significantly different angle towards two different sticks.
Yeah, all we've got is a light source, a surface, and some shadows.
Yep,
That's all
a
we've
very
got.
close light source.
Well, we don't know.
It doesn't need to be very
So
close either.
it has to be significantly close.
What do you mean by significantly close? Like a mile?
No, that's too close. I would think that we...
Sorry, it's only because it's ambiguous when you say closer, or too close, or further
no,
away.
What about
no,
moon
no.
distance? What about moon distance?
I mean, we have like laser distance finders, whatever, ranger finders.
Yeah,
I'm not sure exactly. You can probably like step few like kilometers to the side, and like you can measure the angles that you are like, how do you call it,
Yes.
converging at.
Yeah. So the base premise, right? The methodology that's used is measuring angles from the surface of the Earth to the Sun.
No, not
Okay.
to the sun. It was set about the moon.
Sun or moon doesn't matter. We're talking about Aristosthenes. In actual fact, we can do it with both because both objects will cause shadows, incidentally, the same length. Right?
Yeah, but you are assuming the Earth is flat. So using
No,
that logic,
no. What I'm pointing out to you is the methodology is angles. It's what Aristosthenes measured, right? What he's literally doing is kind of utilizing a right angle triangle. The 3 points on the triangle being the sun, the stick directly underneath the sun, and the stick further away from the sun, right? Along the adjacent, where the 2 sticks on the floor are. Right? This requires a straight line. So far, the methodology seems to be utilizing a horizontal Earth, right? It's an angle, 2 straight lines meeting at a vertex. That vertex is you or the stick.
What?
You know what a triangle is, right?
Yeah, sure. I don't have to do that.
No, but that's what he's doing, though, isn't it? It's an elevation angle. You can use a stick and the length of the stick to calculate the angle at the top of the opposite where it meets the hypotenuse. In this instance, it was about 7 degrees. So I'm pointing out the method is it's an angle measurement. Can't measure angles from curved surfaces. Angles require 2 straight lines. If you've got a curved line within your angle, it's no longer an angle.
I mean, you can definitely do that if you do it properly. I'm sure that
Properly,
you've seen
sorry.
no, I'm
Hold on.
saying that you've definitely seen like geometry tasks about the whole like you're doing like the whole like, how do you call it, curriculum, not curriculum, like stuff that you do the line the circle with. Like you point a needle at one point and you like use the pencil to draw around it at the same distance. How do you call it?
That's a compass.
Not a compass. I'm talking about the is there a compass?
Yeah, there's 2 types of compass, right? There's a magnetic compass and there's a
I'm not
compass
talking
you
about
use
that.
to draw circles.
I'm talking about the stuff that you use when you like you read maps or when you are drawing a circle.
Radius.
I know that one. That one's
Diameter.
called a compass.
Really? Okay, sure. Yeah, basically you can like draw a circle and you can draw a triangle in the circle,
Yeah,
and you can
in the
measure all the
circle.
stuff.
Yeah, in the circle. But we're talking about an angle measurement, right? Now, the 2 lines of the angle are the one between the observer and the star, so where the stick is cast in the shadow. The adjacent is between the 2 sticks that are on the floor. That's the other straight side for the angle, right? So the elevation of the sun is taken up from the Earth. In this instance, it's a horizontal plane and the angle is measured up from that horizontal plane. It's an angle measurement.
Yep, and you could also do it if you assume the regular geometry in that if you draw like if you draw a line that has one single connection to the circle.
Tangent.
It's
Tangent. Yes, tangent, yeah.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I
but
don't
then you would
know
have
the
to,
English
yeah,
version.
you could do that, but then you would have to assume it was a tangent. And that there was a sphere underneath this tangent meeting at this one point. See, the thing is, right, when we've got the 2 sticks on the floor, if we're going to say that that's a tangent, then one of the sticks is in outer space, not on the surface of the Earth, which was curved downwards and away from that tangent. It's an angle measurement. The line between the 2 sticks is straight. Both sticks are on the Earth. If you say tangent, then one of the sticks is out in space somewhere. You understand, like, you can assume loads of geometry, and geometry is fantastic. And yeah, tangents do exist within the concepts of geometry. Yeah, we get that. But we still need to prove that it is a tangent and there's a sphere underneath.
All right, but I'm not talking about that exactly. I'm talking about that you can go from the opposite. I'm saying that if the Earth is flat, which you assume when you you tell me that the Earth is flat, right?
I mean, yeah, but that's because of other reasons.
Yeah, okay, fine. But you are claiming that the Earth is flat. Therefore, if we assume that the Earth is flat, and as you said, bake it into the calculations, and it turned out that the math is wrong, then we could reasonably say that the premise was wrong, right?
Yeah, this was pointed out to you 10 minutes ago. Yeah, we just pointed out the methodology in total is fallacious.
Yeah, but
The
I'm saying
idea
that
of
you could also
Aristophanes
use
as
the same.
touted around, sorry, this is the point so we can move on. The idea that Aristophanes has proven the Earth, when we investigate it, is fallacious. We're talking about how fallacious it is, right? So it's not proof either way. It's definitely not proof that the Earth is a sphere, now is it?
Okay, fine. I mean, I'm only agreeing with it because I cannot prove you wrong right now. That's
Well, no, I mean, that's fine. And if you want to come back another time, you know, you've got like a light bulb moment and you've proven us wrong, then come back and tell us. But for the sake of the conversation, we're just trying to point out to you that we've got these stories in history. So far, this one, the first one, isn't what it's cracked up to be. Right? We can move on to the next if you want.
Yeah, but I'm saying that you could definitely say that if you bake into the calculation that the Earth is flat, not that it is round.
No, we just want to measure it, not calculate.
Yep.
Okay, so you are saying right now, basically, by the assumption that the math is like doesn't work.
Man, what is this?
What are you talking about?
Look, if you make a model of the like space with proper, how do you call it?
I'm not going to be able to. Not going to be able to
relative.
do that, dude. We are not going to be able to make a model of space for you.
I did. I made a model of space in my garage, and guess what? Space is fake. So there we go. I debunked it.
I would love to see your model and how exactly.
No, you wouldn't. It'll rot your brain. You'll be so mad at me, you won't even. You'll quit.
I would love if you guys could talk to somebody else, except
Okay, shut up.
not even me.
Okay. That would be the second law of thermodynamics. We've already spoken about the first. The reason why space is fake is because of the second.
I mean, you kind of just mentioned that, like, as far as I can see, you've only said that the Earth, like, does not move somehow, just absolutely, not relatively, or not comparatively, but the whole promise of the movement is relative. So yes,
No, the Earth doesn't move at all. Nothing. Doesn't move at all.
I mean, you're
not
contradicting yourself
relative,
right now.
not relative, not like it's. We don't know it's moving because it's relative with other shit moving. No, it's just not moving. Other stuff moves around Earth.
Do you understand the point of relativity? Like, if
Yeah.
I say that.
Yes, and it's bullshit.
Okay, so if I say, like, okay, you probably understand the like idea of relativity. So if I say that the moon moves around us, then I can also say that relative to moon, we move around it. Right?
Yep.
Yeah, you sure can. You sure can. If I have a pink unicorn in my backyard, it's fair to say I also have a yellow one in my front yard. Fair?
No. You just made
Why
it up.
not?
Because you did not use even the same principle.
I don't know. I think it is the same thing.
They're relatives, though.
You just told me that if you have one thing, that you are guaranteed to have another thing. Like object A, object B. It is not the same as two objects existing and we know it. And then you could say that if one moves...
You're saying think about it like that. You're saying think about it like that. You're saying think about it like this. Object A isn't, object B is moving. And then you're saying think about it this other way, where object B is not moving, but it's object A that's moving.
I'm not saying it's not moving. I don't claim it because it is bullshit, as far as I am concerned. Simply because, as I claim it, the idea of movement is purely relative.
So things can't be stationary then?
I mean, it depends on how you move. Like, it depends on how you measure them. If you measure it relative to the object that it doesn't move, like relative to, yes, it is not. It is stationary. If you measure it,
when was it measured? When was it measured?
Do you understand the point what I'm trying to make right
When was it measured? This is what the point where we're at before, when you were being asked about motion of the Earth having been measured from this other place, from this other reference frame.
You keep making the point, but I'm trying to tell you that yes, your point makes sense because in this point is baked the idea that there is such an idea as just movement. Not
Is
relative
the
movement,
is the
just
car
movement.
moving or is the road moving? You don't know which one requires a force to move. You don't know this.
I mean, you can make the calculations probably. You can say that
Calculation. I mean,
look,
calculations. But we're talking about
car
measurements.
applies its force of the
Why
negative,
can't you just
whatever.
say, okay, it hasn't been measured? Why can't you just say that?
Movement
Or
of
say,
the
I
Earth.
don't know. At least I don't
Movement.
know. It may have been, I'm not aware of. Something like that.
I'm saying that the movement is not absolute. You cannot just say it is moving. I'm saying that the only movement you can ever find out is relative movement. And by that definition, you are correct. Because there is no such thing as just movement. So of course you are
How do
right.
you know the How do you know the movement is not? What are you referencing? That absolute.
Okay.
That absolute. You're saying how do you know the movement isn't absolute?
Okay. If I tell you that the movement is when you were at place A and then you ended up in place B, a different place, and you can measure the difference, would you believe it?
Okay, you said measure. Good. So on situation A, what are you using as a reference for your motion in the first place?
Exactly. You have to use something.
Exactly is not an answer to what you're using.
And do you
What are
realize
you
that we
using
as
as a
humans,
reference?
do you realize that we as humans cannot, like, we most definitely cannot point at any point in space without being a frame of reference or using anything as frame of reference. It is literally as if we are not living in the real world.
Yeah, you're just. Yeah, it sounds like, Kurt, you're like destroying the possibility of motion even being a thing, because in order to even bring up the topic like motion, like, well, it's relative to something else. Like, what's the thing that you're talking about? Well, you're talking about that thing, but that thing that you're saying that is in motion, you don't even know if it's in motion. So now you've destroyed the possibility of even the knowledge of motion, because you would have to experience it first to even have this notion or this idea that motion is immeasurable. But motion exists because you've seen it to be the case, and then determine that it's relative.
Yeah, but the only motion I've ever seen in my life is a motion of something relative to other objects. If you are in complete like lack of objects, like if you are in the dark, you cannot say that anything moves simply because. Okay, look, let's say you are like spinning on the carousel, and you are holding a cup in your arms. Is the cup moving? Yes.
Yeah, well, yeah. There's going to be like forces on the edge of the cup, like the container, like the centrifugal force. So that you're going to be able to measure the where the motion or where the force was derived to know which one is stationary and which one is
So I
not.
can say that the cup is moving because I experience the centrifuge motion, centrifuge force, right?
Yeah, we get
Yeah.
it, dude.
No, wait, not that. So by that logic, if I, let's say, make a spring that is trying to return, like it is a force applied towards me, and it completely compensates, like ideally compensates, or close enough to the point where I cannot distinguish it from one from another, and I also experience the centrifuge motion, would I feel the force? I would not be able to feel it, right?
No, if you're going to make up excuses as to not feeling the
Yeah, he's
Not
trying.
really.
you're not going to
See, the
feel the force.
Globers do. Yeah, these Globers will make up anything. I mean, it'll take them 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours. They'll go through this and try to jump through these hoops to make you can't feel, you can feel, you're not feeling it because of this. Dude, it's flat and stationary. We're not moving and we're enclosed. We have container around us.
And you just completely like said you cannot do it, or you just refuse to do it. Why? I would
Do
say
what?
that because you cannot.
Do what?
Can you tell me that you can feel the force?
Feel the force?
Yes, can you feel the force of the cup being pulled away from you in this situation?
May the force be with you. That kind, like
Don't
Jedi,
try
his
to play.
image.
Don't try to play.
Okay,
You
Luke
understand the
Skywalker,
question.
settle down.
Yes, yes, you can feel it though, dude. I mean, obviously
Yeah.
you can feel that that force.
If you measure
Can you feel?
enough,
Can you feel it when you move your head 1/4 of a degree or tilt it 1/4 of a degree? Can you feel that?
Yep,
I
exactly.
mean, I feel sick
Yeah, you
already
should.
on this teacup ride, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. I mean, it's like the thing that you posed just a second ago. Obviously, you can measure the force. You can measure the vector of the magnitude up. If you just get a rope on a bucket, put some water in it. Yeah, you can measure the force on the walls of the container. Yeah, these things are measurable. These examples that you gave, like the merry-go-round spinning in a circle with a cup of water. Yeah, you can measure it and you can feel it.
Yeah, but the point I'm trying
And
to
that will
make
tell
is that
you, yeah, that will tell you what, and then you'll be able to, if you, once you, calculate these different forces that exist, you'll be able to get you to where the stationary frame is. So what we use in the lab frame in reality is the Earth as a stationary inertial reference frame to then measure all relative motion to then get, to get vectors, magnitude, velocity. That's what's used in reality. I'm just pointing that out to you that it is known and proven to be stationary.
I'm trying to
It's not
argue
just
that
it's not just optics, because you just keep on bringing in optics, saying, "Well, I can't tell by just looking at something." Well, you
like I
can tell
understand
when the
that.
ball hits your face. You can tell when the car hits the tree.
Yeah, but we're not talking about such an obvious ways to experience something. The whole point of experience, personal experience, stands on the proposition that you are able to feel it. But that is a very bold claim, because as a human, you're not perfect. You cannot feel every single thing.
No, the point
Wait,
is,
what is it we're
don't
trying to
measure
feel?
anything.
What are we trying to feel? Yeah, exactly, Jedi. What is it we're not feeling?
I mean, right now I'm trying to make a point about the relativity.
Yeah, what is it? What is it that we're not? Clarification, please. What is it that we're not feeling or trying to feel?
As I mentioned before, if you're doing it without the spring, you would be able to feel centrifuge force, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, so it's force. It's force that we're trying to feel, or that we're saying we're not feeling, right?
Yep. And do you remember why I brought up the force?
Okay, what force? What force?
Centrifuge force. It is a force of an object being pulled away from you because it is trying to continue the movement, its trajectory.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. So when there is that, we sense it. Do we sense it?
If it is strong enough, yes.
Well, we're holding
Right,
on
if
to it.
it's
If we
strong
let it
enough.
go, it's going to fuck off.
And you should say it is strong enough relative to your strengths, for example.
Mm-hmm.
And you're talking towards your relative to your ability to register it using your nervous system.
Cool. So the crescendo, although we completely understand everything that you've been explaining for the last 10 minutes, we still need the proof that the Earth is actually in motion.
Right,
No,
because you're saying that the Earth is moving at such a rate, in such a manner, that it has that force, but it's not strong enough for our perception. So you need to go ahead and show that it is actually moving in such a manner that it would produce that force that we wouldn't detect.
Yeah, but not exactly. I'm trying to make a point about the whole idea of the speed or movement being relative. That is the only point I'm trying to actively...
What movement? What movement? What Earth movement? The one that you haven't proven exists yet? The Earth motion that we don't experience?
We understand the principle, dude. This is getting frustrating now.
No,
we
it's
do
not about
understand
that.
what you're putting down.
Okay, can you agree that the movement can be only relative?
Yeah.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
And then you are saying to me that even though the movement is only relative,
Mm-hmm.
and you can definitely, you can say that the Earth moves relative to other bodies,
Mm-hmm.
you keep insisting that the Earth itself doesn't move at all.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do you see the problem with it?
No.
If you say that the Earth is center of the coordinates,
we're talking about it being independent of observer, right? So if there was nobody observing it, is the Earth actually moving?
You don't need an observer for this, honestly.
Is there such thing as absolute motion?
No.
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 So this whole idea of relative motion has nothing to do with being an observer.
Watching something move.
What kind of observer do you need for this?
Because you're saying, well, if you were on this thing and it was moving, it wouldn't appear to be moving. That other thing would appear to be moving. But if you're on the other thing, looking back at this thing here, it would be the other way around, where that thing is the thing that doesn't feel like it's moving or doesn't seem like it's moving. And it's the thing you were on before that now looks like it's moving. That's what you're saying, because there's an observer involved, right? But what if there was no observer?
I mean, it's kind of a philosophical question if you say it like this.
So, okay, are those things actually both in motion? Or is one of them only in motion and the other thing not in motion?
My only claim
is something actually in motion. Is something actually in motion? Is at least one of those two things actually in motion?
Okay, if you want to, so we want to establish if they're in motion, right?
Yes, beyond all doubt.
No, it's not that. I'm trying to, okay, let's agree on one definition of motion so we can say that we're talking about the same thing, right? What do you consider a motion?
A change in position?
Super.
Change in position over time.
Yep.
Yeah, over time. Right.
So so you have to measure, or you have to be able to point at a specific position in space.
Mm-hmm.
And can you do it without an observer? Or, sorry, not observer. I'm talking about a way to, from a certain position, one position, talk about the position of another body, for example, Earth. And of course, you have to pick a place. So yes, you have to pick, I guess, an observer, but it doesn't have to be a live observer. When I say observer right now, I'm basically talking about the coordinates, start of coordinates, 0 point.
Yeah, dude. You can get like a choo-choo train. You can get like a autopilot car or something like that.
Okay.
And you can test this, right? You can say, I'm gonna. Yeah.
Well, then why are they teaching children in schools that the Earth goes around the sun? Why are they teaching that that Mercury and Venus goes around the sun, and Jupiter and Mars,
that's very simple,
and the rest of them?
Because there's
why don't they teach them what you're telling us?
I'm still I don't know whether my own brain is descended into absolute mush, but are we really arguing about whether things can actually move or not?
Yeah, because
because at the moment we use the train example. Let's all get back in a fucking train. It's at the station. It's not moving.
It's whatever one runs out of gas. It's whatever one runs out of gas, the usable energy necessary to create the force. Then you know.
So I think things can actually be stationary, and I can be sitting on the stationary train, and people can be walking past, birds can be flying past, and those things can actually be in motion. But I can actually be stationary, right?
Stationary to what? Okay, look, stationary is a lack of movement. So stationary in comparison to what?
Position over time.
No, relative to what? Because if I'm
The
standing
Earth, where I
on
am standing.
on
the floor.
Relative to your own position, yes, of course.
Yeah. So I can be stationary then.
But it's basically saying that A equals A, right? Because
well, this is why I'm confused, because it seems like okay, things can be stationary and other things can be in motion.
Wait, what do you mean? I don't feel the sense of it.
It's been a long time on this topic, and it's got nowhere with this guy.
Oh, it get to the point. What talking?
You can't prove the globe. You can't prove the globe's working. You don't have any empirical evidence of Earth curvature, Earth motion. Right? Maybe we can see if someone else thinks that they do.
Of course, Gunsling. I think he do, man. Bring on Gunsling.
Oh, that's you.
You are talking about the motion, and we're talking sense, because you talk about the motion, I talk about the motion, and we're getting to the point where we are kind of getting to
You
the
don't
point.
have any you don't have any evidence of any motion.
Gunslinger has evidence.
Gunslinger has some evidence of motion, so Kurt Gunslinger is going to jump into the conversation for a bit. Thanks.
Do you
Thank
understand
you,
that the whole
DJ.
point of motion is relative?
Yeah, just hold on for a second, dude, because you've been talking for a long time. No, Gunslinger's been waiting patiently for hours.
Okay, sure.
Thank you, fellas. Thank you, fellas. Gunslingers in here. Alright, I got 3 things for you, flat fellers today. 3 things, yeah. You choose which one we start with, but I know which one you're gonna choose, and I wanna choose that too. So first thing is the juiciest topic. I got empirical evidence which shows measurements of Earth's curvature. I know that's juicy for all you fellas. Second
Go
thing
ahead.
is,
That's their first one. That's the one you're going with. Go with that.
damn right I'm going with that, Professor. And I'm just quickly tell
So
you.
you're looking for that $10,000 and the 3 Bitcoin?
Of course, I'm looking for that
All right. So what's going to
$10,000,
happen is
man.
if
Of
you
course,
lose this,
get that
because
money.
since you're gonna
I'm-
agree to this, since if you lose it, you owe me $5,000.
What are you talking about? I ain't got no
All of a
5,000
sudden,
for
now
you,
we don't
Professor.
like it. Now we don't like doing it.
Hell yeah, we don't like it. Hell yeah, we don't like it. But the second thing is, I looked at that FE laser test DJ you sent me, and that's it's got some holes. Yeah, that shit. That is some
No,
trash
go ahead.
experiment.
I thought you were talking about the curve measurements.
Yeah. Just 1
Yeah,
second.
do curve measurements, not the
I'll do curve
not the
measurements
FE
with you,
core.
Professor.
Yeah, do
And
curve measurements, not
yes,
FE core.
FE core is easily disproven. That's my second point, and my third point is
No,
we
we're
gotta
doing one at a time. Do your first one first, then we'll get to FE core.
Okay, big fellas. Here we go. Empirical evidence that shows Earth's curvature using measurement tools on surface of the Earth. Are we ready, guys? Are we ready? We've been waiting for this one. So, how does it? How do it go? How do we measure the curve? We got something. We got something. So we got something called theodolites. Yeah, used for surveying.
No, we're not
the Earth.
using Jesse, Path of Lies, Mountain Shots. Those have been debunked. You lost. You owe
Man,
me
will you calm down, Professor? I ain't talking about no mountain shots, man. Let me talk.
You lost.
Let me talk, man. So we got this method we can use. So first of all, we gotta establish a geodetic triangle on Earth, yeah. So we gotta you gotta select 3 widely separated points on Earth, A, B, C, on Earth's surface, and measure the
What's
angles.
a geodetic triangle?
And measure. Let me finish. I'll tell you what geodetic triangle is, man. Okay.
Oh no,
Stop
we're just.
interrupting me every 10
I
seconds.
will, but we got to make sure that you're on the right page to even that you know what a triangle is.
Geodetic triangle is what is like a triangle formed by 3 points or what, or on a curved surface.
And the internal equals 180 degrees, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. All right. Otherwise, you don't have a triangle, do you?
Right.
All right.
And so you can let me finish, man. I will finish in a minute. You can yap then, and then we select these 3 points, which are widely separated. Yeah. On Earth. And then what we do, we measure the interior angles at each vertex using the theodolites, yeah. And these angles on a long separated points add up to more than 180 degrees.
Is that along the surface? Is that along the surface?
So that means you didn't
along the surface.
So that means you didn't get.
No, it's not. No, it isn't.
That means you didn't get a triangle. I just confirmed with you a triangle is 180 degrees, and you said, "Yep," like you were bidding on a locker, dude. So now you're saying you tried to measure 3 points and got more than 180. That means you screwed up your measurements. Go back and try it again.
Professor, you're talking bullshit right now. What are you talking about? Listen, if you got widely separated points, yeah, on a surface, and
But
you
it's
can
not
get
on
up
the
to it,
surface.
huh?
How
It's
far
not
away
on
are
the
the points?
surface.
How far away are the points?
More than 10 kilometers.
No, you can't do
The
that with
thing
a
you
theodolite.
the
There
thing
you
you're
go.
measuring is not. Hey, bro. The thing you're measuring isn't the surface.
What do you mean it isn't a surface? The
It's not the surface.
what is it? The correction for elevation is taken into account. Yeah.
No. It's a line of sight. You're measuring the angle between two lines of sight above the surface.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. But
Listen.
if it's taken into account for the height of line of sight of every
That's you, right?
theodolite?
That's you, T-Dub, right?
Huh?
Who was that you?
Yeah.
Okay, so listen, yes, their line of sight, the 3 points on the surface, okay? If he does it, he has to get 180 degrees in order to know that he actually hit the 3 points from 1 to 1 to 1. If he doesn't, that means he screwed up somewhere and he has to do it again. It's not a triangle if he doesn't get 180 degrees. So he doesn't get a triangle. He gets a
What I get?
mange. You get a mange angle. Mange.
There you go. You're talking some bullshit because this is how it's done in real life, and you're just using your logic that is not a triangle.
Really?
Yeah.
Show it in real life. Show it.
Yeah, show it now. Now it's time
I'll show
for
it
the
to you.
receipts.
I'll show it to you, failures. Hold on.
We better see the observation as well. I don't want just some numbers written down on some paper.
Oh, but when I show you some observations, you say it's not like that. It's you
This
can
is
explain it different way.
this is a measurement based on observation. We want to see it.
Yeah, imagine if we notice every time I present at a long distance observation, right? I show the whole process. Okay, I show the whole observation. If I just said these people went to this place and they did this, and here's some numbers written on the paper, you'd be like, well, what? You don't have any footage of the observation? How do I know this is correct?
And that's exactly what you done, DJ. Because in that FE core test, they never showed no elevation of a camera that was receiving that little laser light. They never showed the height.
Dude, there's 90 meters.
They just wrote it on a piece of presentation.
There's 90 meters of missing curvature. They would have to be 90 meters high in the air for the laser to hit the target at that point. So this is such a huge discrepancy. Okay,
They didn't show the correct numbers
how
of
doesn't it show the
distance.
correct? No. You're presenting. Okay, right now. Okay, so you said you had 3 things. Right now we're going over your thing. Okay, and so now we've asked you to present the observation that you're talking about with the triangle that it's not a triangle. That one. So where's the observation? We want to know the model of the theodolite and what the recommended range limitation is, right? We want to know what's going on with the refractive index. Okay, we're gonna need all of this information for a hyperspecific claim. So do you have that?
Yeah, at least tell us the distance.
Yeah, I'll find something for you, fellas. Don't you worry about it.
Find the specific one you were just talking about. Bro,
Yeah, what the
I haven't been
heck?
here for so long. You gotta find it now.
Wait, so you just came to us with a theory, and as if it was proof? You didn't have an actual example of this being done, ready to present to us? You have to go find it now?
Yeah, because it's done thing.
Shit, that means that you're going to have to go and find it and study it because we're going to be questioning you on it. It's your evidence. You don't know what it is now, do you? You've got a vague idea, but when we're going to ask you to go and get the specific, when it was done, how it was measured, let's see it all. It's not something that you've actually seen before and you've studied to reach a conclusion by yourself, is it?
It's
Every
easily
single
it's an
time when people do this.
easily provable
Okay, so show it.
survey.
Show it. Show it being easily proved. I want to
show it
know
to you.
the locations and the
Don't
distances
worry
on the
about it.
legs of the triangle.
Don't worry about it.
Cool. You've seen this before, right? I feel like I'm repeating myself. You've seen that of which you're going to find. You've seen it, yeah?
Yeah.
Cool. So what's the distances between the points on the triangle?
It can be from 10 kilometers onwards, I think.
You think? No, the one that you're going to get, is it from 10 kilometers and beyond, or what? You're just pulling numbers out your backside?
I'm not pulling numbers on my backside, Jedi.
Okay, cool. That's fine. I mean, I'm now
telling you,
giving
I
you
don't remember
your
which distance
titles, dude.
exactly it was.
You can't remember? No, that's fine. You understand why the distances are important, though, right?
Yeah, I know.
Cool.
He also didn't read the link that he sent. He also didn't read anything in it because you need the center of a ball in order to do that fancy
There we
triangle.
go. We got the center of a ball again.
You don't have one. Congrats on another fail live on YouTube with a giant audience tonight. Congratulations.
Yeah, the audience knows me already. They know I get to whooping.
They can hear the defeat in your voice right now, my friend. You came in very
Nah,
confident.
I'm searching for this measurement. That's why I'm not focused right now on you failures.
Yeah, for you to have whooping, you would have to have the first whoop, which you don't have.
You know, I always get to whooping, man.
Why would you come in here with like the name Gotham and say you got this smoking gun, but not even have it ready to present?
What you mean ready to present? You guys always ask for some like
some stuff to back
experiments
claims,
people
yeah.
do all the time. Like, come on, man.
We ask you to back your claims when you come in here, especially
Back
when you've
my
got 3
claims.
points.
Back my claims.
Yeah. You came in with 3 points. All right.
Yeah.
So far, it's like you've just cobbled some things together, thrown them at us, and gone, there you go. I don't fucking understand it.
And we not only did he do that, and he doesn't understand it, we knocked his shit out of the park. He can't even find the pieces of it anymore. It's scattered all over the parking lot.
I can't wait to get on to number 2 and 3. It's going to be a fun evening. I'm going to put
Yeah,
some coffee on.
he's like an orangutan in the zoo. You know, they throw shit everywhere, throwing shit up
I
against
don't
the
know if
wall.
he can go on to 2 and 3 because of the fact that he lost 1. I mean, we can try. Go ahead, dude. 2 and 3, you're up.
I can take over.
Man, what are you taking over?
You got him? Do you want your man to come? I'm going to tag him.
He ain't on
Hey,
my man. I don't know
you
if he's
got him. It
I mean,
sounds
let's
like
put it like
somebody
this.
came to save you. You guys should
Man.
go in private and meet each other.
I'm going to be kind to you, Gotham. It feels like you're going to go need time to find it that you've claimed. You're going to need more than 5
Man,
minutes.
you guys always want me to find
Just tell us in the side
something.
chat when you've got your observation.
Yeah,
And until then,
I'll
I think
get to you guys back with this.
I think Pasta
if
wanted. There was that. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say, if you know that we always want an example or a demonstration of what you're talking about, then you should have had it prepared.
Nah, but I got you guys some evidence, and this guy already when you didn't have the bowl, you didn't have the center. It's always the same shit.
That's right, man. Go and get your shit, bruv.
I would like to start off by saying the Earth is very beautiful.
Man, I ain't
Flat or
listening to
not.
this. Hold on.
Doesn't matter if it's flat or
Kumbaya.
not. Beautiful, right?
Kumbaya. Yep.
Yep, it's flat anyway, though. Even though
sometimes
we know that you're going through depression right now about it, but it's still flat.
Okay.
I mean, there
I
are some
would like-
ugly parts of it.
It's all beautiful.
All right. So, what else?
I would like to get an understanding what you guys think the word flat Earth means to start off with. Like, what do you like? Is it like completely flat? Is there like
Great
an edge?
question. Finally, someone with a decent question.
Is there like an edge in your mind? Does it have a shape, or is it just like a 2D or a 3D, or how does it like, you know?
Yeah, I'll answer that one really quickly. Unless Jedi, you wanted to jump
He said really quickly. You could have answered by now. Come on.
in. Yeah. So we're not claiming to know the shape of the Earth. Okay, we're not claiming a flat disk planet floating around in space. Try not to insert the flat Earth inside the heliocentric model. In the context of flat Earth, we're talking about the surface area of the Earth, right? Not having any drop over distance, not having any curvature that would have to be present if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so that's what we mean. We're not claiming a shape. We're not claiming an edge. We're not claiming to know those things. We're just talking about the flatness of the surface of the Earth, which is mostly covered in water, and that would be what you would test, right? Because over 70% of the surface is water, and if it's not curving, then it cannot be a globe.
Okay, I have a question now. So when you get on a plane, right? You're
Mm.
able to go around the Earth, right? How would that
Mhm.
work in that type of like in the theory that you guys have? How would that work? Are you
So,
able to
like,
go around? It doesn't
so
have to
how
be.
do you go in? How do you go in a circular path on a flat surface? You said go around, right? So, like in a circle. How do you go in a circle on a flat surface? Is that what you're asking?
Yeah, practically. Is it like an actual circle? Like on a piece of paper, you draw a
Well,
circle. Is it like that?
well, which direction you going?
The direction you can go any direction. It's like
Like
it's just a
east?
general question.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to help you get to the bottom of your question.
Here,
So,
let's go like
usually when we talk about going around, that's kind of circumnavigation. We can sail around the world, right? Now, the navigation part is because we use coordinates north, south, east, and west. East and west are circles around poles. Circles, right? Now, you can travel in circles on flat surfaces around poles. That's what I'm trying to point out to you. So it's just a circle of travel. So you get back to where you started if you travel east or west around a pole.
what if I'm going north then? Is it the
Then
same
you'll
process?
you'll get to north. This is the difference between north, south, east. East is defined as where the sun rises on the equinox, so in that direction, and west is where the sun sets, and all the stars and all of the other things go. They rise here, they set there. North is an absolute direction, right? It's underneath a celestial point in the sky, celestial north. You know when you've reached north when you look up. Same with south. You know when you've reached south when you look up. You're standing underneath a point of celestial rotation. You can travel in circles around poles.
When you say celestial rotation, so we can agree that the stars are moving because they
Yes,
are
we can agree the
rotating.
stars are moving, dude, for sure.
Okay. So if the stars are moving, right?
Mm.
And the North Star moves somehow. This
Mm.
is like a what if. I'm not saying it actually does. This is like a theoretical. If the stars, like the North Star, moves to south for some reason, would that change the planet? Like, would I be now going south? Does that affect like the system, I guess, of the way that you portray flat Earth? Because the stars
Kind of,
are
maybe.
moving.
I don't know.
If you had a new reference, I mean, according to what Jedi just gave you, if there was a fixed point and you changed that reference point, then you'd have to change your grid.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
but
but he's talking about like magnetic, isn't he? Though.
I'm not talking about no magnetic. I'm talking about the stars and the planets.
Yeah, these are.
Oh, my bad. I'll go back on mute.
But yeah,
So
your
we
question,
know
right, about going around in a circle. That's just going around in a circle, dude. It's not that complicated.
going back to the star, the North Star. The North
Mm.
Star is always north because it's like in the name, right?
Yeah, yeah. The North Star, Polaris, is a circumpolar star. It rotates around an unseen point in the sky. We call this
Hello.
celestial north.
Hello.
Hi.
Is there anyone in the species who believes that Earth is not flat?
At the moment, we're having a conversation, dude.
Wow. Hey, I'm going to come over your house and walk in and start yelling at you guys while you're sitting on the couch.
Back to your question, Dave. What were we talking about?
Because the North Star is north, right?
Yes, that's how we find true north. Yes.
And we assume, well, we don't assume, we know the stars are moving, and because the Earth is moving, right?
Nope.
Nope.
The stars
No,
are
but
moving.
okay, so the stars are moving, but the Earth is not moving.
That's correct.
Is
The
the
Earth
Earth
is
rotating?
stationary underneath the stars.
Do you believe the Earth is rotating?
No, stationary underneath the stars that are in motion.
So the idea of flat Earth that you guys have is more of like a Minecraft world where the space or the stars and the sun is rotating, but the ground, what we could call Earth, right, is stationary.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The Earth, the floor is stationary underneath the lights on the ceiling. Yeah. How big the Earth is, we don't know. I think DJ covered that earlier. Don't know how big the Earth is. Can't give you a shape of the Earth. Right? Earth shaped, maybe. Right? Not a proper or regular shape, like a regular polygon, like a sphere or a cube or something. Right? It's a flat plane where it extends to. No idea. How deep it is, no idea. How high the sky is, no idea. But the Earth, the water specifically, measures to be horizontal above us.
Has anyone ever
Sorry,
tried?
I'm kind of question. I'm kind of curious to listen to hear his answer. So, if let's say we believe that, like, we assume that space station is moving on the orbit around the stuff, and
We don't assume that. Only you assume that, though.
Don't interrupt me, will you? And then we somehow think that it is actually not, and we're trying to prove it. Do you believe that radar works and you can measure distance using radar?
Yes.
They don't believe
So
in satellites.
no, don't. You have to win the game using their rules. That's how it works.
I know. They think it's Minecraft.
What's
You
our
have to add
rules?
a mod.
Dude, what's our rules?
So far, it's just asked if we can use radar to figure out how far things are away. Yep. Okay.
Yep.
Yeah. So apparently, if so space station probably works in outer
No, it
space.
doesn't work from the space station.
Okay, you can
Space station
use your
doesn't work from the
telescope.
space station.
If you live close to the equator, you can look and you can find a space station like orbiting the Earth, or
No, you can't.
apparently,
I can't. I can never do it.
or just moving across the sky, or you
I
can
can
just
never
see.
find it.
Have you never seen satellites?
Yes.
You said space station.
It is the same by the principle.
What?
Space station is a satellite.
Space station is a satellite?
By the definition, an object. Like
In
the
orbit.
definition, you might not agree with it. It
Yeah.
is a
So
satellite.
they're perpetual motion machines.
No.
Yes, they are.
We never said that. Why are you saying that? Why are you making that claim? Can you
Because
support
they
that
go up,
claim?
and the space station's been up there, what, 20 years? Perpetual motion machines. They should patent that. They should patent that space station. We could all use one of those.
Professor,
Right.
zero people claim, like zero reasonable people claim that this space station is. Have you ever heard that space station without any additional support and fuel is expected to fall into the Earth?
Yeah, they have to keep lifting it up, don't they?
What are they pushing off of? If it's in a vacuum of space, rockets don't work in the vacuum of space, so that's crazy too.
Do you realize that the whole point of like relative, or you push one object in one direction and you receive an equal reaction as a direction? That's also physics.
So where are we going with this?
Like it literally makes sense. Plus,
Well, I just showed him. I just
hold
showed
on.
him what
When I
air
say
blowing
with
out
this,
the back of one. The rocket does not move when you see the smoke coming out of it. Does not move until that pressure wave hits the back wall and comes back towards that rocket. Then it's got something to press off of. And you don't got that in outer space, Sonny.
have you ever seen how planes work?
yes.
Yep, it's not an airplane.
And what is the difference between a propeller that moves air from
Yeah, so yeah, this
nose to
ISS doesn't have a propeller. You weirdos. What is wrong
no?
with you people these days?
Do you realize that you use fuel and force and reaction,
Yes.
chemical reaction, to
Yes.
propel, like to apply force in the direction that the opposite
Yes.
which one you move?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay,
so how does
but
this work?
where's the engine on the ISS?
Are you serious?
Yeah, within his model, it explains International
Okay,
Space Station is in motion.
ISS
It's called
engine.
orbital motion.
Let me just okay, engine or rocket engine. Maybe I can find a picture on the internet, because like what else I'm about to believe?
I don't know, dude. At the moment, you're trying to tell us a story about the International Space Station or any other greenhouse satellites,
Like
and then you brought up airplanes because you wanted to bring up how airplanes fly, the propulsion, right? The burning of the fuel, the mechanical mechanism that drives through the air. Awesome stuff. It doesn't seem to be comparable to your story about a satellite, though. Where were you going with this?
Do you like? Okay, man, this is like just ridiculous. Can you not connect dots? Like we're
No,
talking
I'm
about
asking
the system.
you to finish your story. We all got sidetracked. I'm trying to get it back on track. I'm literally offering you the floor to speak.
Literally, the professor told me that, told me and wait, who was? Sorry, I forgot. Pasta. That somehow the satellite or space station, and we claim that it is the same by by principle, and that is matter. What matters? And he claimed that it is a perpetual motion, and we say it is not perpetual motion. And the whole deal came from professor claiming that it is perpetual motion, and we're trying to explain it is not. That's why it happened. No other reason.
Can we get
We'll call
back
it
to
we'll
the
call
topic?
it the most amazing machine in the world. It never loses vacuum pumps. All of their vacuum locks work. There's never any flaws. Nobody flies out into outer space by accident. Shit doesn't break. Bolts and holes don't fly open in the middle of anything because they just get weak points after a while. None of that happens on that magical place, but it always happens like in a shop floor where machines just run 24 hours a day, pumps and shit to keep air moving and liquid moving and coolant and hydraulic fluid to move all that shit around. Magically up there, they never have to replace anything. I find that amazing.
Okay, so where did you get the claim
O-rings.
that?
They got magic O-rings.
No, you're just making shit up. Where did you get the information? Not that. Let me listen. Let me hear.
Well,
Let me
where
hear.
do I get my information? Is because we
Yeah.
write the specs on the stuff.
What do you mean you write the specs? Why did you get the specs that it never breaks? It never goes bad.
We write the specs for your vacuum sealed shit.
What is my vacuum sealed shit?
The ISS, bro.
Your O-rings.
You just keep saying weird stuff. Like, can you be more specific? Like specific enough?
No, I
to...
can't be more specific where I work. But anyway, go ahead. Tell me how vacuums work.
Okay, so you make a claim and you're not prepared to defend it. What do you mean?
I'm not going to tell you where I work. It doesn't matter what I do.
It matters because you
No, it
apply.
doesn't matter.
It matters
Can
because you
we-
use it as authority, because supposedly you know because you work there. So you use your authority as someone who works there to say that you know it because you work there. So, and you're not prepared to say that we're in
Simple
court,
physics. Simple physics, dude. You can look it up yourself.
and now you just refuse to say it. It is the same stuff you did before.
Can we go back to when I was like asking more questions about like how do you think the Earth is flat, and like I want
It's
more
measured
knowledge about.
flat. It's measured flat. I keep telling you that.
I want more
Remember?
information about like
Okay. All
how
right.
that
Here.
works and how it
Okay. I
is.
got it. I got it. See, this will be even easier. I went out with my camera and I was shooting for the globe. And what I shot was I didn't see any curve. So then
Well, that's
I
where you're
said,
shooting.
what is going on here? There is no curve. And I freaked out. And then now that's why I'm here, because I can't find any earth curve. That's it. I don't want to talk about flat earth anymore. I'm going to talk about I can't find globe curve earth.
What curve were you looking for?
Of the
Yeah,
surface.
because let Pastor continue the conversation, dude. You keep
Yeah, I
cutting in
just
and
did.
taking over.
I
Thank
just
you.
did.
Thank you.
Can you go into more detail about your experience when you went out with your camera? Like, I would really like to actually know like how you did it and what your process was.
I have a P900 Nikon. That was the first camera that blew the globe up. Then they came out with the P1000 and a 1050, and now other companies are even making nice cameras. A lot of DSLRs are really nice anyway if you got $30,000 lenses. But anyway, mine comes with an 83x zoom lens built in. So I was able to see 15 miles away from me across the lake to Cleveland Stadium, and I could see the parking lot from the beach, and I was just at the beach. It was a little hazy, heat haze, because it was Labor Day and it was 90 degrees outside, but I could still see it 15 miles away. I don't know what that drop should be.
Let me actually look it up for you, like how much 15 miles the theoretical like curve should be for that.
Yeah, and then you can tell us the distance to the based on
Okay,
his eye
so
height.
15 miles. Let me convert that to kilometers real quick.
So I figured it out. I was actually sitting on the beach. And my tripod was about maybe 2 feet high when I did it. So I was probably 5 feet high when you over the water, because that's how far up on the beach I was sitting. So about 5 feet.
Okay, even we won't like taking count you were 5 feet above, but with 15 miles of like distance, the theoretical like drop of the curve should be 45 meters, which is quite a bit.
Mm-hmm. It should
Now,
also, for the observer, cause a geometric horizon, right?
what's a geometrical horizon?
Right. It's the
Like a
point of
curve?
it's the top of the curved surface where, say for example, you were at the beach, there was a boat sailing the way. When it went over the horizon, it would start going down and being obscured by that curve to you. So you can't see that boat because the curve's in the way.
I'll put
That's
a
also
diagram in the side chat for you that shows you what Jedi just explained.
Do you think, like, you know how a mountain goes up in elevation, right?
yeah.
Even because the Earth, like you say, is flat, but mountains still go up, and like there's also like sea level and like up and down, right?
Yeah.
Did you make
That's it.
sure when did you make sure when you were under or over sea level when recording it?
So what's sea level to you?
Well, I was on a lake, so we're talking about the level of that lake at the time, and that's Lake Erie, which is, I don't know how many feet above actual the ocean it is, but that's a freshwater lake, so totally different.
So you were already at an altitude, right?
Yeah,
When
that doesn't
making.
matter.
Why not?
Let
Don't
me
you
just
think?
cut that. Look,
Don't
just
See, are you
quickly.
trying to say it's a bigger radius?
No, I'm not saying it's a bigger radius. I'm just trying to say if you're gonna like go out and like actually experiment,
So
try to go to.
get Lake Erie's elevation. It's something like, I don't know, 530 feet above sea level, maybe. I don't remember, because I use the airports and it's different than Lake Erie. There's an airport by Lake Erie, though. Remember that. So there's 2 different elevations that they use over here. 3, actually, 3 airports, major
How is that
ones.
related?
4. Huh?
How are the airports related?
That's where I'm used to getting our sea level from because I live next to the airports and I work next. One of our buildings is an airport hangar. Actually, has 2 jets in it.
Sir, you can just Google like your cities, I believe. Like it's not that big
No,
of a
Lake Erie, not where I live. You don't want to know where I live. I'm 1,200 feet in the air at my elevation. And I wasn't at the lake. At my house, I was at the lake, not my house.
You
The
still
Lake
at the
Erie.
lake, you
Look
can
up
just
Lake
Google this.
Erie's elevation above sea. Lake Erie's elevation above sea level. Get that number.
Here, how do you spell Lake Erie?
ERIE.
ER.
Yeah, look, the elevation doesn't make a difference. Okay, it's going to be
Yeah.
approximately however many meters of curvature you said over that 15-mile distance.
But
Okay,
I feel like
regardless of the elevation, it's going to be approximately correct because
No,
it
but
would just change the radius by the slightest little amount. They don't even take that into consideration.
Besides, to do that, you have to subtract now that elevation in order to do the rest of the math. How do you like
yeah,
that?
that's why I'm
So you
saying
don't
you
need to.
shouldn't,
You already don't need to add it in. If you're going to take it
sir.
away, you don't even need to put it in. This is how far away I was. How much curve should there be over 15 miles? Let me hear your answer at 5 foot off the ground.
Okay, sir, that's why I was saying maybe the lake wasn't a good idea of doing it. Maybe like you
Yes,
said,
it's a great
you're looking
idea.
for water. You're looking for the water like at like ocean, big water. Maybe the lake wasn't such a good idea of like
Why?
going
Why?
because as you said that like you would have to subtract. There's so many factors
No,
involved at
there's
that
not.
point.
Okay, so however much curvature there is over that distance, okay, that's the correct answer no matter what elevation it's at on the Earth. It changes the radius by such a small amount, they don't even take it into consideration in the mainstream. Okay, so we can show you these tests over the ocean as well if you want. Okay, so just to
Yeah, can you
save,
please show me?
yeah, I'll show you one really quickly. Okay, so have a look in the side chat. Okay, so this is done at the ocean. This guy has set his camera up at 1 meter, right at the shoreline on a very clear day, a day where there's no wind as well. It's just uploading at the moment. Okay, this is just a clip out of the full-length video. So he sets up his camera at 1 foot, 1 meter at the shoreline, and he's looking out at some windmill farms. Okay, one of those windmill farm that are out in the ocean. Okay, can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it.
Okay, so the windmill farm is 11.2 miles out into the ocean. So the furthest windmill on the right, that's 11.2 miles away. So we'll just focus on that one windmill on the right. Okay, that's 11.2 miles away. The other ones are a little bit closer. The closest one's 8 miles. Okay, so now we can calculate that from a 1 meter observation height, the horizon, the geometric horizon, should be at 2.3 miles, 2.29 miles. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the geometric horizon. The bottom,
Question.
yep. What's the question?
Was this camera on like a globe? Like, was he holding the camera? Was it on an angle?
It's on a
How was it?
tripod.
A tripod?
Yeah, the
Do
angle
you
of the
think?
camera doesn't matter. But look, here's some snapshots I took from the video just to show you where he has his camera set up. So this is just some footage from just when he was just setting his camera up because he shows everything in the video that he did. Okay, so just have a look at that. So his camera height is 1 meter height. Okay, so I'm
Did
gonna
he level the
put the math. Yeah, it doesn't matter. It's not going to change the distance. Okay, so this doesn't require the camera to be perfectly leveled. You just have to point it out at what you're looking at, and then he's zooming in. Okay, so if the Earth's a globe and there's a horizon at 2.3 miles away, moving your camera around, as long as it's still at that 1 meter height, moving your camera around it's not going to change the distance to where that horizon should be. Okay, that's the distance to the horizon from 1 meter height. Now, have a look at the math in the side chat. Okay, the distance
Wait,
to the yeah.
Can you go over the math one more time? It's not very clear. I'm not understanding it. What do
Okay,
you like?
I was just going over it just then. All right, I'll go over it very clearly. Okay, so if you set your camera up, okay, do you know feet and miles? Can I use feet and miles?
Yes.
Okay, so the eye height level is 3.5 foot. Okay, that means that the distance to the horizon should be 2.29 miles away. Okay, but we can see that there's some distance markers out in the ocean, and that's Rampion Windmill Farm. Okay, the distance to the windmill tower is 11.2 miles away. So because when you're looking out over the ocean, you need a distance marker. Otherwise, it will be impossible to tell how far away that horizon is. Okay, so because he has the distance marker, then we know that the horizon's much further away than it should be if the Earth were a globe. Okay, because we can see the water going beyond the windmill farm, and we can actually see the bottom of the windmill towers touching the water. Okay, so just bear with me for just a second. Okay, because I just want to show you a close-up of what the windmill towers look like. So it's just uploading now, a picture. And then have a look at the GIF. Yeah, so look, this is what it means, okay? The bottom 52 feet of the windmill tower should be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, the horizon should be at 2.3 miles, and then anything that's beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. So the bottom 52 feet, which is like a 5-story building, okay, that's 52 feet high. Okay, that should be missing from the bottom of the windmill tower. But when he zooms in, you can see the whole windmill tower, and you can see the base of the windmill tower touching the water, just like you can see in the close-up picture.
Isn't that because he's zooming in? Like he's literally
It should
zooming
be.
in, and he's making the picture bigger. So he's
No.
actually
It should be hidden behind the horizon. Okay, do you know what I mean? It should be
Oh, you mean
hidden.
like? Okay, I understand what you mean.
Yeah. So the
So why?
horizon line.
Question.
What's
Then
that?
why are we? Question. Why are we looking at the picture during when it's zoomed in? We should be looking at it when it's not zoomed in because, as you said,
He shows. You can see in the GIF, can't you? He shows you him zooming all the way in. Okay, so
in
it's
the
zoomed
GIF,
out.
can't even make it out.
Well,
At the start.
try to make it out, and also in the still shot, you can look and click on it and zoom in yourself and still see them. So don't say you need something more now.
No, I didn't say I need something more. I said
Yeah, hold on. I
whenever.
don't know what the confusion is. Okay, so the camera is completely zoomed out. Okay, he's got the camera sitting on the tripod, and then he zooms in. Okay, if the Earth were a globe, when he zooms in, the horizon line, where the sky and the ground appear to meet, okay, that's what the horizon is. That should be at 2.3 miles. You shouldn't be able to see any water beyond the horizon line. Okay, and the bottom 52 feet of the windmill should be hidden behind the horizon, but it's not. In fact, we can see the water going flat far beyond the 11.2 mile windmill tower. Does that make sense?
There's two images that you're telling me to look at. One would be once it's zoomed in, and one is prior to zoom in, correct?
No. I'm showing you just a close-up photograph of what it looks like. Okay? The second photo, the GIF that you can see, that's from his footage. Okay, that's him zooming in. The one below it, I'm just showing you that so you can see what the windmill towers look like from a close-up photograph.
Okay,
That's
but
that's not from his observation. That's just the same windmill towers, just to show you what it looks like, right? So when it's low tide, you can see where the paint stripped off, and the bottom of the windmill towers are black. Okay, at low tide, you can see the black bit at the bottom of the windmill towers. Okay, when he zooms in his footage, you can see the black bit at the bottom of the windmill towers where it's touching the water. You should not be able to see that. There should be 52 feet missing, and the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away. Does that make sense?
so the one it was low tide,
Yeah, it was low tide.
which means the water level it wasn't at sea level. Second,
it doesn't matter. It's still uniform over that distance. Okay, it's
but
still.
there's a bit of height involved, no?
This has nothing to do with sea level. Okay,
But
it
that
doesn't
might
matter if he
throw
does
him
it at high tide or he does it at low tide. Okay, he's still just 1 meter off the water, off the surface of the water. So whether it's at high tide or low tide, the camera height is 1 foot above the surface of the water.
The one that you just sent, isn't that zoomed in?
Yeah,
Like,
that's
that's
zoomed
closer.
in. That's zoomed
Yeah,
in,
it's
and
closer.
the bottom 52 feet of the windmill towers should be hidden behind the horizon. You shouldn't be able to
But
see something that's hidden behind the physical curvature of the globe.
Like
but
Pasta, you
zooming
understand?
in,
You understand that if I went down the hallway, made a left, and turned around the corner, you could not zoom me back in because I'm around the corner.
yeah, because you're around, you're like hidden from a view.
Right.
But
So turn that
there's
horizontally now. Turn that horizontally, and now we have this situation. Okay,
but
so the
you
bottom
don't
52
understand.
feet, the bottom 52 feet of the windmill towers should be behind the curvature of the hallway. Okay, same thing, just horizontal.
So like an L shape.
No, not like an L shape. Okay, so you picture yourself, you're standing on top of the globe. That's what they say. Everyone should think of themselves from their perspective as standing at the top of the globe, okay, due to gravity. And at any distance that you look away from you will be curving away from you. It will be dropping away over distance. So he's standing at the beach and he's looking out. Okay, over that distance, there should be a certain amount of drop. Okay, and the horizon should be at 2.3 miles away. Anything that goes beyond the horizon should start to become hidden behind the horizon. Okay, so we have something that's a known distance away, which is the windmill tower. Okay, the bottom of the base of the windmill tower, the bottom 52 feet should be missing because it should be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth, because over that distance, there's a huge amount of curvature.
Is there a house behind the windmills?
No, it's the ocean. Oh, there's a boat. There's a boat.
Oh, that's a boat.
that you shouldn't see.
Should you like figure out what that is?
Yeah, we know what it is. We tracked it. Okay, so the boat's called the Shetland Trader. So when Dr. John Dee was doing this observation, he tracked that ship. Okay, so he looked up the ship. He looked up the distance to the ship. Okay, so the ship's
What is
12.
it?
Yeah, it's so the ship is. Hold on a second. I'll just bring up the
Can you like?
screenshots. Yeah,
I
yeah.
want
I'll
to look
go.
at how big the ship is.
Yeah, yeah.
Because
So
the
here's the
ship
ship.
looks like
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
underwater.
The ship should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth by a huge amount. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see the ship at all. So this is the ship. Okay, here's the math for the ship.
Oh, that's just a little guy.
Yeah, it's not a big ship. Okay, and here's the ship tracking.
Is that a fishing
radar.
ship or something?
I have no idea what it is.
It looks like a fishing ship. Yeah, it's tiny. Yeah, that's a small one. I can't believe it looks bigger in the video than the actual. You just see the guy standing on a deck. You can see how big that ship is.
Yeah, exactly. So let's go over the math really quickly, okay? So he's got the camera height at 3.5 foot, and the target distance is 13.9 miles away. That's where the ship is. Okay, so the ship should be hidden by 89 feet.
89?
Well, 89 feet is the hidden height over that distance. Okay, so
And how
he's
far
got
is
the
the ship
height
from?
of the ship. So you need to check what's the height of the ship. It's written in the screenshot that I posted. 1 second. Okay, so the ship is approximately, right, the part of the ship that sticks out of the water, it's approximately 23, 24 feet high. Okay, but there should be, what did I say? 80 feet or something like that hidden over that distance. So you shouldn't be able to see the ship at all. Okay, so yeah, there should be 89 foot of hidden height over that distance. And the ship is only about, say, 25 foot high. So you shouldn't be able to see the ship. The ship should be completely hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Right? What should it be hidden behind, though? It should be hidden behind the horizon, which should be at 2.3 miles. Okay, it's clearly there's no horizon at 2.3 miles. In fact, we can see the water far beyond the oil platforms. And we have very clear conditions on this day.
And this is agreeing that the water is flat, like completely flat. Right?
Yeah, he actually went there on a day where there's like no waves, right? Quite often there's waves at this location, but he went there on a day where there's no waves. And yeah, there's no sign of any curvature. Okay, we just see flat water. That's what we all experience when we go to a lake, when we go to the ocean. Okay, we look at the horizon, we see a flat horizon. But you shouldn't be able to see the bottom of the windmill towers. You shouldn't be able to see the boat. Okay, so look, this is like physical properties that have to be there if the Earth's a globe. You have to have that geometric horizon. Right? Have a look at this diagram.
I'm trying to look at the calculator that he used. The calculator, I'm trying to figure out like the math behind it, like what math he used to.
Okay, I can tell you the math, right? So you can do this if you want. You can go to Google and you can type in Earth curvature calculator, and you can pick any one that you want. They're all going to give you the same results. Okay, so there's different math formulas that you can use, but the easy one is to calculate the distance to the horizon on a globe based off the radius value is 1.225 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. And then you can calculate how far away the horizon should be from a given observer height. But the calculator will also calculate how much a target object in the distance should be hidden due to the curvature of the Earth.
Okay. But this is assuming the Earth is a sphere, right? Like a complete.
Yeah, we're testing the sphere. We're testing the sphere to see if it matches reality.
But you guys know the Earth isn't like a true sphere, right? There's like
It's
and
look,
downs.
yeah, I know. Look, let me just clear that up really quickly. Okay, so they tell us that it's almost a perfect sphere, but technically it's a oblate spheroid. It's only 0.33% off being a perfect sphere. They say that if you were to shrink the globe down to the size of a billiard ball or a cue ball, then it would be the world's most perfect sphere, the smoothest billiard ball in existence. Okay, and when you look at the pictures that NASA gives you, they also show it as pretty much a perfect sphere. Like if you go in Photoshop, you can draw a perfect sphere around the globe. I've done it myself. So it is almost a perfect sphere. So it doesn't matter where you are on the Earth, any body of water, they all use the same formula because it's so similar. It might change the radius by the tiniest little bit if you do it at the equator or if you do it at like near the poles or something like that. But it's just such a small amount. Even universities and that kind of thing, they don't take it into account. They'll just use the same formula for anywhere on the Earth.
Why are you believing NASA? Because I thought you guys didn't like.
We're testing their claim. It's not believing them. It's they say something. We're testing it to see if it's true.
I'd be okay with throwing NASA out. Can we agree to that? Can we both agree that NASA's
Hey,
out?
Pasta, do you like NASA? Wait, Crit, do you like NASA?
Me?
Yeah.
I think they take our tax money. That's all I'm gonna say.
Oh, that's all they do then? So we don't like tax? You don't like NASA anymore, do you?
I'd rather not have my opinion like involved. Just it's not
Right.
relative.
Do you
It's
just
not
want to
really
use a
put that
different
out.
space agency then?
Yeah, we can
Pastor,
use like
do you understand that the figures that we use are the figures that all the space agencies use to put things in space and for the alleged moonshot? We're not messing around with the data here. These are the numbers that they say they use to do what they claim that they're doing.
I mean, look, let's maybe put a little bit of perspective into this, right? If we're standing at the beach and we're on a sphere and we're 6 foot tall, the horizon can be 3 miles away, right? That's where it's going to be on a sphere for you, 6 foot. In the observation where you got the wind turbines, the horizon's like beyond 11 miles. If we were to backwards calculate the radius value from that new distance to the horizon, guess how big the Earth is? I'll give you a clue. You could reach up and touch the moon. It's like 250,000 miles, give or take. So if we were to measure distance to the horizon just with this, just this one image, then the radius value is 250,000 miles. It's crazy, right? It's not just a little bit off. It's massive amounts, dude.
Do you mind
What do you think,
sending
Pasta?
me
Is it just? It could it just be that it's a little bit bigger?
No, do you mind sending me the location of the windmill? Do you have that?
South of England, just off the Brighton coast. A place called Rampion.
If you look for Rampion Wind Farm, it's just off the very south coast of England. I put the whole video in the chat for you. The guy's done he's actually a PhD in optics, and he's done other observations. He's looked into the claim of light bending, and he's dispersed that. So yeah, it's well worth looking into all of his work, dude. If he had panned the camera left on that particular day, he would have seen France quite easily. And he's not at the tip of England. He's roughly about the middle of the bottom face of England.
Are you okay with that, Pasta? With it just being a much bigger globe? Does it still work for you?
I'm not saying like I don't care if it's bigger or not. I'm just looking at what you have to say.
Oh, good. All right, that's good. Yeah, I mean, I like that approach. Like, I don't ask for one set of ideas or facts to then communicate to a totally separate set of facts which one is true. Like, one thing is true in its respect, and another thing could be true in its respect. So, yeah, I appreciate that response.
Did you know? Okay, I'm gonna send you a link. This is from their own the wind farm's actual website. If you read it's the second paragraph. On top of each monopile sits a bright yellow transition peach, which both supports the wind turbine and enables the mechanical bullshit. A feature standard design with their platform sitting 20 meters above the highest HAT.
Dirt. What?
Yeah,
I
that's
sent you
20
a link.
meters
You can
above
read
the.
it yourself.
That was
I know my
funny.
English.
That was funny, Jedi.
Isn't that
Yeah,
20
so
meters above
there you
the
go. So yeah, they're
location?
using 20 feet off the highest point, I guess. The yellow is.
Awesome.
That's wonderful, dude. Now we know what that means. Now, if you need any specs, you can say that is 20 feet. You can look at it and know.
Shouldn't see that though.
Are you talking about the access platform or the height of the actual windmill platform above where it's connected to the base? The yellow part.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out, like, from the image.
Definitely
how
need a
big
flat
the
surface to do that, right, Pasta? Because if you're going to set all those out there, you're going to want one point to start from, not try to figure out where it's at curved along a ball to make sure you're doing it in the right place. You're just going to want to shoot a straight line and make sure they're all the same height, aren't you?
I have a question about that. How, like, how would they do it normally then? Like, with the flat, like,
I just told you how to
how
do it. They're shooting a straight line out there.
are they all the same height?
Yes.
Yeah, they are the same height. You can look up the height of them, but look, the height of them doesn't matter. It wouldn't matter if they're 1 foot tall or if they're 1,000 foot tall. It doesn't make a difference because they're just distance markers for this test, right? We're trying to determine if that geometric horizon is where it should be. And even if the windmill tower was just 1 foot tall, we could still see it. Okay, but it should be hidden behind 52 foot of Earth curvature if the Earth were a globe. Okay, so if it was 55 foot tall, the tower, then you would just see 1 foot of the tower popping out over the top of the horizon. And the whole bottom 51 feet or 52 feet would be hidden behind the curvature of the Earth. Okay, but we can see the whole things. In fact, we can see the boat that's 14 miles away as well, which we shouldn't be able to see. Okay, you shouldn't be able to see any water at all past 2.3 miles.
I got you guys your measurements. I got
Hey,
it.
you should see nothing but sky and space. You shouldn't see anything on the surface at that height and distance.
Yeah. So it's
So
important
it's
that
like
you
a
read.
cutoff.
Yeah,
of
that's
how
what the
much the Earth
horizon
would
is. Look,
be.
here's a diagram. Please have a look. I'll read it out. Have a look at it. A man standing on a sphere would observe the physical geometric horizon at a certain distance, which on the diagram is represented by the red and yellow circle. The physical geometric horizon is the maximum distance that the sea and the sky can be observed to meet, and then it gives you a picture of what it would look like on the right-hand side there.
DJ, can I say my word about it?
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, so just a bit before we talked about the model and how the model is not perfect. So here it doesn't even represent the reality that the around Earth is trying to present, because sea would be not just equal like on all places. It would be slightly more on one place because of the moon. So this model is just not correct.
No, that's not what the claim is by the mainstream. Okay, so
Alright.
the moon has no correlation to where it's high tide. Okay, you have 2 high tides every day. Okay, the moon can be nowhere near you, right? You could have high tide on completely different sides of the Earth at the same time. Okay, you can have a high tide in Australia and in America at the same time. It's got nothing to do with where the moon is.
Some places
at
don't
all.
have
Places have
tides.
one tide a day. Sorry, Terry.
Yeah, no, you're right. Some places have one, some places have none.
Yeah, some
But-
places
Yeah,
have
but-
no tides. Like there's places with tidal nodes, like some places in the ocean, like near the Caribbean. There's places all over the place, just random places, and they don't have any tide at all. And then other
Sure.
places have like 50-foot tides, right? Where it
Yeah,
changes by
sure.
50 foot. It's
But
crazy.
which hairs? The point is this thing represents the sea as something that is level in all places.
It doesn't matter on a globe, right? Over this distance, the tide, right? It doesn't come into account, right? So over this 10-mile distance or 20-mile distance, whatever you want to call it, okay, the tide would make zero difference to how much curvature there should be technically over that distance. You're going to have approximately 66 feet of curvature over 10 miles, okay? You can go into AI, you can go on Google, and you can check that for yourself. We've been looking into this for a long time, and we're not going to make a silly mistake like that. So you can maybe go look into it before you try to debate against it, because I'm 100% sure that that's correct. If the Earth was a globe, due to gravity, okay, you should have a certain amount of curvature over 10 miles. Okay, it's very easy to calculate, and whether you're at a lake that's at 5,000 foot elevation, or whether you're at the ocean at sea level, whether it's high tide, whether it's low tide, wherever the moon is, daytime, nighttime, summer, winter, there's going to be approximately 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles. Anywhere on
Are
any
you
over
sorry?
any
Are you
body of
telling
water.
me
So
that
yeah, if you're giving them
tides
gravity,
are
listen, DJ, if you give them gravity, that means it has to form a ball. They have to have the curve. Then we can
Has to be.
verify gravity because of the curve.
Yeah, this debunks gravity. These
Then
observations
how
debunk
do
gravity.
stuff fall? And what instead of gravity, what is in place?
We don't know.
Well, this like the actual mechanism of why things would go up or down, right, is because they get displaced. Okay, so you could have a rock sitting on the ground. It's never ever going to move. Okay, if I come along and I exchange some of my energy, I pick up the rock, I've displaced the rock. It's no longer sitting in equilibrium, and then when I release the rock, it's going to sink through the air because it's more dense than the air. If it was a helium balloon, it wouldn't sink through the air; it would go up. Okay, so if you change the
Don't
medium, the object will behave differently. Now, why is down down and why is up up? Nobody knows that for sure. Okay, it's just the way that this place is. It was like that when we got here. Down is down, up is up. But on a flat Earth, down is down. It's the same direction for every single person on the Earth, and up is the same direction. On a globe, up and down is every single direction, depending on where you're standing on the globe. But this is the thing. Okay, you have to have that 66 foot of curvature over 10 miles of water if the Earth's a globe. If you have gravity, it's not there. It doesn't exist. So that
You're
debunks gravity and the globe.
you're like trying to tie like individual pieces into one picture, but the issue is like one like some individual
hundreds.
pieces just make no sense, and they just individually doesn't make sense.
We've
And then
got
you're trying to say
every
that
single
all
observation that we go out and make, we can see orders of magnitude further than you should be able to see on a globe. Okay, we can look over a 20-mile lake and see the other side of the lake. Just setting up the camera at 1 meter high, we can zoom in across the lake and we can see the shoreline 21 miles away, where there should be nearly 300 feet of curvature. That's like a giant skyscraper building worth of curvature, but we can just see flat water the whole way across the lake. Okay, this is consistent.
Well, I want to say something. If you globers will to give me a magic number, I will go out and do it that many times to show you that the Earth is flat. And then after that many times, will you be a flat earther?
You should go do it right now. That would be hella sick.
So I dropped a
Dark,
link
it's
in
dark
chat for you,
out.
Dave.
It's dark out here.
I dropped
Oh,
a
you can
link
see
in
further. You can actually see further at night, lighthouses and such.
But I'm not
Exactly.
by the
Night,
lake right now. Oh, sorry,
night
OP.
observations prove what we see during the day, that light doesn't bend. If it's sunlight that's bending the things up to flat and level, then why are the things at night where we see them, the lights at night, where they are during the day? I've dropped a link in chat for you. We actually use water as an industry level tool in construction. Its properties are usable, and we use it as such. That's the Suez Canal. There's no locks. The water doesn't drop. If that water dropped, it would have to have locks and gates and massive engineering. There's none of them. Over 1.2 miles of missing drop. Water, when it's level, does not curve. Ergo, it's not a ball. It's not a globe.
So water, when it's level, it does not curve.
Yeah,
Everybody
water,
knows
Well,
that.
the
when
water is
contained
leveled.
and at rest, forms a horizontal surface. All horizontal surfaces will be parallel to the plane of the horizon. The horizon is where the surface of the earth, water, appears to meet the sky. So we get horizontal from the surface of the earth.
Nice little bow. What do you think, Pasta? Are you proud? Are you proud to now have the knowledge that you live on a stationary and flat Earth? Or?
Yeah, he was in
What do you
search
mean?
of knowledge. We gave it to him.
What do you mean by stationary flat earther?
The Earth
Like,
doesn't
are
move.
you
Stationary. The Earth doesn't move. Yeah.
Like earlier, when you were
so
like, "Hey, the North Star," and we all agreed the stars move, right? When you said that first, and then that was all done up, and then we proved that the claims from, or they proved that the claims from the globe side are falsified by observations, and then maybe the penny dropped when Jedi just tied a little bow on there. with the knowledge that we use the surface of water at rest as a tool to establish horizontal, and all horizontals are parallel to the plane of the horizon, the thing that we were using to see how to debunk the globe. Like, it's all been tied together for you. How are you feeling?
Okay, so the claims that you guys made were, so there's no curve at the edge of the water, disproving gravity. A lot of the videos that you showed, no curve again, and I like the one where the dude was like, "Oh, water is an industrial material." Like, really? I never knew that. Like, I
Industry
don't even drink
standard.
water.
Yeah,
Yeah,
Wow,
Industry standard. Yeah.
it's
that's
it's
such a
industry
huge
level
word.
tool.
it's really interesting, right? An old dude was really poignant to point it out. We've for millennia used water as a horizontal leveling tool. We even use it today to create flat surfaces like
On the
glass.
level.
Yeah,
Yes, on the level.
we float molten glass on liquid tin. Right now, that liquid is flat on the surface, and it's the best way to make glass flat. So yeah, the surface of liquid at rest is horizontal. 70% of the surface of the Earth is liquid, water. So therefore, the surface of the Earth is horizontal.
Does it have to be water, or can it be any liquid?
Any liquid, right? Okay, right. You might get some stodgy soup or something, but ultimately, all fluids, when contained and at rest, are horizontal upon the surface.
Even non-Newtonian fluids?
I don't know about non-Newtonian fluids, though, depending on which one it is, but it would go everywhere. Or I don't know, is that the way you can hit it and it turns to rock? Is that what you're talking
Yeah, like
about?
cornstarch
Yeah.
with water.
Yeah, I mean, maybe, but it's kind of besides the point. That's not 70% of the surface of the Earth. What is 70% of the surface of the Earth is water, and that's used as a horizontal leveling device. We actually use the Earth as horizontal, right? Mean sea level for us to get, I know the height of tide from. It's above the mean level, it's below the mean level. The height of the mountain, the depth of the seabed, all taken from the horizontal reference datum of the water. So yeah, the water is most definitely used, observed, and measured as a horizontal reference datum. That being said, the Earth can't be curved. Any comments, questions, concerns?
I have a question.
Okay.
Do you guys like agree? Like, obviously, we all pay taxes, right? Are you like? Do you think the money that goes to like NASA and like these like institutions is like? What's your opinion on that then?
Are you American?
Yes, I am American.
Okay. So you know recently that your President Donald Trump kind of told the world and everybody that NASA, along with a few other, was a spy and disinformation agency, right? That's what its primary function is. So it's a propaganda agency, dude. It's used for surveillance. Did you hear about this?
I did not.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's brand new, like 2 months ago.
Yeah, I'm not very
I have a
up with
question. If
politics.
NASA is truly an institution to spread propaganda, right? Then why other institutions around the world, like the Chinese and the Japanese and
Those are
the
propaganda
Russians?
machines too. Those are propaganda machines
No,
too.
but the thing is, if they want
Sorry,
to,
you don't think propaganda exists in China?
no, I believe like
I think
propaganda
it was
exists
invented
everywhere.
in China, actually.
I believe like propaganda is everywhere around
Okay, cool.
around the earth. However, I'm just saying, right? Wouldn't it be like great for the Chinese, to point at the American lies or the
I
Russians?
mean, maybe if we take it as read that that's what would actually happen, but we have to understand that this is a very good control device. Right? Propaganda is a tool to primarily control or deceive, right, for nefarious reasons. don't want you knowing the truth. We want you believing this ulterior story because of some gain that they get. Now, China, that's a great country. Russia, also a great country. And we also realise that in the West, propaganda most definitely exists. Why does propaganda exist? Because those people who propagate propaganda don't want us believing the truth. They just want us believing lies, right?
Yeah, but like I'm wondering if like like Russia and China are not really like friends of the US. They're like almost like enemies. So if I
No.
was an enemy of the US or the West, right? I would say, hey, actually, all of this is propaganda, and here is the truth, right? And then I will
Well,
win the favor. I will win the favor of the world.
we would have to assume in the first instance that China and the United States corporations are actually at odds with each other. I don't have any evidence that would substantiate that.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Is like they, for example, the Cold War, between the Soviet Union and the US.
No, that wasn't real. That was only in a newspaper. That was to sell newspapers and TV ads, so you'd watch the news every night.
I don't watch
Also,
I was not
trauma-based
even.
mind control.
I was not even alive at that time, so I was not
Well,
watching
that's
the
what it
news.
was for. So don't bring it up if you weren't alive and you don't know anything about it. There's no reason to really bring it
I
up. It was
had
just propaganda, mind
just
control.
because. Okay, so like it isn't about flat Earth. Are you saying that all the governments in the world are conspiring together in one die?
So together, no, they're usually conspiring to do something with regards to their own population.
Yeah, typically
Some
these
countries are-
governments or these are corporations and they have employees, right? So their employees in this case would be the citizens. So the citizens are the slaves of the actual corporations. Those are the ones that are getting the butt end of the propaganda. They're controlling their own populations.
Okay, so it's just like I still find it really hard to believe because like I'm not really sure. Like like if I was an enemy again, I believe they were enemies. Like
yeah.
I
We
believe
know.
That's
they
what
are
they said in
enemies.
the newspaper, dude.
Mate, millions of people are dying on the ground.
Yeah. We know. We know
I
millions of
saw that
people
on
die
TV
because of
too,
war.
guy.
We understand this, dude.
So the
I
Cold War
saw it on
never
social
happened?
media just like you did.
So the
But we
Cold
also
War never
understand.
happened?
We also understand. No, we understand propaganda exists. False flag exists. We understand these things, right? Experience over my lifetime, and obviously over here, has shown us that these things are true, right?
So all of the European Union and Putin
Yeah.
and
Yes,
Xi
all of it. Just keep naming everybody, and I'm just going to say yes to every single time you name somebody. I'm going to say yes.
every
Yeah,
single
everybody,
one,
every one of them. Yep.
everyone that
Yes,
has a
all of them. Yep,
control in this
all of them.
world,
Every
all of
single
them are
one. Yes,
conspiring.
everyone. Yes, Spiral
Holy
dude.
wow.
Bro,
Nah.
just think about it for a second. Like, the rich and the powerful are not going to war. They're not going out and dying and fighting. This isn't like the olden days. Like, we go out and fight the public.
We've
No,
always
look,
done
I
that.
believe. Look, I believe like conspiracies, like conspiring with someone, right? Happens even like in small
don't
scales,
need-
like even elementary school, it happens. Now, of
You don't
course,
need
I
some
would
massive conspiracy. You just need people to have vested interest in a story. They just
But
believe it.
here is the thing. I believe
99% believe it.
those rich people, right? I believe they also battle each other. I don't believe like they are just cooperating.
Really? They have fights, do they?
No, like I believe they do. They like they go against each other. There is
Really?
like
They're the ones in the field blowing each other.
Yeah,
It will
you're
be the
not thinking about
president
it
of
correctly.
America and the president of Russia that will be
Oh, you
fighting.
see what happened to Rob
Yeah,
Reiner,
they're-
didn't you? Yeah, he
Putin and
something happened
Donald
to
are
Rob
not
Reiner.
going-
I guess that was part of the battlefield.
Yeah, Putin and Donald are not going to have fist fights. The other people are going to die on their behalf, and then they're going to have dinner.
Yeah, I believe because they fight like for dominance, right? They use the people.
Yay.
However, it's like if I was
And
fighting
they
for
get
dominance.
their people to believe a certain narrative, right? So the
Okay,
people
so
will
like
do
okay.
what they want them to do, right?
Okay, so are you saying that they have agreed on this one like lie that no one will break?
I agree on a lot of things, dude.
Yeah, why do you think they have that summit every year where nobody's allowed to go to?
Which one?
The one that we don't know about.
So we don't know about it? How do you
Look
know
what,
about
yeah,
it?
which one? The Trilateral Commission, the Committee of 300, the Building Group. There's loads of them. There's
a
also
lot of them?
places that they agree that we can't go,
Like the
or that
Epstein
they
files?
agree that they can go, but you can't. America,
Like
Russia,
the
China, I mean, like for the benefit of mankind, we'll always come to agreement about the things that will affect our Earth. Like, we can't go to Antarctica freely because if we go there, the snow will melt and we'll all drown.
And the penguins will warm up and they won't like the polar bears when the polar bears come down there.
If you want to go higher than, what is it, 40, 60,000 feet, something like that, you have to apply for specific permits because you're not on a commercial craft. So that's military airspace. They agree where that is. They agree where all the boundaries are, international waters. Right. They're the ones making the rules.
So it's the game, and they have agreed on the rules. Is that what you say?
It looks like it.
Did you hear about the one kid that went to
They all sit around committees and so on, right? The UN,
there was
NATO.
there was this one kid that went to Antarctica and he got arrested. He was trying to go to all of the continents. Like, did you hear about that?
He
You
got
think that's a
arrested
part of
because
it?
part of what? Did he just not have permission to go to Antarctica?
Yeah, he didn't have permission.
Yeah, well, of course you're going to get arrested if you don't have permission to go to an ecologically protected zone.
To
Yeah.
any country. Try to just go into any country and just go walk right through the border and just say, just give them the finger when you walk by and see if they arrest you.
You can do that in England, actually. Come here.
You can
Just
go.
turn
Well,
off.
You can do
I
that
would
quite a
would do
bit.
it here too, but I'm that kind of person where I would end up aggravating them more than them wanting to talk to me.
The space wizard meetups.
But all we're trying to point out is obviously lies are being. We don't know the reasons and the why-fors of why all of them are told. We can't really necessarily how long the lies for, right? But all we can do is point at the crime. We can't necessarily figure out the motive. The crime, though, is that there's no measured curvature. The Earth measures to be flat, so it can't be a sphere. They've told us the Earth is a sphere. It's measurably not. Why? Don't know. How many people? Couldn't tell you.
Not a single nation decided to break out of
No.
this lie. It's
You're going to keep
it's really-
asking. I'm going to keep saying, yeah, everybody.
May
You're going to say they can't.
relax,
These guys
relax,
can't be the ones. These guys can't
relax,
be the ones.
relax. Stop being
These
emotional.
guys can't. You're like having a mental breakdown, don't you think?
I think you are screaming. You think you're being emotional. Just
I'm
relax.
not screaming at all. You haven't heard me
At
scream yet.
all? Oh, okay.
You're just
Sir,
not
you
thinking,
are
bro.
Must be
Where are you
somebody
going
else.
with this?
You're ignoring the corpse on the ground and being like, well, the corpse must not exist because I can't imagine how or who could have done it.
I mean, this country. What about India? India. I mean, what did they do? Put it. You never see Space Invaders games from the '70s. The little robot that goes across the screen. That India actually lifted that from a 1970s video game, and then claimed that was a moon lander. That's how bad the graphics are these days.
Yes, if you're part of world government, you can send something up there. They're all in the same group, dude. Look at the Antarctic Treaty. Look at the One World Government. If they're all signed into it, they're all part of it. At a certain level, we all know that they're faking the same thing. If you want to go to space, you have to be part of world government. You have to sign up through NASA to go to space. You can't just do your own rocket program unless you're Russia. And oh
But what
my,
if
who's in bed in the world government with America? Russia.
But what if you do? What's gonna happen exactly?
Well, go ahead and try, bro. You
They'll
know,
kill
like
you.
you're
Right?
going into civilian airspace, and then
Oh,
what is it?
you're going to launch a missile, dude, in America? You're going to launch a missile from your backyard? You're probably going to get bombed. Your yard is going to where you launched it from, and they're going to shoot that out of the sky.
You're going
Or
from
maybe,
civilian
go like
into.
somewhere like in middle of the desert in Australia and do that.
Go ahead and try to.
I'm gonna
You're
send your
going to have
friend
to go through
request.
military airspace, and you're going to have a problem with that, like a serious problem.
Ah, okay,
Listen.
interesting. Yeah.
Accept my friend request.
Okay. It's just like, look, guys. I'm not saying that what you're saying is not true. I'm not like I'm still like trying to figure it out. But it is for me. I still find it like I call based on what are you guys saying. I'm not afraid. I'm actually impressed. Like the amount of like cooperation required in order to maintain one lie like this, one huge lie, like on the size of like the land, the earth, right?
Yeah.
It is impressive. Like this is
It
this
is.
is
All you have to do is show a TV commercial with a little rocket in a cartoon for a little baby, and then you're done.
I mean, that's what I was going to say. It is impressive, but when you look into it, it's really easy. It's not hard to program people. We're really susceptible, especially as the only thing we hear as we're born is a certain narrative. We're born into the world being a sphere. It's on the TV. It's at school. We get told it all the time, right? It's very easy to believe the first thing that you're taught as the truth. Then you start talking about deep psychology and anchoring. The anchoring bias that people have when they come into a contradiction to their preconceived ideas, cognitive
Global
dissonance.
warming. Global warming's coming. Yes, there was a global pandemic. Global this and that. Global up my ass. Everything's global.
Yeah, and then it creates a cognitive blind spot and a cognitive ease because you're familiar with the sphere concept and something appears to confirm it. You automatically start to accept that, not looking deeper into it and realizing, oh, wait, that's actually built on faulty logic.
Yeah, I mean, like I got the same reaction the first time I heard about like flat Earth a few years ago. I'm not a flat earther, right? I'm still like looking into these things because like I listen to both of the parties. I'm listening like the globalists, maybe you can call them, and the flat earthers. I'm
So
looking
what
like
we call you is you're a flat earther. You're afraid to admit it, and you listen to globers in hopes, because a lot of people do this in hopes that somebody will finally have the globe proof, and then you can go back to being a glober. But you already know the
No.
Earth is flat. Well, no, I'm
No, I
just telling
have
you what's really happening to you. This
no,
is
no, no.
actually happening to you,
I
dude.
don't think this is what happening. Relax, mate. Relax. Like holy shit.
Dude,
I
we
just
do
have
this
the
every day. I'm just telling you what's going on.
I have the mindset of taking
Can
a
I help
step
you?
back, right, and look at both of the sides. I don't
Yeah,
think
but
this
this is
is about.
the cool thing about this topic is you don't need to listen to people. Like you don't need human beings. You don't need men to tell you what the Earth is. You can just go right to the object, to the objective, to the and find out and reference that. You don't need to ask men what to do.
Using my naked eye, it looks flat, right? So
Yeah,
I
but
like
we're not
but
asking you to
however,
just use that, right?
yeah,
We're not
exactly.
asking you just to look at it, to actually measure it.
Yeah, I have seen people trying, to do things, right? And then I look at the other party and they say, no, it is debunked, right? And they
Real
debunk
quick,
it.
this
And then
is
the
what
other
I
party.
suggest. Yeah, this is what I suggest that you could do for yourself, right? And I kind of recommend this to people. What you could do in reality yourself is establish 3 points of equal elevation, and then tell the world how you did it.
3.6 of what?
Just 3 points. Just establish 3 points of equal elevation, non-slope, and then tell the world how you did it.
What?
I don't know why this is confusing.
No, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm not like my English. I did not understand.
Okay, like as imagine, right? we're engineers, we're men, we create things, right? So there's an empty field, but somebody wants to put a roller coaster in that empty field, right? They want to put like an amusement park, and they want to create. So there's in 3-dimensional space, we can place objects in 3-dimensional space and say, okay, now we're going to create a slide. So I want you, right, to just go to a field maybe or somewhere and establish 3 points of equal elevation in reality, which doesn't slope, and then tell the world how you did it. And
Why would I do
report
that?
back.
Yeah, but also, if they say it's
Oh, why
debunked,
would I do
is
that?
it debunked just because they said so?
No. I would say it is not like because there is a respond, and just because you responded does not mean you have debunked it, right? It should be like a valid
Question.
respond.
Why would I find 3 same? What's the point of that?
Well,
What
don't worry
does
about
that
that yet. Just do it, and then tell the world how you did it, and then we'll
No, why the
go
fuck would
over
I do
the
that
point.
if you're not gonna tell me why, the reasoning behind it?
Listen,
I
can you
don't
do it
understand.
or not?
I don't understand. Why would you want me to do that? Like,
You want me to make one reference point and make 2 more points off that reference point at the same height?
Yeah, how would you do it?
I'm not going to tell
Hold
them
on
how
a
to
second.
do it. I just
they
wanted
have
to
to
make sure
discuss.
that's what you wanted. I can go. Yeah, I'll go measure that yard for you, sir. Yep, it's $700. I'll be done in 15 minutes. Give me the money.
I muted Pasta because he's kind of diverting away from something. Lucid, let's try
Yeah.
this from a different angle. Okay, so
Hmm.
you're talking about 2 different groups apparently disagreeing with one another, and you're trying to gather from both sides. How about this? If the Earth is supposed to be a ball, how come nobody actually from the globe Earth side has given you any measurable curvature?
Measurable curvature?
Yeah.
I will look into it. I will see what the other party would say about the.
Well, no. This is not a debate. I'm asking you a question. This is something for you to ponder.
Okay.
If the Earth is supposed to be curved, but they never measured the curvature, what is the foundation for their argument?
Are you saying they cannot measure the horizontal curvation? Like,
No, they have not measured any curvature on the Earth's surface whatsoever.
Yeah, dude, that's why we've been here for like 10 years. That's the whole point of us being here.
okay, look, I would say it isn't like the curve that is making me wonder, right? I would say it's like the gravity thing, right? Like
No,
most
if you don't have curve, you don't have gravity. Remember, we went through this.
I just literally joined. I'm not really sure.
Oh
what you're
yeah, because
discussing,
does
but-
gravity make balls in space?
Yeah, it's like it's impossible. Like,
Okay, so
physically
gravity
to-
makes balls in space. If you don't have curve, you don't have gravity. So you need that curve for gravity.
Yeah, you need you need gravity, right? In
Well,
order
no,
to
no, you need to find that curve first. Then I'll give you gravity, and you guys can do whatever you want. And we'll be renaming the servers to you. I'll be sending you 10 grand, all that shit.
Can I finish with my thought, please? It's
Yes.
the thing that sparked my mind to begin with, right? It is the gravity, the concept of gravity. Because it is physically impossible. I mean, you cannot put water on a spheric shape, right? Like the water will fall down. And when you look at the model they are representing, the spheric Earth, the water is not falling to the space; it is maintained, and then they say it is gravity. And it is like really hard for me to believe in it, right? Because when you look at flies or butterflies, right, or birds or anything, they fly. Like they fly simply. They are not. They don't look like they are resisting gravity. So how come like gravity that is so strong to maintain the amount of water? I don't know like how much water that we have on our land, but it's a lot. It's heavy water. And the birds and everything else that is walking on earth or flying, they don't look like they are resisting that much power that is holding that much water. You know what I mean? So
Right.
this is why it's one of the reasons why I'm just I'm skeptical. I'm skeptical about this model, the spheric model. However, I would say I did not come to conclusion yet, because when I approach any matter, I take a step back, excuse me, and I look at both sides of the arguments. I'm not taking sides yet.
I hope you never take a side. I hope you actually just go ahead and measure the Earth's surface, and that way you don't have to think about it. You just can go ahead and know that there is no curvature on the surface of the Earth, and it cannot be a ball.
Not taking a side is also really smart, because you learn the most from that position. It's a position of humility, saying I don't know, and seeing both sides until you have enough evidence to be like, this seems like the most likely conclusion. With gravity, it doesn't really force the Earth to be a ball because you just change the mass distribution underneath the ground, then it doesn't really matter what kind of surface it is. There are currently like 79 different theories for gravity. Most people think gravity is a pulling force that pulls you down to the ball and forms it into a ball. Einstein had a different idea. He had the idea that space and time is bending, and so the Earth appears to be rising up and expanding in all direction, and that's what gravity is. And that effect is supposed to be the effect of the bending and warping of space-time, or the Earth bending space-time. But that's just an idea. What we actually see is the effect, and the effect, you can look it up, is specific gravity or relative density, and it's just the relationship of the object to the medium determines if it rises, falls, or floats. The presumed cause of that is then the unverified gravity, which we have 79 competing theories currently.
Okay. I will try and do that. Until then, I will maintain my neutral position, I would say.
You're not gonna go do the task.
I don't have the ability, I would say. Like, I mean, like, I will look into it. I'm still trying to figure out what are you trying to tell me exactly to do. It's, I think it's
to
the
create a
land.
non-slope surface, right? 3 points, three coplanar points, and then tell us how you did it.
All right, can you show me a picture? Because I'm afraid
I
I'm
had to
not
do
able
that. I
to
had to
do
do
it.
that when I put the addition on this house. It was a 24 by 18 square off the back of the house. I had to make a plane to put my footer in, and we worked from that.
Did you
There
use
you go.
water?
I did that. I shot that, and that's why the house is still up standing, because I'm the one who did it. How did I
Did
do
you
it?
use water?
I used it at
Water
transit.
in
I
the
used the
level?
transit level. Look it up. Yeah, it uses a bubble level to level it. 3 directions. It's actually 2 bubble levels, I think. But it ends up being all 3 directions. You need them both centered, so.
Do you think
Wise
they don't want
choice.
us to like get out?
Yeah, that's not me. I'm not trying to like get the argument going for it. It's just literally a suggestion that I make for people who sit there wondering, and then they contemplate these concepts and these ideas of like, what would happen to this if this happened to this and this force. Just go out into the world, do this thing I recommend, and let us know what you discovered. And then you don't need to ask men, or, what these things are.
What?
Yeah, nobody here is really attempting to, convince you to be a flat earther or to believe that the earth is flat. Or no one's trying to do that. And besides, I almost wouldn't recommend it because it's not glamorous being on this side of the topic, right? So don't choose sides. Just go out and find the truth, and you'll be fine.
Hello.
Yes, of course.
I like when they jump right in. That's my favorite part.
They just come into your house and start yelling at you, right?
Yeah.
I like it when they
Hello.
actually go out and do the test, because then even if they were on the fence and they're like, I'm going to stay out of it, I'm going to be a middleman. But when they go out and test it and then come back, they're like, yeah, I'm with you 100%. You get a good soldier that way.
Oh, you guys are recruiting.
No.
Nope.
No, I'm joking. It's kinda scary and impressive at the same time.
Yeah, well, if the Earth is flat, there's a lot of implications that come along with that, isn't there?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Like it isn't about like coming to think about it now. It isn't like if the Earth is flat or round. It's like the concept of, like, how can I say, the universe, as a whole. It would be different. It isn't about like only the Earth, because then like all of the things that we have been told and taught about the universe and the moon and the planets, right? It's like if you can confirm that the Earth is actually like 100%, like we can go and take a picture, from above, and confirm that the Earth is flat and not round. That means like everything that is associated with the round Earth.
China did that for us already.
When?
China's space station shows flat Earth. They don't show a globe.
Can you provide me a link or a keyword so I can look it up?
Maybe I don't have one. Maybe let's see who has one.
A keyword. Just tell me the keyword and I will look it.
Maybe I do. Let me look.
You should be able to find it. Based
Oh,
on
there you go.
Put the link or the name of the link.
There you go. I remember when that picture came out because that was on CNN.
Yeah, and also like every time they show like these what do you call them? These spaceships, right? Taking pictures. They all like use this fish eye thingy, fish eye camera. All right.
China can't afford GoPros. They just use straight up little tiny ESP32 cameras that like I use, and they get great pictures because I use the same kind.
Yeah.
Ultimately, I don't think that you're ever actually going to get a we'll call it a God's eye view of the Earth in the way that you want to, because from what I can tell and from what we can experience and point to is that we live on the ground floor of this realm, and it certainly seems to be contained. So to get outside the realm to see what it actually looks like from afar is pretty much impossible.
Yeah, well, not like really, really far, but like like as far as we can get, right? Like above the clouds. And just look at the Earth. Is it like round or not? That's what I mean.
At
As in
best,
like
you will.
really.
At best, if you reach that supposed altitude, you will see the illuminated part of the Earth, because you won't be able to see what's in the dark side, part where people are in the night. So
Yeah.
you will be able just see to like just
Yeah, like that.
fraction of that surface.
Okay.
So anyways, being that apparently there's some crafts that can get up to about 60 miles above the Earth's surface, um, I think it's the Amazon dude's Blue Origin, right, or whatever it is. His rocket, you can go up 60 miles, still no curve, still flat. So I don't think that there's any height that you can get to where you're going to be seeing or measuring any curvature.
Yeah, like one of the arguments they use, the other party, the roundest or the global whatever, the people who believe in round Earth, they say you cannot tell it is round because you're on ground, but when you're above, you will see the curve, right? So I'm not really sure, like according to them, when I'm gonna see the curve, like when exactly, like at what, like what kilometer, what above
Well,
ground.
that's a good question because apparently it's a height that nobody can get to because even according to Neil deGrasse Tyson, who is still one of the more popular quote unquote science communicators that we have, he says that you couldn't see the Earth curve from the ISS. That would be 250 miles above the Earth's surface. So if no one is seeing it and no one is measuring it, why in the world would they be saying that the Earth is a ball?
Didn't they say like they had took a picture from the moon?
Yeah, that's what they said. So
Yeah.
we have a picture of the Earth as a perfect sphere from the moon, apparently. But when we come down to the surface to check for that curvature of that perfect sphere, it's not here. So that we're just going to file that back into the propaganda category because that comes from
Yeah.
NASA.
Okay, so because it's like the more impressive part is like if they say the Earth is round, the concept of the universe, like in how the universe function, right? It's like based on a lie, right? And everything that follows a lie is also a lie. So it's like lies
Correct.
upon lies. It's like the amount
Yep.
of holy, like this is really like again scary and impressive. Like the amount of lies that you need to make, right, to maintain that model of the universe is
What do you
really
think?
like
What do you think children's cartoons are for?
yeah. I
You also
mean,
you kind of got to look at where this whole globe idea came from, how it spread throughout history. Like we've been sold a story about the globe where we're told, well, the ancients were really dumb. They thought the Earth was flat. We know better now, and we've known for 2,000 years that the Earth is a globe. However, when you look into the history, it was a secretive cult that had that information. It wasn't disseminated to the public. It was the secret doctrine of bunch of fraternities and secret societies, and you needed to be an initiate, and it was their secret doctrine, and they worked on it for 2,000 years. Yes, however, it was not something the public was like. The public was all religious, all had flat Earth views because that's what all the ancient religions said.
mhm. Yeah, I mean, like, although, like, according to my very humble research about the matter, I have found some like scientists in the past. They have did some like measurements, and they came to conclusion the Earth is round. And
Yeah, no,
other
that's
scientists, they were. Mhm.
yeah, no, they weren't scientists actually. Like they're given backwards the credit of being scientists, but they weren't actually following the scientific method or anything like that. What we have is our current society is an outgrowth out of this cult, and it traces all the way back to ancient Greece, and that's part of where we get most of our stuff. We get it from this lineage of people, and they have been systematically by selective copying throughout history, selectively copying the works of their cult members, which preserves that work while other work gets memory hold, it gets destroyed. And so, for instance, did you know that there's been flat earthers in America like since always?
I believe it was the old belief anyway. So like believing flat Earth was kind of the norm.
Yeah, what I'm saying is there's been scientists in America and a bunch of them that were flat earthers, but it's really difficult to find any living record of them. The only living record that really exists is the things that were preserved or the globe believers of the time talking about them in their books.
Okay. So it isn't
Do you
about
think
like
that-
really the shape of the Earth only. It is like about like a lot of things. It's like
It's
it's a
about
cult.
control of history, control of perception. So like how you perceive yourself in the world and your importance to it determines how you interact with it. And so, if you believe your rights are endowed to you by a creator, a higher power, and the government has no right to violate those rights, like you're gonna resist much more if you versus if you think you're a random speck in a massive universe, nothing
Yeah.
matters. The government is the ultimate authority, so the government should make the rules. So you see
Yeah.
how those two things are very different.
Yeah, I'm connecting the dots here because again, I'm saying like it is not about the flat Earth specifically, right? It's about like the concept of the universe. Like
Yeah.
if you debunked the round Earth, right? So basically, you're also debunking the Big Bang, right? You are
Yeah.
debunking maybe the evolution. You are debunking like so many things, not only the shape of the Earth.
Yep.
Oh, dinosaurs too.
Yep.
Yeah, and I
Yeah.
mean like dinosaur is a nonsense. Like I don't believe in it. It's
Do you think aliens were the ones that like told us to like keep it hidden?
Aliens.
Aliens are fake.
Where do aliens come from?
Like
Yeah,
it
if
could be like they're hiding the government's trying to hide us from the aliens or some shit like that.
What
you know?
aliens? Where do the aliens come from?
Like the fake dinosaurs could be aliens.
The dinosaurs could be aliens.
I just told him dinosaurs are fake, and now he wants dinosaurs to be aliens. See, he's went to brain rot land.
Dinosaurs are fake? That's crazy.
Don't get upset.
Yeah, just
That's crazy.
Get comfortable with the fact
Just
that the
feel
people,
with it.
Yeah, yeah,
just get comfortable with the fact that the people who built the pyramids were flat earthers.
You have to be a flat earther. How else would you be able to build a pyramid if
guys
it first
funny.
wasn't flat? You can't build pyramids on. You can't build pyramids on a ball.
They leveled the Giza
yes, you
plateau,
can.
made it flat.
Didn't aliens make the pyramids?
Aliens. Well, where did these aliens come from? You said that were
Yeah.
dinosaurs earlier. That was fucking stupid. But we'll try
Oh,
again.
I'm guessing they came from Mexico, just like our aliens.
Mexicans then.
You hate Mexicans?
No. Still trying to figure out
Dude,
what you mean by
asked
aliens.
you asked where they came from, and I'm guessing Mexico. That's where ours are from.
What do you mean when you say aliens?
What do you mean by when you say hate? I think they do an excellent job in our neighborhood.
Oh, du
Doing
klingst
what?
behindert, du Hurensohn.
Professor, what do they do in your neighborhood?
Oh, landscaping.
Did Professor ever went to school? Or is it just a hobby? The name.
Yeah, what kind of school do you need me to go to?
Any kind of school.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
What do you have your PhD in, Professor?
Triangles.
In triangle?
In triangles, yes. It's in the
So would
name,
that be
really.
like- so would that be like an PhD in like arts?
No, it's just the triangle itself.
Hold on, I'm a real Jedi. I want questions about being a Jedi.
Well, but I don't believe that blue stick actually still works.
So what's your midi-chlorian Cont, Jedi?
And have like universal batteries that last forever.
1
wait.
billion.
You can't have batteries that last forever because the ISS doesn't need anything. You shoot that thing up and it just goes woo, woo around and around and around and around forever.
Are
You
you
sound
fruity?
crazy.
Are you
okay,
Professor,
guys.
are you gay?
Guys,
Mhm.
there is something I have been wondering a lot about it, right?
Okay.
And that is the source of the wind, right? So like when I
The
spoke
source
to
of the wind.
The big
yeah,
guy
like
blowing wind out. He's going like this.
Sorry,
when
every
I
morning.
when I
want to be
spoke
clear.
He
when
blows
I
the sun around for us.
and I finish. Holy shit. Anyway,
Yeah, you
well,
cannot finish in this channel.
yeah, I
By
don't
the
know,
way,
like,
that's a side fact.
yeah,
Yeah, you
it's
You're
not
cannot.
confused about where wind comes
But
from.
every time when you like cut the word of someone of those flat earthers, they're gonna cry like 20
Yeah,
minutes
okay,
later.
now this is taking longer. He could have finished what
Oh
he was.
wow, he would have been done already. Jesus, what's wrong with you?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right.
Come
You get it,
on,
right?
get to
Yeah.
the point. What's the thing you need to know about wind?
yeah, like, so when I spoke to round earthers, right? I'm just gonna call them round earthers now.
You mean
I
like
asked them, like,
young
what's the
people?
source of the wind? They said, like, the Earth is spinning, and then I told
What?
them,
No.
someone responded to me, like, because the Earth is spinning, right? And then
Okay.
I told him, well, then why we have different direction of the winds? Sometimes from the north, sometimes
Yeah,
from
look at
the
this
south.
diagram. You can learn about this in school. This is how weather systems work. Hot air rises, cold air falls. This creates circulation of air. Like, this is not very complex. Don't let the Glober's dumbassery fool you saying that rotation is the cause of this.
It
Okay,
is.
interesting. So the heat and the cold is what is moving the Earth.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
convection.
the wind. The wind.
Called convection.
Isn't
It's moving itself around. It's convection.
isn't that going in a circle though, and we don't breathe in that?
No,
Yeah.
and there's
Oh,
lots
right.
of different halves of winds, dude. But you have to understand gas got energy given to it by the thing that's the pressure differential. Due to the pressure differentials, the gas moves. We call that movement wind.
Sorry, you were cutting a lot. Can you repeat?
It's just to do with temperature, as everyone's pointing out. The
Yeah.
reason why the gas moves is because it's got temperature. The reason why there's differences in wind direction is because of the differences in pressure.
Yeah, you can see here a map of the pressure systems, high and low pressure systems. They have a pretty common patterns,
Pattern,
and
yeah.
so they form, of course, common wind directions as a consequence.
Oh, okay, interesting explanation. Because, like, I was wondering, like, because the wind sometimes it takes like trees and destroy buildings. You know what I mean? So I'm wondering, like, this is an immense amount of energy. What is causing? What is, like, what?
The
We
sun,
don't.
immense amount of solar energy being released
heat.
into our system.
Yeah. So
Okay.
this gas that's got energy fits into the laws of thermodynamics. You'll find your answer within there. The energy is given to it by the sun primarily, radiated from the surface of the earth over time. But primarily, it's the gas that's got temperature. That's the reason why the gas is moving. The reason why it moves in different directions is because of the differences in pressure.
Okay, all right. So different pressure, heating and cooling, it is what is causing the wind to move.
Yeah.
Makes
You might
sense.
be able to, you can kind of demonstrate this if you get like a hot oven and you let the oven heat up for a long time. Then you open the oven, you'll get a rush of cool air and hot air escaping, cool air getting sucked in.
Yeah, because the reason why I say it makes sense because like the dooms, that like some exist like in buildings in certain cultures. It was designed to let the hot air go above,
Yep.
right, and then like the cold air can sneak like down below, and
Yeah.
like this way you can have like circulation of air without any
Yeah.
electricity.
Yeah, they did the same thing in the Burj Khalifa, bro. Massive version of it, so that it keeps it cool and fresh and circulating, and it costs very little.
Oh, really? Interesting. Do you have any link or keywords I can look it up?
Oh, geez, you're going back a fair bit now. I might have something, yeah. It might not be the birds, but it's the same principle's been used in engineering and buildings for quite a while now. But yeah, if I find anything, dude, yeah, I'll link it.
Oh, thank you.
Aren't they just dropping water down the side of the walls there?
Yeah, they use a lot of like internal planting and waterfalls.
Yeah, they're just dropping water down the side basically,
Yeah.
and from what I saw, that's a pretty good way to do it.
Now the question is, did those who build Burj Khalifa are they like flat earthers?
No, the people who build the thing are just people who build the thing. Now,
No, the guys putting the 100-mile line in though, Yeah,
Oh, yeah,
those
they
guys
will.
are flat earthers.
Yeah, they will be when they finish doing it. That's for sure.
Why?
Because it's one great big
All
straight line that hasn't
line.
got any curve in it over a mile.
Dude, it's a building. It's going to be connected, mirrored on one side.
So is it supposed to be 100 miles long, isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, so that's 1 mile of curvature.
The
One
max
end
they
is
said
going to
they could
be
be off, I guess, was a meter, like 1 meter or 3 meters in each direction is like the max in 100 miles, something like that. And that would be good. So, and they're going to be, I think they're building from different points. So they got to make sure the points line up anyway. So they got to shoot. Yeah, they're doing whole sections at a time. They'll never get it done and it's going to fail. And that other place, where is that? Must be Dubai or something. I don't know where that's at. Where they got all the islands that look weird, like palm trees, and one looks like the world map. Those none of that real estate sold. They're done. They went out of business. They went bankrupt.
right. Have we moved
It's
on?
all fun and
from
games until Arabs start smoking weed and drawing fucking palm trees in the ocean, and then they lose their money.
Would it be interrupting if I asked a question?
No, not at all. How can we help?
I'm not claiming a position. I'm just curious. If one believes the Earth to be flat, they still consider it to have length, width, and depth. So, is there anyone in here
I always
that's
want to tickle you guys when you're
Can you let
curious like
him
that.
finish?
I did. He wants to know if it's length, width, and height.
No, I wanted to understand if any of you had formulated some type of three-dimensional understanding of what you think it is versus a sphere.
Nuh-uh.
No.
But it is
every time
three-dimensional, right?
Every time you guys say you're curious, I
Yeah,
always
of
want
course.
to tickle
Sorry.
you, like
Of course
tickle
it's
you in your
three-dimensional.
side. I'm curious. I always want to go make you giggle.
Of course, it's three-dimensional. You can go swim in the ocean. Help.
Right. So I'm just curious. It must have some shape then.
Yeah, it must have like Earth-shaped, but we can't tell you what that is.
That's fair, and I don't expect anyone to. I was just curious if you guys had any idea.
Yeah, it's always been shaped.
We can only
What they
claim
told
a
me
surface
is
description, not an
three-dimensional.
overall entirety of reality. I'm afraid.
Well, I'm not actually asking anything to be proven. I'm just curious what your actual opinion is. Like, do you have an opinion on what you think it might be shaped as, or no?
No, dude, really don't. Really don't.
That's fine. I was just curious.
Personally, my opinion, although it's speculation, I think it depends on the circuit of the sun. If there isn't any other sun and there isn't, the sun doesn't go any further than a certain point, from what we've gathered, there doesn't appear to be any further life or anywhere else to actually go. Oh, again, we can't confirm what's out there or how far it is, but nature seems to run under the sun that we know of. So without that, what else is out there? I would love to know. I would love to be allowed to know. We all would. But we're just inhibited from going. So we can't build a map on something we don't know. That's been done already.
Yeah, plus when you go, and because, the sun doesn't let you go that far, you don't know what's out there. Once you do go that far, there's going to be some ships that are going to turn you around. So no matter what, you're not going traveling.
But would you still see it as a contained system of some kind?
Yeah.
Like how scientific consensus, I guess, is like there's an atmosphere or whatever. Like, would you have your own formulation of that?
Under the laws of gas pressure, natural law requires containment. Now, to you and me, that's a physical barrier, but at the edge of what we class as reality, we don't know the physicality of it, but we know that it requires containment. Science claims that there's a very, very low pressure beyond, the reach of gravity or out in space. So if it's, the pressure that we've got here against that, if that's to be believed, then definitely it needs some sort of physicality to its containment, something that's tangibly holding it back. It's part of natural law, mate.
Okay, so I guess the typical position from somebody from a flat Earth perspective is essentially, I don't know what it is, but I just don't follow or agree with the perceived narrative or the uniform narrative that's passed around by these institutions.
Not really, because gravity requires a ball in space, to move through space and bend space and make everything into balls. So there's no curvature, so there's no ball, so there's no globe, so there's no gravity containment. So that's the physical link to it not being there. And again, natural law demands that the antecedent to gas pressure be containment. So that's tangibly evident. We can test that in labs and stuff. You can't have a vacuum next to even a gradient without containment, or that gradient will expand into the vacuous area. Nature abhors a vacuum, and science recognises that, but walks around it when they talk about this space nonsense, because they think they've got gravity because they told you a story about a ball, but it physically doesn't measure as a ball, so that's out the window.
Interesting. Yeah,
Okay,
I
guys,
don't know. Oh, go ahead.
listening to this conversation sparked something in my mind. Sorry for taking you back a little bit, but you guys have established that this is like one big massive lie that everyone agreed to spread. And so it's just like now I'm wondering, there is like thousands of pilots, right? Like civil, like civil airplanes, or even like in the military, right? Like they have access to go like in these like very like long heights. Like how come none of them cracked the lie?
Because they just fly within flight corridors. Like they're not trying to debunk the globe. They just believe in it and just fly according to what they're told, like where they're supposed to be able to fly. Otherwise, if people were just flying willy-nilly, the planes would crash all the time.
Yeah, it's predestined flight paths, and in actual fact, there's one in chat for you, the F-16 pilot. There's a lot of pilots come forward and say, no, we don't adjust for any curvature of Earth, any drop of Earth. We've actually got data that correlates with that from a black box, and that flight is maintained at level, and that doesn't drop or curve to any relation of the surface curve as they traverse Earth's surface. But it's flight corridors, like Grace said, point to point to point to point.
All right, I'm watching the video you have posted. It's funny how YouTube is linking Wikipedia pages down below the video.
Yeah, you gotta think
Yeah,
that
watch out.
99% of these people have no clue that anything that they're doing is anything out of the ordinary, because they're told like that you're on such a big ball, it looks flat, it feels stationary, and so they think that's normal, so they don't even question it.
Yeah, I would say like I agree with you on this spot. Like every time this topic of flat Earth comes around, right? Like when I look at the reaction of the people, when I bring this conversation, again, I'm not a flat earther, but even when I bring it, right, as someone who's neutral, they kind of like the reaction is kind of funny. Like they react in a very like weird way, like in a shock, like they are shocked, and then like when you guys say like these things, I kind of understand it. Like when I went to school, like the first day in my school, I saw the shape of the Earth on the disk, right, in the classroom. I was taught these things. I saw these things in like in movies, TV shows, advertisements.